Chapter 1. Activation of the Silent System. 29. 30. After completing his final push-up, Chen Luo made his way to the riverbank, intending to wash his face before heading home. However, the reflection staring back at him from the water caused him to pause momentarily. A child, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, appeared in the reflection, sporting a face reminiscent of a porcelain doll, undeniably adorable. 3 days had passed. Chen Luo still struggled to adjust to this new body each time he caught a glimpse of his own appearance. He found himself lingering a little longer. Originally, Chen Luo was an ordinary young man from Blue Star, having recently graduated from university and preoccupied with the pursuit of employment. On that fateful day, while en route to an interview, he heroically lunged to save a little girl from the path of an oncoming truck, only to find himself collapsing in a pool of blood. Upon awakening, he discovered he had been transported to this world, endowed with a new body and a new identity. Orphan. Chen Luo, I knew you would be here. As Chen Luo washed his face and prepared to rise, a raspy, aged voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw an elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane. Tomorrow, someone from the spirit hall will come to our village's branch to assist with the spirit awakening for the children. You should join them as well, the old man said with a warm smile, his face radiating kindness. Understood, Grandpa Village Chief, Chen Luo replied with a nod. Very well, I will come to fetch you in the morning. Chen Luo returned to his home, a modest wooden cottage that appeared somewhat dilapidated, located on the outskirts of the village. Inside, the furnishings were simple yet tidy, reflecting a sense of cleanliness that permeated the space. This cottage had once belonged to the late village chief's son, who had met with misfortune while hunting many years ago, leaving the house vacant ever since. Just half a month prior, the old village chief had fortuitously discovered Child, the original owner of this body Chen Luo. The child had been in a pitiful state, resembling a beggar, clad in rags and afflicted by a severe illness. The village chief, moved by pity, had taken him in. He provided food and clothing, and arranged for the child to reside in his son's former cottage, striving to nurse him back to health, showcasing the old man's profound compassion. However, due to the severity of the illness, or perhaps other reasons, the child could not remember anything, not even his own name. Despite the village chief's best efforts to aid the child, his condition continued to deteriorate day by day. 3 days prior, the child had been on the brink of death, teetering on the edge of the mortal realm. In truth, the child had already passed away. Chen Luo had come to this world, taking the place of that child. Ah, yes, this world is known as Douluo, and the village where Chen Luo now resided was the humble Xiao Go village, situated adjacent to the renowned Shenghun village. Tomorrow marks the awakening of the spirit. An opportunity to alter my fate has arrived. I hope to acquire a formidable spirit. I certainly do not wish to spend my life as an ordinary person after coming to this world. Chen Luo picked up a flat bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously as he settled onto his bed, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The following morning, Chen Luo, Grandpa has come to fetch you. The old village chief called out from outside the cottage. Before long, Chen Luo followed the village chief to the spirit hall's branch within the village. Though referred to as a branch, it was essentially just a larger wooden structure. Chen Luo felt no surprise at this revelation. Upon entering the branch, he found that the other children from the village had already gathered, all around the age of 5 or 6, totaling 10 in number. In addition to these children, there was a young man in his 20s, sent by the spirit hall. The young man was strikingly handsome, clad in a white uniform, with a black cloak draped over his shoulders. A soul symbol, the size of a fist, was emblazoned on his chest, accompanied by a badge depicting 3 intercrossed swords on his left side. Young, handsome, a grand soul master, could this be him? While the other children appeared somewhat timid and even frightened in the presence of the young man, Chen Luo's gaze held a hint of astonishment. The young man spoke. Children, line up. I will begin with a self-introduction. My name is Su Yun Tao, a Grand Soul Master of level 26. Wow, it truly is him. Among all the children, Chen Luo was the smallest, having arrived last, and thus positioning himself at the end of the line. Even from his spot at the fringe, he clearly heard the name Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao was the one who awakened Tang San. Though Chen Luo maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his heart raced with excitement. If given the chance, he yearned to approach Su Yuntao and inquire about Tang San. Douluo was the first novel Chen Luo had ever read despite the years that had passed since. The characters from the story remained vividly etched in his memory. Whether it was due to his remarkable memory or some other reason, he could recall even the most inconspicuous characters and locations from the tale. Upon learning that he had arrived in the world of Douluo, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming thrill. Subsequently, the revelation that Xiao village was situated next to Shanghun village sent his excitement to new heights. Everything felt so serendipitous, and he fervently hoped for more fortuitous events to unfold. As if in response to his hopes, an even more remarkable occurrence took place. Su Yuntao, the one who awakened Tang San, had come to their humble Xiao village in a matter of moments. At most 10 minutes she would conduct Chen Luo's own awakening. With such a stroke of luck, one could only wonder if Su Yuntao had just finished awakening Tang San in Shanghun village before arriving at Xiao village, given their proximity. If that were the case, it would be nothing short of perfect. Following the awakening, he must remember to ask about it. Chen Luo's keen interest in these details stemmed from his urgent desire to ascertain the current timeline within Douluo. Understanding the plot of Douluo was his sole advantage for survival in this world. Of course, he held another hope, the impending spirit awakening. As Su Yuntao conducted his brief introduction, he simultaneously prepared for the awakening of the spirits for the children of Xiao village. 6 dark, round stones were arranged in a hexagonal formation, and a boy stepped forward at Su Yuntao's signal. With that, Su Yuntao activated his own spirit, 2 rings of light, one white, one yellow rising slowly from beneath his feet, while his body experienced a remarkable transformation. His physique expanded considerably. Muscles rippling beneath his skin, his previously short black hair cascaded into long gray locks, and tufts of the same color sprouted from his arms, his fingers extending into glistening claws capable of rending anything asunder. The boy standing before Su Yuntao, witnessing the transformation up close, felt his legs weaken, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes, as if his very soul had been frightened away, leaving him devoid of the ability to think, let alone flee. Not only this boy, but all the children exhibited similar reactions, perfectly embodying the essence of sheer terror. Among them, however, Chen Luo stood as an exception. Instead of fear, his eyes sparkled with fervor, his youthful face alight with longing. Su Yuntao, upon observing the children's reactions, expressed no surprise. His gaze lingered on Chen Luo for a moment longer. For among all the children, Chen Luo's demeanor was the most distinct. Employing the gentlest tone, Su Yuntao skillfully comforted the children, and once their emotions stabilized, he officially commenced the spirit awakening. With a wave of his hand, green light surged forth, merging into the dark stones, and each stone emitted a golden radiance, converging into a golden barrier that enveloped the boy. A moment later, Su Yuntao's authoritative voice echoed, "Extend your right hand." The boy instinctively complied, and in an instant, all the light coalesced to form a sturdy shoulder pole. Next came the soul power test, determining whether the boy could become a soul master. Test result: no soul power. The boy's face fell, while Su Yuntao remained unfazed. Next, golden barriers appeared repeatedly, yet none of the children from Xiao village managed to create a miracle or bring glory to their village. Most of their spirits were commonplace farming tools or ordinary plants, such as blue silvergrass. Despite the presence of 10 children, not a single one possessed soul power, rendering them incapable of becoming soul masters. Finally, it was Chen Luo's turn. Having witnessed the spirit awakening process for all the other children, Chen Luo found himself captivated, his intrigue only growing with each display. Experiencing it live was infinitely more thrilling than reading about it in novels or watching it in animations. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompt, Chen Luo stepped forward and entered the hexagon of 6 stones, silently awaiting the hand of fate. Su Yuntao, calm and collected, refrained from excessive words as he infused soul power into the black stones once more. And at that moment, Chen Luo's spirit awakening began in earnest. Golden light surged forth from the black stones, once again forming a golden barrier, the entire process mirroring that of the other children's awakenings without any deviation. However, the expression on Chen Luo's face, enveloped in a golden glow, starkly contrasted with that of all the other children before him. While those children appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease during their martial soul awakening, Chen Luo was engulfed in profound anguish. Su Yintao also noticed this shift, his gaze fixated on Chen Luo with an earnest intensity. A flicker of astonishment unexpectedly crossed his previously indifferent countenance, mingled with a hint of anticipation. Cold. A bone-chilling cold. This was the most immediate sensation that consumed Chen Luo at that moment. He felt as if he were trapped in an ice cellar or submerged in frigid water. The icy tendrils assaulted him from all directions, driving him to the brink of despair. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the numbing chill gradually receded, accompanied by Su Yuntao's authoritative voice. "Extend your right hand." Instinctively, Chen Luo complied, and in an instant, the icy sensation surged back, but it lingered only briefly before converging into his palm. Activation of the sign-in system. Successful sign-in in the Douluo world. Obtain the martial soul, Death God. A chilling, synthesized female voice resonated abruptly within Chen Luo's mind. Simultaneously, a gray scythe materialized in his grasp. It appeared no different from an ordinary scythe, save for its longer handle and blade. Witnessing this scene, disappointment flickered in Su Yuntao's eyes. I had hoped for a formidable martial soul, yet it turned out to be just a scythe. Su Yuntao presented a blue crystal ball towards Chen Luo. "Come, let us test your soul power." Chen Luo hesitated, still transfixed by the scythe in his hand, his expression a tumult of fervor, surprise, excitement, and confusion. Su Yuntao remarked nonchalantly, "Even if it is a scythe, as long as there is soul power, one can still become a soul master." To Su Yuntao, the complexity of Chen Luo's expression seemed to convey disappointment and bewilderment, prompting him to offer customary words of comfort. At that moment, Chen Luo regained his composure, instinctively nodding before placing his hand upon the blue crystal ball. Can he not see? The death god wielding the scythe. Chen Luo cast a surprised glance at Su Yuntao, yet in the next moment, his attention was drawn back to the blue crystal ball beneath his hand. To his astonishment, the blue crystal ball did not undergo any extravagant transformations. It simply cracked open. P.S. It is imperative to address the protagonist level. If anyone comments without having read the book, I shall ignore it entirely. 1. Influenced by the martial soul and divine level cultivation methods, the protagonist possesses a unique physique capable of harboring an immense amount of soul power, prioritizing quality over speed. Each time he reaches a bottleneck, he consolidates his strength to facilitate future growth. 2. The level of soul power does not equate to the protagonist's might. He remains powerful, and his rate of advancement is unparalleled. This is a tale of invincibility, not one of suffering. 3. His unique physique and formidable soul power lay the groundwork for absorbing higher-tier soul rings. For certain unique skills of the protagonist require substantial soul power. As a foundation, this vast soul power is not a mere fabrication by the author, but intricately linked to his ascension post-level 30. 5. Is not a forced integration with the main cast. It is crucial to understand that the protagonist is Chen Luo. In Shrek, his role is uniquely arranged, not forcibly merged with the 7 Shrek monsters. For those who suggest a name change, please refrain from spreading misconceptions. Different individuals experience the same events under varying circumstances. How does that equate to a name change? Furthermore, in the early stages, the protagonist is relatively weak and is naturally developing in a familiar environment. The chapters set in Shrek are minimal, primarily revisiting classic scenes, often summarized from the protagonist's perspective, and there are not many chapters before the protagonist embarks on independent growth. Additionally, let me briefly touch upon the romantic subplot. The female lead is Xiao, as I disclose here. The soft-bone rabbit is not an ordinary rabbit, at least in my book's context. It is portrayed as such. Please engage with humor rather than taking marketing narratives as gospel. It's all in jest, don't take it too seriously. When reading a novel, there's no need to make it overly tragic. Xiao's character will also evolve due to the protagonist's influence, becoming less irksome. Everyone is unique in their responses. Many may feel that this disrupts the so-called 3 or 5 CP, but we can fully immerse ourselves in the narrative. If you were to traverse into the Douluo world and were acquainted with Xiao Wu alongside Tang San, would you choose to facilitate their union or pursue your own desires? If you do not favor Xiao Wu, consider my words as unspoken. There is no absolute fit, only the timing of encounters matters. If you like someone, pursue them. It is inherently correct. If you believe you could do better, why should you relinquish her? Failure is a different matter entirely. When opportunities present themselves, one must seize them and strive diligently. If Tang San and Xiao Wu are already familiar and have established an emotional foundation, and the protagonist attempts to interfere as a third party, that becomes a matter of values. For those who cannot overlook Tang Hao, please refer to chapter 138, where Xiao Wu is merely a soul ring and soul bone for Tang San in Tang Hao's presence, waiting for Tang San to develop the capacity to absorb them. If one believes there exists a form of love among children that prevents title de law from intervening, consider my silence on the matter. The later stages diverge significantly. Thus, the protagonist's presence or absence in the early stages does not substantially impact this aspect. Furthermore, many readers inexplicably utter the term T-I-N-G-U, and I find myself curious as to whether they truly comprehend the meaning of these two characters. A popular internet slang refers to an individual who, despite receiving no affection from the other party, persists in humbling themselves by offering their warmth to someone who remains cold towards them. That it characterizes those who, devoid of dignity and principles, incessantly fawn over others. Particularly in romantic contexts, even when they are fully aware that the other party does not harbor any feelings for them, it is not merely an act of kindness that qualifies one as a. Otherwise, everyone in the world would be one. There are not so many in existence. While it may be acceptable to jest about this term occasionally, it is truly disheartening when people, unaware of its true meaning, propagate it mindlessly. Thus, I felt compelled to mention this here. That I hold deep respect for each of my readers, and I respond to all comments regarding this chapter. Any areas requiring improvement will be addressed promptly, and I will issue apologies as necessary. However, I also hope that readers can extend the same respect towards me. If you enjoy my work, please support it wholeheartedly, and if not, simply move on to the next book. There is no need to spread negativity that impacts the author and misleads fellow readers. It is truly unnecessary. I genuinely detest the need to include such matters within the main text, and I am at my wit's end regarding this. My sincerest apologies. 002. The innate level 17 blue crystal ball shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sphere was covered in cracks, subsequently crumbling into pieces. Chen Luo's hand lingered in the air, his expression one of bewilderment. Su Yuntao did not exhibit a significant reaction, merely a flicker of astonishment in his gaze, which quickly transformed into realization. It seems this object has reached its limit of usage. When your hand was placed upon it just now, did you experience any particular sensation? Su Yuntao inquired, looking towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo withdrew his hand and shook his head. None. This was not a deliberate lie to conceal anything. He truly felt no distinct sensation. That if he were to articulate any feeling, it might be that the blue crystal ball felt somewhat cool. Su Yuntao nodded, noting that he had not sensed any change in soul power from Chen Luo. This must indicate that the soul power testing ball has reached its maximum usage. Even an innate full soul power would not result in such a scenario. And besides, how could a scythe martial soul possibly possess innate full soul power? Su Yuntao retrieved another soul power testing ball and gestured for Chen Luo to place his hand upon it once more. Chen Luo complied, and this time, no unexpected occurrences transpired as Chen Luo's hand made contact with the soul power testing ball. It vibrated momentarily before emitting a dazzling light. In that instant, Chen Luo experienced a notable sensation. The residual chill from his body was rapidly converging towards his palm, only to be absorbed by the blue crystal ball. The bone-chilling cold he had felt during his martial soul awakening left an indelible mark on him. Even after the martial soul awakening was complete and the icy sensation dissipated, a lingering chill remained within Chen Luo, causing him considerable discomfort. During the soul power testing process, the chill was drawn away, replaced by a wave of warmth that Chen Luo found quite enjoyable. After a brief moment, the soul power test concluded. Innate level 7 soul power. Su Yuntao's voice resonated throughout the wooden cabin, his former authority entirely replaced by excitement and exhilaration. To think that a child with innate level 7 soul power could emerge here. And his martial soul is a scythe. After all the effort expended over these many days, a delightful surprise rather than a fright had finally materialized. At only level 7. In contrast to Su Yuntao's overwhelming joy, Chen Luo appeared somewhat perplexed. Hearing Chen Luo's murmured words, Su Yuntao shot him an exasperated glare. What nonsense are you uttering, child? When I tested my soul power, I was merely at innate level 2. And you have already reached innate level 7, yet you still find it insufficient. Furthermore, your martial soul is not some useless blue-silver grass, but rather a scythe, a weapon with combat capabilities. You are destined to become an exceptional weapon soul master. The more Su Yuntao spoke, the more animated he became, nearly shaking Chen Luo's shoulders in his enthusiasm. Already at innate level 7, and still dissatisfied? I might as well find a plot of land to farm if I am only innate level 2. A smile broke across Chen Luo's face as he mused inwardly. If this is the reaction to innate level 7 soul power, what would happen if they knew my innate level is actually 17? Before Chen Luo floated a holographic panel visible only to him, displaying lines of information. Host, Chen Luo, martial soul, death god. Current soul power level, 17. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's soul power test results, Su Yuntao's gaze towards him shifted dramatically, from initial indifference to admiration and optimism. In that fleeting moment, he realized that he had foolishly considered taking Chen Luo as a disciple. He simply did not possess the qualifications. Chen Luo required a far superior mentor. Su Yuntao grinned. I will report your situation truthfully, and I believe many elders will take an interest in you. Well then, I must hurry to the next village for martial soul awakenings. I am eager to complete all tasks and return to report on your situation. Su Yuntao chuckled as he patted Chen Luo's shoulder. I am confident we will meet again soon. Having expressed all his thoughts in a flurry of excitement, Su Yuntao began to swiftly gather his belongings. On the surface, Chen Luo appeared remarkably calm, but internally, he was brimming with exhilaration. Just moments ago, he had acquired a sign-in system and, through it, obtained the top-tier martial soul, death god. Regardless of who it was, such an achievement would evoke immense excitement and joy, for one's fate could now be wielded in their own hands. No one could fathom the anxiety and unease that Chen Luo had experienced during his initial days in this world. He possessed no background in this realm. The only support he had was his knowledge of the Duel world and the martial soul he was about to awaken. Should his martial soul prove dismal or his innate soul power woefully low, even with an encyclopedic knowledge of Douluo, his prospects would likely remain bleak, even if he wished to rely on others. One must possess the capital and strength to do so. A weakling, no matter how hard they strive, could never truly integrate into the circle of the strong. Now, however, with the essential system in place for a traverser and the acquisition of a top-tier martial soul right from the start, the future appeared bright. Struggling to contain his emotions, Chen Luo hesitated briefly before finally addressing Su Yuntao. Uncle, may I inquire if you have visited Holy Soul Village? Chen Luo had been attentive to every word Su Yuntao spoke, and upon hearing him mention the phrase blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul, he immediately thought of Tang San, but had yet to find an opportunity to inquire about him. Upon hearing Chen Luo's question, Su Yuntao halted his movements and looked at him, responding warmly. I visited just yesterday. What would you like to know? Chen Luo instantly became animated, exclaiming, Then, may I ask if you encountered a child named Tang San during the martial soul awakenings in Holy Soul Village? How did his awakening go? He then added, He is my friend. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao chuckled. Are you referring to that child with innate full soul power who awakened the useless martial soul? Blue silver grass? He must be the one. That's the only Tang San I can recall. Indeed, that's him. Chen Luo's tone shifted to one of palpable excitement. It seems that his arrival in the Duel world coincided perfectly with Tang San. Had Chen Luo not obtained the sign-in system and the death god martial soul, he would have sought every opportunity to cling to Tang San's coattails. albeit with the prerequisite of possessing sufficient strength and capital. Otherwise, Tang San would undoubtedly overlook him. But now, the scenario was entirely different. He no longer needed to cling to Tang San, for he had become the substantial asset himself. His keen interest in the timeline of Douluo and Tang San's circumstances stemmed largely from his desire to seize as many opportunities as possible that Tang San encountered. Su Yuntao, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Your friend is truly unfortunate. Although he possesses innate full soul power, he awakened a worthless soul, and no matter how blue-silver grass evolves, it remains blue-silver grass. A worthless soul will always be just that. Even if he becomes a soul master, he will likely remain a mere mediocre soul master. You, however, are different. Your future is exceedingly bright." Su Yuntao once again stood before Chen Luo. Patting him gently on the shoulder, the gaze he directed toward Chen Luo had transformed from mere appreciation to profound admiration and high expectations. Chen Luo offered a faint smile, inwardly reflecting, "Elder brother, your discernment is truly remarkable." After tidying up his belongings, Su Yuntao departed from Xiao village. Before leaving, he expressed many encouraging words to Chen Luo, and had it not been for his pressing mission, he likely would have taken Chen Luo back to the spirit hall with him. The old village chief, who had been waiting outside the branch hall, was naturally aware of Chen Luo's spirit awakening. Soon, the news spread throughout Xiao village that Chen Luo had attained innate soul power of level 7. With a spirit resembling a scythe and merely a morning, Chen Luo transformed from an unpopular outsider into the beacon of hope for the entire village. Throughout the day, the villagers were abuzz with discussions about Chen Luo. "I've believed in this child since he was small. He is the future hope of our Xiao village." The day the old village chief brought Chen Luo back to the village, "I knew we were destined for greatness." While the villagers fixated on Chen Luo, he himself lay in bed, delving into his system and spirit. The system he acquired was known as the Invincible Sign-In System. This system was exceedingly straightforward, comprising 3 interfaces: the personal interface, the task interface, and the lottery interface. Chen Luo had previously accessed the personal interface during his soul power testing, clearly viewing his current power status. Now, he opened the task interface. Main task: sign in at Nodding City and enter the Spirit Hall. Side task: sign in at the Black Forest. Simply arrive at the destination. The Black Forest was a grove located to the east of the village. Rumored to be perilous, Chen Luo furrowed his brow but soon smiled, thinking, "It's merely a matter of reaching that place, that I wonder what the rewards will be. They shouldn't be too disappointing, especially since the system granted me a divine spirit right from the start." Adhering to the principle of proximity, Chen Luo decided to focus on the side task. He would undoubtedly go to Nodding City to enter the Spirit Hall, but in the meantime, he might as well complete the side task. Closing the task interface, he opened the lottery interface. The lottery interface featured a massive spinning wheel, shrouded in a layer of dark mist. Chen Luo attempted to inspect the wheel's contents, but was met with a notification: insufficient lottery points. Complete tasks to earn lottery points. It was only then that he noticed the information displayed above the lottery wheel, indicating his current lottery points. Lottery points. When he wondered how many points were required for a single draw. The minimum point consumption for a draw is 5. Understood. Chen Luo felt invigorated, preparing to set off for the Black Forest to the east of the village. Before doing so, however, he took a moment to inspect his spirit. Extending his right hand, a gray glow erupted, and a scythe materialized in his grasp. This scythe resembled an ordinary one, albeit larger and entirely gray, but merely 5 or 6 years of age. The scythe appeared quite enormous in his small hands. Yet, Chen Luo's focus was not on the scythe itself, but rather on the figure that wielded it. Describing it as a person would be misleading. It was more akin to a phantom. This entity also grasped the scythe, but its form was ethereal, existing in a state that was both present and absent. Chen Luo could not discern its face, only sensing its presence that at times it resembled a grotesque monster, while at others it appeared as a faceless youth, and in an instant it seemed to mirror Chen Luo himself. When Chen Luo sought to see it, it hovered before him. When he glanced at the scythe, they appeared to overlap. The scythe in his hand served as a bridge connecting the two, with the phantom firmly holding onto it, regardless of its manifestation. This was Chen Luo's spirit. The Grim Reaper. It seemed others could not perceive the existence of the Grim Reaper. Only witnessing the scythe itself, Chen Luo deduced this from Su Yuntao's reaction upon seeing his spirit, which was advantageous for him, as he preferred not to attract undue attention. The Grim Reaper instilled in Chen Luo a profound sense of strength. Even at this early stage of awakening, he felt significant changes in his body, with both power and perception greatly enhanced. However, in the narratives of Douluo, he had yet to encounter anyone whose physical capabilities had dramatically improved due to their spirit awakening. While it was true that a spirit awakening would enhance a soul master's physical constitution, such an exaggerated increase was unprecedented if it were indeed the spirit that augmented his physical prowess. Aside from exceptionally unique spirits, it would likely be akin to a body spirit among the second-tier spirits. Could it be that the Grim Reaper shares a similarity with body spirits? If it could continuously enhance his physical strength and perception in tandem with his growing abilities, then this spirit would indeed be extraordinarily formidable. Chen Luo harbored a strong intuition that his hypothesis was correct. Without obtaining a soul ring, merely gazing at his spirit yielded little insight. After admiring it for a moment, he retracted his spirit, seizing the opportunity to embark on the side task to the Black Forest to the east of the village. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by the old village chief's voice from outside. Chen Luo. Are you home, Grandpa Village Chief? I'm here. Chen Luo quickly adjusted his demeanor and went to open the door. Upon opening it, he found the old village chief standing there, brimming with vitality, his wrinkled face adorned with a joyful smile, tinged with a hint of pride. Before Chen Luo could inquire about the village chief's visit, the old man spoke directly. Everyone in the village knows about your spirit awakening, since the day I brought you back. You have become a member of Xiao Village. Our village has the opportunity to send one student each year to a specialized Soul Master Academy to learn everything about being a Soul Master. And the entire village has unanimously agreed to grant this opportunity to you. The old village chief said with a grin. It may sound humorous, but our village hasn't utilized this opportunity for many years. Despite its rarity, it was only secured when our village produced a Soul Emperor. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo instinctively twitched the corner of his mouth, with the Holy Soul Village having produced a Soul Sage, and Xiao Village boasting a Soul Emperor. It was no wonder they were neighboring villages that if all goes well, the Soul Emperor's spirit from Xiao Village must have a significant connection to the name Xiao. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. Chen Luo readily agreed. Even if he chose not to attend the Soul Master Academy, it wouldn't be long before someone from the Spirit Hall came to approach him. Su Yuntao's excitement was not feigned. Possessing innate soul power of level 7 carried considerable weight. Fortunately, the soul power testing orb did not reveal the true extent of Chen Luo's soul power. Otherwise, an innate soul power of level 17 would undoubtedly create a stir in this world that in reality. The soul power testing orb had indeed registered his abilities, while he need not worry about his development. Chen Luo still desired to attend the Soul Master Academy, not for any other reason but to make more friends. With Xiao Village and Holy Soul Village being so close, it was highly likely they shared the same Soul Master Academy. Excellent. The old village chief, delighted by Chen Luo's affirmative response, chuckled. I'll come to fetch you tomorrow. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. Tomorrow? Don't we have to wait 3 months before going to the Nodding Soul Master Academy? The old village chief replied with a smile. Indeed, but tomorrow I will take you to explore Nodding City and familiarize you with the surroundings, although the Nodding Soul Master Academy does not commence for another 3 months. We cannot afford to waste time waiting idly. Our village has indeed produced a Soul Emperor in the past, yet the current villagers know too little about Soul Masters that I wish to take you to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City to learn some knowledge about Soul Masters in advance. At the very least, to learn the methods of cultivating soul power. Time is incredibly precious for a Soul Master. We cannot let it slip away. If possible, we would even like for you to start your development in Nodding City tomorrow. As Xiao Village is simply too small for you. You are our hope. Today would be too late, and you have only just awakened your spirit. You need to rest well. That it seemed that he could embark on his journey to Nodding City ahead of schedule and complete the main task. Chen Luo nodded vigorously. Understood, Grandpa Village Chief. Upon hearing the words of the venerable village elder, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping his heart, while he remained unaware of the circumstances of the other villagers. It was evident that this elder was a truly kind-hearted individual, wholly devoted to the welfare of others. Had it not been for him, the original owner of this body would likely have perished in some forgotten corner. thus depriving Chen Luo of the opportunity to live anew in the days since his arrival in this world. Chen Luo had consistently sensed the elder's goodwill and concern for him, for which he felt profound gratitude. Let us leave it at that for now. If you desire anything for lunch, I shall prepare it for you upon my return, the elder declared before taking his leave. With a smile, Chen Luo replied, I would like fish for lunch. I intend to go fishing by the river to the east of the village. The elder smiled kindly and nodded. Very well. Then do hurry back. Upon your return, I shall cook for you. Make sure to prepare a larger pot, and perhaps a big water bucket as well. Chen Luo chuckled. Rest assured, I will be ready by the time you return. After the elder departed, Chen Luo retreated to his dwelling to gather his fishing gear. However, his intent was not to actually fish. Rather, he sought a pretext to venture into the dark woods to the east of the village. If time permitted, he might indeed try his hand at fishing for a while. Before long, he arrived at the riverbank, concealed his fishing paraphernalia, and made his way directly to the dark woods. As he traversed the path, faint cries of children reached his ears, laced with urgency and fear. Hastening his pace, Chen Luo discerned that the cries emanated from the direction of the dark woods. The sound grew nearer, and soon he reached his destination, just as he had surmised. It was indeed the dark woods. Though the woods lay at least 3 miles from the riverbank, Chen Luo's keen perception allowed him to hear the children's distress from afar, not far ahead. 2 children, no more than 10 years of age, clung to a tree trunk, while a few bundles of firewood lay strewn about at the base of the tree. Before them stood a ferocious tiger, poised to pounce. Clearly, these children, who had ventured out to gather firewood, had encountered the beast and, in their desperation, climbed the tree. The situation was dire. The tiger was ready to charge, seemingly prepared to launch an attack on the children above. Fortunately, Chen Luo's arrival did not draw the attention of the beast, as he observed the scene before him, his brow furrowing in concern. Shall I become the hero who slays the tiger? I cannot simply stand by and watch those children meet their demise. Without further hesitation, he extended his right hand, and with a mere thought, the scythe of death materialized in his grasp. Another hand grasped the scythe, perfectly overlapping with Chen Luo's. This was the Grim Reaper himself. Summoning the soul of death imbued Chen Luo with newfound strength, rendering him undaunted by the ferocious tiger ahead. Act now, delay no longer, or it will be too late. Chen Luo firmly gripped the scythe of death and took a step forward. Just as he was about to become the hero of the hour, a peculiar sound caught his attention. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the dense thicket nearby, striking the tiger squarely in the head. Thud! The tiger collapsed lifelessly to the ground, relieving the children of their peril. A young man in his 20s emerged from the foliage, his dark skin contrasting with his plain attire, though unassuming in appearance. His muscular build and the longbow he held drew attention. With a swift motion, the young man made the bow vanish. Presumably, it was his sole weapon. You too, hurry back. This place is perilous, rife with ferocious beasts. Do not return here again, he called to the children in the tree. Understood, Uncle Dehe. The children replied promptly. They descended from the tree in haste, abandoning their hard-earned firewood as they fled, after casting a glance at the fallen tiger. The young man did not linger and quickly followed the children. They must be villagers from Xiao village, Chen Luo mused quietly. Having retracted his sole weapon, he remained in place, awaiting the completion of his designated task within the woods. After a considerable wait, Chen Luo grew impatient and resolved to depart. However, just as he turned to leave, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Uncertain whether it was a moment of madness or clarity, he found himself returning to the tiger's corpse, standing before the massive creature. Chen Luo swallowed hard. The tiger, at least 5 meters in length, appeared formidable. Having viewed it from a distance earlier, he had not fully grasped its size. Now, standing so close, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Striving to calm himself, he extended his right hand and laid it upon the tiger's lifeless body. This action felt instinctual, devoid of conscious thought. Moments later, he abruptly yanked his hand away, and a swirling mass of gray mist emerged from the tiger's remains. This, the soul of the tiger? What in the world is happening? As confusion clouded his mind, the scythe of death reappeared in his grasp. The scythe made contact with the gray mist, and in an instant, the mist vanished as though absorbed by the scythe. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Chen Luo's mind. Successful check-in at the dark woods. Obtained soul harvest and awakening. Task completed. Eagerly, Chen Luo examined his rewards. Soul Harvest. Reap souls to enhance strength. Awakening. Control the dead for one's own use. These two skills appeared tailored specifically for his soul weapon, the Grim Reaper. The methods of utilizing these abilities were imprinted in his mind, allowing him to wield them with remarkable proficiency whenever he desired. That I feel distinctly stronger. I can sense an increase in my soul power. This must be the effect of Soul Harvest. Chen Luo's gaze returned to the scythe of death in his hand, excitement and exhilaration evident on his face. Now, let us test Awakening. Raising the scythe of death, he executed no elaborate maneuvers and simply brought it down upon the tiger's corpse. The blade of the scythe pierced the tiger's body, yet no gaping wounds or spattering blood ensued. Suddenly, a tremendous force emanated from the scythe of death, and in that instant, Chen Luo felt his entire strength being siphoned away. His soul power depleted in an instant. Concurrently, a gray glow enveloped the lifeless tiger, which slowly opened its eyes and rose to its feet. The tiger had been brought back to life, yet it had lost its intelligence. Remaining a soulless entity capable of combat, its eyes had turned a dull gray, and its physique appeared more robust. Wisps of gray energy swirled around its form. This Awakening. Truly formidable, though drained of his soul power. Chen Luo's excitement and elation remained undiminished. He could distinctly perceive that the combat prowess of the tiger before him had more than doubled compared to its former self. Reviving the dead and augmenting their strength for one's own use was an extraordinary feat. The most astonishing aspect was that Awakening seemed devoid of any time constraints. Incredible! Chen Luo's smile broadened. It appears I need not worry about returning safely. He recalled the earlier admonitions of Dehe to the children. And though he was in a state of heightened excitement, he remained cognizant of the dangers surrounding him. With the presence of a tiger in these dark woods, it was likely that other fierce beasts lurked nearby. Perhaps due to the differences in this world, even ordinary beasts were far larger than those he had encountered in his previous life. This was his first encounter with such a colossal tiger, and he wished to avoid any further encounters with other monstrous creatures on his way back. Without lingering further, Chen Luo commanded the tiger to lead the way as he began his return journey. The scythe of death remained firmly in his grip, and he maintained a heightened state of vigilance. Once he successfully exited the dark woods, he would allow the tiger to perish again. He did not wish to attract undue attention, as being too conspicuous would only invite unnecessary trouble. Special task detected. Would you like to accept? The sudden chime of the system echoed in Chen Luo's mind, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming sense of danger surged towards him. 005. The Death God's Art. Sensing the imminent peril, Chen Luo instantly tensed every nerve in his being, gripping the scythe of death with an unconscious increase in intensity. The system's prompt was indeed courteous. This special task was one he had no choice but to accept. Chen Luo chuckled bitterly to himself and promptly chose to accept the mission. Special task accepted. Completing this special task will yield a certain probability of obtaining exquisite rewards. Special task. Eliminate the giant python. A faint rustling sound, reminiscent of wind stirring the leaves, reached his ears. Had Chen Luo not been sufficiently perceptive, he would have easily overlooked this sound that it was coming. Chen Luo swallowed hard, entering a battle-ready state. While the fierce tiger before him prepared for the impending clash, the hunter's presence had been detected by the prey, and the concealed predator no longer lingered in the shadows, charging forth brazenly. The rustling sound he had heard earlier grew louder, drawing ever closer. Chen Luo held his breath, focusing intently on the direction ahead, when suddenly a massive figure burst forth from the thicket. His eyes widened involuntarily, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Before him lay a python as thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long, its gaping maw revealing a strikingly crimson forked tongue that flicked in and out ominously. Such a colossal creature was undeniably terrifying. Even more chilling was the realization that this behemoth had managed to ambush him silently on his way back. Chen Luo took a deep breath, summoning all his strength. There was no possibility of retreat now. Only a desperate fight to the finish awaited him. The giant python before him was likely not a soul beast, as it emitted no aura of soul power. It was merely a gigantic wild beast. Yet, this did not signify good news, for soul beasts varied in rank, and it was evident that this monstrous entity surpassed even the typical low-tier soul beasts in might. Chen Luo understood all too well that he was no match for the giant python. Even with his soul power awakened and his formidable martial spirit, he was still far too weak in the face of this serpent. Even if it wasn't classified as a soul beast, had he possessed a soul ring, the situation could have been radically different. However, he remained undeterred, for he had an unflinching ally at his side. Fixating on the swiftly advancing python, Chen Luo gestured decisively to the fierce tiger, issuing the command, "Kill it." Without hesitation, the tiger sprang into action, undeterred by the monstrous creature before it, despite the stark contrast in their sizes. In that moment, their spirits were equally formidable. The python seemed to sense the perilous atmosphere, momentarily pausing to glance at a great tree to its left before charging recklessly towards Chen Luo's position. This detail did not escape Chen Luo's notice. Could there be another presence here? He was certain that the python's paws had nothing to do with the fierce tiger. Following the python's gaze, he studied the tree, but after a moment, his doubts and apprehensions swiftly dissipated, and his focus returned to the approaching giant python. In the blink of an eye, the distance of a mere 10 meters was closed as the two titans clashed without any further standoff. The python opened its gaping maw, its razor-sharp fangs glinting ominously as it lunged towards the tiger with ferocious speed. In contrast, the tiger appeared as a mere kitten next to the python. Yet this very fact enhanced its agility, propelling it like a cannonball towards the python's neck. With remarkable ease, the tiger evaded the python's strike and successfully sank its teeth into the serpent's neck, sending a spray of blood erupting forth as the python let out a pained roar. Bang! The tiger brought the python crashing to the ground, its teeth piercing through the serpent's scales, locking onto its neck. In mere moments, the ground was drenched in the python's blood. The python, however, swiftly coiled its massive body around the tiger, squeezing with relentless force. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed, sending chills down the spine. The tiger's body contorted grotesquely, yet it never released its grip, tightening its jaws even further as the python's blood continued to saturate the earth. Chen Luo, who had initially contemplated joining the fray, now abandoned that thought. Though he had regained some strength, he sheathed the scythe of death, the worry and tension on his face replaced by a calm demeanor of calculated strategy, for he had already foreseen the outcome. If the tiger were alive, it would have lost count of how many times it had perished by now. Yet the crucial factor was that it was indeed dead, feeling no pain and unlikely to perish again. What could the python possibly do to contend with it? Even with its massive size, the python was doomed. Having been seized by the tiger at its most vulnerable point, the tiger's attacks retained its primal instinct, targeting the neck of its prey for a swift kill, which had led to the current predicament. Blood flowed freely from the wound on the python's neck, its strength waning rapidly. Before long, the python was utterly lifeless. Even in death, the python clung tightly to the tiger, which remained resolutely fastened to the serpent's neck, despite its form being unrecognizable. The outcome matched Chen Luo's expectations, though the scene was considerably more gruesome. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo stood still for a moment before slowly approaching the corpses of the giant python and the tiger. His cautious approach proved wise. 3 minutes after the python's demise, it suddenly thrashed its tail violently, wreaking havoc across the surrounding area. Had Chen Luo ventured close to the python's body at that moment, he likely would have met the same cold fate. Though the bloodied ground stained his shoes, Chen Luo paid it no mind. Making his way to the python's carcass, he extended his right hand, pressing it against the python's body, and then pulled upward. A plume of gray mist emerged, denser than that which had been found in the tiger's remains. In the next instant, the scythe of death reappeared in Chen Luo's grasp, its blade plunging mercilessly into the gray mist, which vanished instantaneously. Instantly revitalized, Chen Luo felt a surge of power coursing through him. Furthermore, his soul power received a significant boost. Having completed his task, Chen Luo turned and departed without a backward glance. The tiger lay lifeless, the gray hue in its eyes extinguished, reverting to dull, lifeless pupils. On his way back, Chen Luo encountered no further dangers. In that forest, the tiger and the python had likely constituted the greatest threats, both now thoroughly vanquished. Not long after Chen Luo's departure, a figure leapt down from a nearby tree. In his 20s, with dark skin and a longbow tightly gripped in his hand, it was Dehei. At that moment, a white halo hovered beneath Dehei's feet as he cautiously approached the remains of the giant python and the tiger, his gaze fixed intently upon the two massive corpses. Despite the relatively short distance, Dehei took considerable time to reach the scene, ensuring that both colossal beasts were indeed dead. He then glanced in the direction Chen Luo had taken, his face awash with shock. Task completed. Giant python eliminated. Congratulations, host, on receiving the exquisite reward, Death God's Art. As Chen Luo stepped out of the dark forest, he immediately received the notification of his task's completion, upon hearing that he had obtained an exquisite reward. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurried to inspect it. 006, Nodding City, Death God's Art, a divine-level cultivation technique. A blue holographic panel floated before Chen Luo, displaying the information regarding the exquisite reward triggered by the completion of his special task. The description was succinct, lacking any elaborate embellishments. The term divine level spoke volumes. At that moment, an incredibly profound piece of information regarding the technique surged into Chen Luo's mind. No effort was required to comprehend it. With a mere thought, he could activate the technique as if he had employed it countless times before. Chen Luo's heart raced with exhilaration. What he most desperately needed at this juncture was a suitable cultivation method. Once he confirmed that there was no one around, Chen Luo promptly settled himself in a cross-legged position upon the ground and began to circulate his cultivation technique. There were no hindrances whatsoever. The flow of the technique was remarkably smooth, even devoid of the awkwardness typically associated with a first attempt. It felt to Chen Luo as if he were engaged in an activity he had performed countless times before with utmost proficiency. In a short span of time, a series of invisible energies began to swirl around him, continually merging into his body. These energies, drawn from the very fabric of the universe, were exceptionally pure, free from any impurities. Chen Luo relished the process of cultivation, becoming completely absorbed in it. He could distinctly sense himself growing stronger, not only in terms of his soul power, but also in the fortitude of his physique. Realizing that it was getting late, he reluctantly concluded his meditative state and rose to continue on his way. He had arrived at the Black Forest close to noon, and by the time he exited, it was already evening. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the riverside, casually catching a fish to bring back. Grandfather Village Chief, the fish is ready. A fire crackled before an old wooden house, where Chen Luo presented the grilled fish to the elderly village chief. The village chief received the fish with a smile, exclaiming, "What a sizable catch! It seems that my grandson and I shall have more than we can eat." He placed the fish into a large bowl on the table and continued, "Ah, it smells delightful. I never expected you to be skilled at grilling fish, Chen Luo. Today, I am indeed fortunate." As he took a bite of the grilled fish, its tender texture and sweetness exploded in his mouth. A culinary delight. The village chief couldn't stop himself, exclaiming, "Delicious! Absolutely delicious! I have never tasted such exquisite grilled fish before." Although slightly charred, the flavor remained delightful. Chen Luo sampled his own creation, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. As they savored the fish, the village chief suddenly expressed his thoughts. "Chen Luo, it feels as though I am dreaming. Just a few days ago, you were on the brink of death, and now you are able to grill fish for me. Most remarkably, you have awakened your martial soul with innate soul power at level 7. To be honest, I never even dared to dream of such a thing." Chen Luo smiled faintly, acknowledging that he too had never imagined he would find himself in the world of Douluo. Even after several days in this realm, he still felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. "Unfortunately, I have no idea where your family is. If they knew of your martial soul awakening, they would surely be overjoyed." The village chief remarked. Chen Luo appeared unfazed, replying, "I have no family. I possess no recollection of any so-called relatives, nor of the past. I only remember my name." This was not a lie. The body he inhabited retained no memories of its former life. Not even its name, which was simply borrowed from Chen Luo's original identity. "Do not worry, my dear boy, for I shall be your family if my little Chen Luo does not mind," the village chief reassured him. Chen Luo beamed. "How could I ever mind? It was you who saved my life. Had you not brought me back, I might have become nothing more than a pile of decaying bones." He felt immense gratitude towards the kind elder before him, genuinely sensing a familial bond. That it was not merely a debt of life saved, but also the meticulous care he had received. Some so-called relatives could never compare. By the way, grandfather, is the hay from our village?" Chen Luo inquired. The village chief nodded with a smile. "Indeed. What is it? Did you happen to see him today?" Chen Luo replied, "I encountered him in the Black Forest to the east of the village. 2 children had run into a large tiger, and Dahe saved them. I learned his name from those children." "You ventured to the eastern Black Forest today?" I thought you were out fishing. I wondered why you did not return for lunch. The village chief's voice grew animated. You foolish child, did I not tell you that place is exceedingly dangerous? It harbors not only a great tiger, but also a massive snake. Years ago, my son sought to eliminate that snake, and he never returned. Such creatures are man-eaters. I have heard that snake is dozens of meters long, with a girth greater than 4 wooden tables combined. It is truly terrifying. The old man grew increasingly agitated, his fists clenched and his eyes reddening as he spoke. That I killed that snake. Chen Luo interjected casually. That in truth, it was not as exaggerated as you described. It was merely 17 or 18 meters long, at most 20, and as thick as a large water barrel. 4 wooden tables? Now, that is an exaggeration. Chen Luo had not intended to reveal his encounter with the snake. But upon hearing the village chief attribute his son's disappearance to it, he felt compelled to ease the old man's heart. The village chief, taken aback by Chen Luo's words, regarded him with astonishment. After a moment, he chuckled dismissively. Chen Luo, do not jest with your grandfather. Even if you have awakened your martial soul, how could a child like you possibly kill a great snake? Chen Luo merely smiled and chose not to elaborate further. The village chief continued. Dehe is one of the few soul masters to emerge from our village. After his martial soul awakening, he possessed only level 1 innate soul power, despite his diligent training. His talent was insufficient, and he could not graduate from the Soul Master Academy. Not wanting to venture elsewhere, he returned to the village, declaring he wished to protect it. Sigh, that Dehe is a foolish boy. He could thrive anywhere as a soul master, yet he chooses to remain in our small mountain village. Tomorrow we shall head to Nodding City, and Dehe will accompany us for protection. In the inky sky hung a crescent moon, adorned by twinkling stars. The village nights were always serene, filled only with the sounds of insects, devoid of the lively hustle and bustle often found in urban settings. After finishing the grilled fish with the village chief, Chen Luo returned home, relieved that he had done so early. Had he lingered any longer, the village chief would have needed to escort him back with a torch. He found it peculiar how quickly darkness descended in this place. Upon returning home, Chen Luo sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a state of cultivation. The following morning, the village chief arrived at Chen Luo's door, accompanied by Dehe. Due to their impending journey to the city, the village chief had donned a new outfit, though it remained a simple, coarse cloth, merely appearing fresh, clad in deep blue with gray trousers. Alongside his stooped, aged frame and his remarkably spirited eyes, one might say the old man looked rather dapper today. Dehe maintained the same attire as the previous day, dressed in gray cloth stained with dirt and, faintly, blood. He stood tall and upright, appearing quite ordinary, yet emanating an air of maturity despite being only in his 20s. The village chief leaned on his cane, while Dehe carried a bundle on his back. Chen Luo, you truly are something else. I specifically mentioned our plans to enter the city yesterday evening and told you to wake early. Yet here you are, still in dreamland. The village chief chuckled with a hint of helplessness, his tone lacking any real reproach. Dehe interjected. Perhaps he is still recovering from yesterday's exertions. Let him rest a little longer. It is still early, and a slight delay in reaching Nodding City will not matter. Upon hearing this, the village chief's wrinkled face broke into a tender smile, nodding in agreement. Then, as if recalling something, he added with a laugh, that must be it. After all, he did fish all day yesterday. By the way, this child mentioned to me last night that he killed the great snake in the Black Forest to the east of the village. Dehe immediately tensed, replaying the events he had witnessed in the Black Forest the day before in his mind. The massive snake, which had consumed countless lives and posed the greatest threat to the village, had supposedly perished at the hands of a mere 6-year-old child. Even if that child possessed extraordinary abilities, it was still difficult to believe. Dehe, you cannot possibly believe that. Chen Luo was clearly joking. Even if he has awakened his martial soul and possesses level 7 innate soul power, with that small frame of his, he would be more suited to stuff the snake's teeth than to slay it. The village chief laughed heartily. As the village chief conversed with Dehe, Chen Luo opened the door and stepped outside. Having already awakened while the village chief spoke, he quickly tidied himself, aware that they were heading to the city. Albeit as a 6-year-old child, there was not much to arrange. Grandfather, Brother Dehe, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Chen Luo said with genuine remorse. The village chief shook his head with a smile. No worries. We have only just arrived. Dahei's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Luo, who seemed to have a multitude of words to express, yet ultimately only uttered two simple words. Let's go. The distance from Nodding City to Xiaogo village was not particularly great. In less than half a day's time, Chen Luo, under the guidance of Dahei and the old village chief, arrived at their destination. After undergoing a check by the soldiers at the city gate, they entered the city. In contrast to the remote village, Nodding City bore a semblance of urban vitality. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and numerous shops lined the sides, barely qualifying as prosperous. Upon entering the city, Chen Luo and his companions did not linger at the street-side stores, but rather made a beeline for the Spirit Hall. 007. The sought-after Chen Luo, you have yet to enroll in the Nodding Spirit Master Academy. During the school term, outsiders are not permitted to enter, thus you cannot learn about Spirit Master knowledge there. However, the Spirit Hall is different. It welcomes all Spirit Masters with open arms as they walked along the streets of Nodding City. Dahei explained the reason for their direct journey to the Spirit Hall. Understood. Chen Luo nodded. On the road to Nodding City, he had been pondering what excuse to concoct to visit the Spirit Hall and fulfill his mainline sign-in task. Now it seemed he could forego that trouble, and matters were becoming increasingly smooth. In Chen Luo's recollection, it appeared that the cultivation methods of Spirit Masters were not vastly different. At least, the narrative in Douluo did not emphasize the cultivation methods extensively. Aside from Tang San's Xintian treasure record and certain exceptional cases, such as the unique cultivation method of the poison Douluo, there was little mention. Since Dahei was a Spirit Master, he should be well versed in the methods of cultivation. However, Dahei had still made the long journey to Nodding City specifically to learn about Spirit Master knowledge, particularly the cultivation methods. Dahei, aren't all Spirit Masters' cultivation methods the same? You are also a Spirit Master. You could simply teach me the cultivation method directly. Chen Luo, unable to suppress his curiosity after a long silence, finally asked. Dahei chuckled. There are various ranks among people, and naturally, the cultivation methods of Spirit Masters vary in quality. As an ordinary individual like me, I can only learn the most basic cultivation methods. With your innate spirit power at level 7 and possessing a commendable spirit like a scythe, you should strive for superior cultivation methods. I believe that upon our arrival at the Spirit Hall, the personnel there will arrange that for you. In addition to the cultivation methods, you can also learn a wealth of knowledge about Spirit Masters at the Spirit Hall. My abilities are quite limited, and rather than sharing my scattered knowledge with you, it is far better for you to acquire the most legitimate knowledge of Spirit Masters yourself. After all, you are fully qualified for it. Indeed, Chen Luo, once you reach the Spirit Hall, make sure to study diligently. The old village chief chimed in with a smile. Chen Luo nodded lightly, inwardly contemplating. I already possess the pinnacle of cultivation methods, and upon reaching the Spirit Hall, I can certainly learn more about Spirit Master knowledge. As they were about to arrive at the Spirit Hall, the sign-in task should pose no issues, if remaining at the Spirit Hall for a while was necessary for the sign-in to be deemed successful. Then he would take the opportunity to learn more about Spirit Master knowledge. Chen Luo's primary objective for coming to Nodding City was still to complete his mainline sign-in task. The Spirit Hall stood as a hallmark building in any city within this world. Merely asking a passerby for directions would suffice. Before long, Chen Luo, the old village chief, and Dahei reached the entrance of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall appeared grand from the outside, spanning at least 100 meters in width and towering over 20 meters high. Featuring a dome structure across 3 stories, all presented in a shade of grade at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, there were 2 guards. Upon seeing Chen Luo and his companions approach, the guards stepped forward to inquire. May we ask what brings you here? Although the guards appeared somewhat stern, they were courteous in their demeanor. Dahei stepped forward with a smile. I am a Spirit Master, and my brother has also become one. Today, I brought him here to learn about the methods of spirit power cultivation. Upon hearing this, the guards did not obstruct their entry further, nor did they ask any additional questions, simply stepping aside. Dahei led Chen Luo into the Spirit Hall while the old village chief waited outside. Methods of spirit power cultivation. In the reception hall, a female Spirit Master, dressed in a light robe, of average stature and appearance, regarded Dahei and Chen Luo with an expression akin to that reserved for the simple dash-minded. Lu Dahei, should I call you foolish or simply say you are foolish? Aren't the spirit power cultivation methods for Spirit Masters all the same? There's hardly any distinction. You could easily teach your brother how to cultivate. Yang Tsuitsue. Please let me finish. Chen Luo, standing nearby, glanced at the female spirit master named Yang Tsutsue, and then at Dahe. It appeared that Dahe's full name was Lu Dahe, and he seemed to have a good rapport with this Yang Tsutsue. Upon entering the spirit hall, Chen Luo had yet to admire the magnificently grand dome within before being led directly to the reception hall by Lu Dahe. In terms of cultivation methods, Chen Luo had no doubts. His death god art was the most elite, and even if it were not the best, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Within the spirit hall, Chen Luo's attention was primarily focused on the system prompts, eagerly awaiting the melodious notification indicating the completion of his task. Yang Tsutsue continued to regard Lu Dahe with the same incredulous expression. Go on then. I am curious to see what you have to say. You are merely seeking trivial excuses to see me, aren't you? Why would I want you to come? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's gaze towards Lu Dahe and Yang Tsutsue transformed into one of keen curiosity. Before Lu Dahe could respond, Yang Tsutsue interjected again. Don't tell me this little brat's innate spirit power exceeds level 5. How could someone of your rundown village possibly produce such talent? Apologies, but indeed it does. My innate spirit power is level 17. Chen Luo silently boasted a bit in his heart. Lu Dahe nodded vigorously, affirming everything. Indeed, his innate spirit power is level 7. Our humble village has truly produced a talent. As he spoke, Lu Dahe's tone grew resolute, subtly imbued with pride. Are you serious? Yang Tsutsue furrowed her brow. Lu Dahe remained silent, nodding earnestly. Upon realizing that Lu Dahe was not lying, Yang Tsutsue's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. I have never met such an adorable younger brother before. Come, sister will take you to find cultivation methods. Yang Tang beamed at Chen Luo, exuding warmth and enthusiasm, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. Lu Dahe, why are you still standing there? Hurry and order from the best restaurant in Nodding City. Your brother is here for a rare visit. He must be treated well. Yang Tsutsue shot Lu Dahe a glare, then turned to Chen Luo, her smile radiating warmth once more. Oh wait, I misspoke. I suppose it won't be long before you can visit often. With your qualifications, you absolutely can enter the Nodding Spirit Master Academy. Or you could come to the Spirit Hall. Many old-timers will surely take a liking to you. As she spoke, Yang Tsutsue had already approached Chen Luo, gently taking his hand to lead him away. Before departing, she shot Lu Dahe another glare. Stop standing around and go find a restaurant. If you lack money, just put it on my tab. What is mine is yours. Thus, Chen Luo, bewildered, was led away by Yang Tsutsue. Ascending to the third floor was filled with tightly closed rooms, and Yang Tsang guided Chen Luo directly to the leftmost room that appeared to be the Spirit Hall's library. With only a single bookshelf containing a meager collection of books, looking rather shabby as soon as Yang Tsutsue and Chen Luo entered, an elderly voice resonated. What brings you here? Yang Tsutsue promptly responded with respect. Reporting to the elder, this is my younger brother. He possesses innate spirit power of level 7 and wishes to learn the methods of spirit power cultivation. Innate spirit power of level 7? The elder's voice instantly grew excited, followed by a murmuring to himself. Could this child be the one Su Yuntao mentioned? Haha, they just left, and this child comes on his own, the elderly voice approached. Growing closer, having transitioned from the library to appear behind Chen Luo and Yang Tsutsue. Chen Luo turned to see a frail, white-haired old man draped in a black robe emerging from the room across the library. Elder, at this moment, Yang Tsutsue had already turned around and respectfully called out. However, the old man did not even glance at Yang Tsutsue, his gaze fixed intensely on Chen Luo, his eyes ablaze with fervor. What is your name? Chen Luo, he replied calmly, though a sense of unease crept into his heart, wondering why the old man's gaze felt so peculiar, sending shivers down his spine. Chen Luo then noticed the emblem of the Spirit Hall on the old man's black robe, featuring 5 long swords, signifying that this elder was a soul master of the Battle Soul sect. He was astonished to discover that even in such a remote branch of the Spirit Hall, there existed a soul master of the soul sect level. It was no wonder he held the position of elder. Chen Luo. That is a splendid name, the old man exclaimed with a smile. Are you willing to become my disciple? Chen Luo was taken aback, but Yang Tai beside him appeared entirely unfazed, even brimming with excitement. Observing Chen Luo's astonished expression, the elder stroked his chin, adorned with white stubble, and chuckled. Have I been too direct? Did I startle you? That is quite normal. After all, you are still a child. Just know this. If you agree to be my disciple, I guarantee you will have an unobstructed path in your training. I shall take care of all the soul rings you will require. Your talent is quite remarkable. With my assistance, in no more than 20 years, you will undoubtedly surpass my current achievements. Perhaps not. The elder continued to enumerate the benefits of Chen Luo becoming his disciple, but Chen Luo resolutely declined. Although he had lived 2 lives, his experiences had only spanned around 20 years. Nonetheless, he was far from a child. A 6-year-old might have been easily intimidated by the old man's offer, but Chen Luo felt no need for a teacher if he were to seek one. It must be someone of immense strength. When he first arrived in this world, he may have lacked options, but now he possessed the privilege of choice. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's decisive refusal, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. Humph. You young lad, think it over properly. My door shall always remain open for you. With that, the elder retreated into the room opposite the library, firmly closing the door behind him. Chen Luo felt no disturbance within, raising an eyebrow as he pondered. Why had the task for signing in not yet been completed? After the elder departed, Yang Tete cast Chen Luo a disbelieving glance, but said nothing further, leading him into the library. She handed him a special scroll, instructing, try to sense it. It will teach you the most suitable training methods for you. Following her guidance, Chen Luo focused on sensing the scroll in his hands. Even though he had already acquired the Death God technique, it would not hinder him from exploring other soul power cultivation methods. Shortly after, he felt a warm sensation emanating from the scroll, and simultaneously, a wealth of information flooded his mind. However, just as he was about to delve into that information, a cool wave swept through his brain, causing all the details to vanish, along with the warmth from the scroll. Must it be so domineering, denying me the chance to explore other cultivation methods? Chen Luo was momentarily dazed, then suddenly found himself wanting to laugh as he looked down at the scroll in his hands. Realizing it was likely rendered useless, after studying the soul power cultivation methods, he promptly returned the scroll to Tsitsue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Tang took the scroll back, her face reflecting disbelief. So soon? Indeed. Chen Luo nodded, confirming that he had barely had the chance to look before it vanished. Tsitsue cautiously placed the scroll back in its proper place, and then led Chen Luo out. As they descended the stairs, Chen Luo finally heard the system notification he had eagerly anticipated. Sign in at the Spirit Hall of Nodding City successful. Current main quest completed. Reward, Death God Bracelet. 008. New student report, in a restaurant in Nodding City. Yang Tsitsue, true to her word, treated Chen Luo and others to a sumptuous meal, by the time they had eaten their fill and were ready to leave. Tsitsue pressed. Old village chief. I believe Brother Chen Luo could entirely cultivate in Nodding City. The environment here is far superior, and he would have the opportunity to learn much more about soul masters. If he wishes, he could even move in directly to the Spirit Hall. I am certain those old fellows would warmly welcome him. The old village chief responded with a cheerful smile. If that is truly feasible, it would be wonderful, but this matter does not rest with me. Ultimately, it depends on Chen Luo. Initially, our village decided to allow him to cultivate in Nodding City, but we could not afford the high living costs. Now it seems that concern is alleviated, yet the final decision still lies with Chen Luo. Speaking thus, the old village chief turned to Chen Luo. What are your thoughts? Chen Luo shrugged. I prefer to return. The city is too noisy, and it is better to go back to the village. If he remained in Nodding City, he would likely be frequently disturbed. Had he not witnessed the elder from the Spirit Hall's exuberant demeanor, he would hardly have believed that innate soul power at the 7th level could wield such significant influence. The old village chief smiled knowingly at Yang Te and remarked, we respect your choice. Chen Luo, in that case, very well, Tsitsue said. Brother Chen Luo, is there anything you wish to eat or do? Sister will treat you. Chen Luo gently shook his head, having completed the sign-in task in Nodding City. He now wished to return and focus on his training. Were it not for Yang Tsuetsue's earnest invitation and consideration for the old village chief and Lu Dahe's feelings, he would have likely skipped lunch entirely to head back. Yue smiled. Then I can only wish you a safe journey. After all, Brother Chen Luo, you will soon come to Nodding City, and at that time, Sister will treat you to food and fun. Thank you, Sister. Chen Luo responded politely with a smile. Upon their return to Xiaogo village, it was already evening. Chen Luo shared dinner with Lu Dahe at the old village chief's home before they each returned to their own residences. Once home, Chen Luo did not immediately begin training, but instead looked at his left wrist. Under his gaze, a black tattoo, 1 finger wide, gradually emerged around his left wrist. The moment the tattoo formed, a black bracelet appeared on Chen Luo's hand. At first glance, the bracelet appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern countless intricate and profound patterns, resembling various formations intricately intertwined in a unique balance. This was the reward he received for completing the main quest of signing in at Nodding City, the Death God Bracelet. The Death God Bracelet possesses 2 primary functions. Firstly, it serves as a storage space, the size of which is influenced by Chen Luo's strength. As his power grows, the storage can become limitless. Currently, the storage space of the Death God Bracelet is equivalent to that of a wardrobe. Secondly, it acts as a necromancer's space, a place for storing the undead. The undead Chen Luo reawakens will reside in this space, ready to be summoned when needed. Much like the storage space, the size of the necromancer's space is also contingent upon Chen Luo's strength, and at present, the necromancer's space has yet to be activated. He must diligently train to unlock the necromancer's space as soon as possible, allowing him to utilize the awakened powerful undead contained within as a safeguard. Chen Luo gazed at the Death God Bracelet, his intention being to inspire himself. It is only when one has hope that one strives relentlessly. Stowing the Death God Bracelet away, Chen Luo immediately commenced his training. 3 months later. Today marks the opening day of the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy. Early in the morning, the old village chief and Lu Dahe arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep. After a brief tidying up of his belongings, Chen Luo set off alongside the old village chief and Lu Dahe. Throughout these 3 months, Chen Luo had dedicated himself tirelessly to his training, exhibiting remarkable diligence. Having been granted a second chance at life and the opportunity to exert effort, there was no reason not to strive. Chen Luo cherished each day spent in this place, for in his previous life, he had squandered much time, and he was determined not to lead a life of mediocrity again. Presently, Chen Luo's soul power approached level 20. With continued effort, he would soon be able to acquire 2 soul rings simultaneously. However, he intended to obtain his first soul ring after entering the Nodding Academy. Although not acquiring a soul ring does not affect the progress of soul power cultivation, it does limit a soul master's combat capabilities, and Chen Luo had long desired to enhance his combat strength. Moreover, there was a more pressing reason: the refresh of system tasks. After completing the main quest of signing in at Nodding City, no new main tasks had emerged, nor had any side quests. The task interface displayed but a single prompt: acquire the second soul ring to refresh all tasks. Chen Luo, you must study diligently at the Soul Master Academy. We believe in your capabilities. As the hope of the entire village, upon arriving in Nodding City, the old village chief immediately began to impart earnest advice. Chen Luo nodded. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will. The old village chief smiled. Yes, I believe in you. We have always believed in you. We have witnessed your hard work. Oh, by the way, there is something I've been meaning to tell you. What is it? Do you remember Master Su Yuntao and the elder from the Spirit Hall who came to find you 3 months ago? Chen Luo nodded. I remember. What about it? 3 months prior, the day after Chen Luo returned from signing in at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, Su Yuntao and an elder from the Spirit Hall had sought him out. Their intentions aligned with those of the Soul Master Elder Chen Luo had encountered at the Spirit Hall. Yet, Chen Luo had still declined their assistance. The old village chief continued. They mentioned that if you ever need help with acquiring soul rings in the future, you can always seek them out. They said you would always be welcome there. Having someone willing to assist you is a good thing. That I know you are a strong-willed child, but sometimes you must learn to be flexible. Chen Luo nodded. Understood, Grandpa. At this moment, Lu Dahe interjected. If you need assistance, you can also find Yang Tsitsue at the Spirit Hall. All right. Chen Luo nodded, confident that he would soon require their help. The old village chief and Lu Dahe escorted Chen Luo to the entrance of the Nodding Soul Master Junior Academy. The academy exuded an impressive air, with its grand stone archway and dark iron railings. Likely the most striking building in Nodding City aside from the Spirit Hall, the gatekeeper, a middle-aged man in his 30s, did not possess the haughty demeanor as described in books. Rather, he was exceedingly courteous to Chen Luo and his companions. Are you here to report to the Soul Master Academy? The gatekeeper inquired with a warm smile. Chen Luo and the others nodded, and the gatekeeper promptly stepped aside. Then hurry on in. The politeness took Chen Luo by surprise, after exchanging brief farewells with the old village chief and Lu Dai. Chen Luo stepped into the academy. After walking a short distance, he overheard the gatekeeper muttering under his breath, dispelling any lingering astonishment. So many work-study students this year. What is going on? Just had one enter. And now another? No matter what, I must restrain myself and be polite. If Master sees me acting unruly, my job might be at risk. The work-study students. Master, Chen Luo immediately thought of Tang San. Could it be that Tang San had just arrived as well? He quickened his pace. Before long, Chen Luo found the Academic Affairs office and smoothly completed his registration. With innate soul power at level 7, no junior soul master academy would refuse him. Once Chen Luo provided his information and the certification from the Spirit Hall, the teachers no longer cared whether he was a work-study student. He could even enjoy special treatment. Yet, Chen Luo still wished to live the life of an ordinary student. These are your belongings. Distributed free by the academy. You are assigned to room 7 in the dormitory. Let me show you the way, a young teacher said with great enthusiasm. Thank you, teacher. I can find my way there myself. There's no need to trouble you. Chen Luo accepted the items, politely bowing slightly to the young teacher before departing. The young teacher remarked, "What a polite child. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me." After Chen Luo left, Director Su could not help but chuckle and shake his head. It seems our nodding academy is destined for fame this year. First, we had a student with full innate soul power. And now another with innate level 7 to in my decades of work here. I've never encountered either until today. The young teacher scoffed. Let us not even mention that full innate soul power. What potential could Blue Silvergrass have? To think he still claims to be a disciple of a master. Enough of that. Don't look at me like that. I have a better feeling about that child who just left. Director Su shot a disdainful glance at the young teacher. You don't need to say anything. I've noticed too. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had arrived at the dormitory building. Everything had gone exceedingly well. Soon he would be reunited with Tang San, and if all went as expected, Xiao should also be here by now. A smile involuntarily graced Chen Luo's face. I hope I haven't arrived too late. Room 7 was not difficult to find. It appeared to be the most dilapidated among the dormitories. Room 7 housed only work-study students, irrespective of grade or age, for the academy was not a charitable organization. And the free accommodations were naturally of inferior quality. Chen Luo originally had the opportunity and qualification to choose a better dormitory, but he had relinquished that in favor of experiencing the life of an ordinary work-study student in Room 7. Approaching the door of Room 7, Chen Luo peered inside to behold a lively scene. 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were gathered around. At the center, a boy and a girl who seemed to have just finished a scuffle. The boy, about 6 years old, wore plain clothing, had a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and a head of shiny black short hair. He appeared rather ordinary. The girl, of similar age and height, had a rosy face, sparkling big eyes, and was exceptionally beautiful and adorable. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, and she donned a neat pink outfit. According to the dormitory rules, if you win against me, you will be the dorm leader, the boss of our little group, the boy declared. The girl smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Boss? That sounds rather fun. Then I shall be your boss from now on. Just then, a knock at the door suddenly resonated, drawing all eyes towards it. Chen Luo stepped calmly into the dormitory, appearing quite composed, though internally he was overwhelmed with excitement. The boy and girl before him were undoubtedly Tang San and Xiao Wu. Is this room 7? Chen Luo inquired, addressing Tang San and Xiao Wu. No way, another one. Last year there wasn't a single work-study student, and this year we have 3, exclaimed an older child, incredulous, approaching Chen Luo. The child forced a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Sheng. My martial spirit is the battle tiger, and I aspire to be a battle soul master. This is indeed room 7. Are you also a new work-study student? Having witnessed Tang San's defeat, and then Xiao Wu's triumph over Tang San, Wang Sheng now dared not underestimate newcomers. Chen Luo nodded. Yes, I'm a work-study student from Xiaogo Village. Xiaogo Village? Wang Sheng's lips twitched, barely suppressing a laugh, but ultimately failed to contain it. The other children also wore amused expressions upon hearing the village's name, except for Tang San, who remained calm. Xiao Wu, however, burst into laughter. Ha! What an amusing name for a village. By the way, we have a rule in our dormitory. New work-study students must showcase their martial spirit's strength. As the boss, I 1T bully you. Tang-san, you go spar with him. As she spoke, Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Tang-san, who appeared resigned yet ultimately nodded in agreement. Chen Luo casually set his belongings aside and moved to a more spacious area, addressing Tang-san. Chen Luo, my martial spirit is the scythe. Tang-san, my martial spirit is the blue silver grass. Tang-san replied, stepping forward. A beaming smile adorned Xiao Wu's face, brimming with excitement for the impending battle as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Let us begin." With a shared glance, Chen Luo and Tang-san entered into confrontation, marking the official commencement of their duel. Tang-san, exhibiting caution, refrained from initiating an attack, adopting a defensive posture. In contrast, Chen Luo paid no heed to subtleties, lunging forward with a straightforward punch, devoid of any elaborate maneuvers. Tang-san relished such direct opponents and had already devised a strategy to employ his control technique, grasping the crane and capturing the dragon. To counter, however, Chen Luo's punch was executed with a speed that was unanticipated. Tang-san had ample time to react, but when he sought to redirect Chen Luo's fist, he found himself thwarted. The force behind Chen Luo's strike vastly exceeded Tang-san's expectations, rendering his technique utterly ineffective. Chen Luo's fist made direct contact with Tang-san's forehead, leaving him in a state of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. It's over. Chen Luo retracted his fist. The astonishment on Tang-san's face gradually faded as he slowly admitted, I concede that I in the face of overwhelming power. All techniques seem utterly futile. With a sole power of level 19, Chen Luo vastly overshadowed Tang-san in raw strength. Furthermore, influenced by the martial spirit of the Grim Reaper, Chen Luo's might was undeniably superior. Had he not held back, a direct strike to Tang-san's forehead could have proven fatal. Wang Sheng, visibly astonished, remarked, "Is that it? Has it ended so soon?" The other children mirrored his incredulity, having witnessed Tang-san's prowess firsthand, as they had just seen him effortlessly subdue their former leader, Wang Sheng, who had been rendered powerless. They had anticipated a similar outcome for the newcomer, Chen Luo, yet it turned out that Tang-san could not withstand even a single exchange against him. Xiao Wu, taken aback, glanced at Tang-san and queried, "Weren't you just formidable? What happened now?" Tang-san remained silent, casting a wary glance at Chen Luo, contemplating, his strength is astonishing. Could his soul power surpass mine? Yet, judging by his age, he must have only recently awakened his martial spirit. Noticing Tang-san's silence, Xiao Wu refrained from pressing further, instead adopting a commanding demeanor as she turned to Chen Luo. "It's my turn. Come on." Chen Luo smiled lightly, but shook his head. "I cannot surpass you." Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. "Have you given up before even trying?" Chen Luo chuckled, making his way towards the bed, immediately identifying Xiao Wu's chosen spot and selecting a nearby bed. "How boring." Xiao Wu pouted. In truth, Chen Luo felt he could not bring himself to strike such a lovely and charming girl. Glancing at his own empty bed, and then towards Wang Sheng and the others, who had neatly arranged their bedding, Chen Luo frowned slightly, realizing, I completely forgot. I should have brought 2 blankets when I arrived at that moment. A teacher in his 30s with light green hair entered the dormitory, carrying 2 blankets. New work-study students, please step forward for self-introductions. Chen Luo, Tang-san, and Xiao Wu promptly stood up and introduced themselves. My name is Mo Hen. You may call me Teacher Mo, he said with a gentle smile, handing one of the blankets to Chen Luo. This is prepared for you by the academy. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to approach me at the academic office. Tang-san, this is for you from the master, Mo Hen said, passing the other blanket to Tang-san before assigning cleaning duties to them, urging them to take their responsibilities seriously, warning that failure to comply could result in expulsion from the academy. When he turned to Chen Luo, he added, if you wish to join, you can help clean at the academic office. If not, like Tang-san and Xiao Wu, you will receive 10 copper soul coins each day. Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself any longer, protested, why does he get special treatment? Not only does he have a blanket, but he also doesn't have to work for his money or worry about expulsion. That's incredibly unfair. Mo Hen glanced at Xiao Wu, his expression unfazed. Do not question the academy's arrangements. Xiao Wu remained silent, though her displeasure was evident. Chen Luo sighed inwardly, thinking, is this how you create animosity towards me? In truth, Xiao Wu could also be entitled to special treatment. as she, like Tang San, possessed innate full soul power and was, in fact, an authentic beast martial spirit user. However, it seemed the Academy was unaware of this. Otherwise, Xiao would undoubtedly be a focal point of attention. Mon then briefly outlined the new student enrollment procedures before departing. Sitting on her bed, Xiao cast envious glances at the new bedding of Tang San and Chen Luo. Observing her gaze, Chen Luo offered his blanket to her. "Here, take it." Xiao instinctively replied, "What about you? I'll figure something out," Chen Luo assured her. "That's so embarrassing. How about we just share?" "The blanket is quite large," Xiao suggested with a smile. "All right," Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. Though Xiao was dissatisfied with the Academy's arrangements, she bore no ill will towards Chen Luo. Furthermore, Chen Luo's appearance was quite refined. Leaving a positive first impression, sharing a bed was out of the question, so they pushed their beds together, with Xiao placing her belongings in the gap between them, and Chen Luo following suit. "This will be our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being rude," Chen Luo calmly stated, preempting what Xiao might have said. Xiao shot him a glare, assertively declaring, "I am the boss. Your bed is mine, and I can go wherever I please, but you cannot come over." "Fine." Chen Luo again reluctantly acquiesced. Just as they finished rearranging the beds, Wang Sheng approached with a grin, announcing, "It's time for lunch." "Boss, Chen Luo, Tang San, let us go together." Xiao frowned slightly. "Stop calling me boss. It makes me feel old. From now on, call me Sister Xiao." "Understood, Sister Xiao." Wang Sheng immediately complied with a smile. Gesturing towards the door, "Let us go." Xiao's excitement surged as she exclaimed, "Let us go. Let us see what delicious food awaits." The cafeteria at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite expansive. Spanning 2 floors, capable of accommodating the entire faculty and student body for meals, they made their way to the cafeteria. Chen Luo and his companions observed numerous students hurrying towards it, and upon arrival, they found a long queue at the serving window. Initially, Tang San was reluctant to join them for lunch, primarily due to his lack of soul coins, having spent them all on his father's drinking habits back in Shenghun village. Ultimately, it was Wang Sheng who stepped forward, treating Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao to a meal. Shortly after entering the cafeteria, the group encountered provocations from a bunch of older students. "Look over there." It's Wang Sheng and his group of paupers. Indeed, paupers will always be paupers, stuck eating on the first floor, forever barred from the second. Upon witnessing this familiar scene from Douluo, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow. Thinking, as expected, Xiao will step in. Sure enough, the assertive Xiao took the lead. "Who do you think you are? What is so impressive about the second floor?" "Oh, a stunning girl. Too bad you're just a work-study student." One male student, upon seeing Xiao, was taken aback, smacking his lips and then glaring at Wang Sheng. "I'll let you off this time. I'm off to eat." With that, the group of male students ascended to the second floor. Xiao was seething with anger and prepared to chase after them. Chen Luo, unable to tolerate the disrespect shown to Xiao, promptly followed. However, just as they took a couple of steps, Tang San intercepted them. "Let it go. We're here to eat," he advised. Xiao shot him a disdainful look. "Are you that afraid of trouble?" She then turned to Chen Luo. "Look at how others are." Chen Luo. "Humph." Tang San offered no further explanation and proceeded to queue for food. Chen Luo glanced at Xiao, asking, "Are you still going after them?" "I'll accompany you." Xiao smiled gently at Chen Luo and said, "Forget it. Let us go have a meal." Wang Sheng immediately chimed in. "Sister Xiao, this way." In contrast to Tang San's personality of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Wang Sheng preferred the assertive nature of Xiao and Chen Luo. Following the recent incident, Wang Sheng's admiration for both Chen Luo and Xiao had significantly increased. Under Wang Sheng's guidance, Chen Luo and the others joined the queue for their meal. At that moment, Tang San spotted an acquaintance and approached to greet him, instantly capturing the attention of Chen Luo and the others. "It's the master," Wang Sheng murmured. Before them stood a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in black attire, his short black hair styled in a 3/7 part. His appearance was rather ordinary. Yet he exuded a unique aura. He truly the master. Chen Luo pondered silently. Should I go over and greet him? Or perhaps it would be better to refrain. He likely has eyes only for Tang San at this moment. And an impromptu approach might seem rather odd. Tang San referred to the master as his teacher, and their interaction was limited to a brief exchange of pleasantries. The master inquired about the bedding situation before preparing to take Tang San to the second floor for a meal, which Tang San declined. After the master departed, Tang San returned to Chen Luo and the others, continuing to queue for their meal. Wang Sheng, somewhat incredulous, cast a glance at Tang San and asked with genuine concern, "Tang San, is the master your teacher?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. "How did you come to choose him as a teacher? I've heard that his abilities are rather lacking, nearing 50 and still not having broken through to a great soul master. It seems unlikely he ever will. The only reason he is at our school is due to his close relationship with the principal. To put it bluntly, he is merely coasting along." "Enough," Tang San interrupted angrily. "Please refrain from making baseless judgments about my teacher. This is the first and last time I will tolerate such remarks, or else do not blame me for being impolite." With that, Tang San turned and walked away. Wang Sheng stood there, dumbfounded, watching Tang San's retreating figure, his lips twitching. Is this kid out of his mind? I was only trying to offer a friendly warning. Indeed, I have never encountered someone so petty. Xiao Wu scoffed. Chen Luo exchanged a surprised glance with Xiao Wu. According to the narrative, she ought to feel a sudden admiration for Tang San at that moment. However, upon reflection, Tang San's reaction was indeed somewhat excessive. It was only today that he had taken the master as his teacher. How could such profound feelings develop in less than a day? The adage, once a teacher, always a father, surely requires a foundation of emotional connection. Moreover, Wang Sheng had treated Tang San quite well, inviting him to dinner on the very first day and just now offering a friendly piece of advice. Perhaps this is the hallmark of a protagonist, being distinct from the rest. Tang San's departure did not affect Chen Luo and the others' enjoyment of their lunch. After serving themselves, they gathered together, relishing their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. "Xiao Wu, once I have some money, I will treat you to something delicious," Chen Luo said, picking up the only piece of meat from his bowl and placing it in Xiao Wu's. "That sounds wonderful," Xiao Wu replied with a bright smile. Wang Sheng and the others exchanged knowing glances, each displaying expressions of approval, before returning to their meals. After lunch, they returned to their dormitory. With the opening ceremony scheduled for the next day, everyone had nothing to do that afternoon. They chatted for a while before each settled on their beds to cultivate. The opportunity to be a work-study student was rare, and every one of them was diligently striving. Xiao Wu initially intended to play a little longer, but upon seeing everyone else practicing, she joined in as well. It wasn't until evening that they gradually concluded their training. Chen Luo was the last to finish. When he opened his eyes, he found a pair of sparkling eyes before him, followed by an exquisitely delicate, rosy face. Xiao Wu. She had come to Chen Luo's bed, gazing intently at him. "It's time for dinner." Xiao Wu smiled. "Yes, I understand, but I suddenly feel it's a bit unfair," Chen Luo replied. "What do you mean by unfair?" Xiao Wu inquired. "You can come to my bed, but I cannot go to yours," Chen Luo said earnestly. Xiao Wu chuckled. "That's because I am your superior, and besides, I am a girl. You ought to accommodate me." Chen Luo nodded. Throughout the afternoon, Tang San had not returned. Upon finishing their dinner and returning to the dormitory, they finally found him asleep on his bed, perhaps stirred by the noise. Tang San groggily woke up and found Xiao Wu, telling her about his plans to acquire a soul ring the following day. Xiao Wu immediately expressed her discontent. "If you go, won't I have to handle the work-study tasks all by myself?" Before Tang San could respond, Chen Luo stepped forward. "I will help you." Chen Luo, you are so kind." Xiao Wu beamed with joy. Chen Luo smiled faintly before turning to Tang San. "Acquiring a soul ring is the most crucial task for a soul master, but it is also fraught with danger. You must be cautious." "I understand. Thank you for your concern." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us go, Chen Luo. Let us take a stroll," Xiao Wu said, unable to contain her restlessness shortly after returning to the dormitory. Chen Luo readily agreed. All right, he had initially planned to cultivate, but the prospect of spending time with Xiao Wu was far more enticing. Xiao Wu led Chen Luo on a leisurely walk around the school, eventually stopping at the playground, where they sat on the grass, gazing at the starry sky. "There are so many stars up there. They're so beautiful," Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, but they pale in comparison to you," Chen Luo replied. Xiao Wu turned her head and shot him a playful glare. "Has your mouth been smeared with honey? Why are your words always so sweet?" Chen Luo grinned. "It's all the truth." After a while of stargazing, Xiao Wu felt a bit bored. "That we haven't sparred today. Should we have a little match now?" she suggested with a smile. Chen Luo nodded. unable to refuse any of Xiao Wu's requests. The sparring began swiftly, but it ended just as quickly. While Xiao Wu's agility was impressive, it proved ineffective against Chen Luo's overwhelming strength. He easily subdued her, and if not for him letting up a little, Xiao Wu would have had no chance of victory. Chen Luo pretended to fall to the ground, giving Xiao Wu a thumbs up. Sister Xiao Wu, you are truly amazing. Of course, Xiao Wu knew well that Chen Luo had deliberately allowed her to win. Yet she was still elated. Xiao Wu then requested to spar with Chen Luo several more times, and each time he feigned defeat, extending the duration of their matches to heighten her enjoyment. Eventually, Xiao Wu was utterly exhausted, and the sparring session came to an end. Chen Luo was also fatigued, though he was merely pretending. Xiao Wu, we should head back, Chen Luo suggested after a brief rest. However, Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively. No, I'm too tired. I think I'll just sleep here tonight. That won't do. You might catch a cold, Chen Luo replied earnestly, then reached out and picked Xiao Wu up in a classic princess carry. At that moment, Xiao Wu shivered slightly upon being lifted but quickly settled in. She was genuinely worn out and soon fell asleep against Chen Luo's chest. Chen Luo gazed down at her, his expression softening, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips as he mused. Does this count as abducting a minor? Surely not. She is over 10,000 years old. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo carefully laid Xiao Wu on the bed, tucking her in securely. The other roommates were either cultivating or already asleep. Although Chen Luo felt no inclination to sleep, he also refrained from cultivating. Lying in bed, he watched the peacefully sleeping Xiao Wu, feeling a deep sense of contentment. This was a scene he had only ever dreamt of. After covering himself with a light blanket, most of which he had given to Xiao Wu, Chen Luo closed his eyes, contemplating his future plans. 011. The soul-hunting forest. The most pressing matter was to acquire a soul ring. Chen Luo sensed that his cultivation speed was markedly slowing, likely due to not having obtained a soul ring. He harbored an unsettling feeling that if he did not acquire his first soul ring, no matter how hard he trained, his soul power would probably never reach level 20. Achieving level 19 in soul power without a first soul ring was already quite miraculous in itself. While lacking a soul ring does not impede the cultivation of soul power, there are nevertheless limitations. One cannot cultivate indefinitely, and the level of soul power cultivated would not manifest prominently. Chen Luo was acutely aware that he had far surpassed such limitations, and he could genuinely perceive the presence of soul power within him, which had also contributed to his growing strength. Tomorrow, he would assist Xiao Wu in completing her work-study tasks, and then devise a plan to acquire a soul ring. Tang-san, with the assistance of his master, will be able to set off tomorrow to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. However, Chen Luo lacks a mentor and cannot shamelessly request the master to take him along. Even if he were to plead, there is no guarantee the master would acquiesce. He must seek an alternative solution. Relying solely on himself is evidently implausible, despite Chen Luo's unique martial soul, significant physical enhancements, and the possession of two formidable skills, soul hunting and awakening. Venturing alone to hunt soul beasts would be sheer folly. Such an endeavor is fundamentally unrealistic. Even if there are some possibilities, they are accompanied by immeasurable and unbearable dangers for Chen Luo. Unless his judgment were clouded, he would never choose to hunt soul beasts alone for soul rings. Moreover, Chen Luo is not lacking in resources, whether it be the instructors at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy or the elders in the Spirit Hall. Should Chen Luo express a need, they would be more than willing to assist him. 2 days later, as the sun dipped low in the west, Xiao Wu escorted Chen Luo to the academy gates, expressing her deep concern as they parted. You must be careful. Chen Luo beamed back. Rest assured, I will return. With a wave to Xiao Wu, he exited the academy. On the opposite street, the person he had arranged to meet had already arrived. It was a frail, white-haired elder clad in gray cloth, appearing as delicate as any ordinary old man, yet those around him treated him with utmost respect. Elder Pu, what wind has brought you here? How rare this is. Good day, Grandpa Pu. Ah, it seems you've grown taller once again. Passers-by, be they nobles or children, greeted Elder Pu with warm respect. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly. I thought you were a modest person, keeping yourself wrapped up to avoid recognition. It seems I was mistaken. Little brat, you don't understand. After living for so many years, isn't all our effort just for a fleeting moment of vanity? Is it enjoyable? Of course. Elder Pu and Chen Luo hired a carriage in Nodding City, their destination set for the Soul Hunting Forest, located 400 miles northeast of the city. Little brat, you have no idea. I used to be just a small-time thug in Nodding City, barely better off than a rat scurrying in the streets. After much struggle, I finally reached this point and can hold my head high. I am beginning to understand you a bit. Then why not hurry and take me as your master? Why does every topic lead back to that? Do you think I'm accompanying you to hunt soul beasts out of boredom? How exhausting. I'll take a nap. Despite the carriage's bumps, Chen Luo feigned sleep without issue. Elder Pu seemed to recognize the futility of waking a person who feigned sleep and ceased to disturb Chen Luo. As he closed his eyes, Chen Luo reminisced about the first time he encountered Elder Pu over 3 months ago at the entrance of the library in the Spirit Hall S branch in Nodding City. He vividly recalled the proud old man shutting the door, a scene etched in his memory. Chen Luo had thought he would never cross paths with Elder Pu again, yet unexpectedly, fate had brought them together once more just the previous day. Yesterday, Chen Luo had gone to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, intending to inquire with Yang Zisui about whether Su Yuntao was available, and he casually mentioned his plans to obtain a soul ring. To his surprise, Elder Pu happened to pass by and overheard the entirety of his conversation with Yang Zisui. Subsequently, Elder Pu boldly offered to assist Chen Luo in acquiring a soul ring. And after some reluctance, Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. After a brief interaction, Chen Luo found Elder Pu to be rather interesting, not as rigid as he had imagined. He was merely somewhat persistent about taking Chen Luo as his disciple. A proposition Chen Luo had no intention of accepting. As for Elder Pu's choice of the Soul Hunting Forest as the location for Chen Luo's soul ring acquisition, it coincidentally aligned with the destination master had taken Tang San. Which was no mere coincidence, for the location options for soul beast hunting in the relatively remote Nodding City were quite limited, with the Soul Hunting Forest being the prime choice, setting off in the evening. They arrived at their destination by the following morning. The carriage selected by the elder was indeed superior, not only operating through the night, but also traveling at remarkable speed. Upon disembarking, Chen Luo found himself in the midst of a bustling marketplace. Where there are resources, there is commerce. Surrounded by the calls of vendors and the shouts of soul masters seeking companions, Chen Luo followed Elder Pu through the market until they arrived at the grand entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest. A towering iron gate, over 10 meters high, adorned with sharp spikes, seemed to guard the forest from all intruders, stretching outwards to envelop the entire woodland. Through the gate, glimpses of ancient trees could be seen, evoking a profound sense of awe within Chen Luo. Outside the gate stood 100 soldiers on patrol, each clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, exuding an air of solemnity. Little brat. Throughout our journey, I've shared much knowledge about soul beasts and soul rings with you. Have you decided which soul beast you wish to hunt? Elder Pu inquired, having led Chen Luo to the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest. Elder Pu casually displayed his token as an elder of the Spirit Hall to the captain of the soldiers inspecting the passes, who immediately granted them passage with great respect upon entering the Soul Hunting Forest. The refreshing air invigorated Chen Luo, making him feel that the so-called natural oxygen bars he had visited in his previous life paled in comparison to this place. Your words imply that if I desire a specific soul beast, you can simply procure it for me, Chen Luo scoffed. Elder Pu shot him a glare. Do you doubt my abilities? Not at all, Chen Luo replied. With the strength of a soul zone, capturing soul beasts under 1,000 years is quite manageable. The real issue lies in our luck. We must encounter a soul beast suitable for me. That's merely stating the obvious, Elder Pu retorted with annoyance, then added, for soul rings under 400 years. I believe you can easily absorb them. That's still too low. Chen Luo shook his head. 420 years, still too low. Are you boasting or simply being foolish? Elder Pu remarked. The master resides in your academy. Whenever you have the chance, go visit him and learn more about soul masters. Although his strength is lacking, his understanding of martial souls is unparalleled. He has stated that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. Ah, so you hold him in high regard? Regard? Huh. Does he deserve it? Elder Pu chuckled. It's merely admiration. In any field, achieving excellence is worthy of appreciation. I didn't expect you, old man, to have such a sound perspective. Chen Luo commented. Were I like you, the grass on my grave would be 3 feet high by now. Elder Pu replied. In truth, You could attempt to acquire a soul ring around 420 years. I believe you can manage it, Elder Pu asserted earnestly. Every soul ring offers a singular choice. Strive to select the best one. Chen Luo remained unconvinced. I've already said, that's still too low. You read just boasting again. In my youth, I also enjoyed boasting, but it's only with age that one realizes how foolish it is. 1,000 years. What? Chen Luo declared seriously, I believe I can attempt a 1,000-year soul ring. 012. The Faceless Demon spidered Hiti the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu awoke early, glancing at the empty bed beside her, feeling a sudden pang of nostalgia that it's only been a day, suddenly, as if struck by a thought. Xiao Wu pouted unhappily. Chen Luo, that big fraud, he promised to help me with my work-study duties, yet he's run off. The work-study duties involved tidying up the school, which wasn't strenuous but consumed time. What was originally a two-person task became a solo endeavor for Xiao Wu, compelling her to arrive early at the school to manage the duties assigned to her and Tang San, lest she miss the morning class. Upon reaching the garden south of the playground, Xiao Wu found it had already been cleaned thoroughly, sparkling with cleanliness. Just as she pondered this, Wang Sheng and others emerged from the nearby bushes, greeting her with cheerful smiles. Good morning, Sister Xiao Wu. We've completed all the work here. Let us go have breakfast. Xiao Wu, somewhat bewildered, asked, what is going on? Wang Sheng replied with a grin, don't overthink it. Sister Xiao Wut was Chen Luo who instructed us, and he has already paid us. Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then gently nodded her head, as the bewilderment on her delicate face gradually faded away, and the little emotions within her heart dissipated like mist, replaced by a charming smile that lit up her features. The edge of the soul hunting forest, a Millennium soul ring. Have you lost your mind? Upon seeing Chen Luo's serious expression, Pu Si realized that Chen Luo was not jesting, prompting him to adopt a more earnest demeanor. It seems that after assisting you in hunting a soul beast to acquire a soul ring, it is imperative that I take you to meet the master. Your knowledge of soul masters is glaringly insufficient. Chen Luo replied, I am confident. What do you, a mere child, understand? Pu Si exclaimed angrily that a Millennium soul ring will undoubtedly overwhelm you. Initially, Pu Si had regarded Chen Luo as quite mature for his age, despite being only 6 years old. He had seemed sensible in his words and actions. However, it now appeared that this had all been an illusion. After all, a child remained a child, with thoughts that were excessively naive. Old man, trust me. I can truly do it. Chen Luo was at a loss for how to demonstrate his ability to absorb a Millennium soul ring. Resorting to verbal persuasion as best as he could. This matter is non-negotiable. I cannot gamble with your life. That I hope you can take your life seriously as well. You have but one. Pu Si replied calmly. Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless, unsure of how to explain himself. Too, lacked certainty about absorbing a Millennium soul ring as his first. The reason he had set such a lofty goal was primarily due to his system task. Upon entering the soul hunting forest, he had received a system prompt. Special task detected. Would you like to accept? Naturally, Chen Luo chose to accept. Every system task presented an opportunity for him to grow stronger. Special task accepted. Completing this special task will grant you a chance to receive exceptional rewards. Special task. Acquire a soul ring of Millennium level or above as your first. Chen Luo could hardly disclose the existence of the system to Pu Si. In his view, while the special task issued by the system was perilous, he still believed he had a chance to complete it. After all, the system had indicated that his first soul ring could be of Millennium level or higher. What reason did he have not to strive for it? If I take a risk, I might transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. That if possible, Chen Luo desired his first soul ring to be a deep crimson hue. At present, it seemed he could only take one step at a time, hoping that some unwary soul beast would wander into his path. Chen Luo mused to himself. Pu Si guided Chen Luo onward, meticulously selecting suitable soul beasts for him, only to be consistently rebuffed. This 380-year-old netherwolf would be quite appropriate. Why not choose it? Among 100-year soul beasts, the netherwolf's claws have a certain reputation. Absorbing its soul ring might sharpen your scythe. Not interested. Then how about this 420-year-old mandala snake? It possesses potent venom. Absorbing its soul ring may allow your scythe to gain a layer of toxicity. Forget it. Pu Si suggested numerous soul beasts, articulating the reasons for each choice. Yet Chen Luo rejected them all, which incited Pu Si's irritation. After yet another refusal, Pussy finally lost his patience. What on earth are you playing at? You little rascal, you reject this and that. Then choose for yourself. With that, Pussy coldly reminded him, we are nearing the edge of the soul-hunting forest. If we proceed further, we will be entering the territory of Millennium soul beasts. Understood. Chen Luo nodded, his voice significantly more spirited this time. Pussy cast a puzzled glance at Chen Luo, then suddenly grasped his intention, demanding angrily, you little rascal, you aren't seriously considering challenging a Millennium soul beast, are you? Can you not? Chen Luo countered. Pussy shot him a fierce glare. Of course I can. Then why all the fuss? Chen Luo smiled. It is evident that you possess a fair understanding of soul beasts. What kind of Millennium-level soul beast would be suitable for me? The human-faced demon spider would be quite fitting, as it could endow your scythe with venom. Any soul beast capable of enhancing your martial spirit would be appropriate. 2 objectives: to augment the strength, resilience, and sharpness of your scythe, and to bestow it with additional properties: poison, ice, fire, and so on. Pussy blurted out instinctively, then turned earnestly towards Chen Luo. Are you truly intent on targeting a Millennium soul beast? Chen Luo nodded vigorously. Yes. Then let us see if you can indeed work a miracle. Pussy ultimately chose to relent. Though we have not known each other long, I have come to recognize your stubbornness. If I refuse you, you would likely persist indefinitely. Truly, you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Your martial spirit scythe appears rather ordinary, but given your innate level 7 soul power, it must be anything but commonplace. However, even if your martial spirit is extraordinary, it does not guarantee that your first soul ring can be a Millennium soul ring, for there has never been a precedent for such. Chen Luo confidently replied, that will soon change. I will be the first. I do enjoy your boundless confidence, albeit pitiably foolish. Pussy remarked. Let me put it this way. Your chances of successfully absorbing a Millennium soul ring are 0. Yet if you insist on trying, I am left with little choice that I must inform you in advance that I cannot guarantee I will be able to interrupt the process to save your life. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. You need not carry too great a psychological burden. The path I walk is my own choice, Chen Luo stated, upon witnessing Chen Luo's serious demeanor. Pussy scoffed. You truly are a little madman. Chen Luo chuckled, then pointed forward. Let us hasten to find a suitable target among the soul beasts. Slap. Pussy smacked Chen Luo on the head, exclaiming angrily, you are the madman. I am not. Had I not witnessed a fool attempt to forcibly absorb a Millennium soul ring as their first, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of their body, I would not have minded using you as an experiment. I truly do not understand why there are always imbeciles like you who challenge theories proven by the lives of others with their ignorance. Chen Luo. Just moments ago, Chen Luo had pondered why Pussy had suddenly become so accommodating, agreeing to help him acquire a Millennium soul ring. It turned out he had been overthinking, from Pussy's previous statements. It was clear that he and the master were of the same ilk, both fervent intellectuals with a certain expertise in the knowledge of soul masters and soul beasts. Let us proceed this way. I can already scent the blood of soul beasts. There should be a battle occurring over there, or perhaps other soul masters are hunting soul beasts. Let us go and join the fray. Pussy gestured to the left, speaking in a grave tone. Chen Luo nodded, reluctantly following Pussy. Along the way, Chen Luo encountered numerous corpses of soul beasts, surrounded by circles of white soul rings, most of which were from 10-year soul beasts, with the occasional sighting of a century-old beast. Were it not for Pussy's presence, Chen Luo would have eagerly tested his soul hunting and awakening skills. It must be a battle between soul beasts. Pussy quickly concluded upon glancing at the mangled remains of the beasts. A Millennium-level soul beast has ventured to the edges of the soul-hunting forest. Likely hunting to be safe, we should first eliminate that Millennium soul beast, lest it interferes with your soul ring acquisition. Pussy declared that I will not allow any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo inquired, did you not say that soul beasts should not be indiscriminately slaughtered to protect their resources? It has overstepped its bounds. Ordinary hunting for sustenance is acceptable, but this one is indulging in its own slaughter. By killing it, we can allow more vulnerable soul beasts to survive. Pussy explained. As he spoke, Pussy's expression suddenly shifted. It is approaching us. At that moment, Chen Luo also sensed some movement. Though he could not pinpoint the source, even with his enhanced perception due to the increase in soul power, He could not match Puxi's prowess as a soul master. After Puxi issued a warning, a powerful aura manifested beside Chen Luo. Turning his head, he saw that Puxi had activated his martial spirit. A pitch-black hammer appeared in Puxi's hand, and 4 soul rings, 1 white and 3 yellow, materialized around him, causing his aura to surge dramatically. "Stay close to me. Do not stray beyond 3 meters," Puxi commanded in a deep voice. Chen Luo nodded, a wave of tension washing over him, but more so a thrill. As he activated his own martial spirit, the scythe of death materialized in his grasp, merging with his being. Even in the absence of soul rings, the activation of his martial spirit doubled his combat power. Though he knew that even this newfound strength paled in comparison to the might of a formidable soul beast. Whoosh, a sudden, ominous sound erupted, and a colossal spider, over a meter in length, surged forth from the underbrush. Before Chen Luo could fully discern the creature's appearance, Puxi's voice rang out. "Be careful, it's a faceless demon spider. 013, a Millennium soul ring." The gigantic spider was situated more than 10 meters away from Chen Luo and Puxi, its body alone measuring nearly a meter long, and with its 8 legs, resembling long spears, it extended to at least 2.5 meters. This was the first time Chen Luo had encountered such an enormous spider. Although he was aware that soul beasts tended to be larger than ordinary wild creatures, he was still taken aback by the imposing presence of the faceless demon spider before him. In addition to its massive size, the spider's appearance was strikingly distinctive. Its black exoskeleton shimmered ominously, and its 8 long, sharp legs easily pierced the ground. The moment it emerged, Chen Luo caught sight of its abdomen, which bore numerous white markings that formed a grotesque human visage, accentuated against its dark body. There were also 8 eyes, each the size of a thumb, gleaming with a sinister purple hue. Such unmistakable features confirmed that it was indeed a faceless demon spider. Reflecting on the carcasses of soul beasts he and Puxi had encountered along their journey, it was hardly surprising if they were the handiwork of this infamous creature, known for its malevolent reputation as a ruthless killer. As Chen Luo gazed at the faceless demon spider ahead, he instinctively tightened his grip on the scythe of death, muttering to himself, "I just mentioned the faceless demon spider, and now here it is. Hey, don't be too anxious. This faceless demon spider is just over 1,000 years old, as long as you stay by my side. You won't be in any mortal danger within a quarter of an hour. I'll have it subdued," Puxi declared confidently. Chen Luo nodded vigorously in agreement. There was little time for confrontation. The moment the faceless demon spider appeared, a battle was imminent. Before Puxi could make the first move, the spider lunged forward with astonishing speed, its 8 legs maneuvering deftly as it rapidly closed the distance between itself and the 2. Puxi, not one to hesitate, sprang into action, his white soul ring flickering as he activated his first soul skill. "Spinning hammer," he exclaimed, hurling his hefty black hammer with tremendous force toward the faceless demon spider. Infused with a terrifying power, the spider, quick in both speed and reflexes, darted toward Chen Luo and Puxi. Upon seeing the black hammer hurled at it, it deftly sidestepped, easily evading Puxi's attack and quickly adjusting its trajectory to continue its advance. The reason it was called spinning hammer lay in the spinning motion. The black hammer, having missed the spider, traveled a distance before returning at an accelerated speed with greater force. This time, the faceless demon spider had no chance to react and was struck hard by the hammer. The sound of impact echoed, accompanied by the crack of bones, as Puxi's hammer shattered 3 of the spider's legs before returning to his grasp. The faceless demon spider, feeling the agony of its severed legs, lost its balance and crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. True combat is not turn-based. Puxi would not be foolish enough to stand idly by while the spider recovered. The moment the black hammer returned to his hand, he charged forward, having already anticipated where the spider would fall. Chen Luo reacted swiftly, following closely behind Puxi, mindful not to stray beyond the 3-meter radius he had been instructed to maintain. Despite the favorable turn of events in the battle, Puxi advanced, gripping the black hammer tightly. His second soul ring shimmered with a golden glow as he activated his second soul skill. Heavy strike. In an instant, the hammer in his hands grew significantly larger, amplifying his strength. He swung it down forcefully, closing the gap between himself and the faceless demon spider, ready to bring it crashing down upon the creature. The spider, however, did not remain passive. its remaining 5 legs bent into a fearsome arc, launching its body away from the impending blow. Boom! The black hammer struck the ground, creating a massive crater over 3 meters in diameter. Yet the faceless demon spider had narrowly escaped, already over 10 meters away. Pussy, seeming to have anticipated this outcome, wasted no time and pursued it without delay. Chen Luo closely followed Pussy, maintaining the 3-meter distance. Though he did not join the fray, the proximity to the battle ignited a thrill within him. So this is what it means to be a soul master. Enchanting, powerful, awe-inspiring. There was no doubt regarding Pussy's prowess. He was more than capable of handling a faceless demon spider of around 1,000 years. The majority of the time he had mentioned for resolving the battle would likely be spent in pursuit of the creature. The faceless demon spider was exceedingly cunning, relishing in the slaughter of the weak, yet it would flee without hesitation when faced with a formidable opponent. Even with only 5 legs remaining, it was remarkably swift. Unfortunately for it, it could not outrun Pussy. In a short while, Pussy caught up to the spider, and with the enhancement of his 3rd soul skill, Shatter, the black hammer came crashing down, rendering the spider devoid of combat ability, its body riddled with cracks and sunken into the earth. The battle had concluded. Pussy stowed his black hammer, casting a dispassionate glance at the faceless demon spider. Such an evil soul beast deserved its fate. You little rascal, I didn't expect your speed to be quite commendable, managing to keep up with me. As he withdrew his gaze from the defeated spider, an unexpected smile crept onto Pussy's wrinkled face as he turned slightly to look back, only to find no response. Before Pussy could process the situation, a figure dashed past him, wielding a massive scythe, exuding an aura of lethal intent. It was Chen Luo. Swish! The scythe of death was raised high by Chen Luo, and then brought down with great force, precisely targeting the spider's previously inflicted wounds. The blade sank deep into the faceless demon spider's body. Though the creature was already lifeless, its body trembled violently, and the remaining 5 legs shot straight out. Chen Luo, having anticipated this reaction, had already retreated after his strike, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp legs. Had he hesitated even a moment, he would have been impaled by the spider's limbs. The tremors of the faceless demon spider's body were brief, lasting but a few breaths before falling still. However, its rigid legs remained unchanged as a circle of purple soul rings silently rose from the corpse of the faceless demon spider, signifying the complete end of its evil, murderous existence. You foolish boy, how dare you engage in such perilous actions? If you hadn't retreated a step, you would have met your end here. Witnessing Chen Luo's decisive strike on the faceless demon spider, Pussy's anger flared, his aged, hoarse voice laced with both fury and a hint of fear. This was also my oversight. I forgot that this wicked creature is cunning enough to feign death. That was far too close. Foolish boy, Pussy began, intending to express his sentiments further, but abruptly noticed Chen Luo's actions were amiss. He shouted, "What are you doing? You're not actually planning to absorb the faceless demon spider's soul ring, are you? Have you lost your mind?" At that moment, Chen Luo was already seated cross-legged before the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, indeed beginning the process of absorption, just as Pussy had feared. This was Chen Luo's best opportunity, one he was unwilling to let slip away. Despite the inherent risks, he believed that the potential rewards outweighed them. And such chances in life are few and far between. With Pussy standing guard, he felt secure against any external threats during the process of absorption, which was the reason behind his decisive actions. As Chen Luo commenced the absorption of the soul ring, Pussy noticed this development. Once the absorption began, there was no possibility of halting midway. It could only be forcibly terminated in dire situations, which could result in severe consequences. Pussy refrained from further scolding Chen Luo, but the distress etched on his face spoke volumes. He suppressed all emotions within, striving to avoid influencing Chen Luo. His frail hands tightly clenched, veins bulging ominously. This lad truly had no fear of death. It is indeed a great pity. During the recent battle, Park Si noticed Chen Luo's condition and was exceedingly pleased with his overall performance. For an ordinary child, merely encountering the terrifying soul master known as the human-faced demon spider without succumbing to tears or fear would have been commendable. Yet, Chen Luo remained remarkably composed, displaying only a hint of tension. In terms of mindset, this child was already exceptionally distinctive in the subsequent battle. Chen Luo exhibited a terrifying speed and reflexes, managing to keep pace with the combat rhythm of a soul master, which unequivocally indicated his extraordinary nature, even though this soul master had deliberately slowed down the pace to simplify the encounter. Park Si had initially held a favorable impression of Chen Luo, particularly since his innate soul power of level 7 had greatly enhanced his score. However, after the battle, Park Si's satisfaction with Chen Luo's abilities deepened even further. During the fight, he had already resolved that after the skirmish, he would meticulously select an excellent soul ring for Chen Luo, and in the future, he would pursue him as a disciple with unwavering determination. That it was evident to anyone with eyes that this child was destined for greatness. Alas, it all turned into a mere dream. Park Si's lack of intervention with Chen Luo did not imply that he harbored any hope of forcibly absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. The notion of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as a first soul ring was utterly impossible. There was no room for hope in such a scenario. His decision to refrain from immediate action stemmed from the understanding that it was not the opportune moment to interrupt, even though Chen Luo had only just begun to absorb the soul ring. At that moment, Chen Luo resembled an empty vessel, filling with water at an uncontrollable speed. If Park Si were to act rashly, the water would overflow, even potentially causing the vessel to burst. Only when the influx of water slowed would there be a chance for intervention. Of course, even upon reaching the most opportune moment, altering the current situation could still lead to significant repercussions, and it was entirely possible that the best outcome would be the vessel's destruction. Or worse, an explosive failure. Park Si silently observed Chen Luo, waiting for the right moment to interrupt his soul ring absorption. Having no alternative, even knowing the potential outcome, he felt compelled to proceed in this manner. In relation to Chen Luo's life, this was the only hope. As the soul ring absorption progressed, Chen Luo's complexion began to deteriorate, yet he seemed to remain within his limits. Time passed, and Park Si still could not find a suitable opportunity. His expression grew increasingly peculiar in this tense atmosphere. Park Si was astonished to discover that Chen Luo was nearing the completion of his soul ring absorption. The process of absorbing the soul ring was far easier than Chen Luo had anticipated. Devoid of any significant pain, he felt as though he were continually utilizing his soul-hunting skills to harvest souls and enhance his strength, acutely aware of his power escalating at a terrifying pace. If he had to pinpoint a discomfort, it was simply an overwhelming sensation. Indeed, it was akin to overindulgence in food, but this sensation did not originate from his stomach, rather it enveloped his entire being. During the absorption, every meridian in Chen Luo's body expanded, each increment filled with energy, only to expand further. If one were to liken Chen Luo's body to a container, he had begun as a jar, and was now transforming into a barrel. This process continued for an indeterminate duration until the sensation of fullness dissipated entirely, signifying the completion of the soul ring absorption. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, and his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. In that instant, although he appeared merely as a child, he emanated an undeniable aura of strength. Was that it? Chen Luo felt a lingering desire for more. He extended his left hand, summoning the scythe of death. Simultaneously, a radiant purple halo ascended from beneath him, captivatingly brilliant. Henceforth, I am also a true soul master. Gripping the scythe of death tightly, Chen Luo's heart brimmed with exhilaration. The successful absorption of the 1,000-year soul ring marked the completion of a special task, and the host was congratulated with a standard reward: Poison Flame. Poison Flame, an enhanced version of the 1,000-year soul skill. The special task had a certain probability of yielding exceptional rewards, yet it appeared that fortune had not favored him this time. Nevertheless, acquiring an enhanced version of a 1,000-year soul skill was already quite commendable. Park Si continued to watch Chen Luo in silence, his gaze filled with astonishment, his aged visage marked by profound disbelief. He truly succeeded. When Park Si beheld the purple soul ring emerging around Chen Luo, the emotions that had long been suppressed within him finally erupted. A miracle. This is indeed a miracle. It was only then that Chen Luo became aware of Park Si's presence, having been so engrossed in his own joy that he had momentarily forgotten him. Old man, I did it. Chen Luo smiled, an array of emotions swirling within him, too numerous to articulate. Park Si nodded vigorously, yearning to reach out and touch Chen Luo, yet fearing that he might tarnish the miracle before him. Ultimately withdrawing his hand, his entire body trembling slightly. It was simply inconceivable. You are undoubtedly the first in history to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as your first, and likely the only one. From the moment Chen Luo vanquished the human-faced demon spider to the conclusion of his soul ring absorption, Park Si bore witness to it all, grappling with a myriad of emotions. Yet at this moment, he could only feel sheer astonishment. Chen Luo grinned broadly. I can't say for certain if I'm the first, but I can assure you I'm not the last. There aren't that many only ones. If memory serves, many years later, in the Douluo continent, there would be a lad surnamed Hua whose first soul ring absorption would be a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Park Si's astonishment transformed into a radiant smile, one of genuine delight, as he regarded Chen Luo as if he were admiring an exquisite piece of art. What does it feel like after absorbing the soul ring? Park Si inquired. I feel significantly stronger. Chen Luo replied, this is a purple 1,000-year soul ring, something I had never possessed. Becoming stronger is a certainty. What is your current soul power level? Park Si asked fervently. Chen Luo paused momentarily before responding. My current soul power level should be level 11. And the soul skill? Park Si pressed eagerly. Chen Luo replied, Poison Flame. Only level 11 soul power? Park Si frowned immediately, more concerned about Chen Luo's power level than the skill. Chen Luo nodded. Indeed, it was impossible for his soul power level to be merely 11. Prior to absorbing the soul ring, he had already possessed a level 19 power. How could it decrease? However, since his soul power level had not changed after the absorption, he reported it as though he were an ordinary soul master after absorbing a soul ring. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the peculiarities of his martial soul, but others could not discern Chen Luo's true strength, which conveniently allowed him to conceal his true abilities. That shouldn't be the case. You absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. Even if your soul power level didn't increase by an exaggerated 10 or 8 levels, an increase of at least 3 levels is entirely plausible. It cannot yield benefits equivalent to those from a regular ring. Park Si pondered. Chen Luo explained, although my soul power level hasn't changed, the soul power within me has multiplied several times. Oh, really? Park Si's spirits lifted, the doubt on his face evaporating instantly. If that is indeed the case, then it is understandable. Moreover, this is even better than a direct increase in soul power level. Chen Luo nodded. I believe so too. Although his soul power level remained unchanged, the power had indeed seen a significant boost. This may sound somewhat unusual at first, but rephrased, it becomes much clearer. One could compare soul power to water. At the same soul power level, the soul power possessed by others is akin to a basin of water, while Chen Luo's is equivalent to a swimming pool. Soul power level symbolizes one's capacity to draw water. Given the same capacity, while others possess merely a basin of water, Chen Luo boasts the volume of an entire pool. This encapsulates the advantages brought about by Chen Luo's absorption of the 1,000-year soul ring from the human-faced demon spider. Park Si's smile grew increasingly radiant. I truly find it difficult to describe you. You are simply a monster. What was deemed impossible, you have achieved, and you have created even more impossibilities. Park Si appeared even more jubilant than Chen Luo himself. Though he was merely a witness, he felt genuine joy for Chen Luo from the depths of his heart. Chen Luo smirked, revealing a self-satisfied grin. Old man, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Park Si nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I understand that you detest trouble. Chen Luo and Park Si exchanged a knowing smile. Oh, by the way, quickly showcase your soul skill. I wish to witness the appearance of a Millennium soul skill. Park Si abruptly recalled the matter of soul skills and immediately spoke. Chen Luo cast a puzzled glance at Park Si. Old man, why do you not possess a single Millennium soul ring? Am I to understand that your statement is a mockery of me? Of course not, Park Si replied. In my youth, I was naive and lacked guidance in this realm, so I foolishly acquired soul rings indiscriminately. It remains my greatest regret in life. So, you subsequently began to diligently study the knowledge pertaining to soul masters and soul beasts. Indeed, although it is rather late now. All right then, old man, let us not dwell on your sorrows. Allow me to demonstrate my soul skill, Chen Luo proclaimed, gripping the scythe of death tightly, and lowered his voice with intensity. Poison Flame. The purple soul ring hovering above Chen Luo immediately glimmered. And in the next moment, the scythe of death radiated a dark brilliance, a layer of black, mist-like substance enveloping the blade. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Chen Luo charged towards the nearest large tree. Swinging the scythe of death in a fierce arc swoosh, the scythe of death effortlessly carved a massive gash into the tree, with black flames clinging to the cut, incessantly corroding the trunk. After completing this act, Chen Luo sheathed the scythe of death and approached Park Si, introducing his soul skill. Poison Flame, when activated, allows a special substance to adhere to my scythe. As you have just witnessed, this substance possesses extreme corrosiveness and is highly toxic. Park Si gazed at the gash in the tree, where the black flames were rapidly eroding the bark, soon enlarging the wound until the tree could bear the strain no longer and crashed down with a resounding thud. After a considerable pause, Park Si slowly spoke. Truly astonishing. Without utilizing this soul skill, does your scythe still contain poison? It does, Chen Luo replied, but the toxin is not particularly potent, merely enough to induce paralysis at most. Park Si nodded. That is already quite commendable. At the very least, it allows your martial soul to bear some unique attributes. When you showcased your martial soul, I didn't notice any changes in your scythe. And I presume this unique attribute did not exist that it does exist. It simply cannot be discerned by appearance alone. Park Si mused. Today has truly been an eye-opener. It seems my determination to assist you in hunting soul beasts to obtain a soul ring was indeed a wise decision. Perhaps it is one of the few correct choices I have made in my lifetime. Having acquired his first soul ring, Chen Luo had achieved the purpose of this journey, and Park Si did not linger any further in the soul hunting forest. Returning after a brief rest, interestingly, on their way back, it was highly likely that Chen Luo and Park Si passed by the location where Tang San acquired his soul ring, though the corpse of the soul beast was somewhat mangled. It was still unmistakably identifiable as a mandala snake. Upon returning to Nodding City, it was already the following midday. Their expedition to the soul hunting forest had spanned several days, mostly spent on absorbing the soul ring. But fortunately, everything had proceeded exceptionally smoothly. With the acquisition of his first soul ring, Chen Luo had officially entered the ranks of soul masters. Before returning to school, he accompanied Park Si to the Spirit Hall to complete his registration as a soul master and received a gold coin subsidy. Registering with the Spirit Hall and officially joining it are two distinct matters. Naturally, Park Si hoped that Chen Luo would formally join the Spirit Hall, but Chen Luo declined that on this matter. Park Si did not press further. And his desire to take Chen Luo as a disciple had also dissipated, not because Chen Luo was unworthy, but because Park Si felt himself unworthy for the fact that Chen Luo's first soul ring was a purple Millennium soul ring. This secret was bound to escape notice. However, since Park Si personally recorded all of Chen Luo's information, he did not widely disseminate this information within the Spirit Hall, understanding that Chen Luo preferred to avoid trouble and thus sought to delay the revelation of such details as long as possible. Upon returning to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Chen Luo's first order of business was to return to the dormitory to find Xiao Wu. However, the dormitory was empty. He also found no one in the dining hall. Wang Sheng and the others seemed to have vanished. A foreboding sensation intensified within Chen Luo, prompting him to head towards the back mountain of the Academy. 015. I will always protect you. The back mountain of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is situated outside the Academy's rear gate. Chen Luo moved swiftly, soon arriving at the back mountain and entering the woods there. In the distance, he heard a group of students shouting, "You worthless fool! Do you think you're a tiger? You're less than a cat." Wang Sheng, you fool. Did you really think Lulong's stick was an ordinary club? That's Lulong's martial soul. Little rabbit, your people have lost. No one is stepping up, right? How about you come? Who are you calling little rabbit? Call me Sister Xiao Wu. I'll come if I want to. Who is afraid? It was Xiao Wu's voice. Chen Luo immediately surged forward at full speed, racing towards the source of the voice and quickly arriving at a clearing. At this moment, two groups of students faced off, one comprised of senior students and the other of working students. The senior students were all around 10 years old, and the leader was tall and handsome, though his expression exuded disdain that was quite discomforting. Leading the working students was a petite girl, cute and charming, her hair styled in scorpion braids cascading down her back, currently displaying a defiant demeanor. It was Xiao Wu. Behind Xiao Wu, all the working students were present, except for Tang San. Judging by the situation, Wang Sheng had already participated in a scuffle, sporting a bruised face and numerous wounds, looking quite wretched. Chen Luo's arrival instantly captured everyone's attention. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Xiao Wu's previously angry expression transformed into a radiant smile. Chen Luo, you finally returned. Chen Luo grinned in response. Did you miss me? Hee a little. I missed you too. Hey. Are you kidding? This is a fighting arena, not a place for you to flaunt your affection. Xiao Qinyu could no longer bear it, pointing a finger at Chen Luo with indignation. You brat. I'll make sure to give you a proper welcome later. Chen Luo's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Wu, completely disregarding Xiao Chunyu's presence. Approaching Xiao Wu's side, Chen Luo exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly. Fortunately, I made it in time, since that day when all the members of the 7th room went to the dining hall. And Xiao Wu had a verbal clash with the senior students. Chen Luo had known that the day of conflict would inevitably arrive. Thankfully, he arrived just in time. He could not allow anyone to bully Xiao Wu. Since he was already there was no need for him to intervene further. The situation should be resolvable. After returning to the dormitory, Tang San intended to greet his roommates, but found no one present. So he decided to search for a while on the playground. He overheard the senior students conversing and quickly realized that Xiao Wu and the others had arranged a fight. Originally, Tang San had planned to join them. But upon arriving at the back mountain and seeing Chen Luo already there, he abandoned that thought and prepared to return to his training. Xiao Chenyu, 6th grade student, martial soul, wolf, rank 11, one-ring battle soul master. The voice of Xiao Chenyu echoed through the woods, and behind him, all his lackeys had been rendered combat ineffective, either sitting on the ground or lying down, occasionally emitting moans of distress. In just a few short minutes after Chen Luo's arrival, this was the state of affairs before him. None could stand against Chen Luo. Even among the senior students, those who had already acquired soul rings were still no match for him. In fact, throughout the entire encounter, Chen Luo had yet to even activate his martial soul. Xiao Chenyu, the leader among the senior students, was the only one left with any semblance of combat ability. And under the watchful gazes of his subordinates, he felt compelled to save face and charge forward despite his trepidation. What kind of monster is this? He hasn't even activated his martial soul, yet is already this formidable. If he were to unleash his martial soul, what would happen? The earlier arrogance and disdain of Xiao Chenyu had vanished without a trace. Now, he wore an expression of tension, his eyes flickering with a hint of fear. Chen Luo, 1st grade student, martial soul, scythe, rank 11, one-ring weapon soul master. Chen Luo replied calmly, offering a polite response, yet still did not unleash his martial soul. The battle commenced swiftly at this moment. Xiao Chenyu felt a twinge of fear. But he had no choice. With a throng of followers watching from behind, he could not afford to show cowardice. Upon activating his martial soul, he charged towards Chen Luo. Once his martial soul was awakened, Xiao Chenyu's muscles swelled, brimming with power. His eyes transformed to a pale green, his nails elongated and sharpened, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Nevertheless, before Chen Luo, Xiao Chenyu still appeared exceedingly insignificant. Primarily, even before the combat began, he was already gripped by trepidation, and the outcome of the fight was clearly predetermined. Xiao Chenyu was swift and powerful. He had previously crushed a stone effortlessly while in a martial soul state, exuding immense confidence. However, at this moment, despite the support of his martial soul, he felt as though Chen Luo loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. The distance between them, a mere few meters, was swiftly closed by Xiao Chenyu, who did not hesitate to raise his right hand and strike at Chen Luo's forehead, his sharp claws glinting ominously, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. Bang! Before Xiao Chenyu's claws could land, Chen Luo's foot had already struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying backward. What was even more terrifying was that Chen Luo was able to pursue Xiao Chenyu. In an instant, Chen Luo's not-so-large hand gripped Xiao Chenyu's throat tightly. A sensation of suffocation washed over him, igniting panic within his nerves. As the impending sense of death plunged Xiao Chenyu into fear. Remember this feeling. Should you dare to trouble Xiao Wu again, my grip will tighten, and I will not hesitate to turn you into a lifeless corpse. The cold voice echoed in Xiao Chenyu's ears, casting a long shadow over him for the foreseeable future. A year later, today marked the holiday at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy, and most students were busy returning home. With only a scant few opting to remain on campus, a semester felt like an eternity, and during the academic year, students were unable to return home, allowing only family visits. Throughout the year, the village elder and Lu Dahe had visited Chen Luo several times. Despite Chen Luo insisting that he could return home by himself during the holidays, sparing them the trouble of coming to fetch him, The village elder and Lu Dahe still made their way to the academy. Grandpa village elder, Brother Dahe, you've come. At the academy gates, Xiao Wu greeted the village elder and Lu Dahe with a smile. Though they had only met a few times, it seemed Xiao Wu was already quite familiar with them. While Chen Luo observed quietly from the side that a month prior to the holidays, Xiao Wu had been incessantly pestering Chen Luo, insisting on accompanying him home, to which Chen Luo reluctantly acquiesced. During the elders and Lu Dahe's visits to Chen Luo, Xiao Wu was always present. Her delightful nature made her endearing, and familiarity blossomed quickly on the journey home. Xiao Wu chattered excitedly with the village elder and Lu Dahe, bringing immense joy to the elder, while even the usually taciturn Lu Dahe wore a smile. Meanwhile, Chen Luo trailed behind, silently reflecting on the events that transpired during his year at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. In truth, each day had mirrored the last. Aside from training and attending classes, it primarily involved indulging Xiao Wu in merriment. Xiao Wu thrived after her victory over Xiao Qinyu at the academy's rear mountain. She had become the unofficial leader, relishing her freedom as her peers took on the burden of menial tasks, allowing her to enjoy a leisurely existence. As for Chen Luo's gains over the past year, his strength had only marginally improved. At a year ago, his soul power level was at 19, and a year later, it remained at 19, albeit closer to the coveted 20th level. This was not due to Chen Luo's laziness. He worked diligently every day, dedicating nearly all his time to training. Aside from moments spent with Xiao Wu, the slow progression of his soul power level, in Chen Luo's view, was tied to his soul power capacity. The sheer magnitude of soul power within him was staggering. He could aptly describe it as inexhaustible. That it was precisely this vast reservoir of soul power that resulted in his training manifesting predominantly in consolidating his foundation. This was a process of gradual accumulation, and once it concluded, Chen Luo would return to rapidly elevating his soul power level. Of course, aside from regular training, Chen Luo had another means of enhancing his strength: soul hunting. However, soul hunting was not something one could engage in indiscriminately. Harvesting souls required opportunity, and not all souls were eligible for collection. One had to remain vigilant of others' gazes. Recklessly harvesting souls would cast one into the ranks of malevolent outcasts. A perilous predicament indeed. Chen Luo sought to steadily and cautiously bolster his strength. For his system, due to the absence of a second soul ring, new tasks had yet to refresh, leaving him with no choice but to temporarily set them aside. In matters of the heart, his affections had been nurtured since childhood and were progressing smoothly. Anyone would be captivated by Xiao Wu. Who could resist such a beautiful and charming girl? While the world of Douluo was not devoid of beauties, Chen Luo's heart belonged solely to Xiao Wu. Initially, he had believed he would be in competition with Tang San, but it became apparent that Tang San lacked even the qualifications to compete. Upon returning to Xiaogo village, it was already evening. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu headed to his small wooden house, where they continued to share a bed, the middle still marked by a boundary of bundled items. A line that seemed to hold no significance for Xiao Wu. Her hand crossed the boundary, occasionally tugging at Chen Luo's clothes. Chen Luo, I didn't expect your bed to be so well positioned. It's perfect for gazing at the stars through the window. Chen Luo, we bought so many ingredients today. Will you prepare delicious food for me tomorrow? Of course. I heard Grandpa Village Elder and Brother Dahe say your culinary skills are exceptional. Naturally, Xiao Wu and Chen Luo appeared to have an endless stream of conversation. After discussing many plans for the holiday, Xiao Wu unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Chen Luo carefully covered her with a blanket and gently gazed at her for a few seconds. I will always protect you. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Luo looked out the window. The moon hung like a silver plate amidst a sky full of stars, promising another fine day ahead. With such a lengthy holiday, one must find something to occupy their time. If left to Xiao Wu's whims, each day would revolve solely around eating. Perhaps, after a while, they could visit Shenghan village. Who knows? Tang San might be busy crafting hidden weapons. After all, they were once roommates. And traveling such a distance to see him, it would be rather impolite if he didn't offer some hidden weapons in return. 5 years later, in the Barak Kingdom, Soto City, on the bustling streets. 3 young individuals were searching for a restaurant. 2 boys and 1 girl, all around 12 or 13 years of age. The girl walked alongside one of the boys, dressed in a pink top and white trousers. Though her attire seemed simple, it beautifully accentuated her figure, showcasing her slender waist and long, straight legs. both exuding elegance. Particularly striking was her delicate, rosy face, imbued with a hint of youthfulness, yet undeniably stunning, with long, jet black hair styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, grazing her calves. Beside her was a boy, slightly over 1.7 meters tall, clad in a black athletic outfit. He had a well-proportioned build, a black wristband adorning his left wrist, and short black hair that lent him a vibrant, spirited appearance, complemented by his handsome features, making him a perfect match for the girl. The third boy walked ahead, dressed plainly in a light blue athletic outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 gemstones cinched around his waist. His appearance was unremarkable, and standing alongside the other two, he projected a sense of incongruity. These three were none other than Xiao Wu, Chen Luo, and Tang San, who had come from the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. That I really don't understand what you guys are thinking. There are so many intermediate Soul Master Academies for us to choose from, all offering incredibly generous conditions, yet you chose to come here to attend a nameless, shabby academy. Xiao Wu complained, pouting in displeasure. Tang San smiled slightly. The teacher only asked me to take the exam. She didn't require you and Chen Luo to come. Humph, if it weren't for Chen Luo wanting to go, I wouldn't dream of attending that shabby academy, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face displaying disdain as she turned to Chen Luo. Her watery eyes filled with reproach. Chen Luo, I truly don't understand what you're thinking. Don't overthink it. Perhaps that academy will surprise us, Chen Luo replied, seeing Xiao Wu still unhappy. Chen Luo suggested, we're making good time. With 2 days until the academy opens, let us spend these 2 days exploring Soto City together. A little distraction might soothe your tender heart. Instantly, Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy. Deal. So many horses are difficult to chase, Chen Luo remarked with a chuckle. Hee, Chen Luo, you are the best, Xiao Wu said, smiling as she linked her arm with Chen Luo's. Ahem, Tang San cleared his throat twice. Could you at least acknowledge my presence? I may be walking ahead, but I am certainly not blind. Third brother, you talk too much. Xiao Wu made a face at Tang San, but there's a restaurant just ahead. Let us go there. After eating dry rations all the way, it's time to improve our meals, Chen Luo suggested. After we finish our meal, we should find a hotel to stay. Great. Third brother is treating us. He has been working at the blacksmith shop for so long. He must have earned quite a bit of money, and he has never treated us to a good meal, Xiao Wu exclaimed immediately. Chen Luo smiled broadly. That's all third brother's hard-earned money. How can you be so heartless? Tang San appeared quite generous. It's fine. I'll treat you. Money is meant to be spent. Upon arriving at the restaurant, seemingly to take advantage of Tang San, Xiao Wu ordered a plethora of dishes. Before all the dishes were served, the three of them had already started to feast heartily, enjoying their meal immensely. During dinner, Chen Luo briefly reminisced about his 6 years at Nodding Academy, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his face. Over those 6 years, Chen Luo had lived a fulfilling life, dedicating his remaining time to Xiao Wu after diligently practicing. With Xiao Wu's companionship, every day was filled with joy. Over the years, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's relationship had grown increasingly close, to the point where they could be described as inseparable. Besides Xiao Wu, Chen Luo also managed to forge a good friendship with Tang San. Although they were not as close as brothers, they were certainly very good friends. Both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu referred to Tang San as third brother, which clearly indicated their bond in terms of strength. Chen Luo's soul power level had now reached 29. P.S. Spoiler alert, after reaching level 30, the protagonist will soar. Let us not dwell on levels too much. The process of advancing from level 19 to 20 took Chen Luo over half a year. And after entering the 20th level and acquiring his second soul ring, his soul power level rose rapidly. A year ago, his soul power level had already reached 29, much like the previous transition from 19 to 20. Chen Luo found himself at a new bottleneck, destined to spend considerable time solidifying his foundation. However, his stagnant soul power level did not imply that his strength was at a standstill. By the way, Chen Luo's second soul ring was a nearly 3,000-year-old fire lizard, which was also purple. Tio obtained this second soul ring. Chen Luo nearly risked his life, and even though Pu Si possessed the strength of a soul sect, the quality of his soul ring was undeniably poor. Fortunately, it ended without incident. After finishing their meal, Chen Luo and company began searching for accommodations. Both Chen Luo and Tang San intended to find a modest hotel for a couple of nights. But coincidentally, Xiao Wu had her eye on a rather unique hotel. Gazing at the three-story establishment, adorned in rose red, Chen Luo couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, thinking to himself, some things are simply unavoidable. Rose Hotel, Chen Luo, third brother, let us stay here, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Chen Luo nodded. All right, it is said that what is meant to be will be, and certain matters must be confronted. Tang Sen had no objections and nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio stepped into the Rose Hotel. Upon entering, Chen Luo was immediately enveloped by a delightful scent of roses, lifting his spirits considerably. The hotel's decor was warm and tasteful, showcasing only white, silver, and rose red, exuding elegance. Approaching the front desk, Chen Luo inquired, "Could we please have 3 rooms? Are you sure you want 3? The attendant behind the counter winked at Chen Luo. Chen Luo pretended not to see. Absolutely. I'm sorry, but we only have 2 rooms available. Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Xiao Wu said, "That's enough? I'll share a room with you. Third brother can have one to himself." Tang San nodded. That works. Chen Luo addressed the front desk. Then we'll take 2 rooms. The attendant behind the counter cast an envious glance at Chen Luo before promptly responding, "Sir, please hold on a moment." The attendant then began processing their check-in. Just as the paperwork was nearing completion, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "My room is still available, right?" Chen Luo and his companions turned to see 3 figures entering the hotel. Striding towards the front desk, 1 man and 2 women. The 2 girls appeared to be twins, both fashionably dressed, around 18 or 19 years old, with graceful figures and stunning looks. However, Chen Luo and his companions' gazes were fixated not on the girls, but rather on the young man standing between them. He towered at least 1.80 meters, looking youthful, perhaps even younger than the twins, with a tall, upright stature, handsome features, and long golden hair cascading down his back. His deep blue eyes, resembling dual orbs, exuded an eerie charm. The situation had shifted, but it was inevitable. Chen Luo thought to himself, if Chen Luo couldn't recognize the man before him, then his experience in Duel would be for naught, though he had not expected the sinister-eyed white tiger. Dai Mubai, to be so strikingly handsome, albeit still a tad inferior to himself. Dai Mubai's gaze swept over Chen Luo's trio, lingering a moment longer on Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, while he merely cast a cursory glance at Tang San. With 1 girl in each arm, Dai Mubai approached the front desk and coldly regarded the attendant. "Are you new here? Don't you know the rules?" Although the attendant was considerably older than Dai Mubai, he appeared somewhat intimidated in his presence, a fear that seemed instinctual. "What rules?" Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. "This hotel always reserves a room for me." The attendant was taken aback, a look of confusion etched on his face. Dai Mubai coldly demanded, "Call your manager." "All right, please hold on." The attendant quickly nodded in agreement, then hurried away as if fleeing. Chen Luo watched the unfolding scene, feeling a strange sense of familiarity despite this being his first encounter. Surely, they wouldn't cause trouble, would they? The more familiar it felt, the stronger the sense of foreboding in Chen Luo's heart. "Excuse me, but it seems we arrived first." Tang San stepped forward. "And so what?" Dai Mubai didn't even glance at Tang San. Xiao Wu, lacking Tang San's patience, stepped up. "It doesn't matter. We have already booked our rooms. So you should just leave." "Heh, it's been a while since anyone dared to tell me to leave," Dai Mubai replied with a chilling smile. "Today, since I am in a good mood, if you perform the act of leaving for me, I shall consider the matter settled." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes widened in shock, her fists clenched, ready to take action. After all, as the queen of Nodding City, Xiao Wu had a fiery temper. She would not hesitate to resolve matters with her fists. Just then, the hotel manager arrived, a rather portly middle-aged man, who was causing a disturbance in our hotel. Manager Wang called out, sensing the tension even from a distance. Perhaps feeling a sense of self-importance, he approached with an air of arrogance. However, upon spotting Dai Mubai, his demeanor quickly shifted to one of obsequiousness. "Ah, it's you, young Master Dai." Following that, Manager Wang lavished praise upon Dai Mubai, showering him with compliments. "Rest assured, young Master Dai, I will handle this matter for you and guarantee your satisfaction. Today, your room fees will be waived." After flattering Dai Mubai, Manager Wang turned to Chen Luo and his companions, his expression darkening considerably. "You all need to pack your things and leave immediately. Our hotel does not welcome you. If you have already paid for your rooms, we will refund you double. No paperwork required. Just collect your money and leave quickly. He then shot a glare at the attendant. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and prepare rooms for young Master Dai. Make sure they are the best available. Let him choose. Xiao Wu, already fuming, erupted. Why should we leave? We have a reservation at this hotel. Chen Luo frowned at this turn of events, inwardly cursing. I truly did not expect this so-called manager Wang to be the one stirring trouble. Dai Mubai's voice rang out once more. Even if you want to leave, that won't be happening. Manager Wang instantly understood everything upon hearing this and stepped back a few paces. In that case, Dai Xiao, please feel free. Our hotel will cover all losses, as long as you are satisfied. Such a contemptible creature. Xiao Wu spat at Manager Wang. However, he seemed oblivious to her words, maintaining a professional smile. You must be a soul master too. Come on, I'll strike you so hard that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. With that, Xiao Wu prepared to attack. Chen Luo finally stepped forward, pulling Xiao Wu behind him. If there's a fight, I'll take it on. Chen Luo was merely averse to trouble, but that did not mean he shied away from confrontation. When the situation demanded it, he would stand resolutely. What kind of man would allow his woman to fight? Xiao Wu had more to say, but at that moment, the previously silent Tang Xin spoke. This is a matter for men. You should just observe. Young lady. Tang Xin had intended to intervene himself, but upon seeing Chen Luo step up, he immediately retracted that thought. He sensed the formidable strength of the young man before him. If he intervened, he might not prevail. However, Chen Luo could. Tang Xin was filled with confidence in Chen Luo's capabilities. Seeing Chen Luo advance, Dai Mubai wore a disdainful smile. You three can come at me together, otherwise I might find it dull. One of me is enough. Chen Luo calmly approached. Bring it on. Without further ado, Dai Mubai lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Chen Luo's forehead. Though it was a simple attack, it was imbued with tremendous momentum. The force and speed reached their zenith in that instant, achievable only through extensive combat experience. Smack. Just as Dai Mubai's fist was about to make contact with Chen Luo's head, a hand seized Dai Mubai's fist, halting its advance completely. One could discern when Chen Luo had made his move. His gaze remained tranquil, his eyelids unflinching. Is that all? Chen Luo remarked indifferently. With that, Chen Luo's form shifted. His speed could only be described as terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Dai Mubai and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Dai Mubai was sent flying, retreating several meters before barely coming to a stop. Chen Luo's speed was astonishing. Dai Mubai hadn't even had the chance to react. Once he regained his balance, a look of shock washed over Dai Mubai's face, erasing any earlier arrogance. White Tiger, manifest, he exclaimed, awakening his martial spirit. A brilliant white light erupted from Dai Mubai, transforming his physique rapidly. His bones cracked as his muscles swelled, stretching his clothes to the limit. His once golden hair shifted to a mix of black and white. With white dominating point, 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, resembling the character for king. His hands grew more than twice their original size. White fur enveloping his palms, and razor-sharp claws emerged from his fingertips, glinting ominously, capable of slicing through anything. His eyes turned a deep, captivating blue, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose slowly from beneath him, causing his aura to surge to its peak in an instant. Dai Mubai, Martial Spirit. White Tiger, level 37 Soul Sovereign. Please advise, Dai Mubai declared, formally challenging Chen Luo. Xiao Wu and Tang Xin, who had been observing, exchanged astonished glances. To possess a 1,000-year soul ring and achieve soul sovereign status. I am no match for him, Tang Xin thought, glancing at Chen Luo. Despite the formidable opponent, he still believed in Chen Luo's strength. Chen Luo appeared somewhat surprised, but not by Dai Mubai's soul rings or level. Rather, he was taken aback by the seriousness with which Dai Mubai approached the fight, silently marveling. He is already unleashing his martial spirit after just one exchange. Unbeknownst to him, the power and speed he had just exhibited had profoundly shocked Dai Mubai. If he refrained from using his martial spirit, he could still manage to hold his own, but it would be exhausting. It was better to activate his martial spirit and conclude the battle swiftly. With a calm gaze, Chen Luo addressed Dai Mubai. Chen Luo, Martial Spirit. Scythe, level 29 Weapon Soul Master. Please advise, you're only level 29. Dai Mubai exclaimed incredulously, having just heard Chen Luo declare his martial spirit and level. before Chen Luo could even activate his martial spirit. Yes, level 29. What of it? Chen Luo responded while activating his martial spirit. With a flicker of light, a colossal scythe manifested in Chen Luo's hand. And simultaneously, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Two purple soul rings slowly ascended from beneath him, and in an instant, his aura reached its zenith. Although he had one less soul ring than Dai Mubai, he matched him in intimidation. Dai Mubai, who had intended to say something, was rendered speechless upon seeing Chen Luo's soul rings, his expression one of disbelief. How is this possible? A monster? There's no need for such astonishment. Anything is possible. Chen Luo casually rested the scythe on his shoulder. Let us begin. How about that? Anything is possible. Let me experience your monstrous power with 2,000-year soul rings, Dai Mubai declared, his spirit ignited. Having been shaken by Chen Luo's soul rings, Dai Mubai's determination flared. With that, he charged at Chen Luo, his feet driving hard into the floor, causing it to buckle, and he launched himself like a cannonball towards Chen Luo. Moving with astonishing speed, this was the essence of a soul master. Once they activated their martial spirit, their strength surged dramatically. Dai Mubai's martial spirit was particularly unique. Upon its manifestation, his power and speed multiplied exponentially. On the other hand, Chen Luo, having activated his martial spirit, also experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. As he observed Dai Mubai barreling towards him, he remained unperturbed. In his view, everything seemed to slow down. He could perceive each movement as if it were unfolding in slow motion. Dai Mubai reached Chen Luo in an instant, swiping his claws at him in a fluid and rapid motion. However, the result was that Dai Mubai's claws met the blade of the scythe, producing a resonant clang. Unwilling to concede, Dai Mubai continued to strike at Chen Luo, but each attack was effortlessly deflected by the scythe. After another failed attempt, Dai Mubai chose to retreat, the look of astonishment returning to his face. This speed is unnaturally fast, as if he had predicted my movements. Wait, the greater terror lies in his strength. He is merely a weapon soul master. Dai Mubai realized that Chen Luo's power was on par with his own, if not superior, whether before or after activating their martial spirits. If Chen Luo's martial spirit were a powerful beast type, Dai Mubai might have accepted it, but the fact that Chen Luo possessed a weapon spirit, which typically could not compete with beast spirits, especially in terms of raw power, left Dai Mubai bewildered. With the first and second soul rings already being of the 1,000-year variety, what else could be deemed impossible? Dai Mubai swiftly composed himself, fully immersing himself in the battle. Why have you stopped? Chen Luo smiled faintly as he observed the distance Dai Mubai had created between them. It seems the warm-up is over. Before his words had fully settled, Chen Luo's figure vanished, leaving behind mere afterimages. Danger! Dai Mubai immediately sensed an impending threat and reacted instinctively. A brilliant white light erupted from his body, his eyes turning white, while the first soul ring among his three began to radiate brightly, forming a protective barrier around him. In the next moment, Chen Luo's figure appeared, swinging the scythe down towards Dai Mubai. Clang! The scythe halted mere inches from Dai Mubai. Unable to advance further, it was evident that Dai Mubai's first soul skill had activated, shielding him from injury, though he was still pushed back a few steps. Chen Luo's strength was truly formidable. After being repelled, Dai Mubai swiftly regained his stance and launched an aggressive assault towards Chen Luo with remarkable speed. However, Chen Luo's reactions and movements were even swifter. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Dai Mubai's attacks were once again completely thwarted by Chen Luo. Furthermore, after Dai Mubai's final strike was deflected, Chen Luo seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Dai Mubai. Bang! With a dull thud, Dai Mubai was sent flying, only coming to a stop 10 meters away, before he could steady himself. A muffled groan escaped his lips. When he glanced back at Chen Luo, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He had fought fiercely, yet had not even resorted to using his soul skills. A sense of being outmatched began to settle within him. Was that person even human? At this moment, Dai Mubai, disregarding everything else, simply yearned for a proper duel, eager to discern the extent of the formidable strength possessed by the individual before him. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With a low shout, Dai Mubai's third purple soul ring erupted in a blinding radiance, heralding the commencement of his second transformation. The air around him seemed to warp. his eyes turning a menacing crimson. His already formidable physique swelled even further, tearing through his clothing and revealing an awe-inspiring muscular outline. Dai Mubai's large hands expanded, with blades sprouting from his fingers transforming into a gleaming silver. Appearing even sharper, stripes of black appeared across his skin, enveloped in a fierce golden aura. Without fur, he resembled a magnificent golden tiger. Teo utilized his third soul skill right off the bat. It seemed that Dai Mubai held me in high regard. Upon activating White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Chen Luo finally felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Dai Mubai. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Without a moment's hesitation after completing his transformation, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill. White Tiger Radiant Wave. He opened his mouth wide, and countless beams of white light coalesced into a massive white wave before him. Accompanied by Chen Luo's furious roar, the white wave surged forth with terrifying might. It appeared that Dai Mubai was entirely serious now. It was time for me to be more earnest as well. As the white wave hurtled towards him, Chen Luo's expression remained largely unchanged, though a newfound seriousness graced his handsome features. First soul skill, Poison Flame. Gripping the death god's scythe tightly, Chen Luo's first purple soul ring ignited brilliantly. The blade of the scythe shimmered with dark radiance. A layer of black mist-like essence enveloping its edge. That moment, Chen Luo braced himself for an offensive stance. Instead of retreating in the face of the terrifying white wave, he charged directly into it, completing the entire process in the blink of an eye. When Chen Luo collided with the white wave, the death god's scythe cleaved through it. Rather than exploding, the white wave was devoured and eroded at an alarming rate by the poison flame, returning to tranquility almost instantly. If it weren't for the overwhelming energy fluctuations permeating the hotel, one might have thought nothing had transpired. The white wave had vanished, yet the blade of the death god's scythe remained coated in poison flame. After dispelling the white wave, Chen Luo immediately surged towards Dai Mubai, swinging the scythe in a decisive strike. There were no frills or extravagance in his attack. It was straightforward, yet brimming with power and speed. This time, Dai Mubai reacted just in time, narrowly evading Chen Luo's attack. However, Chen Luo's onslaught followed relentlessly. After a brief exchange, Dai Mubai found himself overwhelmed, resorting to merely withstanding the blows. Clang! The blade of the death god's scythe halted mere inches from Dai Mubai. Yet this time the blade, imbued with poison flame, began to visibly corrode Dai Mubai's defenses at an alarming pace. In a short while, several wounds adorned Dai Mubai's body. Though shallow, the edges of the wounds bore a faint blackened hue, indicative of poisoning. Despite possessing the strength of a soul sovereign and a unique martial soul that granted him resilience against toxins, the poison flame was extinguished almost immediately upon contact with Dai Mubai. Yet, he had endured great suffering. This was merely from Chen Luo holding back. Had he unleashed his full power, Dai Mubai would have already fallen. Moreover, Chen Luo had yet to employ his second soul skill. Ultimately, unable to bear the overwhelming burden, Dai Mubai chose to concede. You truly are a monster. This was Dai Mubai's heartfelt assessment of Chen Luo. That moment, Dai Mubai found himself in a most disheveled state. His clothing was torn, his pants in tatters, and his body marred with wounds. He was a stark contrast to the person he had been upon arrival. We shall meet again soon. You are welcome at Shrek Academy. Should you encounter any trouble there, simply invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the evil-eyed white tiger, but I doubt you will require it. With that, Dai Mubai departed, accompanied by the pair of twin beauties. Chen Luo, you are truly impressive, Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing to Chen Luo's side, brimming with excitement. But I seldom witnessed you in battle before. I had no idea you had become so formidable, able to defeat a soul sovereign. Oh, by the way, how did that guy know we were heading to Shrek Academy? He must be a student of Shrek At this moment. Chen Luo had already retracted his martial soul and was leading Xiao Wu towards the front desk. Manager Wang and the waiter stood at the counter, with Manager Wang drenched in sweat and trembling slightly, while the waiter appeared somewhat better but was still visibly shaken. I apologize. I was wrong. I misjudged you. It was all my fault. Upon seeing Chen Luo approach, Manager Wang immediately acknowledged his mistakes, slapping his own face in a display of contrition, his voice quaking. That I hope you can find it in yourselves to forgive me. Chen Luo didn't even spare Manager Wang a glance, directing his gaze to the waiter instead. Let us proceed with the paperwork, Do, And regarding the damage caused during the earlier battle, calculate the cost. And I will cover it. The waiter hesitated, glancing at Manager Wong, who immediately interjected, "Those are mere trifles. You need not concern yourselves with them. It is our honor to host you at our hotel. Everything is complimentary. Stay as long as you wish. And if you require additional rooms, I can arrange that for you right away." Ignoring Manager Wong, Chen Luo reached to his wrist, swiping at the Death Goddess ring. Producing a gold coin that he placed on the counter, he then naturally took Xiao Wu's hand, leading her out, while Tang Sen paused briefly before following suit. "Let us go for a stroll. I hope everything will be arranged by the time we return." 019. Shopping Chen Luo. "I truly did not expect you to be this powerful." As soon as they exited the hotel, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. During their years at Notting Academy, Chen Luo rarely showcased his abilities, and even when he did, he never activated his martial soul. Xiao Wu had always been curious about Chen Luo's strength, but witnessing his battle with Dai Mubai today had completely reshaped her perception of his capabilities. Chen Luo remained calm, a slight smile gracing his lips. "If I weren't formidable, how could I protect you?" "That is indeed true." Xiao Wu's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile as she linked her arm with Chen Luo's, the two exuding a sense of intimacy. This time, Tang San, who trailed behind, refrained from coughing. His mind was still consumed by the vivid scene of Chen Luo battling Dai Mubai in the hotel. In contrast to Xiao Wu's exuberance, Tang San was profoundly astonished by Chen Luo's prowess. Having lived together for 6 years, Tang San harbored a greater curiosity about Chen Luo's true strength than Xiao Wu did. Finally witnessing Chen Luo's combat skills today, even though Chen Luo did not reveal his full potential, it had already left Tang San in a state of great shock. 6 years ago, during the competition in Room 7 at Notting Academy, Tang San sensed something extraordinary about Chen Luo. When he learned from Chen Luo that his first soul ring was a Millennium soul ring, it had already left him astounded. The second soul ring that Chen Luo acquired was also a Millennium soul ring. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Tang San was still taken aback upon seeing Chen Luo's soul rings. Adding to this was the recent battle between Chen Luo and Dai Mubai, which had left Tang San reeling from the magnitude of his astonishment. The sheer power and speed, the astonishing rate of cultivation, and the incredible age of his soul rings, each aspect struck Tang San's heart like a heavy hammer. The disparity between individuals is indeed challenging to bridge through mere effort. Tang San had always regarded Chen Luo as his benchmark, believing that as long as he worked hard enough, he could catch up to him. He had even succeeded in matching Chen Luo in terms of soul power level. He naively thought that the gap between him and Chen Luo was continually narrowing. Now, however, he had come to a stark realization. Chen Luo was on an entirely different plane, a realm he could never hope to reach. Fortunately, Chen Luo was his friend. 5 years ago, during the holiday after his father's passing, Tang San had fallen into a state of deep sorrow for several days. It was Chen Luo's presence that helped him emerge from that darkness. Despite his youth, Chen Luo exhibited remarkable maturity, making their conversations easy and enjoyable. Tang San could genuinely feel that Chen Luo truly regarded him as a friend and brother. The fact that Chen Luo possessed 2 Millennium soul rings had been a well-kept secret. Yet he had revealed it to Tang San without hesitation. In Chen Luo's words, there should be no secrets among friends. Chen Luo had also provided considerable assistance in crafting hidden weapons, offering not only moral encouragement, but financial support as well. Often sharing brilliant ideas, to have such a friend was indeed a blessing. Chen Luo's remarkable abilities should bring me joy. As Tang San briefly reflected on the past, a smile finally graced his face. I must continue to strive forward as well. As they strolled down the bustling streets, accompanying Xiao Wu on her shopping spree, Chen Luo's mind occasionally drifted back to the battle with Dai Mubai in the hotel. It dawned on him just how powerful he had become. Realizing this belatedly, a faint smile curved the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. He had never been particularly aware of his own strength, only knowing that he was formidable. For the past few years, Chen Luo had maintained a low profile. The fact that he had obtained 2 Millennium soul rings was known only to Pu Si, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Not even the teachers at the academy were privy to this information. Pu Si deserved much credit for keeping such secrets well hidden, and Chen Luo had always felt grateful towards him. Although they had not become teacher and student, they shared a deep friendship. It was precisely because Chen Luo had remained so discreet and concealed his true strength that he had lost sight of his own capabilities. He understood that his power could not be measured by ordinary soul power levels. Yet he never anticipated that he had grown so potent, capable of easily defeating the evil White Tiger, Daimu Bai. The recent battle in the hotel had been even more effortless than he had envisioned. This was largely due to the tremendous enhancement provided by his martial soul, the Grim Reaper, akin to wielding a divine artifact, coupled with the entirety of his original martial soul, though the Scythe of Death appeared rather unassuming. It was undeniably a supreme weapon. The amplifications bestowed by the Grim Reaper's phantom were even more astounding, granting him exceptional strength and speed, as well as a robust physique capable of withstanding immense energy. Each attribute was truly extraordinary. If only he had the opportunity to unleash his full power in a battle someday. But that moment would come soon enough. He was about to join Shrek Academy. For now, it was best to remain low-key. To develop steadily and grow stronger. Chen Luo mused, fully aware of the adage that great trees attract the wind, and thus he endeavored to conceal his true self as much as possible. It must be said that Soto City was indeed thriving, with a constant flow of people bustling through the streets, far surpassing the tenfold vibrancy of Nodding City. The rapid pace of life in this prosperous metropolis left its inhabitants perpetually in a hurry. Regardless of their activities, after meandering through a couple of streets, Xiao had purchased only a single inexpensive garment. This frugal shopping spree from Xiao, who refrained from unnecessary spending, tugged at Chen Luo's heartstrings. In truth, they were not short on money. They had been saving their soul master subsidies, amassing several hundred gold coins. Chen Luo wished to buy Xiao a few nice outfits, but she persistently declined, insisting that they should not squander their resources. Where could one find such a considerate and sensible girl? After a while, under Chen Luo's firm insistence, Xiao finally acquiesced to purchasing a few better quality clothes. After all, the boy worked hard to earn money to spend on the girl. When it came to food, however, Xiao was quite generous. They indulged in numerous delectable treats along the way, already consuming a substantial amount before dinner. As dusk approached, Chen Luo showed no signs of fatigue, but Xiao began to feel concerned for him. Today has been truly delightful. Let us head back. You must be exhausted. Chen Luo gently shook his head. It's nothing. As long as you're happy, we can stroll for as long as you wish. Hee. You're so wonderful. Xiao clasped Chen Luo's hand as they made their way back, while his other hand carried bags filled with food. Tang San, on the other hand, had worked himself too hard. After only a short while of shopping, he had returned to the hotel, finding the experience somewhat torturous for a man, especially when alone, with the other two up ahead. The ordeal was doubled. Rather than waste his time in such torment, he preferred to return and cultivate. Xiao, let us take a look at this shop. Chen Luo suddenly halted in his tracks. Adjacent to them was a small, unassuming shop that appeared remarkably ordinary in the vibrant Soto City, save for its unique sign. A circular emblem combining a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric tyrannosaurus. Xiao nodded in agreement. Sure, for the entire afternoon, Xiao had been the one suggesting where to go, with Chen Luo speaking little. Now that he finally initiated conversation, Xiao was genuinely curious about what could possibly attract Chen Luo to this particular shop. Upon entering, they found the shop SDCOR to be exceedingly simplistic. There was no counter, only 3 walls adorned with various items, most of which seemed rather old and appeared to hold little value. In a corner of the shop, a middle-aged man in his 50s reclined on a wooden lounge chair, eyes closed as he swayed gently. Although the man was aging, his physique remained robust, causing the chair to creak occasionally under his weight. He had a distinctive appearance, with a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, an aquiline nose, and wearing a pair of black-framed spectacles, giving him a sly and peculiar air. Chen Luo chose not to awaken him and gestured for Xiao to lower her voice. Chen Luo, there's nothing of interest in this shop. It seems to have some soul-guiding devices, but they all look quite outdated. Just browsing, Chen Luo replied, his gaze sweeping across the shop, leaving no corner overlooked. Ultimately, he discovered a crystal the size of a human head in an inconspicuous corner. The crystal itself was transparent, yet contained large swathes of dark yellow impurities. Finally found at .020, Shrek Academy, if Chen Luo's memory served him correctly. That seemingly ordinary, even low-quality crystal was the board crystal for the golden dragon beard needle that Tang San required. The middle-aged man napping there was none other than Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy. A soul saint at level 78. Boss, is that crystal available for 1 gold soul coin? Chen Luo inquired. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, immediately grew anxious and whispered in Chen Luo's ear. Chen Luo, why would you buy that worthless thing? Although it looks like a crystal, it should be the most inferior one there is. If you're going to buy a crystal, purple crystal is far more precious. Besides, do you even know how to shop? That thing is worth at most 1 silver soul coin. Chen Luo nodded gently, quickly altering his words. Boss, does that crystal sell for 1 silver soul coin? 1 gold soul coin? Why don't you just go and snatch it? Xiao Wu interjected immediately. 0.2 gold soul coins, 0.5 silver soul coins. Take it or leave it. If you don't want to sell, then so be it. After speaking, Xiao Wu tugged at Chen Luo, urging him to leave. Chen Luo, showing little reluctance or attachment, followed Xiao Wu out the door. As they approached the exit, a voice suddenly rang out. 0.1 gold soul coin. Take it. Xiao Wu glanced at Chen Luo, who nodded slightly, prompting the two to turn back. After paying 1 gold soul coin, Chen Luo stored the crystal into the death god's ring. Boss, we're leaving. He politely bid farewell, and together with Xiao Wu, they departed on their way back. Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Chen Luo, is there something special about that item? I think Sangu might need it. Chen Luo replied with a nod. Xiao Wu pouted. So it's for him. I thought you wanted it for yourself. It's rare to see you wanting to buy something. Upon returning to the hotel, their rooms had already been arranged. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were accommodated in the Red Ocean, while Tang San stayed in the Green Departure. Upon entering Tang San's room, Chen Luo produced the crystal he had just purchased. I believe you might need this. Upon seeing the crystal, Tang San's eyes gleamed with excitement. Where did you acquire this? Xiao Wu smiled slightly. From a shabby shop. It cost 1 gold soul coin. On the way back, I thought it was a bad deal. But it seems it was worth it, especially since Chen Luo bought it specifically for you. Not just 1 gold soul coin. It's worth even 1,000, Tang San exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, and he enveloped Chen Luo in a bear hug. Patting his back vigorously, Chen Luo, you are truly a great brother. Is there any more of this crystal? No, this is the only one, Chen Luo replied. Oh, that's to be expected. After all, such items are exceedingly rare. Xiao Wu, observing quietly, finally couldn't restrain herself. Isn't it just a broken crystal? What makes it so special? Though Chen Luo understood the significance of the crystal, he feigned curiosity, looking at Tang San. Tang San excitedly explained. This is a bored crystal with golden dragon whiskers. Chen Luo Ji, it seems there's a small village up ahead. That should be Shrek Academy. He finally arrived. I'm exhausted, Xiao Wu remarked, resting her chin on Chen Luo's back and pointing ahead to a village a mile away. Tang San retorted, the one who's tired is Chen Luo. Xiao Wu made a face at Tang San. Humph. It was Chen Luo Ji who insisted on carrying me. Tang San remained expressionless. I only saw you jump onto his back. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us quicken our pace. We'll be there soon. Xiao Wu only called him Chen Luo Ji when he was carrying her, and each utterance made his heart melt. As long as Xiao Wu wished, he could carry her forever, from a distance. They could see a throng gathered at the village entrance. As they approached, they realized that most were youths around their age, many accompanied by their parents. Could it be that Shrek Academy is so shabby? Just a small village? Xiao Wu had already spotted the wooden archway at the village entrance bearing the plaque Shrek Academy. Above the 5 characters, there was a green emblem, resembling the head of a humanoid creature. Having already held a skeptical view of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu couldn't help but scoff further upon seeing its appearance. It's even inferior to Nodding Academy. It probably doesn't even measure up to 1/3 of its size. She then turned to Tang San. Sangu, you weren't deceived by the master, were you? Chen Luo interjected. Xiao Wu, quiet down. Xiao Wu immediately fell silent, appearing obedient. Chen Luo pointed at the queue of youths. If this truly were a subpar academy, there wouldn't be so many people here to register. Let us join the line. What a pathetic academy. They only accept students under 12 with a spirit power level of 20. Isn't that a blatant money grab? That's 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee. Indeed, only monsters can meet those 2 criteria. If such good conditions existed, one would attend a better academy instead of this shabby place. This academy doesn't even compare to a typical beginner soul master academy. One by one, people began to leave, most grumbling as they departed. Originally, over 100 had come to register, but within a few minutes, only a little over 10 remained. This situation arose because Shrek Academy had already announced its admission criteria. under 12 years old and spirit power level above 20, with neither criterion being dispensable. Those who had been unaware of the criteria foolishly paid the registration fee, only to find themselves ineligible for admission and unable to reclaim their fees. Some attempted to retrieve their fees forcefully. But a 16 or 17-year-old youth appeared, unleashed his martial spirit, and with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings, the moment he displayed his strength, no one dared to stir, leaving only a few to mutter complaints as they departed. That enforcer was Dai Mubai.A.'s registration continued. Those who remained were mostly compliant with the Academy's admission conditions, while others who attempted to take advantage were ruthlessly rejected, perhaps due to their timing. Chen Luo did not encounter the other members of the Shrek 7, as he recalled that today Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were also supposed to register, yet he did not see their figures. The registration process for Chen Luo and his companions went exceptionally smoothly. It was only when Tang San took some extra time that the elder in charge of registration, unable to determine Tang San's age through the touch of his bones due to his training in the Xianyu hand, even went so far as to feel Tang San's calf. When it was Chen Luo's turn to showcase his strength, he inevitably drew astonished gazes from all around. 2,000-year spirit rings. The elder marveled. Our academy is about to gain a true monster. Chen Luo intentionally positioned himself at the end of the line for the admission assessment, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. However, the presence of 2,000-year spirit rings was undeniable. Anyone who beheld those resplendent purple rings was profoundly awed. Even the elder, who had spent many years at Shrek Academy and had encountered countless young prodigies, was left speechless. The elder gazed at Chen Luo for a considerable time until Chen Luo finally spoke up. I should meet the qualifications, right? Qualified, of course. Absolutely qualified, the elder exclaimed. Mubai, hurry and take them inside, especially this student. He need not undergo any further tests. He is already a student of Shrek Academy. I am certain the dean would unhesitatingly make the same decision. Dai Mubai showed no surprise at the elder's arrangement. Rather, it would have been unusual if the elder had maintained a calm demeanor. Even though Dai Mubai had already witnessed Chen Luo's 2,000-year spirit rings once, seeing them again today still left him astonished. Previously, Dai Mubai had been confident, believing himself to be a rare find, one of the monsters of Shrek Academy. That it was only after encountering Chen Luo that he comprehended the true meaning of a monster. Dai Mubai immediately led Chen Luo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu into the academy. As they walked, Dai Mubai outlined the upcoming arrangements, though these plans primarily pertained to Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Chen Luo being an exception. You will conduct your second assessment here. The teacher will guide you on what to do. Dai Mubai brought Chen Luo's group to an open area surrounded by wooden houses, which appeared to be the very center of Shrek Academy. All those who had passed the preliminary test were gathered here, and from time to time, spirit power fluctuations emanated from the front. Dai Mubai seemed to be in a hurry. After finishing his explanation, he left Chen Luo and the others behind, casually advising Chen Luo, "You need not participate in any more assessments. Feel free to wander around the academy. Later, arrangements will be made for your dormitory. If you wish to accompany your companions, that's fine too." Dai Mubai strode off, and just then, a soft, melodic voice rang out, "Sausages for sale, sausages for sale." It was Oscar. Upon hearing those familiar words, Chen Luo instantly thought of Oscar. Turning around, he saw a man pushing a cart, calling out to sell his wares, effectively blocking Dai Mubai's path. The man was clad in simple gray cloth, with neatly cropped hair and a face adorned with a scruffy beard, complemented by a pair of large, alluring peach blossom eyes. It was hard to imagine that the soft, gentle voice just heard emanated from this individual. "Dai, where are you rushing off to? How about buying a sausage?" Oscar said with a broad smile. Dai Mubai retorted, "Get lost. Why the hostility? If you don't want it, just say so." Oscar quickly sidestepped, allowing Dai to pass. Still wearing a cheerful grin, "I just spotted a stunning girl with a remarkable figure. If I'm not mistaken, Dai, you must be heading to find her, right?" Dai Mubai ignored Oscar and walked away. Chen Luo clearly heard the exchange between Oscar and Dai, and immediately understood who Dai was seeking. It was likely Zhu Zhuqing, who had arrived even earlier than they did. "Chen Luo, I want to eat a sausage." Xiao Wu, having caught a whiff of the aroma, beamed at Chen Luo. Chen Luo shook his head. "Look at that uncle. He seems rather sleazy. Are you really going to eat the sausages he sells? Hey, do you have any manners? Who are you calling uncle? Who's sleazy?" Oscar, with keen ears, caught Chen Luo's words and approached, visibly displeased. I'm only 14. Calm down. Just get me 10 sausages, the freshly grilled ones. Oscar's demeanor did a complete turnaround. Sure thing. But after a moment, he seemed to realize something, glancing awkwardly at Chen Luo and the others. How about you cover your ears first? Why? Xiao Wu asked innocently. Oscar replied, to avoid ruining your appetite. With that, he extended his right hand and exclaimed, Behold, a giant sausage. Golden light instantly coalesced in Oscar's hand. And simultaneously, 2 golden rings rose from beneath his feet. Soon after, a sausage appeared in his grasp, identical in size and shape to those on the cart. Get lost, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Oscar, Dai Mubai quickly returned, accompanied by a girl dressed in black. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, her figure strikingly voluptuous, contrasting sharply with her youthful face. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback by her beauty until Xiao Wu pinched him sharply at the waist, snapping him back to reality. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed stunning, and Chen Luo couldn't help but reflect that her beauty transcended mere appearance. Is it not your turn yet? Dai Mubai said. Forget it, I'll inform the teacher. You all need not wait in line and can proceed directly to the 4th round. Dai Mubai stepped forward and whispered to the teacher, who nodded in response. Immediately, Dai Mubai prepared to lead Chen Luo and the others away. At that moment, someone couldn't help but complain. Why should they get special treatment? Their soul power exceeds level 25. If you all are at that level too, you need not wait in line and may join them. The teacher in charge of the test replied coolly. After that, the teacher's gaze turned to Chen Luo. Mubai, you only mentioned those 2. What about this student? Dai Mubai smiled slightly. He is already a part of Shrek Academy. Oh, the teacher expressed some surprise but quickly regained composure. Waving his hand to signal that Dai Mubai and the others could leave, it was not uncommon for exceptional talents to bypass tests and enter the academy directly. Though it had been quite some time since such occurrences, teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the 2nd and 3rd rounds. A clear voice suddenly rang out. A girl in a white dress, exuding grace, stepped forward. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, coupled with an aristocratic aura that they lacked. It was Ning Rongrong. Finally, they had gathered together. The next phase was the boss battle. Chen Luo mused internally. He wondered if he would have the opportunity to participate in the boss battle since he had already secured an exemption and became a member of Shrek Academy. If given the chance, he would not mind trying. Seeing Chen Luo following along, Dai Mubai chuckled. The 4th round is a practical test. Chen Luo, do you have any intentions of participating? Yes, Chen Luo nodded without hesitation. Great, Dai Mubai said with a smile. It seems we will witness some excitement today. Before long, Dai Mubai led Chen Luo and the others to another open area. In the center, a middle-aged man in his 50s lounged in a chair, basking in the sun. Upon seeing him, Chen Luo couldn't help but grin. The boss has appeared. The immovable king, Zhao Wujing. As the battle commenced, Dai Mubai approached Zhao Wujing for a discussion, allowing Chen Luo and the others to see Zhao Wujing in full. Zhao Wujing was not particularly tall, even slightly shorter than Tang San, yet he was exceptionally robust, almost to the point of exaggeration. His body was composed entirely of solid muscle, devoid of any excess fat, and the bulging muscles threatened to burst through his clothing. Despite his ordinary appearance as a middle-aged man, he exuded a unique charm. 5 of you have surpassed level 25. Are there so many little monsters this year? Could it be that our academy is on the verge of a resurgence? Zhao Wujing's gaze shifted to Chen Luo and the others, now tinged with a different light after hearing Dai Mubai's introduction. Ahem, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Wujing. Since you have arrived here, it indicates that your soul power meets the academy's standards. However, we do not accept mere practitioners. All students must undergo practical testing. The 4th round's examination is quite simple. You must work together to withstand my attacks for the duration of a joss stick's burning. If you succeed, you will pass the test. You now have the time of a joss stick to prepare and familiarize yourselves with each other's abilities. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai showed no signs of surprise. He had anticipated this scenario on the way here. Teacher Xiao. Actually, Chen Luo is already a member of our academy, but he still wishes to participate in the 4th round examination. Dai Mubai suddenly recalled and informed Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing appeared somewhat taken aback. On what grounds does he qualify? Dai Mubai leaned closer to Zhao Wujing and explained softly. Moments later, Zhao Wujing's eyes lit up with excitement. Excellent, excellent, excellent. After exclaiming 3 times, Xiao Wujing smiled. It seems our academy is truly on the rise. Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare. The time of a joss stick is fleeting. Communicate with Chen Luo. He will be key to your success in the examination. After finishing, Xiao Wujing smirked. In my opinion, it would be better if this kid didn't join. It could potentially escalate the difficulty for everyone. Enough of that. Since he has proactively requested to take the test, we can't just drive him away. Xiao Wujing mused and then turned to Dai Mubai. Xiaobai, go ahead and inform them of my strengths so they can prepare adequately. Yes, Teacher Xiao. Dai Mubai nodded and approached Chen Luo and the others. Smiling as he said, Teacher Xiao is a level 76 soul saint, with a beast martial soul, battle soul saint. Huh? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. How are we supposed to fight? We are not even on the same power level. Dai Mubai chuckled. Initially, you were supposed to face me. Teacher Xiao was merely the proctor. However, I anticipated this situation on the way here, so now I can only cheer you on. Teacher Xiao's martial soul is the mighty diamond bear. A tremendously powerful beast martial soul. His greatest strengths are his power and defense, but his speed is a weakness. However, considering the significant gap in soul power, you will likely lack any advantage in speed as well. Do not fret too much, just fight with all your might. Teacher Xiao will not be reckless and will certainly spare your lives. Spare our lives? Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. I know who he is now. He is the immovable king, Xiao Wujing. Ning Rongrong declared. Dai Mubai nodded. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Rongrong sighed. Let's just go home. We stand no chance against him. He is someone who has evaded capture even from the spirit hall. You know him? Xiao Wu asked, intrigued. Ning Rongrong proceeded to recount Xiao Wujing's heroic tale of breaking through an encirclement of 16 spirit hall bishops, then sighed again. There's no hope for us. We stand no chance. How do we know if we don't try? Chen Luo stepped forward. He was not surprised by the reactions of Ning Rongrong and the others. After all, they were about to face a formidable soul saint. At their age, it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm. Chen Luo spoke, instantly capturing everyone's attention. There is hope as long as we strive. Without effort, hope is utterly extinguished. With this encouragement, he declared his martial soul and strength. Affirming his resolve, I am Chen Luo, wielder of the scythe martial soul, a level 29 assault-type soul master. Seeing Chen Luo take the lead, Xiao Wu did not hesitate for a moment and promptly followed suit. I am Xiao Wu, possessing the beast martial soul of the rabbit, also a level 29 assault-type soul master. Soon after, Tang San also introduced himself, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Ning Rongrong and the others followed suit. I am Tang San, with the blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control-type soul master. I am Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasure, glazed tile martial soul, a level 26 support-type soul master. I am Zhu Zhuqing, with the phantom cat martial soul, a level 27 agility-type soul master. This comprised the entirety of Chen Luo's team. After hearing their introductions, Chen Luo immediately outlined their strategy. Xiao Wu and I will focus on offense. Tang San will handle control. Zhu Zhuqing, utilize your speed advantage to restrain the opponent as much as possible. And Ning Rongrong, you will provide support. Tang San, you are the sole control-type soul master in our team. Your role is of utmost importance, as the rhythm of our battles will be dictated by you. Tang San nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Following a brief discussion to understand each other's martial soul characteristics and soul skills. Time flew by in an instant. Xiao Wujia's booming voice announced, Time's up, let the battle begin. If anyone feels afraid, you may withdraw now. Chen Luo stepped forward, calmly meeting Xiao Wujia's gaze. Teacher, let us commence. Behind Chen Luo, Tang San and the others brimmed with fighting spirit. When someone demonstrates sufficient effort and determination, it inevitably inspires those around them. Tang San and the others were not ordinary individuals. They did not require excessive verbal encouragement, as their competitive spirit would naturally ignite. Xiao Wujia performed a simple physical warm-up, and the sound of cracking bones filled the air, creating ample pressure even before the battle commenced. An incense stick was placed at a distance, unlit, as Chen Luo and his companions began to unleash their martial souls, preparing thoroughly. When the true test began, they could not be certain of the time Xiao Wujia would allow them. Thus, they could not afford to overlook any opportunity or detail. All of them released their martial souls, starting with Ning Rongrong. When her 7 treasure glazed tile appeared, Xiao Wujia could not help but express his surprise. Well, What do we have here? A member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Has Flender been doing a lot of good deeds lately? The academy seems to be turning around. After that, Xiao Wujia ignited the incense, tossing it away, and assumed a battle stance. Once Ning Rongrong activated her martial soul, she immediately utilized all her support skills without reservation, especially upon seeing Xiao Wujia prepare to attack. She longed for her skills to be unleashed in an instant. The seven treasures are renowned. The first is strength, the second is speed. Just as Ning Rongrong utilized her soul skills, before she could even catch her breath, Xiao Wujia made his move, with a half squat. He suddenly struck the ground with both fists. Tang San maintained the battle rhythm. We are engaging, Chen Luo called out, having already released his martial soul, two purple halos rising beneath him as a massive scythe manifested in his hand. For a moment, everyone was taken aback, including Xiao Wujia, who was about to unleash his soul skill, but it was only for a brief moment. The battle officially commenced. Black vines suddenly erupted from Tang San's hands, swiftly wrapping around Ning Rongrong's body, and then he leapt into the air, taking Ning Rongrong with him to Chen Luo's command. Tang San reacted immediately, while the others sensed the urgency and leapt as well. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous sound resonated as the ground trembled violently, a wave of earthy vibrations rushing towards Chen Luo and his team. Thanks to their prior anticipation, none were affected as they landed. They immediately launched a fierce offensive. Xiao Wu took the lead, and with the assistance of the seven treasure glazed tile, she dashed towards Xiao Wujia with incredible speed, directly employing her most proficient agility techniques. The instant Xiao Wu made contact with Xiao Wujia, Tang San's parasitic soul skill activated, with countless strands of blue-silver grass wrapping around Xiao Wujia, the thorns piercing his body, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin that swiftly took effect. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu stepped onto Xiao Wujia's shoulder, executing her agile techniques, while the blue-silver grass propelled Xiao Wujia upwards, lifting his feet off the ground to create a better chance for Xiao Wu's finesse. Unfortunately, Xiao Wujia's strength was overwhelming. Just as his body was being lifted by Xiao Wu's feet, all the blue-silver grass binding him suddenly exploded, leaving Xiao Wu momentarily frozen as Xiao Wujia landed back on the ground. Realizing the precarious situation, Xiao Wu quickly retreated, and Xiao Wujia did not strike at that moment, seemingly allowing her to escape. Interesting, if you were an ordinary person, you might have snapped your neck, but unfortunately, you are up against me. In the face of absolute power, all techniques appear trivial. Xiao Wujia remained calm and composed, initiating his martial soul as he spoke. His body surged upward by a meter, his muscles bulging grotesquely, resembling a small mountain standing tall. His entire form was covered in a thick layer of brown fur. His eyes turned a rich yellow, and his hands became heavy and massive, akin to oversized fans. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings radiated with brilliant colors, slowly ascending from beneath Xiao Wujia. A series of metallic clinks echoed from behind Xiao Wujia. It was Zhu Zhuqing launching her attack. After activating her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's speed doubled, and she possessed claw-like appendages similar to Dai Mubi's. This was an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. After Xiao Wu engaged Xiao Wujia, Zhu Zhuqing aimed to strike while he was momentarily unguarded, boasting a success rate of at least 90%. However, Xiao Wujia was simply too powerful. Everything unfolded within his grasp. Zhu Zhuqing's attack connected, yet it failed to inflict any damage on Xiao Wujia. Your speed is commendable, but it's not quite enough. If only you were a tad swifter, you might have managed to hurt me before I activated my martial soul. Xiao Wujia spoke with calmness, a true aura of a formidable opponent emanating from him, exerting immense pressure on Chen Luo and his companions. The disparity in strength was staggering. Xiao Wujia was already holding back. Otherwise, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would have been corpses after their earlier attempts. A level 76 soul saint. The immovable king was not blind to the children's tactics. He merely refrained from countering, wishing to test their abilities while offering guidance. After their fruitless assault, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retreated, with Xiao Wujia having activated his martial soul. Closing in on a being of near-invincible power was a fool's errand. In such a short time, your coordination is impressive. I genuinely admire your efforts, Xiao Wujia generously praised. However, Xiao Wujia's expression suddenly shifted. He whipped around, raising his hands in a defensive stance, just as a massive scythe wreathed in black flames, struck his arm. Clang. Xiao Wuji's body merely shifted slightly. While the assailant was sent reeling backward, the martial soul was indeed a scythe, yet its speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of the agile girl. And the force was rather exaggerated. After Xiao Wuji was ambushed, he not only refrained from anger, but instead exhibited an extraordinary excitement in his eyes. Chen Luo's attack was, of course, well within Xiao Wuji's control. One could assert that nothing in the vicinity could escape Xiao Wuji's perception that it would indeed be laughable if a soul sage of level 76 could not manage a group of mere children under level 30. However, Xiao Wuji had not anticipated that Chen Luo's speed would be so astonishingly swift, nor that the force behind his assault would be so formidable that it surprised him. Although Chen Luo had merely caused Xiao Wuji to shift slightly and was subsequently sent flying, one must recognize that Xiao Wuji was a level 76 soul sage, specializing in strength and defense, and had already activated his martial soul, preparing for defense. To move such a being's body was an extraordinarily exaggerated feat. This young lad had been searching for an opportunity since the battle commenced, adeptly timing his attacks. Truly a little monster. Oh no, not just him. All these youngsters are little monsters, but he is the monster among monsters. Xiao Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face as he glanced at his arm, which was being corroded by the black poisonous flames that seemed to harbor some toxins. Excellent, excellent. With a swift motion, Xiao Wuji wiped away the poisonous flames and began to stretch his limbs, preparing himself for battle. That you've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Xiao Wuji slightly bent forward, and then his entire being shot forth like a cannonball. Speed is relative. Within the same rank, speed was indeed Xiao Wuji's weakness, but at this moment, he was faced with a group of youths below level 30, and that weakness could easily become an advantage. Xiao Wuji chose his target, none other than the one who had just attacked him, Chen Luo. Naturally, Chen Luo would not foolishly await Xiao Wuji's assault, even in the face of a level 76 soul sage. He maintained his composure and shouted, "I'll hold him off. You all find your opportunity." Huh, what a confident young lad. Xiao Wuji's figure had already appeared before Chen Luo, his colossal fists slicing through the air. Just take care of yourself. Whoosh. Although Chen Luo was within arm's reach, Xiao Wuji's fists still struck empty air. Even though Xiao Wuji had controlled his strength, the punch landing nowhere caused his massive body to falter slightly. Stepping forward a few paces, Chen Luo's speed was indeed remarkable, and his reflexes even quicker. In that fleeting moment, he deftly dodged Xiao Wuji's assault and counterattacked. The massive scythe slashed once more at Xiao Wuji. Yet this time, he had no time to evade and could only instinctively raise his hand to block. Clang! The sharp blade of the scythe sliced through Xiao Wuji's skin, and the poisonous flames once again wreaked havoc. Yet, that was all it accomplished. Xiao Wuji's body was as hard as iron. The Grim Reaper's scythe could not advance an inch further. After successfully landing an attack, Chen Luo showed no signs of lingering or intent to strike again. Immediately retreating. When faced with such a formidable opponent, retreating was the only option aside from guerrilla tactics. Engaging in a head-on clash would be tantamount to seeking death, wouldn't it? During the time Chen Luo had occupied Xiao Wuji, Tang San and the others had not been idle. Zhu Zhuqing once again approached Xiao Wuji from behind, her claws striking down. Although she could not inflict substantial damage on him, she successfully implanted the seeds of blue-silver grass onto Xiao Wuji. In the next moment, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted, swiftly binding Xiao Wuji tightly and lifting him off the ground once more. Xiao Wu appeared, attempting her soft skill again, and this time she succeeded. Boom! Xiao Wuji crashed to the ground, appearing quite disheveled. Taking advantage of the opportunity Chen Luo had created, Tang San and his companions executed a flawless combination attack in an instant, catching Xiao Wuji off guard and finally achieving commendable results. At the edge of the fray, Ning Rongrong, behind Tang San, also participated in the recent action that if not for her speed enhancement, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu would not have been able to reach Xiao Wuji so swiftly. Excellent, truly excellent. The blue-silver grass exploded once more. Those seemingly powerful restraints appeared as mere child's play before Xiao Wuji, had he not focused all his attention on Chen Luo just moments before. He would never have granted Tang San and his group such an opportunity that it was likely that at the moment the blue-silver grass entangled him, he would have easily broken free. Xiao Wuji stood up, still wearing a smile. and even began to applaud. "I am exceedingly pleased with your performance." With that, Zhao Wuji waved his hand, reducing the half-burnt incense to ashes. "Such trivialities cannot serve as your restrictions. Welcome to Shrek Academy." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others exhaled in relief, yet their hearts were still not entirely at ease when Zhao Wuji's voice resounded again. "The examination has concluded, but the battle must continue. You must remain vigilant." Chen Luo, who had initially furrowed his brow, slowly relaxed it at that moment. "I told you, Zhao Wuji would not let us off so easily." Compared to the Zhao Wuji from the books, the one before them appeared even more real, embodying the role of a competent teacher, though everything diverged slightly from Chen Luo's memories. Yet, what must continue? Must indeed continue, such as this battle with an overwhelmingly disparate power dynamic. 024. Eruption. Everyone, concentrate. We must be cautious from here on, Chen Luo declared earnestly, showing no signs of relaxing despite Zhao Wuji's words. Tang San and the others shared this sentiment, including the two seemingly fragile girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The more talented they were, the more competitive they became. This was especially true for this group of little monsters. Passing the examination was imperative for them. Even upon achieving this goal, they were eager to face new challenges, feeling liberated to act without concern. For ordinary students, withstanding the pressure of the immovable King of Souls, Zhao Wuji, a level 76 soul sage, would be unfathomable. Likely, after receiving news of passing the examination, they would immediately abandon any thoughts of further combat. Of course, it was even more probable that mediocre individuals would lack the courage to confront Zhao Wuji. The preparation and rest period was exceedingly brief. The battle soon resumed, and once again, it was Chen Luo and his companions who initiated the attack. As before, the rhythm of combat was guided by the soul control type soul master in the team, Tang San, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as the main combatants, while Chen Luo sought opportunities and Ning Rongrong remained in a supportive role. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing launched their assault first, quickly closing in on Zhao Wuji with Ning Rongrong's speed enhancement. Zhao Wuji still stood in place, adopting a posture of allowing them to attack. Zhu Zhuqing successfully approached, her claws raking across Zhao Wuji, producing a shocking metallic scraping sound. Zhao Wuji's defenses were too strong. At Zhu Zhuqing's current strength, she found it difficult to inflict substantial damage, and could only manage to plant the seeds of blue-silver grass onto Zhao Wuji. In the next moment, the blue-silver grass surged forth, once again binding Zhao Wuji like a rice dumpling. Xiao Wu launched her attack, preparing to execute her soft skill. Just then, Zhao Wuji's voice suddenly rang out. "Using the same trick again? I advise you never to employ such foolish tactics against a true enemy. Catching them off guard just once is sufficient." Boom! A tremendous surge of soul power erupted, shattering all the blue-silver grass in an instant. This time, the blue-silver grass had barely restrained Zhao Wuji for a heartbeat, and the spikes on the vines left not a single mark on him, as if they had merely wrapped around a steel plate. Just as Xiao Wu was about to execute her soft skill, she was sent flying. No, rather, she withdrew in a controlled manner. Xiao Wu had never intended to use her soft skill again. A new strategy? Sensing the scorching aura beside him, Zhao Wuji immediately raised his hand to block. Clang! A gigantic scythe struck Zhao Wuji's arm, but this time the blade was not enveloped in black poisonous flames, but rather in blood-red flames. Boom! The moment the scythe's blade made contact with Zhao Wuji's arm, Chen Luo's second soul ring suddenly burst forth with a purple glow, and the flames erupted violently, engulfing Zhao Wuji entirely. The flames quickly dissipated, revealing Zhao Wuji covered by a wave of earthy yellow light, sustaining no significant damage, yet numerous black scorch marks were visible on his body. Well, it seems you enjoy playing tricks, don't you, young man? The earthy yellow light waves emanating from Zhao Wuji erupted suddenly, impacting Chen Luo, who let out a muffled groan and was sent flying several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. Little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were positioned at a distance from Zhao Wuji, were also affected by the earthy yellow light waves, being flung away as blood spewed from their mouths, swirling in the air before they instantly lost consciousness. Tang San, upon witnessing Little Wu's injury, the usually calm Chen Luo became exceedingly agitated. Hearing Chen Luo's shout, Tang San, who had been momentarily dazed, immediately unleashed his blue-silver grass, catching both Little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and pulling them back. It was not surprising that Tang San had been oblivious to the battle situation. He himself had just sustained severe injuries and had yet to recover. The bond between a martial soul and its soul master is profound. After Zhao Wuji had destroyed blue-silver grass multiple times in succession, it was remarkable that Tang San had managed to hold on until now. Just as the blue-silver grass exploded, he could no longer suppress the urge and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was soon followed by Zhao Wuji's proactive strike. After pulling Zhu Zhuqing and Little Wu back, Dai Mubai rushed over, taking the initiative to carry Zhu Zhuqing, while Ning Rongrong attended to Little Wu. "Oscar, get over here, now," Dai Mubai shouted. It seemed that the battle had reached its conclusion. Among the 5 individuals, 2 were unconscious. 1 was gravely injured, and there was 1 auxiliary soul master. Could they truly expect the auxiliary soul master to turn the tide? Oh, and there was the lone combat force still intact, but he appeared unable to alter the outcome significantly. Returning to the epicenter of the battlefield, Zhao Wuji observed Chen Luo with a peculiar gaze. "You little rascal, you can take quite a beating, can't you?" Zhao Wuji exclaimed incredulously. He had intentionally exerted extra strength in order to conclude the battle swiftly and impart a lesson to these little monsters, emphasizing that the absolute gap in power should not be underestimated, and that only through relentless effort could one truly ascend to the ranks of the strong. However, what Zhao Wuji did not anticipate was that Chen Luo, despite being blasted far away, seemed not to have suffered severe injuries, while Little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, positioned farther away, had both coughed up blood and fainted. Point 1 was exceptionally resilient, while the other 2 were not lacking in endurance. It was merely that Zhao Wuji had failed to control his strength adequately. Zhao Wuji felt a twinge of regret, deeply concerned that he might have inflicted severe harm on Little Wu and the others. In the recent battle, everything that needed to be understood had been comprehended. After all, these little monsters had yet to reach level 30, and they could only deploy 2 soul skills, which had all been utilized. The primary focus was to test their teamwork and individual combat capabilities. Right. The little girl with the rabbit martial soul seemed to have refrained from using her second soul skill, likely due to some reservations. But that was of little consequence. Zhao Wuji was quite satisfied with their performance. Yet, unexpected events were bound to occur. Zhao Wuji, feeling somewhat fatigued, decided against providing further explanations or final teachings, as he suddenly felt that educating these little monsters might be a tad presumptuous. With a wave of his hand towards Chen Luo, Zhao Wuji said, "That's enough. Hurry and check on them." However, Chen Luo merely cast a fleeting glance in that direction. "Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you one-on-one," Chen Luo stated with an indifferent gaze. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, filled with confusion as he looked at Chen Luo. Chen Luo did not speak further, but instead demonstrated his intentions through action. Grasping the scythe of death, he raised it to the side, and in the next moment, the blood-colored flames enveloping the blade transformed into a deep black HUE. It resembled Chen Luo's first soul skill. Poison flame, yet it was not. It appeared more akin to a fusion of poison flame and infernoed. In the following instant, the black flames rapidly spread from the blade of the scythe of death, quickly engulfing the entire weapon and subsequently enveloping Chen Luo himself, causing his aura to surge dramatically. 0.025, indomitable. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly, questioning the situation. "You better not be reckless. Any method of forcibly enhancing your power can irreversibly damage your body, or even your life." Sensing something amiss, Zhao Wuji immediately shouted at Chen Luo. Chen Luo calmly replied, "Do not worry. There will be no adverse effects to this moment." Chen Luo's strength had risen to approximately level 40 Soul Master, which appeared to be his peak, as his momentum ceased to rise further. This phenomenon was exceedingly terrifying. To suddenly elevate one's power so drastically was unprecedented, even for Zhao Wuji, who had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Upon sensing the abnormality, Zhao Wuji instinctively deduced that Chen Luo must have paid an immensely painful price to achieve this, which prompted him to intervene immediately. Yet, Chen Luo's response further surprised Zhao Wuji, while also alleviating his concerns. Regardless of the method of enhancement, as long as Chen Luo's body remained unscathed, the means of achieving it became secondary. Truly a monster among monsters, Zhao Wuji could not help but marvel internally, filled with curiosity about how many more hidden trump cards Chen Luo possessed. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wuji, this was actually Chen Luo's final card, one that he had only just acquired, ever since Chen Luo obtained his second soul ring. His sign-in tasks had refreshed, and the new sign-in location was Shrek Academy. Just moments ago, Chen Luo had completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy, receiving the reward of Indomitable. Indomitable, temporarily boost one's strength for a certain duration. The extent of the enhancement and the duration are determined by the current strength. The maximum strength that can be achieved, Soul Master. The duration of the power boost, 10 minutes, upon receiving Indomitable. Chen Luo had just witnessed Little Wu being knocked unconscious by Xiao in that instant. His heart ached as if bleeding. Even though Chen Luo understood that Zhao Wuji likely did not act with malice, he still wished to take action, and the recently acquired Indomitable provided him with the means to do so. Enveloped entirely in black flames and wielding the scythe of death for a brief moment, he truly resembled a harbinger of death. "Come on, be careful," Zhao Wuji remarked. Having been a teacher for so many years, Zhao Wuji could easily discern that Chen Luo needed to vent his frustrations. He could only choose to accommodate this desire, yet he was concerned that Chen Luo might act recklessly, which could lead to him losing control of his own strength and potentially causing further harm. Chen Luo nodded, accelerating towards Zhao Wuji until he became a mere blur. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted with a hint of surprise. It seems the enhancement is not limited to strength, but also agility. Beyond astonishment, Zhao Wuji felt a surge of anticipation as he entered a battle-ready state. "Here I come." Chen Luo's figure suddenly reappeared, swinging the scythe of death down with all his might. Zhao Wuji quickly extended his hand to block. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Luo altered the trajectory of the scythe, which ultimately landed upon Zhao Wuji's shoulder. Sizzle! As the scythe of death descended, the first point of contact with Zhao Wuji's body was the black flames enveloping the weapon, which seemed to embody the characteristics of both poison flame and inferno, possessing extreme corrosiveness and the ability to erupt explosively. The black flames rapidly engulfed him, and despite Zhao Wuji's formidable defenses, he could not entirely evade the damage. Once the black flames subsided, Zhao Wuji's shoulder, left cheek, and chin were charred black, with faint wisps of black flames still writhing visibly. "Impressive," Zhao Wuji exclaimed. "The corrosive effect is potent. The explosion sufficient, and it even carries a paralyzing toxin. Remarkable." As he spoke, Zhao Wuji's first soul ring glimmered, and golden light coalesced around him before exploding violently. However, Chen Luo seemed to have foreseen this. Already distancing himself from Zhao Wuji to avoid the ensuing shockwave. "Have your reflexes improved as well? Is this still human?" Zhao Wuji sighed with a wry smile. "That I wonder if you can still move quickly after this." Zhao Wuji's third soul skill, Flicker, creates a vast area around him that appears to be under immense gravitational pressure, causing Chen Luo's speed to diminish instantaneously. This is Zhao Wuji's third soul skill. Gravity enhancement, drastically reducing any advantage in speed. Chen Luo mused to himself that although he had significantly bolstered his strength after utilizing the immortal technique, he still fell far short of Zhao Wuji's formidable 76th level soul saint, rendering him incapable of fully resisting the gravity-enhancing soul skill. He could only slightly mitigate its effects at this moment. Chen Luo also realized that while his strength had indeed surged, his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate, as if his soul power were being consumed as fuel to grant him strength he otherwise lacked. Thankfully, he possessed an ample reserve of soul power, had he still been at the 29th level. Even with an abundance of soul power, he would find movement exceedingly difficult at this juncture. Unbeknownst to him, the slight mitigation he perceived was already viewed by Zhao Wuji as a terrifying level of resistance. His body has strengthened as well. Even if he has reached the level of a soul ancestor, he shouldn't be able to maintain such speed, Zhao Wuji mused, furrowing his brow slightly before breaking into an excited smile. Thrilled by the surprises this young man continued to present, under the pressure of Zhao Wuji's gravity enhancement, Chen Luo could no longer leverage his speed advantage, making it effortless for Zhao Wuji to deflect his attacks while searching for opportunities to counter. After several fruitless attempts to strike, Chen Luo narrowly avoided being caught off guard by Zhao Wuji, almost falling prey to being pinned down. "Sigh, the odds are against me. The disparity in strength is too great. I lack the myriad hidden weapons that Tang San possesses, nor do I have his finesse. Otherwise, I might have been able to fight a while longer," though Chen Luo had always held great confidence in his abilities. He was also self-aware, acknowledging that some realities could not be altered and must be accepted. Over the past few years, Chen Luo had maintained a decent relationship with Tang San, who had prepared some hidden weapons for him. However, at this moment, those weapons could not afford him much advantage, as they were not his forte. That I've lost, Chen Luo declared, choosing to forfeit and ending the immortal technique. Xiao Wujin promptly retracted his martial soul. Laughing heartily, I thought you would continue fighting. If we went on much longer, I would have had to reveal my true martial soul. You performed remarkably well. You are the most outstanding student I have encountered during my time at Shrek Academy. You flatter me, teacher, Chen Luo replied with a smile. The Xiao Wujin before him was far more attentive and considerate than he had anticipated. Despite his rugged exterior, he possessed a meticulous heart and demonstrated a strong sense of professional ethics. Oscar, where are you? Are you yearning for a punch? Xiao Wujin bellowed after concluding his conversation with Chen Luo. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, just as I imagined, yet also different. Xiao Wujin's current state was indeed somewhat disheveled. Most of his attire singed, but he showed no signs of displeasure. That he remained unperturbed, even after nearly being outmaneuvered by his own student. As long as his students excelled, he seemed willing to overlook any shortcomings. Oscar finally arrived, only to be met with a barrage of scolding, first from Xiao Wujin, then from Dai Mubai. Are you looking for a fight? Arriving now, of all times, Xiao Wujin roared. Hurry and bring me 2 sausages. 1 or 2? Oscar appeared somewhat meek. What a ridiculous question, Xiao Wujin retorted. Chen Luo absorbed the scene, having already approached Ning Rongrong and taken little Wu into his arms. That I am now a part of Shrek Academy. Chen Luo smiled gently. 026, the chubby one. Although Chen Luo had sustained no injuries, Oscar still handed him a sausage without demanding payment. The big sausage not only aids in healing injuries, but also replenishes a degree of soul power. Oscar explained as for why Oscar had suddenly become so enthusiastic towards Chen Luo. It was because he had just heard Dai Mubai recount Chen Luo's recent feats. Anyone would wish to cultivate a relationship with someone powerful. Mubai, please ensure their accommodations are arranged. Classes officially commence tomorrow, Xiao Wujin instructed before departing, requesting 2 sausages from Oscar before leaving. Although Chen Luo's toxic flames and intense fire had not inflicted significant harm on Xiao Wujin, they had certainly caused him some discomfort, particularly the toxic flames, whose corrosive and paralyzing effects were no trifling matter. Oscar's small hunting sausages possessed the ability to dispel foreign substances, but could not completely alleviate the pain. Chen Luo, you are truly formidable, Dai Mubai exclaimed for the 3rd time. At this moment, he was cradling Zhu Zhuqing, guiding Chen Luo towards the dormitory, with Chen Luo holding little Wu, while Tang San and Ning Rongrong followed closely behind. And Oscar inexplicably trailed them as well. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I must continue to strive for improvement. Since encountering you, I have suddenly found a renewed purpose in my efforts. If even you emphasize the importance of diligence, how can we lack the resolve to exert ourselves? Dai Mubai chuckled. You flatter me. Chen Luo briefly reflected on his recent battle with Xiao Wujin and recalled the outcome of Tang San's confrontation with Xiao Wujin in the book. His resolve strengthening. I must strive harder. Even though the Xiao Wujin he had just faced was the epitome of a 76th level soul saint, possessing absolute control over a group of soul masters below the 30th level. Casting a glance at little Wu in his arms, Chen Luo silently vowed, only through relentless effort can I become stronger at the fastest pace possible. Only by becoming sufficiently strong can I protect you. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, it wasn't long before they reached the dormitory. Upon their arrival, the accommodations had already been arranged. Chen Luo and little Wu would reside together, while Tang San and Oscar would share a room. And Ning Rongrong would stay with Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo had requested to share a room with little Wu. Otherwise, there would be no mixed gender arrangements. Fearing he might struggle to sleep without little Wu by his side, he decided to stay with her, continuing to sleep together without separating. Dai Mubai had no objections to this arrangement, fully empowered to make such decisions, and he believed that even the dean would have no qualms. As geniuses often enjoyed greater privileges, the others had even fewer objections. The so-called dormitory was merely a slightly larger wooden cabin. Chen Luo felt it was even smaller than the wooden house he had once stayed in at Xiaogo village. He had to admit that the conditions at Shrek Academy were quite limited. Inside the cabin were 2 wooden beds, and Chen Luo could hardly bear the thought of sleeping apart from little Wu. What if she got cold at night and failed to cover herself properly? What if she felt chilly in the middle of the night and sought warmth by slipping her feet into his blankets. Considering all these factors, Chen Luo pushed the two beds together. Little Wu's injuries were not severe. After consuming a sausage and resting for the night, she would be fined at AS for why Little Wu had not used her second soul skill, Charm, during her battle with Zhao Wujin. It was primarily due to Chen Luo's instructions. Had she attempted to charm Zhao Wujin, the consequences could have been dire. After ensuring Little Wu was comfortably tucked in bed, Chen Luo sat beside her and opened the system. Having completed the sign-in task at Shrek Academy, he sought to check for any new tasks. Currently, there were no tasks available. A third soul ring was required to refresh tasks. Chen Luo sighed, realizing that task acquisition had its conditions that he closed the task interface, having gradually discerned some of the system's patterns. Ordinary sign-in tasks came with specific requirements, such as the condition for the Shrek Academy sign-in task being the necessity to become a student there. Moreover, acquiring ordinary sign-in tasks also necessitated meeting certain thresholds, such as obtaining a specific number of soul rings to refresh new sign-in tasks, AS for special tasks. Their variability was far greater, yet they invariably involved life-threatening stakes, always posing a significant risk. It was a gamble with one's life. And there's also a lottery point system. Completing a task grants a lottery point. Including special tasks, I have already amassed 5 points. Reaching the minimum requirement for a system lottery, he pondered. Should I wait a bit longer or just draw directly? Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to wait a little longer. He did not yet find it necessary to enhance his abilities through the lottery. Sometimes, rapid external enhancement may not be entirely beneficial, even if it bears no side effects, as it can still impact one's psyche to continuously improve one's strength. One must ultimately rely on personal effort and diligent training. Chen Luo settled onto his bed, preparing to cultivate the death god technique. Today, he had unusually expended a significant portion of his soul power, which should expedite his training. Just as he was about to begin, a thought suddenly struck him. Zhao Wujia had not been excessively harsh on Tang's san, and he wondered if Tang would still give him a lesson. The following morning, as Chen Luo concluded his training, Xiao Wu happened to awaken. Brother Chen Luo, what's wrong? It feels wonderful to see you first thing upon waking. Xiao Wu smiled, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently. Chen Luo nodded. I feel the same. Brother Chen Luo. She continued, I'm hungry. Chen Luo replied, let's go find something to eat. This academy is so poorly equipped. Do you think it even has a cafeteria? Xiao Wu pouted. Observing Xiao Wu's adorable expression, Chen Luo couldn't help but pinch her rosy cheeks playfully. Even if there's no cafeteria, it won't be a problem. The academy is situated within the village. We can simply purchase some food from the villagers. All right, let's go. Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly as they walked along the path. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu abandoned their search for the academy's cafeteria, opting instead to directly procure food from the villagers. That moment, they were suddenly met with a commotion. So, have I treated you poorly? Why do you want to break up with me? A chubby boy of around 10 years was entangled with a girl of about 14 or 15. This is the last time. Otherwise, you can forget about escaping me. The chubby boy insisted. Please, let me go. I truly can't endure this any longer, Suhua exclaimed, attempting to leave. Seeing this, the chubby boy made a move to forcibly retain her. Chen Luo frowned slightly, recognizing the chubby boy as the notorious evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun. The scene before him mirrored the accounts he had read in books, confirming Ma Hongjuan's identity. Stop. Just as Chen Luo contemplated, Xiao Wu stepped forward, having grown accustomed to being the assertive one. She could not tolerate Ma Hongjuan's bullying behavior and immediately sought to intervene. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's decisiveness. It seemed he would inevitably cross paths with Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu's appearance drew the attention of both Ma Hongjun and Suhua, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose eyes widened in astonishment. While wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he chuckled, Little beauty, do you wish to be my girlfriend? Get lost, Xiao Wu retorted furiously, kicking Ma Hongjuan's hand away from Suhua and pulling her to her side. Ma Hongjun, incensed, exclaimed, I say, you little girl, do you really want to meddle in my affairs? You're really asking for it, aren't you? If you make me angry, you better be my girlfriend, whether you want to be or not. As Ma Hongjun reached out with his greasy hand toward Xiao Wu, she became even more enraged and was ready to teach him a lesson. However, Chen Luo, arriving just in time, acted quicker and sent Ma Hongjun flying with a single kick before he even had a chance to react. Who the hell dares to ambush me? Ma Hongjun scrambled to his feet from several meters away. Bits of dry grass stuck to his head. Chen Luo cast a dispassionate glance at him, causing Ma Hongjun's once boisterous demeanor to wane, his voice lowering involuntarily. This is a matter between Tsuhua and me. Why are you meddling? Ma Hongjun protested, though his tone lacked its previous bravado at that moment. Tsuhua also spoke up, her expression tinged with annoyance, not directed at Ma Hongjun, but towards Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. You don't need to interfere. Just leave me alone that I can handle my own affairs. Xiao Wu, taken aback, retorted, we were only trying to help you because we felt sorry for you, and you respond like this? Fine, do as you wish. Chen Luo, let us go. We won't bother with them anymore. From the very beginning, Chen Luo understood that this was a case of interfering where one should not. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's intention to harass Xiao Wu, he would not have felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, he was surprised by how quickly Ma Hongjun seemed to back down. Wasn't the Ma Hongjun from the story supposed to be particularly hot-headed and arrogant? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, what brings you here? The tall figure of Dai Mubai appeared. Though the chubby boy is here too. This is the brother I mentioned, the one who can hold his own against teacher Xiao. Dai Mubai introduced. Ma Hongjun regarded Chen Luo with suspicion. I don't need you to tell me. I can guess. This chubby boy is the evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, also a student of our academy. Dai Mubai noted, glancing between Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and then back at Ma Hongjun and Tsuhua. He couldn't help but laughed. I think I have an inkling of what just transpired. So, chubby boy, do you want to explain this little matter? Or shall I? Ma Hongjun fell silent, his chubby face turning crimson as Dai Mubai recounted the events. The mutated martial soul, the issues with the evil fire, and so forth, all aligning with Chen Luo's recollections. In essence, this chubby boy was merely a mutated version of a common chicken martial soul, slightly more powerful than the average, yet still full of troubles. Dai Mubai chuckled. Ma Hongjun, not one to take that lightly, retorted, you're the chicken martial soul. Your entire family is made up of chicken martial souls. Mine is a phoenix, do you understand? Dai Mubai shot him a look, and Ma Hongjun immediately quieted down. I won't waste my time arguing with you. I need to go and strengthen my bond with Tsuhua. Where's my Tsuhua? Ma Hongjun looked around, bewildered by Tsuhua's absence. Dai Mubai laughed. Tsuhua left ages ago. You, chubby boy, should stop clinging to her. Where's your dignity? My dignity remains intact. Not everyone can be like you, Dai, who juggles multiple dates in a single day. Ma Hongjun replied. You can call me chubby boy. But don't add the dead prefix. It's quite offensive. Dead chubby boy. Dai Mubai shot back that I advise you not to speak carelessly. You can eat whatever you like, but be cautious with your words, or you might just lose that chicken brain of yours. Ma Hongjun, seeing through Dai Mubai's intentions, quipped, has another beautiful girl arrived at the academy? Didn't you always flaunt your conquests? Why act innocent now? There's definitely something fishy going on. Ahem, Dai Mubai cleared his throat forcefully. However, Ma Hongjun, seemingly in high spirits, ignored the warning and continued. There must be a beautiful girl here, and not this fierce little girl. This Chen Luo fellow can't possibly compete. Dead chubby boy, who are you calling fierce? Xiao Wu interjected, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Ma Hongjun was about to retort, but found his gaze inadvertently shifting towards Chen Luo, ultimately choosing to concede. I misspoke. You are not a fierce little girl, but a lovely young lady. All right, this place can't accommodate me. It's too hard for me. I'll take my leave now. See you in the cafeteria. Dai. With that, Ma Hongjun scampered away. That chubby boy always behaves like this. Don't take his words to heart. You two haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Follow me. The others should have arrived. Dai Mubai chuckled. After arriving at the cafeteria, he had a simple breakfast, and nearly all the students in the academy were present. Except for Oscar, Dai Mubai briefly introduced everyone, but when it came to Zhu Zhuqing, she coldly walked away, leaving Dai Mubai quite embarrassed. Ma Hongjun, the ever-intrusive one, teased Dai Mubai a few times, and had it not been for the presence of so many people, Dai Mubai might have been inclined to deal with Ma Hongjun more directly. Subsequently, Dai Mubai gave a brief overview of Shrek Academy, which aligned closely with Chen Luo's memories, the only distinction being that what he had previously observed was now experienced firsthand. Before long, the bell rang. Dai Mubai led everyone to assemble on the playground. Brother, you must be around level 32. How come you can hold your own against teacher Xiao? On the way to the playground, Ma Hongjun finally voiced a question he had long pondered. Chen Luo responded with a polite smile. Dai Laodao exaggerated, Dai knew it. Ma Hongjun exhaled in relief, then added with a grin, even if it were an exaggeration. You undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Had I not recognized you earlier, I might have ended up on the receiving end of your prowess. Heh, I am quite easy to get along with. Chen Luo replied with a slight smile. Upon reaching the playground, all of the Shrek's 7 monsters were gathered, and if Chen Luo was included, they could be considered the Shrek 8 monsters. Oscar had just shaved, and Chen Luo and Xiao Wu nearly failed to recognize him. It must be said that with a little grooming, Oscar appeared almost like a different person, remarkably handsome, albeit slightly less so than Chen Luo. Once everyone was assembled, the Academy's dean made his entrance, Flinder. The four-eyed cat Eagle .028, a unique Ning Rongrong. This is our Academy's dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, Flinder, a soul sage at level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Xiao. Once Flinder appeared, Oscar immediately began introducing him to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. The dean possessed an exceedingly rare flying-type beast spirit, and Fatty was his direct disciple. Flinder maintained his distinctly recognizable appearance, with a hooked nose that gave him a rather cunning demeanor, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a gray long coat. After arriving at the playground, Flinder's gaze swept over the crowd and lingered momentarily on Chen Luo before he withdrew his gaze and spoke. A warm welcome to our 5 new little monsters. You shall head to Teacher Li, who oversees finances, to pay your tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins. Mubai, please escort them, and while you're at it, explain the Academy's rules to the younger students. Then give them a tour of the Academy, after which they may return to rest. The first class after enrollment begins tonight. Yes, Dean, Dai Mubai replied respectfully. He then turned to Chen Luo and the others and gestured for them to follow him. Zhu Zhuqing remained as unyielding as ever, walking away without a second glance. Just as Oscar quietly sighed in relief, preparing to follow the main group, Flinder's hoarse voice echoed once more. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you too stay behind. Oscar rubbed his forehead, visibly distressed, yet managed to force a smile. Dean, what can I do for you? Clearly a rhetorical question, Flinder replied impassively. You will explain to Ning Rongrong the knowledge pertaining to auxiliary soul masters within our academy. And then you are to run 20 laps around the village. You may use your spirit abilities to assist each other, but you must complete it before noon, or else you shall forego lunch. Understood. Oscar and Ning Rongrong immediately acquiesced. Knowing that refusal was not an option with Flinder's demeanor, Oscar took Ning Rongrong aside, briefly explaining the Academy's specific physical training arrangements for auxiliary soul masters. And then they commenced their lengthy run. Dean, just as Flinder was about to depart, a voice called out to him. Upon turning, he saw Tang San. Flinder immediately noticed the 24 Bridges bright moon night at Tang San's waist. Paused for a moment, and without waiting for Tang San to speak, said, Follow me. Everything aligned closely with Chen Luo's memories, the only variation being his own involvement that in the morning, he followed Dai Mubai around the academy to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After having lunch, Chen Luo returned to the dormitory with Xiao Wu. Brother Chen Luo, I still feel this academy is too exploitative. Xiao Wu sat cross-legged on the bed, expressing her serious thoughts to Chen Luo. What is the matter? This wretched academy actually demands 100 gold soul coins in tuition from each of us. Moreover, we also paid a registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This academy may seem shabby on the surface, but its teaching resources are incomparable to ordinary institutions. First, we have a soul sage level teacher Xiao, and now a soul sage level dean. The teacher handling registrations is likely anything but ordinary. A higher tuition fee is justifiable. I don't care. I still think this academy is exploitative, Xiao Wu pouted. All right, whatever my little sister Xiao Wu says goes. This academy is indeed exploitative, with a chuckle. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh, but soon her smile faded as she said, Brother Chen Luo, let us train. It seems the students here are quite impressive, and we must strive to keep up. Sure, it's rare for my little sister Xiao Wu to take the initiative to request training. The afternoon passed in the pursuit of training. That evening, under Dai Mubai's guidance, everyone gathered on the playground, where Dean Flinder had already been waiting. Oscar and Ning Rongrong appeared rather unwell, both looking exceedingly fatigued, especially Ning Rongrong, who seemed on the verge of collapse, as if she might fall at any moment. Oscar, take Ning Rongrong to the dormitory to rest. The rest of you follow me. Flinder's gaze settled on Oscar and Ning Rongrong, a satisfied smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Oscar nodded. Yet Ning Rongrong suddenly interjected, I'm fine. Take me with you. Flinder's expression turned serious. Your training for today is complete, and you did exceptionally well that I am pleased. Your task for the night is to ensure you rest well. If you're hungry, go to the cafeteria and have them prepare something to eat that I can manage. Ning Rongrong insisted once more, a determined expression upon her pale face. Even if I am an auxiliary soul master, I should not be treated differently. I, Ning Rongrong, am no less than anyone else. Heh, Flinder chuckled. Today is merely for adaptation. You may begin your training tomorrow. Only then did Ning Rongrong relent, leaving with Oscar's support towards the dormitory. Observing the situation before him, Chen Luo felt somewhat surprised. According to the storyline, Ning Rongrong had not completed her physical training and had displayed her witch-like nature without reservation. Yet the Ning Rongrong before him seemed entirely different. She must have completed her physical training, and it was likely she had not eaten since then, driven by her strong will. There was a notable discrepancy. This Ning Rongrong did not exhibit any signs of a princess complex, but rather embodied the essence of a genuine little princess. Fiercely determined, Chen Luo glanced at Ning Rongrong's retreating figure, reflecting thoughtfully as the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong had not lived a life of luxury. Outwardly delicate, she perhaps harbored an unwaveringly strong heart. Striving to uphold the future of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, stop staring. Do you wish to return to the dormitory? Flinder's voice suddenly rang out. I initially thought she would not accomplish it. Yet she did, surpassing my expectations. That I hope you all can do the same. Flinder waved his hand. Let us go. We'll head to the classroom first. Having spoken, Flinder promptly set off at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Chen Luo and the others immediately followed suit. The surroundings swiftly receded, and in no time, the disparity in speed among Chen Luo and his companions became glaringly apparent. Contrary to expectations, it was not the profoundly powerful, evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai who trailed closely behind Flinder, but rather Chen Luo himself. Following Chen Luo were the most formidable soul power wielder, Dai Mubai, the speedster Zhu Zhuqing, the elusive Tang San, Little Wu, and finally, Ma Hongjun at the rear. Chen Luo's speed was indeed somewhat exaggerated, yet Dai Mubai and the others were not taken aback, as they had already been exposed to it and had mentally prepared themselves. Flinder, on the other hand, was the most astonished among them. During the journey, he even deliberately increased his own speed, seemingly attempting to test Chen Luo's limits, but ultimately could not ascertain them, as he still had to consider whether the other students could keep pace. In a silence that enveloped them, Flinder led Chen Luo's group to Soto City. After each of them had a cup of inexpensive and unpleasant tea, they proceeded towards the Soto Great Soul Arena, which was not far from the tea shop. The Soto Great Soul Arena was far more magnificent than Chen Luo had envisioned. During his previous outing with Little Wu, he had not laid eyes on it. Making this his first encounter, the arena was distinctly oval in shape, towering at approximately 120 meters, exuding an imposing aura that made it a landmark in the region. Upon entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, they were greeted by an exceedingly opulent decor. At this juncture, Dai Mubai's voice arose, providing a brief introduction. The arena contained a main battle arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, capable of accommodating up to 60,000 spectators. Complete with over 100 VIP boxes. It served not only as a testament to the prowess of Soul Masters, but also as a venue for various factions to showcase their might. As they ventured deeper, Dai Mubai continued his introduction, and before long, they arrived at the registration area. After paying 10 gold soul coins, they completed their registration, subsequently being assigned to a spacious room to rest and await the upcoming matches. During this time, Little Wu suggested that she and Chen Luo form a duo to participate in more matches and swiftly accumulate points for advancement, to which Chen Luo readily agreed. Just moments ago, Dean Flinder had mentioned that the fundamental requirement for graduating from Shrek Academy was to obtain a silver soul badge. The badge hierarchy was as follows: iron, copper, silver, gold, platinum, sapphire, and ruby, with diamond being the pinnacle. Transitioning from iron to copper required 100 points, earning 1 point for a victory and losing 1 point for a defeat. Winning 5 consecutive matches granted an additional 10 points, while winning 10 consecutive matches bestowed 100 points. Subsequent badge upgrades multiplied the points required by 10. For instance, advancing from copper to silver necessitated 1,000 points, with the same rules for earning and losing points applying. This point multiplication, while seemingly inconsequential, served to prevent malicious point farming, where individuals might deliberately lose or alternate between winning and losing, only to then embark on a winning streak, resulting in a significant point increase. For example, if someone intentionally capped their points at 45 and then won 11 consecutive matches, they would effectively gain 155 points, allowing them to leap 2 levels in badge upgrades, as all upgrades required 100 points. However, with the point multiplication, such scenarios were rendered impossible. There were 3 formats for the matches: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, with each participant allowed to engage in only one battle of each type per day. This was precisely why Little Wu wished to team up with Chen Luo. Please give your duo a name. After paying the 10 gold soul coins, the staff promptly assisted them with their registration, leaving only the final naming. How about Falling Dance Duo? Little Wu inquired. Chen Luo slightly shook his head. Falling Dance sounds too much like falling behind. Let us call ourselves the Dancing Duo instead? I like that. It's all up to you. Little Wu nodded to D. Oh, you wish to dance as well. Very well. The Dancing Duo is now registered. Perhaps the staff member assisting Chen Luo and Little Wu was particularly reliable, as they did not make any errors with the name. It would have been quite amusing if dancing had been mistakenly registered as 5. As soon as the Dancing Duo was established, Dai Mubai's voice suddenly resounded. Little Wu, your one-on-one battle is about to commence. Little Wu was set to face a towering man, over 2 meters tall, with a muscular build. As the two ascended the stage, the contrast between the brawny giant and the petite girl was stark. Whispers filled the audience, and even Ma Hongjun expressed some doubts regarding Little Wu's capabilities. The outcome, however, was evident. Within a mere 10 seconds, Little Wu concluded the battle. Utilizing her waist and agile techniques, the stout soul master named Qing Bao was unceremoniously thrown off the stage. Despite the immense strength of her opponent, Little Wu could effectively counter most strength-based soul masters if the disparity in power was not overly vast. The second battle was an internal clash, with Tang San pitted against Zhu Zhuqing. Prior to the match, Dai Mubai had earnestly advised Tang San to tread lightly, having witnessed Tang San's prowess firsthand. Notably, control-type soul masters typically held an advantage over agile attackers. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was devoid of suspense. With Tang San emerging victorious, it was not until the 5th match that it was Chen Luo's turn. His opponent was a girl in her early 20s. Sporting shoulder-length hair, she possessed an average appearance but boasted an impressive figure, clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her curves, rivaling Zhu Zhuqing in that regard, though her looks and demeanor fell short in comparison. Wu Jingbai, with a martial soul of a flying wheel, held a soul power level of 28. Little brother, could you perhaps allow your sister to win this round? I am on the cusp of advancing to a silver badge, and I promise to reward you handsomely afterward. Upon taking the stage, Wu Jingbai cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Luo, making rather brazen propositions. Oh, think you're so handsome. Forget the silver badge. How about I let you win this time instead? You can treat me afterward. How does that sound? Upon realizing Chen Luo's appearance, Wu Jingbai quickly revised her approach with a smile. Chen Luo chose to ignore her advances. But Little Wu, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of irritation, almost compelled to rush onto the stage and slap the shameless woman. Chen Luo, finish this fight quickly, or you might find yourself in trouble later. Little Wu could no longer restrain herself and shouted at the stage. Chen Luo offered a wry smile and nodded slightly in acknowledgement as the host called for the battle to commence. Wu Jingbai's charming words belied her fervent desire for victory. She immediately activated her martial soul, summoning 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, beneath her feet, wielding a massive circular blade that gleamed with razor-sharp edges. Before Chen Luo could unleash his own martial soul, Wu Jingbai lunged forward, her second soul ring glowing with yellow light as she hurled the spinning blade at Chen Luo with tremendous force. The wheel spun with breathtaking speed, reaching Chen Luo in the blink of an eye. For an ordinary individual, there would be no time to react, and they would either be gravely injured or worse. Yet, Chen Luo was no ordinary person. He required no martial soul to contend with Wu Jingbai. Under the scrutiny of the audience, the flying wheel passed through Chen Luo's form, only for them to realize something was amiss. It was merely an illusion. With a resounding thud, Chen Luo reappeared, his left foot raised high before crashing down forcefully, sending Wu Jingbai tumbling off the stage. The battle had concluded that a profound silence ensued. The first to react were naturally the other members of Shrek Academy. Little Wu and Tang San remained composed, having long been accustomed to Chen Luo's remarkable capabilities. Dai Mubai, who had previously battled Chen Luo, was also aware of his formidable strength. The others, having witnessed Chen Luo's duel with Xiao Wujia, were nonetheless taken aback by his prowess even without activating his martial soul. After a prolonged moment, the host finally gathered himself, his voice trembling as he announced, Soul Master Chen Luo is victorious. With a record of 1 win and 0 losses, Wu Jingbai's record stands at 52 wins and 11 losses. Master Chen Luo, please proceed to the registration desk for your points. A collective gasp rippled through the audience, followed by an eruption of cheers and applause. Though the battle had concluded swiftly, the impact it left was profound. No one felt the ticket had been a waste, for they would now have ample tales to share. Chen Luo descended from the stage quietly, maintaining a low profile aside from a brief moment of admiration as soon as he stepped down, before he could fully bask in the enthusiastic cheers of his teammates. Little Wu tugged him aside. Well done. Chen Luo smiled modestly. Everyone's watching. Little Wu appeared unfazed, her cheeks slightly flushed as she boldly declared, let them watch. I want everyone to know that you belong to me. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback before he smiled and nodded in agreement. Ahem. Dai Mubai cleared his throat twice and exclaimed, you two have had enough. Prepare yourselves, for the battle of the duo is about to commence. The second round of the 2-on-2 soul battle featuring Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was indeed on the verge of beginning. Yet there remained a considerable wait. The arrangement of the soul arena was generally quite rational, allowing participants ample time to recuperate their soul power. In Xiao Wu's one-on-one battle, she had already utilized her first soul skill and replenished her soul power. As for Chen Luo, he had not even activated his martial soul, let alone restored any soul power. By the time it was their turn to take the stage, both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were in peak condition. In the 5th match of the 2-on-2 battles, the Iron Blood duo faced the Dance duo. With the host's booming announcement, the entire audience erupted in cheers. In comparison to the one-on-one battles, the atmosphere of the 2-on-2 matches was significantly livelier, and the arena was more than double the size of the one-on-one stage, as the increased number of soul masters demanded a larger space for their displays of skill. Opposite Chen Luo and Xiao Wu stood their adversaries, who had already arrived at the soul arena. They appeared to be twins, their features remarkably similar, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Both were around 18 or 19 years of age, tall and robust, standing at least 6 feet tall, with fierce eyes and a muscular build. How could they be mere children? Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, the Iron Blood brothers simultaneously furrowed their brows. With Iron Tiger unable to suppress a mutter, Iron Dragon quickly regained his composure. Those who stand here are far from ordinary children. Iron Tiger, take this seriously. Yes, brother. Iron Tiger nodded. The host was also taken aback by the youth of Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. Yet his professionalism shone through as he only paused briefly, unnoticed by the audience. The match commenced. The Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers immediately advanced a step, growling in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. A gray light burst forth, and 2 identical forged iron hammers appeared in their hands. Simultaneously, 2 yellow century-old soul rings slowly rose beneath their feet, the radiance illuminating the intricate patterns on their hammers. Iron Dragon, Iron Tiger. After this exceedingly simple introduction, both brothers wore serious expressions, showing no sign of underestimating their youthful opponents. Be careful. They offered a polite warning, before charging towards Chen Luo and Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu had activated her martial soul, yet Chen Luo remained still, showing no signs of action. This was not a mere act of bravado, although it bore the semblance of it. Chen Luo refrained from revealing his martial soul too soon to avoid drawing attention to his strength, harboring absolute confidence in his ability to deal with the 2 before him. The enhancements bestowed upon him by the Death God martial soul and its associated techniques were substantial, nearly equivalent to possessing a primary martial soul, if not more formidable. Unless he encountered an opponent whose strength far surpassed his own, he could engage in combat without activating his martial soul. Shall we take one each? Xiao Wu suggested. Agreed. Chen Luo nodded. Facing the formidable approach of the Iron Blood brothers, both Xiao Wu and Chen Luo appeared remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of trepidation. As if they were merely executing a straightforward task, their demeanor unruffled. They began their advance, charging directly at the Iron Blood brothers with clear targets in mind. Chen Luo against Iron Dragon, and Xiao Wu against Iron Tiger. The first clash erupted swiftly at the center of the Soul Arena. Iron Dragon swung his large hammer towards Chen Luo, but Chen Luo's speed was astonishingly swift, enabling him to effortlessly evade and close the distance to Iron Dragon. Delivering a decisive punch without any unnecessary flourish. Bang! Chen Luo's fist struck Iron Dragon's shoulder, the overwhelming force sending him tumbling. Meanwhile, Iron Tiger swung his hammer at Xiao Wu, who gracefully leaped back to evade the attack. Subsequently, Xiao Wu's second soul ring radiated with light, activating her alluring skill that a layer of pink enveloped her eyes. And upon seeing this, Iron Tiger's body froze, losing control entirely. Xiao Wu seized the moment, leaping onto Iron Tiger's shoulders, executing a soft technique that sent him crashing down onto the Soul Arena floor. Both Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger were swiftly overpowered. One was sent flying, grimacing in pain, while the other lay dazed, his expression contorted in agony. The audience was left speechless, and the host stood in shock, unable to comprehend how the battle had concluded so rapidly. Just as Chen Luo and Xiao Wu believed the fight was over, the Iron Blood brothers surprisingly rose once more. They were far more resilient than anticipated. They're still able to get up? I should have employed my full strength from the outset, Xiao Wu remarked, her brows furrowing slightly. Chen Luo replied, though they are both weapon soul masters, their physiques are notably sturdier than those of ordinary soul masters. It's only natural they can endure more. Not a problem. Let's see how long they can hold out, Xiao Wu declared, her confidence unwavering against the similarly powered strength-type soul masters. Chen Luo smiled gently. No need. They are already at their limit, though Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger had managed to stand. Their bodies trembled slightly, indicating the strain they were under. Brother, they are far too strong, Iron Tiger stammered. Let us make one last desperate attempt. Iron Dragon sighed. Iron Tiger nodded vigorously. The Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers grasped their hammers tightly, swiftly spinning around in unison. Their second soul rings erupted with brilliance, and the hammers were hurled towards Chen Luo and Xiao Wu at incredible speed. The Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger's second soul skill was a last-ditch effort. Can they still use their second soul skill? Was their earlier performance an act? Chen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, pulling Xiao Wu into his embrace before instantly unleashing his speed to evade the impending attack from Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. However, it was a dire situation. Their desperate move possessed a tracking effect, making it impossible for Chen Luo to shake them off. It was clear that he could not withstand the attack head-on. Without hesitation, he activated his martial soul. A massive scythe materialized in Chen Luo's grasp, while two purple soul rings ascended from beneath him, his aura surging to its zenith. Clang! The powerful hammers collided with the scythe of death. Halting abruptly, Chen Luo was merely forced back a few steps, suffering no damage, his left arm still securely around Xiao Wu. The hammer struck the ground, and Chen Luo promptly retracted his martial soul. Unfazed by the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around him, he turned to Xiao Wu in concern, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she gently shook her head. Puffed, puffed. Meanwhile, both Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger simultaneously spat out blood. The connection between soul masters and their martial souls was profound. When their desperate move was thwarted by Chen Luo, they suffered immediate backlash. Before the host could announce the results, the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers declared, "We concede." Many in the audience were left bewildered, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. How could both soul rings be purple? That's impossible. I also find it hard to believe. Yet I witnessed it with my own eyes. Surely, it must have been a trick of the light. The majority of spectators, including the host, consoled themselves with such thoughts. It must have been an illusion. A great soul master possessing two purple Millennium soul rings. The mere thought of a youth achieving the rank of Grand Soul Master was already incredible. Regardless, the battle concluded astonishingly swiftly, a complete and utter rout. Though the spectacle was exhilarating, a sense of incompleteness lingered. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had already descended from the arena, while the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers took a moment to recover before helping each other down. Even as they exited the Soul Arena, The expressions on their faces were still tinged with fear. He possesses 2 Millennium soul rings, in the Soul Master's passageway. Chen Luo immediately addressed Xiao Wu. I was careless. I should have ended the battle decisively at the outset to prevent you from getting hurt. Xiao Wu shook her head, smiling gently. I am perfectly fine. Chen Luo swiftly reviewed the recent battle in his mind. Genuinely astonished that the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers had resorted to tactics. When he had knocked Iron Dragon down with a punch, he began to suspect whether they were merely feigning defeat. But he never anticipated that their act would be so convincing. By the time Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger unleashed their second soul skill, it was already too late for him to intervene. I must not commit such a blunder again, Chen Luo silently vowed. Upon returning to the lounge, Dai Mubai and the others immediately surrounded him, offering their congratulations. Chen Luo, while you were engaged in one-on-one combat with Xiao Wu. The Iron Blood duo was watching from the stands. Dai Mubai remarked. A Hongjun quickly added, they probably saw how fierce you both were and decided to pull a fast one, pretending to be defeated by you and then catching you off guard with their second soul skill. Chen Luo nodded slightly, unfazed, as everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. How did your match go? He inquired. Dai Mubai chuckled. Only the fatty didn't finish his match, but he is close to A Hongjun's side. It's not that I want to hold everyone back. It's just that you all are too quick that I'll try to wrap up my fight as swiftly as possible next. Don't rush, Chen Luo warned. Those who stand there are not to be underestimated. Haha. Don't worry. As long as my opponent isn't you, I can handle anyone else, Ma Hongjun declared confidently, waving his fist. Before long, Ma Hongjun's match also concluded, and he emerged victorious with ease, just as everyone was preparing to leave. They realized that Dean Flandra was missing. The Dean must have had something to attend to. He mentioned that we should return directly after our soul battles, Dai Mubai stated. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun spoke up. A broad grin on his face. You all go ahead. The Dean told me to visit his shop after my match. Dai Lauda. Do you want to join? Dai Mubai seemed to have anticipated Ma Hongjun's words. If looks could kill, Ma Hongjun would have perished 1,000 times over. A Hongjun instantly fell silent, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before making a hasty exit. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual frosty demeanor and was notably indifferent toward Dai Mubai. Dante, listen to that fat fool. I am not a fat fool, came Ma Hongjun's voice from around the corner. Dai Mubai shot a glare in that direction, but when he turned back to Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze immediately softened, akin to a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed. What does that have to do with me? With that, she walked away. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in frustration, his fists clenching tightly. Chen Luo observed this scene with a calm exterior but couldn't help but chuckle internally. Dai Lauda, you still have a long way to go, regarding the emotions of others. Chen Luo preferred not to interfere excessively, as he lacked the energy for such matters. All his thoughts were focused on Xiao Wu. Upon returning to the academy, there were no significant events if the storyline followed that of the book. There should still be a segment featuring the reckless actions of the witch Ning Rongrong. However, this Ning Rongrong was not a witch. Hailing from a noble lineage akin to a princess, she not only lacked the typical princess syndrome, but was also incredibly tenacious. Chen Luo Gij, weren't you planning to refrain from using your martial soul today? As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Xiao Wu inquired, her big, watery eyes blinking adorably. Chen Luo replied, when you are in danger. All I wish is to protect you. At that moment, everything else becomes irrelevant. If it weren't for time constraints, I might have even used my immortal skill. You're the best. Xiao Wu beamed with joy. Then she asked, is immortal the soul skill you used during your battle with Teacher Xiao? Chen Luo had no reservations with Xiao Wu and nodded. Indeed, Xiao Wu chose not to press further. Instead, smiling gently, Chen Luo Gij, let us practice. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. When did you become so enthusiastic? I've always been this enthusiastic, okay? Xiao Wu pouted. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. Only since yesterday. It seems, don't expose me. A night passed without incident. The next morning, just after they finished breakfast, the academy's bell rang. Everyone gathered on the playground, yet no teachers were in sight. They waited for nearly a quarter of an hour before Dean Flandra strolled in leisurely. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Oscar. Not bad. You've reached level 30, Flandra said with satisfaction. All eyes immediately focused on Oscar, who became rather bashful. Just lucky. Really, Flandra remarked. Luck is also a part of strength. I hope everyone here can possess that fortune. The crowd shifted their gaze and quickly stood at attention. Flandre continued, "It seems tomorrow's class is set. Tomorrow morning, everyone will gather here, and under the guidance of teacher Xiao Wujin. We will head to the Dugu Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third soul ring. This is a valuable opportunity for training, so make sure to seize it well. Now, we shall commence today's lesson, eating sausages. Oscar, conjure up some sausages for everyone to enjoy." The main aim is adaptability training. Although Oscar's incantation was slightly ridiculous, the taste of his sausages was quite delightful. Initially, the group hesitated, but once Chen Luo took the lead, the others followed suit and began to eat. The lesson progressed even more smoothly than Flandre had anticipated and concluded well ahead of schedule. What a bunch of driven little monsters, Flandre mused inwardly before departing. Reminding Chen Luo and the others once more, "Don't forget tomorrow's class." The following morning, everyone gathered and set off for the Dugu Forest. 032. Small town. The Dugu Forest is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on our Douluo continent. Its area nearly equivalent to that of the Barak Kingdom. On the way to the Dugu Forest, Xiao Wujin patiently introduced the place to Chen Luo and the others, his expression serious, though his appearance elicited suppressed laughter. "What happened to teacher Xiao yesterday? He looks like a pig's head today," Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath. Oscar chimed in, "What do you mean yesterday? He looked like this the day before as well." "Everyone, please don't bring it up again. I foolishly asked teacher Xiao about it, and nearly got pummeled." Tang pondered. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying opponent teacher Xiao encountered to end up like this. He is a battle soul saint, focused on defense. Even a sensitive attack-type soul saint shouldn't have been able to inflict such serious harm on him. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo inwardly chuckled. "Don't overthink it. It was just your dad who hit him. To be fair, Xiao Wujin's examination that day wasn't particularly harsh. Chen Luo had ultimately been the one to engage in the final duel, and Tang had merely coughed up blood due to the explosion of the blue-silver grass, sustaining only minor injuries. Chen Luo had thought that Xiao Wujin would escape punishment, but it seemed he could not avoid this fate. One could only say that the Haoyan Douluo was overly protective of his child. Xiao Wujin, evidently having overheard the murmurings behind him, instinctively touched his swollen face with his large hand, wincing slightly at the pain. Reflecting on the events of 2 days prior, he felt no anger, but rather a slight smile graced his lips. How could he harbor resentment? That had been a rare opportunity for him to maintain formation, Xiao Wujin said, sensing that the time for gossiping had passed. "Yes, teacher Xiao," Dai Mubai promptly replied, then proceeded to remind everyone. The Dugu Forest is home to numerous soul beasts, and they generally harbor a dislike for humans. We must exercise utmost caution. The dangers there far exceed our imagination. Keep a good formation and be prepared for battle at any moment. Before their departure, the formation of the Shrek team had already been meticulously arranged. Xiao Wujia took the lead, of course. This embodiment of strength was tasked solely with clearing the path, and would only engage in combat under the direst circumstances. Following closely behind him were Chen Luo and Tang, trailed by Ning Rongrong and Oscar, with Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu flanking them on either side. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing brought up the rear, ensuring a protective formation of 6, maintaining 2 vital support members at the core. Initially, the group exhibited some disarray, but at Dai Mubai's prompt, they quickly regained their formation and entered a state of heightened vigilance. The journey continued apace, and were it not for Oscar's sausages replenishing their energy, the group would have surely been exhausted. Ning Rongrong also took it upon herself to provide speed enhancements for the team, generously expending her soul power. However, one individual stood apart, Chen Luo. Throughout, he abstained from partaking in Oscar's sausages, not out of disdain, but because he simply had no need for them. His soul power was remarkably abundant, and the death god technique he employed was continuously operational, consuming less than it replenished. Even in his idle moments, the technique would function autonomously, albeit at a slower pace. As soon as Chen Luo exerted himself, the technique would immediately activate in full force, rapidly restoring his energy. As for Chen Luo's disinterest in sausages, neither Tang nor the others expressed any particular concern when Ning Rongrong assisted the group. She also selectively avoided Chen Luo, recognizing that he was deliberately slowing his pace. Any peculiar behavior from anyone else would instantly draw the group's attention, yet with Chen Luo, there seemed to be an innate immunity. After all, He had experienced far more bizarre occurrences than this triviality. It appeared unlikely they would reach the Dugu forest today. Ahead lay a small town where they could rest for the night and replenish their supplies. As dusk fell, Xiao Wujia issued the command to rest. After a long day of travel, the Shrek team had covered a staggering 400 kilometers, leaving less than 100 kilometers to the Dugu forest. The town was roughly 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was situated, bustling with activity, and though lacking city walls, it resembled a small city in spirit. The streets were lined with various shops, most of which catered to soul masters. They casually selected an inn, where the Shrek members checked in, rest for the night, and we set off again in the morning. All expenses here are to be covered by you, Xiao Wujia stated succinctly before heading upstairs to his single room. Chen Luo and the others began discussing a dinner outing. After a day of sausages, they were on the verge of regurgitating them. And as soon as they entered the town, Ma Hongjun began to exclaim, "Waiter, we're ready to order." Upon entering a restaurant, when Dai Mubai offered to treat everyone to dinner as a welcome for the newcomers, Ma Hongjun became instantly animated. Summoning the waiter, he swiftly ordered a plethora of dishes, his excited chubby face trembling as he declared, "Boss Dai, I won't hold back today. I must treat you to a feast." Dai Mubai, displaying a generous spirit, replied, "No problem. Order whatever you like. I can cover the meal. Boss Dai is wealthy. I'm nearly broke." Ma Hongjun chuckled. Dai Mubai smirked. "What happened to your money? You know it well yourself." Ma Hongjun retorted with a mischievous grin. "If I had your looks, Boss Dai, I wouldn't need to spend so much. I might even earn a bit." Dai Mubai shot him a glare, prompting Ma Hongjun to quiet down. At their table of 8, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged banter, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu engaged in quiet conversation, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong meditated. Throughout the journey, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had made significant contributions, and even though their soul power had been adequately replenished, they still required rest to recover mentally. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her aloof demeanor, choosing to remain silent, while Tang gazed into the distance. Lost in thought, Chen Luo, "I just spotted so many delicious dishes. Shall we indulge later?" Xiao Wu inquired softly beside him. Chen Luo nodded gently. "Sure, I wonder if you'll still have room after dinner." Xiao Wu replied excitedly. "We can always eat less." The restaurant was quite busy, with many patrons already seated, which contributed to a slight delay in service. While they awaited their meal, a group donned in silver-white soul master robes entered the establishment. Immediately capturing the attention of many at the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 young woman, all around the age of 20. Boss Dai, those fellows seem to be from Sanghui Academy. Ma Hongjun's voice piped up, his chubby face lighting up with excitement. Dai Mubai remarked dismissively, "Just a worthless academy. Is there any need to be so thrilled? There are girls among them, and they're not bad-looking." Ma Hongjun exclaimed, licking his lips. "Look at your pitiful self." Dai Mubai scoffed at him at that moment. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the group of soul masters, and he silently lamented. What was destined to happen had finally arrived. Upon arriving in the town, Chen Luo had sensed something amiss. He vividly recalled that Shrek Academy had encountered a conflict with a high-ranking soul master academy on their way to the Dugu forest. As they entered the restaurant, he couldn't shake off the feeling that fate had orchestrated this coincidence. Indeed, the unfortunate Sanghui Academy had shown up. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had spoken without any attempt to lower their voices, as if engaged in a casual conversation, particularly when Dai Mubai referred to them as a worthless academy. Sanghui Academy happened to pass by, making it impossible for them not to overhear. The middle-aged instructor leading the group frowned, while his students displayed visible displeasure. "Let us sit here," the Sanghui Academy group decided, choosing to occupy the table adjacent to Shrek Academy. Despite the many available options, the insignia of Sanghui Academy was unmistakable. With a green circular emblem embroidered on their soul master robes, featuring the words Sanghui stitched within in contrast to Shrek Academy's unassuming appearance, Sanghui Academy presented a much more ostentatious front. Upon noticing Sanghui Academy's arrival, the restaurant owner rushed over to greet them with great enthusiasm. Chen Luo observed as the middle-aged instructor from Sanghui Academy whispered something to a nearby youth, who promptly stood and approached their table. "Here comes trouble," Chen Luo thought. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun remained engrossed in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation, while Oscar, who had just finished resting, grew excited. Anticipating some entertainment tea that moment, a waiter happened to pass by. But the youth from Shanghai Academy collided with him, causing the waiter to stumble, nearly spilling a dish onto Dai Mubai's head. Without hesitation, Tang Sen intervened, using his control skills to catch the dish and set it back down securely, while also steadying the waiter. The Shanghai Academy youth immediately apologized. "My apologies, truly sorry," as he turned to leave. However, his foot aimed a kick at Dai Mubai's chair, and with the force behind it, it seemed likely that the chair would splinter. In that critical moment, Dai Mubai sprang to his feet, delivering a sharp slap to the youth's face, exclaiming, "You really have some nerve." It was clear that Dai Mubai had been harboring pin-up frustration, and this youth had unwittingly placed himself in the line of fire. Smack! The crisp sound of a resounding slap accompanied by the sickening crack of bones echoed through the air, sending the young man hurtling uncontrollably across the room, shattering several tables in his wake. Chaos erupted within the restaurant, as patrons quickly darted aside, yet they did not leave. Rather, they appeared eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, but Douluo's temper was even more volatile than I had anticipated. Chen Luo mused inwardly, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Beside him, Xiao had become increasingly animated. Once the leader of the group, she thrived on such lively confrontations. What followed was a clash of conflict. The Shrek 7 monsters engaged with the members of Shanghai Academy, and the outcome was all too clear. Shanghai Academy faced a dismal defeat. Chen Luo observed silently from the sidelines until a teacher from Shanghai Academy, disregarding the code of martial ethics, joined the fray. Manifesting the Xian Gui, Yi Zhiqiu declared, determined to restore some honor to his academy, and thus unleashed his martial spirit. A ring of dark ripples emanated from his being, instantly suppressing the Shrek members' morale. Yi Zhiqiu's limbs shrank by a third, and a massive shield appeared on his back, his entire form shimmering with a dark glow. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose beneath Yi Zhiqiu, signifying his formidable prowess as a soul king. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Shanghai Academy. You children are ignorant and should summon your teacher. After unleashing his martial spirit, his aura reached its zenith, reflecting his unwavering confidence. This moment, Ma Hongjun, already riled up, scoffed, "You old turtle, do we really need our teacher to handle you? We can take you down ourselves." Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened instantaneously. He loathed being called a turtle above all else. Without further ado, he retorted furiously, "Then allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher." With that, Yi Zhiqiu advanced outside. The restaurant owner nearly fell to his knees at the sight. Fearing that if the brawl continued, his establishment would be utterly ruined, the members of Dai Mubai's group gathered, their gazes fixed intently on Chen Luo. He raised a hand slightly. "You all go first. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, I shall intervene." This was an invaluable opportunity for the Shrek 7 monsters to hone their skills. His direct involvement would only diminish the significance of the battle. Dai Mubai and the others nodded in understanding, well aware of Chen Luo's might. If he were to join, Yi Zhiqiu would stand no chance. After a brief discussion, the Shrek 7 monsters charged into battle. Even when faced with an opponent of Soul King caliber, they remained undeterred. After a few exchanges of bravado, the clash ensued. Chen Luo had risen from his seat, tea in hand, stepping outside to observe his comrades in combat. The coordination among Dai Mubai and the others was commendable, as they exchanged blows with Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, the disparity in power was undeniable, and it wasn't long before the Shrek team began to falter. Nevertheless, Chen Luo remained unperturbed. Even without intervening, Tang San's hidden weapons were no laughing matter. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically when Xiao Wu found herself in peril. In an instant, Chen Luo's composure evaporated. His mind went blank, and he sprang into action. Yi Zhiqiu was employing his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong, unleashing a torrent of icy darkness towards the Shrek members, with Xiao Wu standing nearer as the primary target. "Fatty, quickly!" Dai Mubai shouted. A Hongjun leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of purplish-red flames that momentarily intercepted the dark water. But the disparity in their soul powers soon became evident, and he could not hold on much longer. Xiao Wu was retreating with the others when a figure suddenly zipped past them, cloaked in black flames and wielding a massive scythe. This individual exuded an aura that rivaled that of Soul King Yi Zhiqiu. Moving with blinding speed, arriving before Yi Zhiqiu in an instant, and swinging the colossal scythe down .034. As promised, the Grim Reaper's scythe descended, the black flames enveloping Xiao in an instant, manifesting terrifying heat, corrosion, and toxicity. Xiao, who had been maintaining his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti, and second soul skill, Xian Shui Bing Feng, found his defenses swiftly eroding as the black flames made contact. Once the flames dissipated, Xiao was left charred, with remnants still clinging to his form, continuously eating away at his flesh. It was known that this black flame could breach even the defenses of a soul sage like Zhao Wujing. What chance did a soul king stand, even one focused on defense? Hiss! Xiao could not suppress a pained gasp, quickly reinforcing his Xian Gui Hu Ti and Xian Shui Bing Feng to expel the lingering black flames. Enraged, he descended into a frenzied state, shouting at Chen Luo, "You brat! Are you seeking death? Is it not you who is courting death?" A chilling voice interrupted, just as Xiao's words fell. Bang! A colossal fist, brimming with power, struck Xiao's head with incredible speed. He barely had time to retreat into his shell before his face twisted in agony as he was sent flying. Chen Luo's hand was encased in frost from Xiao's Xian Shui Bing Feng. Yet he suffered no tangible harm. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Xiao had failed to comprehend how Chen Luo had moved so swiftly. Just as he had issued his threat, his opponent appeared before him, leaving him no chance to react. A dozen meters away, Xiao struggled to regain his footing, leaving deep gouges in the ground as he stumbled. His earlier composure had vanished, replaced by a disheveled appearance. His face caved in, blood seeping from his nose and mouth, and the fury in his eyes replaced by sheer terror. "You are their teacher?" Xiao asked instinctively, only to curse himself inwardly for such foolishness. Who had a teacher so young? Yet, his power was astonishingly abnormal. Judging by his aura, he seemed to possess the strength of a soul zone, while the two flickering purple soul rings indicated he was merely a great soul master. A 12-year-old great soul master with 2,000-year soul rings, yet possessing the strength of a soul zone. Each facet of this reality bombarded Xiao's nerves with shock. Gradually, he regained his composure. Now dominated by fear, Chen Luo cast a dispassionate glance at Xiao, flicking his wrist to dissolve the frost clinging to his hand before retracting his martial spirit and striding toward Xiao Wu. It was unnecessary to escalate matters further, as they were the ones who had instigated the conflict in the first place. "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" Chen Luo inquired with genuine concern as he approached her. Xiao Wu smiled faintly. "I'm fine." The gazes of Dai Mubai and the others shifted toward Chen Luo, each face reflecting varying degrees of astonishment, particularly from Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had never witnessed Chen Luo unleash his martial spirit in battle before. Oscar had previously had the fortune of witnessing the aftermath of Chen Luo's battle, where Zhao Laosher appeared utterly defeated and disheveled, a clear testament to Chen Luo's terrifying strength. Today, witnessing Chen Luo's true prowess in action further solidified Oscar's impression of him as an overwhelmingly powerful force. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, swallowed repeatedly, murmuring, "Thank goodness I didn't fight him that day. Otherwise, I would have been done for. In the Soto Great Spirit Arena, during one-on-one matches, Chen Luo had refrained from using his martial spirit. It was only in a 2-on-2 match, while protecting Xiao Wu, that he had resorted to his martial spirit, but the battle had concluded in an instant, leaving no time for others to appreciate his strength. Now, in a stunning display, Chen Luo single-handedly overwhelmed Xiao, a soul king that had proven formidable for all 7 of them. The vivid images of the encounter continued to stimulate their senses and minds. Dai Mubai was the first among them to regain his composure, teasingly remarking, "Chen Luo, your Xiao Wu wasn't even harmed, and you're already going wild. If she had been injured, wouldn't you have gone straight to eliminate that old turtle?" "Pretty much," Chen Luo replied. Chen Luo candidly expressed his genuine thoughts, causing a momentary pause among the onlookers, who then broke into smiles, while a rosy hue blossomed on Xiao Wu's charming face. Chen Luo remarked, "I have been rather selfish. You deserve some experience." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if I always remain behind you, how will I grow stronger?" Chen Luo smiled faintly. "I shall be more mindful in the future." Despite her words, Xiao Wu had already wrapped her small hand around Chen Luo's arm. The members of Shanghai Academy were left to the sidelines, particularly Xiao, whose feet were still ensnared in the mud. At that moment, Thoughts of eliminating Chen Luo flashed repeatedly through Yi Zhiqiu's mind. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly become a terrifying presence in the future. Since they were already adversaries, reconciliation was out of the question. If he could not attain him, he would have to destroy him. Yet, these thoughts were swiftly quelled by Yi Zhiqiu. Even if he wished to eliminate that boy, he needed the capability to do so. Conversely, if that boy sought to eliminate him, he would already be a corpse. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. Suppressing his martial soul, Yi Zhiqiu disregarded his own disheveled state, acting as if nothing had transpired, and waved to his students, "Settle the bill. We are leaving." The members of Shrek Academy did not cast another glance at Songhui Academy, but the smiles adorning their faces were a testament to their victorious demeanor. Upon returning to the inn, they feasted heartily, ignoring the peculiar gazes and murmurs of surrounding patrons as they prepared to leave. Dai Mubai attempted to settle the bill, but the innkeeper vehemently refused payment. Ultimately, Dai Mubai tossed 2 gold soul coins onto the counter. The cost of the meal was certainly covered, with the remainder left as a tip, as they had thoroughly enjoyed their meal. After Chen Luo and the others departed, Xiao Wujie suddenly appeared in the inn, casually ordering a couple of small dishes while his gaze remained fixed on the open area outside. He scratched the back of his hand, thinking he could quell his itch, only to find he hadn't even had the chance to strike. Upon returning to the hotel, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. Xiao kept batting her big, watery eyes at Chen Luo during their journey. Chen Luo playfully inquired, "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to see you," Xiao Wu replied with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Luo ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, saying, "Wait here for a moment." With that, he stepped out. Moments later, he returned. His large hand brushed over the death god's ring, and the table in the room instantly overflowed with delectable treats that Xiao Wu had previously mentioned. "Almost forgot. I promised you." Chen Luo grinned. Xiao Wu gazed at the array of culinary delights on the table, overwhelmed with emotion, and threw her arms around Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Brother Chen Luo, you are the best." 035. I have Xiao Wu now. Chen Luo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Wu before quietly tidying up the remnants on the table. Whether it was due to not being full or Xiao Wu's genuine desire for the food, every last morsel was devoured. After clearing away the leftovers, Chen Luo chose not to cultivate further, but instead lay beside Xiao Wu, quietly observing her and reflecting on the day's events. "I have been too impulsive and selfish. A rare opportunity for her to gain experience was squandered by my actions. After all, she is Xiao Wu, who is best when she is strong and prefers to resolve matters with her own strength. Yet, I have always presumptuously shielded her from behind, which may not be a good thing. That I must learn to restrain myself in the future. But how can I truly do that?" A conflicted expression crossed Chen Luo's face. "I strive to grow stronger to protect her from harm. Yet if I handle every situation, how can she mature? Given her nature, she does not relish being constantly protected by others. Regardless, I must find a balance." Chen Luo reached out to caress Xiao Wu's face, but ultimately restrained himself, fearing he might awaken her. It had been far too long since he had a proper sleep. After casting one last glance at Xiao Wu, he lay back, a faint smile playing on his lips, and gradually closed his eyes. The next morning, the Shrek group set out once more. The Stardow forest was not far from them. Once they exited the town, they advanced at full speed. In less than 3 hours, they arrived at their destination. Standing atop a small hill, they beheld an endless sea of green below, teeming with towering ancient trees, the majority exceeding 20 meters in height, their foliage lush, before they even officially stepped into the forest. A refreshing sensation enveloped them. The invigorating air, mingling with the scent of moist earth, stimulated their senses, instantly alleviating the discomfort from their journey. The coolness emanating from the forest swiftly dispelled the heat accumulated from their travels. Xiao Wujie did not allow Chen Luo and the others to enter the forest immediately, but instructed them to rest briefly at the edge. "That I shall refrain from elaborating on the dangers within the Stardow forest. Once we enter, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from my side. Not even you, Chen Luo. Especially you, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. You must stay closely behind me. Without my command, no one is permitted to recklessly engage spirit beasts." Xiao Wujie spoke sternly. "Understood." After a brief rest, the group replenished their energy and proceeded into the Stardow forest under Xiao Wujie's guidance. As they journeyed forward, the Shrek members encountered numerous spirit beasts. In most instances, they chose to circumvent them, even when faced with weaker spirit beasts. Whenever they encountered a spirit beast that threatened them, they opted to avoid harming it if possible. Dai Mubai nearly succumbed to the urge to eliminate the obstructing spirit beasts several times, but ultimately relented under Chen Luo's persuasion. Sustainable development and the desire to avoid trouble were Chen Luo's reasons. No one dared to dispute him, and they all found his reasoning compelling. Even Tang San, the direct disciple of the master, could not help but silently commend Chen Luo. Soul masters with such awareness were indeed rare. Chen Luo's role as the mediator was not solely for the reasons he stated. He primarily wished to spare Xiao Wu any distress. This was Xiao Wu's home, after all, and since she had returned home after such a long time, they should strive to minimize any bloodshed. Furthermore, there existed some connections among spirit beasts who would want to witness their kin being unjustly slaughtered. There's movement ahead. Everyone, be cautious. Just before noon, while the Shrek members were resting beneath a large tree, Zhao Wujia's voice rang out. Instantly, everyone entered a state of heightened alertness. Without needing Zhao Wujia's reminder, Zhu Zhuqing activated her martial soul and climbed a tree to assess the situation. It's a flying snake that seems to only hover 3 meters off the ground. Sporting a blood-red crown larger than its head, with a fan-shaped tail, Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice soon echoed from above. Zhao Wujia's eyes brightened. It must be a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Such spirit beasts are exceedingly rare. I just wonder how old it is. Tang San immediately inquired. How long is it? And what color are its wings? Zhu Zhuqing replied. It's 6 to 8 meters long, with pale red wings. Tang San promptly deduced. This is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake between 1300 and 1800 years old. Perfect for Oscar. He proceeded to explain how to discern the age of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and shared relevant information. It must be said, in terms of knowledge about soul masters and spirit beasts, Tang San was exceptionally professional. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us all go together. We must capture this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San nodded. If Oscar absorbs the spirit ring from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, his third spirit skill might enhance our speed. This snake is incredibly swift, and especially its crown can provide it with terrifying speed in an instant. Perhaps it could even allow us to fly, Chen Luo added with a grin. Tang San's eyes sparkled. It's possible. Oscar was instantly filled with excitement. Let us go. Let us hurry before it escapes. Zhao Wujia glanced at Chen Luo. I want to intervene. You can handle it. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Oscar exclaimed, Chen Luo, if you help me capture the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I'll owe you my life. Chen Luo smiled faintly. I already have Xiao Wu. As soon as these words were spoken, no one felt surprised. Only Xiao Wu's shy face turned crimson, and a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. Before entering the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu was lively and joyful, but upon entering, she became burdened with worries. Just now marked the first time she smiled since their arrival in the forest. While others remained oblivious to Xiao Wu's distress, Chen Luo was well aware. With Zhao Wujia's approval, Chen Luo, who had long been itching to act, immediately sprang into action. Confronting the phoenix-tailed rooster snake with the strength of the Shrek's 7 monsters posed no problem. Yet the cunning serpent was exceedingly swift. Given the current capabilities of Dai Mubai and the others, they simply could not hope to capture the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. That it was prudent to seize such a rare soul beast as quickly as possible. After all, this was the very soul beast that Oscar could absorb to gain the ability to fly. Chen Luo summoned his martial soul, the massive scythe of the Grim Reaper materializing in his hand. Simultaneously, an invisible shadow merged with his body, and as 2 purple soul rings rose around him, Chen Luo's aura surged dramatically. With a powerful push from his legs, he shot forth like a cannonball. Instantly enveloped in black flames as he activated his indomitable state to prevent any unforeseen accidents, he was determined to give his all. The phoenix-tailed rooster snake was remarkably swift and soon arrived at the location of the Shrek group. Perhaps sensing the presence of humans, it wasted no time in turning to flee. Thinking it could escape? Not so easily. Chen Luo had prepared fully and would not let the phoenix-tailed rooster snake slip away. He crouched slightly before launching himself toward the creature like a projectile. Although the phoenix-tailed rooster snake was already incredibly fast, it was still no match for Chen Luo in the blink of an eye. He closed the distance between them. Without a moment's pause or hesitation, he swung the scythe of the Grim Reaper at the serpent's body midair. The blade struck the snake's scales, creating sparks before the scales finally gave way. allowing the blade to pierce into the phoenix-tailed rooster snake's flesh. In the next moment, black flames erupted violently, engulfing a significant portion of the serpent's body. That a nauseating sound of corrosion accompanied the acrid stench of charred flesh. As the black flames receded, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake's body was marked with singed, blackened scars, with most of its scales melted and fused with its flesh, a sight that elicited sympathy among its charred flesh. Remnants of black flames continued to corrode and consume the creature. A howl of excruciating pain erupted from the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, its movements slowing under the influence of the paralyzing toxins from the black flames. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Luo raised his massive scythe, intent on incapacitating the serpent completely. At that moment, sensing death approaching, the flesh crest atop the phoenix-tailed rooster snake's head suddenly glimmered, and its speed surged dramatically, propelling it over 10 meters away in an instant. Chen Luo reacted with remarkable speed, pursuing the serpent almost immediately, his own speed equally terrifying to Chen Luo, even human. His speed is simply astonishing, even outpacing a soul beast renowned for its swiftness. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard. Dai Mubai chuckled. He is truly a monster among monsters. The day I witnessed him clashing with Teacher Xiao, I already knew there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. As Chen Luo engaged the creature ahead, the Shrek group observed from a distance, refraining from intervening to ensure they would not become a burden. They all understood that Chen Luo possessed the absolute strength needed to handle the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. Zhao Wujie perched on a branch of a large tree, poised to intervene at a moment's notice, but as he observed Chen Luo's prowess, a faint smile crept upon his lips. There was simply no opportunity for him to act. Indeed, this was a true monster. While everyone else watched with eager interest, concern flickered across Xiao Wu's face. Noticing her expression, Tang Sen offered a reassuring smile. Chen Luo's current power has surely reached the soul master level, and his combat prowess far exceeds that. There's nothing to worry about. In truth, Chen Luo did not disappoint. Even as the phoenix-tailed rooster snake's speed escalated, he was able to keep pace, although at such a rapid velocity. He found it difficult to wield his scythe effectively. Ultimately, he resorted to using his bare hands to grasp the serpent's tail, driving the scythe into the ground. With a resounding crash, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake dragged Chen Luo forward. But the resistance from the scythe and Chen Luo himself gradually exhausted the creature. The Grim Reaper's scythe carved a trench several dozen meters long into the earth, and Chen Luo himself sank half a meter into the ground. Yet, he never relinquished his grip on the serpent's tail, resolutely halting its advance. Finally out of strength, Chen Luo maintained an appearance of unwavering vigor, a victorious smile gracing his lips, with a powerful exertion. The veins on his arms bulged, and the muscles in his forehead and neck tensed. Under the watchful eyes of the Shrek group, he lifted the nearly 7-meter-long phoenix-tailed rooster snake and hurled it forcibly to the ground. With a thunderous impact, the earth was indented deeply, and the phoenix-tailed rooster snake lay unconscious within the crater that it was over. Chen Luo retracted his martial soul and waved at the Shrek group, declaring, "All done." The Shrek members remained momentarily stunned, only Xiao Wu breaking away to rush toward Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, are you all right?" she asked, concern etched on her face. Despite knowing of Chen Luo's formidable strength, she could not help but worry when faced with a 1,000-year soul beast. With a smile, Chen Luo shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit of numbness in my hand," he added, shaking it lightly. In his effort to seize the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, he had exerted himself too much to avoid inflicting a fatal blow. He had opted for a straightforward method to render the serpent unconscious, resulting in a lingering numbness in his arm. Xiao Wu immediately approached to massage his arm, and upon confirming he truly was unscathed, her worry dissipated. Her gaze then shifted to the unconscious phoenix-tailed rooster snake. "Must we kill the soul beast?" Chen Luo nodded gently. "It's the law of the jungle." Xiao Wu pursed her lips, withdrawing her gaze, her expression revealing little emotion. Meanwhile, the others, who had been lost in thought, finally responded as they saw Xiao Wu approach. Despite their minds still lingering on the image of Chen Luo wielding such terrifying power, they moved toward him. Oscar was the quickest, eager for his third soul ring. Knowing that any hesitation would be unwarranted, "Chen Luo, your strength is nothing short of terrifying," Dai Mubai exclaimed as they reached him. A Hongjun chimed in. "If it had been Teacher Xiao swinging the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, I could understand, but it was you. For a moment, I felt as if I had been lifted by you." not that exaggerated. Indeed, Oscar rushed forward and enveloped Chen Luo in a massive bear hug. His excitement palpable, as if he were about to kiss him. "Thank you so much, my good brother." After expressing his gratitude, Oscar released Chen Luo and hurried to deliver the final blow to the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. Immediately proceeding to absorb its soul ringed in the Stardow forest, danger lurked everywhere, and any number of unforeseen events could occur. Thus, they needed to achieve their objective swiftly as Oscar began absorbing the soul ring. Chen Luo and the others entered a heightened state of vigilance to protect him, while Xiao Wujie remained perched on the branch, his eyes closed, seemingly sensing the surroundings. Suddenly, Xiao Wujie opened his eyes wide. "Come forth." Xiao Wujie, expressionless, slowly began to speak at that moment. Chen Luo and the others seemed to sense something, turning their gazes towards the nearby thicket. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an elderly woman emerged. Leaning on a cane. 037, an unexpected turn, she remarked. The old woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s. Despite her age, she radiated vitality. Her hair, white and meticulously styled, framed a face adorned with numerous wrinkles. Yet her complexion was as rosy as that of an infant. What truly captivated Chen Luo and the others was not the woman's appearance, but the 6 soul rings that slowly ascended beneath her feet. In her grasp was a 3-meter-long snake-headed cane, exuding a powerful aura of soul energy, undoubtedly her martial soul. Following her out of the grass was a striking young girl. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, her short hair grazing her ears, and she appeared to be around 16 or 17, clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure. She too held a snake-headed cane, albeit significantly shorter at 2 meters. With 2 yellow 100-year soul rings rising from her feet. Upon her arrival, the girl's large brown eyes immediately darted towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and upon seeing it lifeless with someone absorbing its soul rings, her eyes widened involuntarily at this juncture. Xiao Wujie had also unleashed his martial soul, 7 soul rings shimmering around him, emanating a terrifying energy that proclaimed his status as a soul sage. The gazes of the elderly woman and the girl shifted instantaneously to Xiao Wujie, who inquired slowly, "What do you wish to accomplish?" The elderly woman's expression darkened slightly as she replied, "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely pursued the soul beast to this point." "Pursued the soul beast?" Xiao Wujie furrowed his brow. The elderly woman continued, "It is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I left a wound on its abdomen that it is already dead." Xiao Wujie stated flatly, showing no inclination to validate the truth of her words. The elderly woman's countenance soured dramatically. "Surely you must provide an explanation? This soul beast was ours first, and we even wounded it. An explanation? What sort of explanation do you seek?" Xiao Wujie shot her a cold glance. It was only then that the elderly woman realized the folly of her earlier words, momentarily blinded by anger and uttering something utterly meaningless. Sensing Xiao Wujie's murderous intent, she quickly clarified. "I am Chao Tianxiang, known among the Spirit Master community as the Snake Matriarch. My husband is Meng Shu, referred to as the Dragon Lord." This was a declaration of identity. Following her self-introduction, Chao Tianxiang forced a strained smile, her face contorting with effort. "Since the soul beast has already been slain by you, let this matter rest. Further discussion would be futile." With that, she beckoned to the young girl beside her. "Iran, let us depart." Dai Mubai, wishing to interject, was halted by Xiao Wujie. It was only after Chao Tianxiang and her companion had completely left that Xiao Wujie spoke again. "The legendary dragon and snake have long been renowned. The Dragon Lord should now possess the strength of a soul Douluo. With the Snake Matriarch present, the Dragon Lord is undoubtedly nearby. I have no fear in facing either of them alone. But they possess a formidable martial soul fusion technique that is extraordinarily domineering. Unless one possesses the strength of a titled Douluo, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand." Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. "I thought so. Given your character, Teacher Xiao, it's surprising you were so accommodating. Protect Xiao well. Once he has completed absorbing the soul ring, we shall depart." Xiao Wujie stated solemnly. The group nodded in agreement, resuming their vigilant state. The recent events were but a minor interlude, exerting little impact on the others. Even if the legendary dragon and snake were formidable, they could not instill fear in this group of young warriors. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was dead, and its soul rings were in the process of being absorbed. The outcome was already sealed. Unless the dragon and snake were exceedingly petty, would they truly return to retaliate? As everyone regained their composure, only Chen Luo's gaze grew increasingly complicated. It seemed that events had deviated from the expected course. In Chen Luo's recollection, when Shrek's group encountered the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, it was Zhao Wuji who subdued it, and Oscar had yet to absorb the soul rings when Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Yiran appeared, leading to a series of conflicts that ultimately required Tang San's intervention. Yet, what had just transpired bore significant discrepancies from Chen Luo's memory. Chen Luo acted swiftly, promptly dispatching the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. And Oscar, with remarkable decisiveness, bypassed the tedious expressions of gratitude and directly absorbed the soul ring. Could it be that my presence altered the trajectory of events? The process of Oscar absorbing the soul ring was smooth, taking approximately half an hour, after which he acquired the third soul skill, flight. Duration of flight, 1 minute. Speed of flight, that of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Upon learning this news, the group erupted in joyous celebration. After a brief interlude of excitement and cheers, Zhao Wuji prepared to lead them back, regardless of whether the legendary dragon and snake would pursue them. Being in the Star Do forest was inherently perilous. Even in the peripheral regions, after all, the Star Do forest was not a controlled environment for soul beasts. It was fraught with uncertainties on their journey back. Chen Luo intentionally cast a glance at Tang San. Was it the lack of combat with Meng Yiran that prevented him from breaking through to level 30? According to the original narrative, during the confrontation between Shrek's group and the snake matriarch over the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a contest ultimately determined ownership, with Tang San battling Meng Yiran. It was precisely after that battle that Tang San's soul power broke through the barrier of level 29 to reach level 30, subsequently leading to a chain of events. Now it seemed that this butterfly effect was rather significant. After battling the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I feel I am not far from level 30. Perhaps I should stay behind to cultivate for a while. Would that allow subsequent events to unfold as they were meant to? This thought flickered through Chen Luo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Better to let things unfold naturally. The journey back was uneventful. Perhaps due to the considerable commotion Chen Luo and his companions caused when dealing with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, they encountered few weak soul beasts daring to attack, and even sightings of soul beasts became rare. They must have been frightened away. It would likely take no more than half an hour for them to exit the Star Do forest, Zhao Wuji remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Oscar successfully acquired his third soul ring, with the third soul skill being flight. It was hard for Zhao Wuji not to smile. Dai Mubai and the others were equally elated, genuinely happy for Oscar. After all, when their comrade gained a valuable soul ring and skill, they too reaped the benefits. Naturally, they rejoiced. Was that all there was to it? Among the crowd, only Chen Luo and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat subdued. Xiao Wu seemed a touch melancholic, reluctant to leave the Star Do forest. Chen Luo maintained a calm exterior, though internally, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. He secretly hoped for some unforeseen occurrence to allow the originally destined events to transpire. If they simply returned, wouldn't Tang San's 8 spider lances be lost? Just as Chen Luo's thoughts grew increasingly intricate, a raspy, aged voice suddenly rang out. Halt! Zhao Wuji promptly activated his martial soul, and Dai Mubai and the others followed suit, their brows slightly furrowed. Only Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, it had come. They had not disappointed him. 038, the overlord of dragons and snakes. Humans cherish their reputation as trees do their bark. Sometimes, the so-called strong are the most petty, as exemplified by the couple, the overlord of dragons and snakes. After Cao Xiangxiang and Meng Shu reunited, they promptly informed others of the humiliation they faced, the abduction of their granddaughter. Meng Yiran's soul beast. Surely, embellishments accompanied their tale. Meng Shu was immediately unsettled, taking Cao Xiangxiang and Meng Yiran to reclaim their lost dignity. Primarily, the couple found themselves unable to procure a suitable soul beast for Meng Yiran during their subsequent journey, which only fueled their frustration. Thus, they hastened after the Shrek group, determined to reclaim what Cao Xiangxiang had failed to recover. To their astonishment, the speed of Shrek and company was remarkably swift. Within just 2 hours, they had absorbed the soul ring and dealt with the remains of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. After considerable effort, Meng Shu and his companions finally caught up with Shrek upon the command to halt. An overwhelming pressure emanated from behind Shrek's group. Xiao Wujin had already unleashed his martial soul, and Shrek's young monsters could hardly withstand the pressure, each activating their own martial souls, their faces paling until they found solace under Xiao Wujin's protection. An elderly man, resplendently attired, emerged slowly. He appeared to be in his 70s, wielding a 3-meter-long dragon-headed cane, surrounded by 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. The immense pressure stemmed from those vividly colored soul rings. Soul Douluo, the 8 dazzling soul rings were a testament to the elder's formidable strength. After his appearance, Xiao Xiangxiang and Meng Iran, who had previously encountered Shrek's group, also stepped forth. Long Gong Meng Shu, Xiao Wujin's expression darkened considerably, especially upon noting the number of soul rings Meng Shu possessed, causing cold sweat to trickle down. Were the overlord of dragons and snakes truly so petty? Alone, Xiao Wujin felt confident he could overpower Xiao Xiangxiang. And even against Long Gong Meng Shu, despite his Soul Douluo status, Xiao Wujin believed he could emerge unscathed. The crux of the matter was that the overlord of dragons and snakes had fused their powers, surpassing Xiao Wujin's capabilities. Had he not been responsible for the safety of the young monsters, he would have been assured of a safe retreat. Upon seeing the overlord of dragons and snakes, Xiao Wujin had mentally cursed their ancestors countless times, yet managed to force a smile. Sister Chaodian, it is unexpected to meet you again so soon that I presume this esteemed individual is the venerable Long Gong Meng Shu. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? A cold smile flickered across Xiao Xiangxiang's aged face. You know very well what you are asking. Xiao Wujin's face twitched slightly. Not long ago, this elderly woman had spoken to him with courtesy, but now the roles had shifted so rapidly that I am Xiao Wujin, the unmoving king that I assume you have come regarding the matter of the soul beast. I sincerely apologize. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm, and at this moment, Xiao Wujin exemplified this adage, suppressing his anger and addressing them with utmost politeness, even offering an apology. We were unaware that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was your target. Otherwise, we would never have contested with you. However, the situation has progressed, and my student has already completed the absorption of the soul ring, which cannot be altered. I asked that how it is to be resolved. Long Gong Meng Shu spoke slowly, his presence commanding respect without rage. Xiao Wujin immediately responded with a forced smile. Of course not. Since we inadvertently acquired the soul beast belonging to both of you, I, Xiao Wujin, shall endeavor to capture another suitable soul beast for you. The only reason Xiao Wujin was so obsequious was due to the young monsters behind him. Without them, his explosive temper would have prompted him to engage in battle, regardless of the odds, and he would have escaped, refusing to endure such humiliation. Long Gong Meng Shu remained silent, turning to Xiao Xiangxiang as if seeking her counsel. Xiao Xiangxiang's gaze had already shifted from Xiao Wujin to the young monsters behind him, and upon noticing her husband's look, she quickly urged Meng Shu to focus ahead. Only then did Meng Shu notice the young monsters behind Xiao Wujin. His previously calm demeanor now marred by surprise. In a typical confrontation between powerful adversaries, one would hardly pay attention to the minor players, which is why Meng Shu had previously overlooked Shrek's young monsters. His focus had been solely on Xiao Wujin, who possessed soul sage strength, requiring caution even if they had the upper hand. There are 2 soul masters, and they appear quite young. The youngest seems to exceed even the age of a great soul master. Meng Shu murmured, his eyes widening in disbelief as they fell upon Chen Luo. 2 great soul masters with 1,000-year soul rings. How is this possible? Instinctively, he glanced at his granddaughter, who he had always regarded with pride for her exceptional talent, yet now felt her abilities were rather ordinary in comparison to this group of young monsters. Meng Iran's eyes widened, her mouth agape in shock, clearly having noticed the presence of Shrek's young monsters long before. She had initially thought the young man who absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's soul ring was merely an anomaly, a rare soul master of such youth encountered by chance. She had comforted herself with this notion until she beheld the group of monsters before her. There was not just one soul master. The slightly older young man was also a soul master, and although he was a bit older than the one who absorbed the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's soul ring, he was undoubtedly younger than her. The others appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, yet they all possessed the strength of great soul masters, especially the youth wielding a massive scythe. Boasting 2,000-year soul rings, Her once prized talent now seemed insignificant in their presence. The 7 treasured glazed tile school members. Meng Shu had regained his composure, his gaze lingering on the precious tower in Ning Rongrong's hands for a moment before turning back to Zhao Wujin. Let it be so. You shall find a suitable soul beast for Iran, and we shall consider this matter closed. Kao Xiangxiang had intended to voice her thoughts, but was silenced by Meng Shu's glance. Do not press too hard. The unmoving King Zhao Wujin is no trifling character, and the group of young ones behind him is not without significance. Just the presence of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is daunting enough. If matters escalate, it could spiral out of control. Those young ones could easily be crushed. Yet Zhao Wujin is not so easy to defeat. Meng Shu conveyed this in a manner inaudible to others. Kao Xiangxiang nodded gently in agreement. I share the same sentiments that I was merely upset earlier. Let us allow this matter to rest. We shall seek a soul beast on our own. The words had been spoken. Thus, it was settled. 039. What a coincidence. This was Chen Luo's first encounter with the pressure of a soul duel-level powerhouse. The vast soul power of Long Gong Meng Shu left him somewhat breathless, only alleviated by the activation of his martial soul. Curiously, even without Zhao Wujin mitigating the pressure, Chen Luo found that upon activating his martial soul, he could also resist the discomfort brought forth by Meng Shu, just as he had when facing Zhao Wujin. Perhaps due to his unique physique or the distinct nature of his martial soul, no matter how formidable the opponent, they could not significantly affect Chen Luo. In contrast, Dai Mubai and the others were greatly impacted. Without Zhao Wujin's support, even with their martial souls activated, they would still face immense pressure, likely managing only to exert 60 to 70% of their full strength in such a state. This is the oppression that comes from might. Reflecting on the unexpected turn of events, Chen Luo found himself less than pleased. Regardless of what transpires in the Stardow Forest, it held little relevance for him. The one most affected would be Tang San. Had no unforeseen incidents occurred, he likely would have successfully utilized his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Next would be Xiao Wu, as the Titan giant ape would come seeking her. But that impact was minimal. Observing the overlord of dragons and snakes advancing swiftly ahead, alongside Zhao Wujin to the left, Chen Luo glanced back at Xiao Wu and thought to himself, I must strive harder. I am still too weak to at this moment. They all hurried back into the Stardow Forest, seeking a suitable spirit beast for Meng Iran, while everything around them swiftly receded. The formidable dragon and serpent had already retracted their martial spirits, as had Zhao Wujia. After all, they were in pursuit of spirit beasts. If they kept their martial spirits activated, not to mention a 1,000-year spirit beast, even a 10,000-year spirit beast would be frightened away. Even without activating their martial spirits, their speed remained astonishing. Aside from Chen Luo, the rest of the Shrek team struggled to keep up. Meng Iran, accompanied by the serpent mother Kao Xiangxiang, found it quite effortless. In fact, on the side of Shrek's little monsters, Ning Rongrong could provide assistance, and Oscar could offer his mushroom sausages for everyone to taste, but they refrained from doing so. No one knew whether an unexpected danger might arise in the next moment. Concealing their strengths was the wisest choice. It was unclear whether it was mere bad luck or some other reason. But after 2 days of wandering in the Stardow Forest, neither the Shrek team nor the dragon and serpent couple had found a suitable spirit beast for Meng Iran. By the early hours of the 3rd day, even Meng Shu and his wife felt a tinge of embarrassment. Xiao, why don't you all head back first? We will take care of the spirit beast matter ourselves. Long Gong Meng Shu rarely spoke, mostly letting serpent mother Kao Xiangxiang communicate with Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia chuckled. That sounds good. We've been in the Stardow Forest for several days. We wouldn't want to worry the Academy. In truth, the Academy wasn't particularly concerned. It was primarily the families of these children who were anxious. If they came looking for them, it would be unnecessary. Meng Shu and his wife nodded in agreement. Zhao Wujia waved goodbye. Then we shall take our leave. After speaking, Zhao Wujia led the Shrek little monsters back. After covering a considerable distance and confirming their safety, Zhao Wujia halted, his expression grim. They all stopped, panting heavily. Oscar immediately distributed sausages to replenish their energy. They had been running desperately, eager to distance themselves from danger. Damn it! Zhao Wujia unexpectedly punched a nearby large tree, sending splinters flying and leaving a massive dent in the trunk. In all my years, this is the first time I've felt such humiliation. I can't even count how many escape plans I've concocted in my mind these past 2 days. Xiao Wujie vented all the pent-up negative emotions he had been harboring. Suddenly, Xiao Wujie vanished from sight, reappearing before Chen Luo. That I even thought, if you little monster were just a bit stronger, we could take those two old geezers head on. Chen Luo wore a solemn expression, saying nothing. That it was evident that Xiao Wujie had been simmering with frustration over the past 2 days. Beneath his outwardly amiable demeanor lay a fierce beast that had long been restless. Managing to suppress such emotions was no small feat. Hopefully, those two old geezers encounter some formidable spirit beasts and meet their demise. After venting most of his frustrations, Xiao Wujie muttered a curse under his breath. Recognizing its improbability, the reason for this was that with the strength of the dragon and serpent couple, they could essentially roam the Star Doe forest without fear, provided they did not provoke powerful spirit beasts deep within the forest. The more powerful the spirit beast, the more cautious it would be and less likely to provoke formidable human spirit masters. Chen Luo stood before Xiao Wujie. Although Xiao Wujie spoke softly, Chen Luo clearly heard him. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from a distance, accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. Even from afar, Chen Luo and the others felt the impact, staggering backward. Boom! The sound waves assaulted their eardrums, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Xiao Wujie immediately activated his martial spirit and leaped powerfully to the treetops. Moments later, he descended with a terrified expression and exclaimed, "No matter how well rested you are, run now. Oscar, transform into mushroom sausages quickly." Oscar wasted no time, handing over several prepared mushroom sausages to his teammates before continuing his transformation. "I have a mushroom sausage. I have a mushroom sausage." The bizarre chant no longer elicited amusement, but instead conveyed an immense, invisible pressure. It can't be this coincidental, can it? Chen Luo, with a complicated expression, glanced into the forest. However, the dense foliage obstructed his view, so he decided to activate his martial spirit and leap to the treetops. "Chen Luo," Xiao Wujie called out, unable to suppress his voice as he saw Chen Luo act suddenly, but then fell silent, muttering under his breath, "Well, you run fast. If you want to look, go ahead." Chen Luo quickly reached the treetops. Scanning the distance, easily locating the source of the commotion. In the far distance, two figures hovered in midair, both shimmering with dazzling spirit rings. Opposite them, a massive black gorilla, towering 7 to 8 meters high, bellowed furiously. Even without the purple extreme magic eyes, Chen Luo's physique was remarkably distinct from ordinary individuals, granting him excellent vision. Even at a considerable distance, as long as he focused, he could see clearly. "Wow, it really is a Titan great ape." After the shock, a playful smile crept across Chen Luo's lips. Those two seemed to be the dragon and serpent. The Titan great ape appeared exceedingly enraged. Having cleared a vast area of trees around it, with a thunderous roar, it stood up, reaching over 15 meters in height. A true ferocious beast, the dragon and serpent couple were still entangled with the Titan great ape. But it was evident they were no match for it. Even utilizing their martial spirit fusion technique, they struggled to inflict any substantial damage on the Titan great ape, which was simply too powerful. In a mere moment, the serpent mother Xiang was sent flying by the Titan great ape, with Long Gong Meng Shu following suit, both crashing into more than 10 large trees before finally stopping. Chen Luo watched, cold sweat trickling down his back. The title of King of the Forest was indeed not an empty claim. The combined strength of the dragon and serpent was comparable to that of a title Douluo. Yet they were completely overshadowed by the Titan great ape. If the Titan great ape was this formidable, how much stronger must the sky blue bull python be? Chen Luo initially intended to observe further, but Xiao Wujie's urgent shouts broke through his thoughts. "Let us go, stop watching." Just the sound of his voice conveyed an overwhelming sense of urgency. This was a man who had faced the dragon and serpent without such panic. Chen Luo immediately leaped, rejoining his teammates. Though the Titan great ape was still at a distance, should that colossal creature pursue them, it would be merely a matter of moments if they lingered any longer. It would be tantamount to courting disaster. Why now? The teammates were prepared to flee, each holding 2 sausages, one for recovering soul power, the other, a mushroom sausage for escape. After producing so many sausages, Oscar's complexion turned pale, and when he looked at Chen Luo, a sheepish smile appeared on his face. "Chen Luo, I didn't prepare one for you." Chen Luo nodded gently. "No problem, I can keep up." Without further ado, Oscar, having adapted to the substantial soul power depletion, led the group into action, sprinting toward the outskirts of the Dugu forest. With the aid of the mushroom sausages, the Shrek little monsters moved at an astonishing speed. And even Xiao Wujia found it somewhat challenging to keep up, while Chen Luo remained steadfastly at the rear. During their escape, Chen Luo noticed Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor. This was not the first time she had glanced back. Everyone assumed she was looking at Chen Luo, but only he understood that aside from her initial worried glance, she was actually watching the Titan great ape, despite the towering trees and dense foliage obscuring their view. Xiao Wu should still be able to sense the Titan great ape's presence clearly. Suddenly, Chen Luo noticed a change in Xiao Wu's expression, which grew somewhat grave, and he sensed an unsettling shift. The ground trembled slightly, and heavy footsteps echoed from afar, drawing closer. The Titan great ape was in pursuit. The dragon and serpent had ultimately failed to deter the king of the forest, or perhaps they realized the Titan great ape's target was not them and chose to step aside. Xiao Wujia, too, sensed the Titan great ape's approach. His body jolted to a halt, a conflicted expression crossing his face. Yet, he soon made a decisive choice, shouting at the little monsters ahead, "You all go. I'll hold it off. Chen Luo, protect them while I'm gone." With that, Xiao Wujia resolutely turned, directly activating his martial spirit's true form. Great strength diamond bear. Xiao Wuji raised his head to the heavens and let out a furious roar. The seventh soul ring adorning his body suddenly radiating a profoundly deep light. In an instant, a black glow enveloped Xiao Wuji entirely, transforming his form dramatically. His already formidable physique swelled as if inflated. His height surging beyond 5 meters in the blink of an eye, his muscles expanding in an exaggerated manner, and his brownish-yellow fur growing wildly, causing him to metamorphose into a true giant bear. When Xiao Wuji's form fully assumed that of a bear, his brownish-yellow fur instantaneously changed color, shimmering with a brilliant golden light. That moment, Xiao Wuji's aura reached its zenith. The speed of the Titan giant ape was astonishing. If it continued to pursue, escape would be utterly impossible. Xiao Wuji, realizing this, had no choice but to stay behind and hold the line. That he understood well that with his strength, he could only delay for a brief period. Yet he was determined to buy time for those little monsters to escape. Upon activating his martial soul's true form, Xiao Wuji charged toward the Titan giant ape, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior. Prepared to face his fate head-on, Chen Luo initially believed that the members of Shrek Academy would, in accordance with the narrative, embrace a reckless spirit and rush to assist Xiao Wuji against the Titan giant ape. However, he soon realized he had underestimated them. These little monsters exhibited a greater level of rationality than he had anticipated, fleeing without a backward glance. Given their current prowess, they could hardly aid Xiao Wuji and would only become a liability. Xiao Wuji had resolutely turned back to confront the Titan giant ape for their sake, and if they were to return, it would be utterly nonsensical. The spirit of not abandoning or giving up is indeed commendable, but it must be exercised with discernment. Clearly, this group of little monsters was using their wits. That Oscar's mushroom sausage could only last for a minute, and within that fleeting time, Chen Luo and the others had managed to distance themselves significantly. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. Once the effects of the mushroom sausage wore off, they began to sprint frantically towards the forest's edge. The Dugu forest was even larger than people imagined, and even its periphery covered a vast expanse. Had it not been for assisting the granddaughter of the mighty Gai Shilong, Mengaran, in seeking a suitable soul beast, they would have long since escaped. Xiao Wuji's combat prowess exceeded expectations, yet he could only hold back the Titan giant ape for less than a minute. The Titan giant ape was now in pursuit of Chen Luo and his companions. Its target unmistakably clear. While others might wonder what had driven this king of the forest to wreak havoc at the forest's edge, Chen Luo understood. The Titan giant ape had come for Xiao Wu. The ground trembled incessantly, the vibrations growing increasingly pronounced as the heavy footsteps behind them drew ever closer. Ultimately, Chen Luo made a resolute decision. "You all keep running. I will buy some time." He was now the strongest combatant among the group, and he could not simply watch as the Titan giant ape closed in on them. Though the Titan giant ape sought Xiao Wu, he could not guarantee that this colossal creature would not inadvertently harm the other Shrek little monsters. As long as there was a chance, he would fight fiercely to distance them from danger. Chen Luo activated his immortal state, elevating his combat power to its utmost limits, confronted with the Titan giant ape. He felt utterly unprepared. were it not for the knowledge that the Titan giant ape's primary interest lay with Xiao Wu and not the others. Chen Luo would never have risked such reckless action, for it bore the hallmarks of a death wished. If the Titan giant ape had come for slaughter, given his current strength, a mere gesture from it could extinguish his life. Armed with the scythe of death, he charged at the Titan giant ape. To claim he felt no fear would be disingenuous. Yet, the Titan giant ape showed no courtesy. Before Chen Luo could close the distance, he was repelled by a wave of black energy emanating from the beast. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo felt as though his insides were being obliterated, blood erupting from his mouth uncontrollably. Damn it! Had I known, I wouldn't be able to stall for even a second. I wouldn't have charged in. After crashing into several large trees, he finally came to a halt. The immortal state forcibly dissipated, leaving him with an indescribable agony coursing through his body, as if every bone were on the verge of shattering. And his organs felt as if they were being seared by flames. His face contorted in pain. Chen Luo vowed never again to engage in such foolishness. Had the Titan giant ape just moved against him, he likely would have been a corpse by now. Perhaps realizing their escape was futile, the Shrek little monsters all turned back to fight. However, the outcome was dire. One by one, they were sent flying, perilously close to death. Tang showcased the Tang sect's secret techniques, unleashing a multitude of hidden weapons, yet ultimately failing to inflict any harm upon the Titan giant ape, lacking even the ability to leave a dent on its formidable form. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. In the end, the Shrek little monsters lost all combat capability, and Xiao was taken away by the Titan giant ape, even knowing that the Titan giant ape harbored no malice toward Xiao Wu. Chen Luo gritted his teeth against the pain and pressed on in pursuit as Xiao Wu's elder brother. Tang could not bear the thought of her being captured by the king of the forest, and likewise chased after her like a man possessed. Zhao Wuji watched as Chen Luo and Tang disappeared into the distance, sighed heavily, and then gritted his teeth, saying, "Mu Bai, you hurry back to the academy and find the dean and the others. I will pursue those two brats." Zhao Wuji's appearance was one of disarray, bruised and battered, having concluded his martial soul's true form, which resulted in a 50 reduction in all attributes for 7 days. Even in such a state, he was determined to chase after Chen Luo and Tang. Even if the outcome was to perish in the Stardo forest, he would accept it. He could not bear to watch those he had led into danger meet their demise. Mu Bai initially wished to say something, his emotions running high. Zhao Wuji shot him a fierce glare. "Now is not the time for you to indulge in any emotional displays. Do you wish to follow me to your doom?" Mu Bai nodded vigorously, and the other little monsters followed suit, their expressions resolute. Zhao Wuji's lips curled into a faint smile, only to be swiftly replaced by a scowl. "A bunch of irrational, thoughtless fools. You all need to return to the academy and fetch help. If you follow me to your deaths, the likely outcome is that we will all perish here. Rest assured, I am not so easily killed. Nor are those two little monsters." Having scolded them, Zhao Wuji refrained from further discussion and immediately set off in pursuit of Chen Luo and Tang. Mu Bai stood frozen in place, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his arms bulging, but he ultimately released his grip and turned to Ma Hongjun and the others, saying, "Go, stay close to me." Amidst the chaos of the recent battle, Mu Bai and the others had sustained varying degrees of injury, especially for the two girls, Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong. They had narrowly escaped death, thanks to the protection of Mu Bai and Oscar. Otherwise, they might have been reduced to mere pulp. Mu Bai carried Zhu Shuqing, while Oscar supported Ning Rongrong, with Ma Hongjun leading the way as they swiftly made their way towards the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Coughing violently after running a considerable distance, Chen Luo finally stopped beneath a large tree, his body convulsing as he expelled a mouthful of blood. That accursed Titan giant ape was far too swift. He had initially caught sight of its retreating figure, but now it had vanished, leaving him unable to pursue at that moment. The death goddess technique was operating furiously, tirelessly mending the injuries within Chen Luo's body. The blood he had coughed up was merely the stagnant blood within him. After expelling it, he felt significantly better. Xiao Wu should be fine. There was no need for excessive worry, Chen Luo continually reassured himself within. Yet a thread of unease lingered in his heart. According to the original narrative of the book, the Forest King, the Titan giant ape, arrived at the outskirts of the Stardo forest primarily in search of Xiao Wu. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Xiao Wu was the esteemed leader of both the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. However, should events unfold differently from his recollections, even a slight deviation could spell disaster for Xiao Wu. Chen Luo was aware that the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal, yet he could not quell his apprehension. Striving to regulate his breath, Chen Luo set forth once more. Even if the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu were merely to meet briefly, he felt compelled to witness it for himself, to ascertain that Xiao Wu was unharmed. After sprinting a considerable distance into the depths of the Stardow forest, Chen Luo arrived at the entrance of a cave. At this moment, his injuries had fully healed, and he felt invigorated, the frantic pace of his journey only enhancing his vitality. It seemed that the more grievous his wounds, the more fervently the death goddess technique surged within him. Throughout this journey, not only had he recuperated from his injuries, but his soul power appeared to have significantly increased. If all went as anticipated, his soul power should have ascended to level 30. Nevertheless, Chen Luo was not in haste to acquire his third spirit ring. His heart remained in a state of profound unease until he found Xiao Wu. The reason for his pause in this location was due to the overwhelming sense of danger he perceived, a soul beast. And a particularly formidable one at least in Chen Luo's current estimation. It lurked within the cave ahead, having already detected Chen Luo's presence. The moment he sensed the perilous aura locking onto him, he halted, entering a heightened state of vigilance. Suddenly, an enormous spear shot forth from the cave without warning. Chen Luo, having anticipated such an eventuality, instinctively recoiled the instant the spear emerged. He distanced himself from the cave by over 100 meters before coming to a stop. It was then that he discerned that the so-called spear was, in fact, a spider leg. A monstrous spider erupted from the cave shortly thereafter. 042. The cave demon spider as the giant spider burst forth from its lair. It charged directly at Chen Luo, resembling a hunter driven to madness after failing to catch its prey. Chen Luo swiftly retreated, his gaze sharpening. The movements of the colossal arachnid seemed to slow in his perception, granting him clarity to observe its grotesque form. The spider's spear measured approximately 4 to 5 meters in length, its body cloaked in a layer of black exoskeleton, its torso larger than a dining table. Exuding a terrifying aura. A human-faced demon spider? No, it was more accurately the cave demon spider. Chen Luo quickly identified the giant spider. After all, he had been a companion to Tang San, the living encyclopedia of soul beasts, for many years, and had also forged a friendship with the knowledgeable Pu Si, thus acquiring a fair understanding of soul beast lore. The cave demon spider was slightly smaller than the human-faced demon spider and lacked the latter's facial features. Among spider-type soul beasts, they were among the most elite. While the human-faced demon spider was renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities and potent venom, the cave demon spider was infamous for its cunning and treachery, relishing in ambushing its enemies and prey. Had it not been for Chen Luo's heightened perception, which alerted him to the imminent danger, the consequences could have been dire. Had he recklessly charged into the cave, or even circumvented it, he would have undoubtedly fallen prey to the traps laid by the cave demon spider. Without a doubt, the vicinity surrounding the cave was riddled with the meticulously crafted traps of the cave demon spider. It appeared to be injured. No wonder this creature was in such a frenzy, having lost even the patience to lie in wait. Chen Luo noted the numerous cracks adorning the cave demon spider's body, with several of its spears nearly fractured, likely a consequence of its injuries, driving it to abandon its natural patience in a desperate bid to rend its prey asunder. Injured, yet still so ferocious? Chen Luo retreated a considerable distance before suddenly halting. Then instead of retreating, he advanced with determination, his feet pushing off with great force, propelling himself straight towards the cavernous magic spider, if his judgment was accurate. This cavernous magic spider was at least of 10,000-year caliber, albeit likely having only recently reached that threshold. Had he been confronted with a fully fledged 10,000-year soul beast, he would have had no choice but to flee. However, the creature before him was in a severely weakened state. Empowered by the unyielding state, both his first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, merging the effects of toxic flames and fierce fire. Chen Luo moved with astonishing speed, nearly blinking past the cavernous magic spider in a mere instant. The scythe of death, enveloped in black flames, left a ghastly wound upon the creature's body. As the black flames swiftly engulfed its entire form, the sound of corrosive burning resonated, accompanied by the spider's piercing screams of agony. as it trembled violently. Seizing the moment, Chen Luo relentlessly pursued his advantage. Wielding the massive scythe of death, delivering blow after blow upon the cavernous magic spider, each strike executed from cunning angles that targeted the fractures in the spider's black armor, exacerbating its injuries. Though the black flames were formidable, directly eroding the cavernous magic spider's armor proved challenging, for it was, after all, a 10,000-year-old beast. However, exploiting the creature's wounds yielded significantly different results. The sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat filled the air as the surface of the spider's black armor glowed a furious red. While the flesh and blood within the cracks were incessantly consumed by the flames, the cavernous magic spider emitted anguished cries. It attempted to retaliate, yet it could not even graze Chen Luo, whose speed was simply too swift. The ground around them bore witness to the terror of deep pits left by the spider's razor-sharp spear, which seemed capable of piercing anything, had Chen Luo not been so agile and responsive. Even a single strike from the spear could have been fatal. The primary factor was the grievous state of the cavernous magic spider. Its spider spears were severely damaged, rendering it incapable of swiftly adjusting its form. With its body already gravely injured and suffering further blows, it was nothing short of miraculous that it could endure for so long. Chen Luo recognized this vulnerability, emboldening him to challenge a 10,000-year-old beast so audaciously. Following his encounter with the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, Chen Luo had resolved never again to engage in foolhardy acts that might lead to his demise. Without absolute certainty, he refrained from taking risks. Approximately half an hour later, the cavernous magic spider had completely lost its combat capability. Its remaining spider spears, already on the verge of collapse, were swiftly severed by Chen Luo shortly after the battle commenced. Otherwise, he would not have had such an advantageous environment for his assault. The cavernous magic spider's body was riddled with gruesome wounds, and Chen Luo himself was oblivious to how many times he had struck it. The unyielding state had long since dissipated, yet even at the risk of exhausting his soul power, Chen Luo continued his relentless onslaught. As long as the 10,000-year-old beast persisted, he dared not allow himself a moment's respite. Once more, the colossal scythe of death was raised high by Chen Luo before plunging into the spider's torso, finally bringing about its demise. That a circle of pitch-black, profound 10,000-year-old rings began to rise slowly from the lifeless body of the cavernous magic spider. Witnessing this scene, Chen Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gasped for breath, striving to regain his composure, ultimately settling into a cross-legged position on the ground to fervently channel the death god's technique. Desperately replenishing his soul power, he could scarcely afford to concern himself with the dangers surrounding him. If he did not absorb soul power to replenish his nearly depleted form, he feared he would meet his end. Indeed, 10,000-year-old beasts were not easily vanquished, and even a severely weakened one had nearly cost Chen Luo his life. When facing the cavernous magic spider, Chen Luo was not merely focused on attacking. He had to evade its counterattacks and precisely gauge the angles of his strikes. With his nerves taut to their utmost limit, the cavernous magic spider could afford to make numerous mistakes. But a single misstep on his part could spell disaster. What appeared to be a straightforward task of harvesting its weakened state was, in truth, a gamble with his life at stake. The cavernous magic spider likely relied on its formidable strength, choosing to confront Chen Luo head-on. Yet, as the battle progressed, it soon realized it was outmatched. Even losing any opportunity to flee, one gambled with their life, while the other was overconfident, leading to the current predicament. Of course, it could not be said that the cavernous magic spider was overly confident. It possessed the means to be so, and even grievously injured, it believed it could easily handle a mere human soul master. However, the spider's misfortune lay in encountering the exceptional Chen Luo. His terrifying speed effectively exploited the spider's diminished mobility, and his attacks were exceedingly cunning, consistently finding the vulnerable spots in its black armor. The corrosive, burning, and toxic nature of the black flames further ravaged the spider's body from within. Under the relentless operation of the death god's technique, it was not long before Chen Luo's condition had nearly returned to normal. During this time, no significant dangers had arisen. Even if they had, Chen Luo would have been able to react promptly. This was also the first occasion on which he had completely exhausted his internal soul power. Yet, facing a 10,000-year-old beast, pushing himself to the limit was the best outcome he could hope for. Just as he had anticipated, the worse his condition became, the more rapidly the death god's technique operated. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recover so swiftly. Chen Luo found himself increasingly enamored with the death goddess technique, its capacity to continually enhance his physique, the astonishing storage of soul power. The incredible training speed and the remarkable recovery rate each justified its divine status. Standing before the remains of the cavernous magic spider, gazing at the remarkably profound 10,000-year soul rings, Chen Luo's heartbeat began to quicken. He had not received the earlier special task of seeking out a first soul ring or absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt a certain confidence. After all, he was in search of a third soul ring. Why not seize this 10,000-year soul ring? Chen Luo's second soul ring was derived from a fire lizard nearly 3,000 years old. He had originally intended to seek a soul beast of around 5,000 to 8,000 years for his third soul ring. Who could have predicted that he would unexpectedly encounter the 10,000-year cavernous magic spider? Having successfully vanquished the spider, a 10,000-year soul ring lay before him. How could he not be tempted, though absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring carried certain risks? Chen Luo felt a measure of assurance within himself, believing that if he exerted himself, he could secure this soul ring. With his soul power continually increasing, his body had undergone significant transformation, and he was confident in his capabilities. Opportunities like this were rare and must be seized. Chen Luo quickly made his decision and began formulating a plan for the soul ring absorption. Absorbing a soul ring was not akin to simply restoring soul power. It was not something one could seize at will. Should danger arise during the absorption, it could lead to dire consequences. Ensuring a safe environment for the absorption process was paramount, with teacher Xiao and the others absent. Returning to seek them was no longer an option. Soul rings did not remain indefinitely. He had to act swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo's gaze ultimately settled upon the corpse of the cavernous magic spider. Wasn't he there a ready-made bodyguard right before him? His eyes sparkled with realization, but then his brow furrowed in concern. Would he be able to manage awakening a 10,000-year soul beast? Chen Luo hesitated. He possessed two extraordinary abilities, Soul Harvest and Awakening, which had remained unutilized until now. Yet this did not imply that he had forgotten them. Soul Harvest, to reap souls and enhance power. Awakening, to resurrect the deceased and bend them to his will. This moment presented itself as the most opportune time to employ Awakening, but he needed to ascertain whether he could indeed awaken the target before him. But as for Soul Harvest, it appeared to be of no use. Upon the demise of a spirit beast, their souls manifested as spirit rings. Should he attempt to use Soul Harvest on the Abyssal spider, it was highly likely that he would simply devour the spirit ring, leaving him at a loss for such a fitting spirit ring thereafter. Furthermore, there were limitations to Soul Harvest. Indiscriminate consumption of souls could very well lead to backlash or bodily explosion, without absolute certainty. One must not act recklessly. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Luo resolved to attempt the awakening of the Abyssal spider, for he had no superior alternatives at present. Once the spirit ring appeared, every fleeting second became exceedingly precious. He needed to act decisively as he activated his martial soul, the death god, and grasped the scythe of the death god. Chen Luo focused his intent and forcefully brought the scythe down upon the corpse of the Abyssal spider. The blade of the scythe effortlessly penetrated the body of the Abyssal spider, yet it did not create any new wounds. Suddenly, a tremendous suction emanated from the scythe, rapidly siphoning the soul power from Chen Luo's body. The black spirit ring hovering above the corpse of the Abyssal spider quivered slightly, and several strands of dark energy detached from the ring, all infusing into the body of the Abyssal spider. Awaken, Abyssal spider! A gray radiance burst forth from the lifeless form of the Abyssal spider. Its wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and its severed fangs regrew. 8 fangs plunged into the ground, supporting its body as it rose once more. The awakening was a success. Chen Luo felt his soul power dissipate entirely, and an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through him in an instant. The scythe of the death god withdrew on its own accord, leaving Chen Luo struggling to maintain his balance, nearly toppling to the ground. Enduring the discomfort that coursed through his body, he gazed upon the resurrected Abyssal spider. A faint smile gracing his lips. Success was all that mattered. At this moment, Chen Luo's complexion was as pale as a ghost, his body appearing significantly emaciated, while the death god incantation operated frantically to replenish his soul power. Patrol the surroundings and protect me, Chen Luo commanded the Abyssal spider. The Abyssal spider complied without hesitation. Upon resurrection, the creature appeared to have grown slightly larger, with gray patterns faintly visible on its black body. enveloped by swirling tendrils of gray energy, suggesting it had become somewhat more formidable. Though the 10,000-year abyssal spider was not an exceptionally powerful entity, it was undoubtedly a formidable presence within this region. Having it patrol and safeguard the area ensured a considerable degree of safety. Goodness, reviving this creature nearly drained me completely. Chen Luo licked his parched lips, subsequently entering a meditative state to restore his condition. Absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring necessitated optimal preparedness. The pitch-black, profound 10,000-year spirit ring remained suspended in place, yet its former master had departed, now providing protection for its new master. During the resurrection of the abyssal spider, Chen Luo distinctly perceived several strands of dark energy emanating from the spirit ring, merging with the corpse of the abyssal spider. However, the essence of the spirit ring seemed unaffected. Those strands of dark energy resembled fragments of the abyssal spider's soul. Chen Luo's recovery speed was as astonishing as ever. In a short span, he restored his condition and promptly commenced absorbing the spirit ring. Streams of black energy continuously detached from the spirit ring, merging into Chen Luo's body, as an immense force instantaneously flooded every part of him. The Death God incantation activated automatically, functioning at an unprecedented speed, surpassing even the rapid restoration of soul power when Chen Luo's reserves had been entirely depleted. An icy sensation accompanied this process, not eroding his body but piercing directly into his soul, making him feel as though his very essence had been momentarily frozen. This sensation was reminiscent of an experience he had encountered at the age of 6 when he awakened his martial soul. Compared to that instance, the current chill was negligible. This was likely a result of the soul tremors from the abyssal spider. Soul tremors are a unique ability that manifests in high-level spirit beasts shortly after death. Before their souls dissipate, a trait possessed only by spirit beasts over 10,000 years old. The transition from hundreds to thousands of years signifies a qualitative change, as does the leap from thousands to 10,000 years. The 10,000-year spirit ring is not easily absorbed. The terrifying energy it harbors, coupled with the accompanying soul tremors, has caused many spirit masters to recoil in fear or even perish in the attempt. Typically, only spirit masters who reach level 50 may dare to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, at which point their capabilities have attained a certain level, and their mental fortitude has developed within a specific range. Yet Chen Luo was an anomaly. This was merely his third spirit ring, perhaps due to the considerable extraction of the abyssal spider's soul during its resurrection. The sensation of soul tremors, while intense, was fleeting. As for the vast energy within the spirit ring, it presented no challenge for Chen Luo. With the fervent operation of the Death God incantation, that energy became a significant boon, propelling him beyond the threshold of level 30. The process of absorbing the spirit ring was destined to be lengthy, yet everything progressed remarkably smoothly. Upon completing the absorption of the spirit ring, when Chen Luo opened his eyes, it was already the dead of night. Before he could fully appreciate the changes the spirit ring had brought to his body, he was drawn to a resounding crash in the distance. Focusing his senses, he discovered that an unwitting spirit beast had wandered into the vicinity, and the abyssal spider was engaged in combat with it. 044 Shadowbind. Chen Luo ascended a large tree, allowing him a clear view of the battle involving the abyssal spider. Just ahead, within a clearing of roughly 10 meters, the abyssal spider, now shrouded in gray energy, was locked in a fierce struggle with a colossal centipede exceeding 10 meters in length. The nightmarish centipede, judging by its size, also appeared to be a 10,000-year spirit beast, seemingly even older than the abyssal spider itself. The abyssal demon spider is believed to be just over 10,000 years old, at most around 11,000, while the nightmarish centipede boasts an age of at least 13,000 years. The nightmarish centipede possesses the fundamental appearance of a centipede, albeit magnified many times over. Its carapace features eerie black patterns that enhance its sinister allure. Generally speaking, even a similarly ranked abyssal demon spider would not necessarily stand a chance against the nightmarish centipede, as the former is primarily known for its cunning and treachery, excelling in setting traps to ensnare its prey. Engaging in a direct confrontation is not the abyssal demon spider's forte. The nightmarish centipede, with its significantly greater age, would likely devour the abyssal demon spider if they were to engage in a conventional battle. One must not entertain the naive belief that spiders can easily vanquish centipedes. In the realm of soul beasts, there are no absolute enemies, and everything is dictated by strength. 1 excels in ambush tactics. while the other thrives in direct conflict, compounded by a disparity in power. One can easily imagine the outcome. Yet, the current state of battle is bewildering. The abyssal demon spider shows no signs of hesitation before the nightmarish centipede, exchanging blows with remarkable vigor. It fights with a reckless abandon after its resurrection. The abyssal demon spider has become even more formidable, displaying an utter disregard for its own injuries, as if it were an unrelenting machine focused solely on offense. The nightmarish centipede must surely be perplexed. Unable to shake off this relentless adversary, upon entering this domain, it became the target of the abyssal demon spider, leading to a relentless standoff where the nightmarish centipede found no opportunity to flee. Initially, upon encountering the abyssal demon spider, the nightmarish centipede felt a surge of excitement, believing it had stumbled upon a feast, considering the apparent weakness of its opponent, with such a clear disparity in strength. The outcome of the battle seemed preordained. The nightmarish centipede, exercising utmost caution, awaited an attack from the abyssal demon spider, wary of inadvertently falling into its meticulously crafted traps. Soul beasts that have reached 10,000 years possess a certain level of intelligence. Describing them as cunning and shrewd would be particularly apartment. One cannot ascend to the ranks of 10,000-year soul beasts without having navigated the perilous waters of life and death countless times. However, the nightmarish centipede ultimately misjudged the situation. The abyssal demon spider eschewed any cunning schemes, opting instead for the most foolishly direct confrontation. At that moment, the nightmarish centipede believed itself to be fortunate. With prey willingly presenting itself, convinced that the abyssal demon spider would stand no chance in a head-on clash. Little did it know, the abyssal demon spider was ferociously tenacious and utterly unhinged. The abyssal demon spider's spider spear is exceedingly sharp, having already inflicted several gaping wounds upon the nightmarish centipede, which now bleeds a torrent of dark brown blood, its condition deteriorating rapidly. The nightmarish centipede, however, is not without its own successes. Its countless legs are remarkably sharp, and its razor-like fangs have carved numerous wounds into the abyssal demon spider, even tearing away one of its spider spears. Under normal circumstances, the abyssal demon spider would have long since lost its fighting capacity, either fleeing or succumbing. Yet, this particular abyssal demon spider behaves as if driven by madness, seemingly unaffected by its injuries. Relentlessly pressing the attack. At this juncture, the nightmarish centipede appears to sense impending doom. If it does not take decisive action soon, it is destined to meet its end here, with a low growl. The nightmarish centipede's distinctive patterns on its back suddenly shimmered with a black radiance, coalescing into a sharp blade that it thrust violently towards the abyssal demon spider. The abyssal demon spider, in its characteristic reckless manner, disregards the blade entirely, charging forward to inflict a wound upon the nightmarish centipede with its own spear. The black blade pierces the abyssal demon spider's body, yet it continues its assault as if unharmed. Though its form appears increasingly battered and precarious, the nightmarish centipede stands dumbfounded, never anticipating that its ultimate attack would fail to vanquish the seemingly deranged abyssal demon spider. In that moment of hesitation, the abyssal demon spider's spear inflicts several ghastly wounds upon the nightmarish centipede, and for the first time, it employs a skill. A massive web erupts from the abyssal demon spider's abdomen, swiftly ensnaring a significant portion of the nightmarish centipede's body. While this web is devoid of venom, its remarkable resilience effectively confines the nightmarish centipede, akin to a prison. The nightmarish centipede struggles desperately. Its claws can slice through the web, yet escaping its bindings will require time. Meanwhile, the abyssal demon spider continues its relentless onslaught, and soon the nightmarish centipede is riddled with horrific blood holes, entirely losing its combat capability, its vitality waning to a mere whisper, just as the abyssal demon spider prepares to deliver the final blow. The figure of Chen Luo unexpectedly appears. Under Chen Luo's command, the abyssal demon spider halts its assault. Remaining still, Chen Luo gazes calmly at the dying nightmarish centipede, instantly activating his martial spirit. 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rising from beneath him. The black soul ring suddenly radiates brilliance as Chen Luo brandishes the scythe of death towards the nightmarish centipede. The scythe's blade effortlessly penetrates the centipede's battered body, unleashing shadows that swiftly bind a portion of its form. This is Chen Luo's 3rd soul ring, the 10,000-year soul skill, Shadowbind. Upon attacking a target, it instantaneously releases shadows to control the victim. Chen Luo retracts the scythe of death, yet the effects of Shadowbind persist. Albeit for less than 10 seconds. If he can control such a colossal creature, he could likely dominate an opponent of equal rank to the point of death, given that the nightmarish centipede is on the brink of death. The duration of control can only be estimated. Had the nightmarish centipede been in peak condition, controlling it for 3 to 4 seconds would have been a remarkable feat, indeed an impressive accomplishment for a 10,000-year soul beast. After testing his new soul skill, Chen Luo commands the Abyssal Demon Spider to deliver the final strike to the nightmarish centipede. He refrains from hunting the deceased nightmarish centipede's soul, although confident. He does not possess the hubris to attempt to consume the soul of a 10,000-year soul beast, nor does he wish to meet an untimely demise. Hunting souls and absorbing soul rings are two distinct concepts. The former entails consuming the entire soul and its energy, while the latter resembles infusing special powers into one's martial spirit, with the absorbed energy being merely a fraction. Bypassing the soul-hunting step is unnecessary. Yet awakening remains essential. The Abyssal Demon Spider's body is on the verge of collapse. Although capable of fighting, its strength has greatly diminished. Awakening the nightmarish centipede would provide an additional source of power. Who would refuse the loyalty of a devoted servant? As the process of awakening the Abyssal Demon Spider had begun even before obtaining his third soul ring, Chen Luo has now officially ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Even though the nightmarish centipede's age surpasses that of the Abyssal Demon Spider, awakening it should pose no issue. Upon the death of the nightmarish centipede, a dark, profound 10,000-year soul ring rises from its corpse. Though regrettably, it is of no use to Chen Luo. Gripping the scythe of death tightly, he promptly commences the awakening of the nightmarish centipede. As the scythe's blade penetrates its body, the sensations experienced during the awakening of the Abyssal Demon Spider return. Even more intense this time. Perhaps due to his increased strength, Chen Luo manages to endure all discomfort. After a brief moment, he withdraws the scythe of death, his complexion somewhat pale, yet retaining an overall vigor. This is the advantage of enhanced strength. Prior to acquiring a soul ring, awakening an Abyssal Demon Spider nearly drained him entirely. Following the acquisition of the soul ring, even reviving a nightmarish centipede, stronger than the Abyssal Demon Spider, leaves him with residual energy. The awakening is undoubtedly successful. The wounds on the nightmarish centipede begin to heal rapidly, and it stands once more, surrounded by a gray aura. Its size having increased significantly, the black patterns on its back have transformed entirely to gray, appearing all the more bizarre. The resurrected nightmarish centipede stands before Chen Luo, awaiting his command. The black 10,000-year soul ring continues to hover around it. Though its color seems to have dulled slightly, such a 10,000-year soul ring is an immense waste. How splendid it would be if it could be utilized. Chen Luo's face revealed a hint of regret. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly retreated a considerable distance, and then issued a command to the nightmarish centipede. The creature's form shifted slightly, and the gray patterns on its back emanated a radiant glow. In an instant, the pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring was wholly absorbed by the nightmarish centipede. It was as if everything had returned to its rightful owner. With no sense of discord, everything proceeded seamlessly. Upon absorbing its own 10,000-year soul ring, the nightmarish centipede's aura surged dramatically, and its size increased once more. What was once merely a lifeless entity now seemed to possess a spark of vitality. While Chen Luo was still admiring the extraordinary spectacle before him, he suddenly received a message from the nightmarish centipede. It inquired whether it could devour the Abyssal Demon Spider. Chen Luo also sensed an overwhelming feeling of resentment. Quite the grudge-bearer, indeed. He glanced at the Abyssal Demon Spider, whose body was already in a state of ruin, seemingly devoid of any value. However, Chen Luo was reluctant to abandon the Abyssal Demon Spider, for it had just protected him. Was there a way to restore the Abyssal Demon Spider? Storing it in the necromantic space could facilitate its repair. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system would spontaneously respond to his query. His current strength had indeed increased significantly, perhaps even unlocking the necromantic space. Otherwise, the system would not have provided such a prompt. With this realization, Chen Luo immediately contacted the Death God Ring. Before him appeared two distinctly different realms. One was a storage space, now as large as a house. The other was the necromantic space, which had truly been activated. Unlike the storage space, the necromantic space manifested in an ethereal state, resembling another world. Beneath the necromantic space, a prompt appeared. Current stored undead. 02. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was overwhelmed with joy. Without hesitation, he approached the abyssal demon spider and pressed his left hand against its body. A surge of black light erupted, and the abyssal demon spider vanished from sight. When Chen Luo looked towards the necromantic space again, the abyssal demon spider had entered that void-like realm, entering a state of slumber. And its nearly irreparable wounds were beginning to heal slowly. I feel like I'm soaring. Chen Luo was so elated that he almost leapt into the air, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome face. He then approached the nightmarish centipede, placing his hand upon it, and drew it into the necromantic space as well. The nightmarish centipede seemed somewhat reluctant, but ultimately, everything was at Chen Luo's discretion upon entering that ethereal realm. The nightmarish centipede did not succumb to slumber like the abyssal demon spider. Instead, it quietly remained in its position, seemingly enhancing its strength at an exceedingly gradual pace. Injured undead could be healed within the necromantic space, while those in good condition could slowly increase their power, albeit at a somewhat sluggish rate, likely related to the nature of the undead itself. This is incredibly powerful. Chen Luo felt that after reaching the Soul Master level, his strength had escalated several tiers. He did not linger at the spot for long. Xiao remained his utmost priority. Once he had resolved his matters, he immediately set forth on the path to find her. As he continued onward, Chen Luo took a moment to reflect on the enhancements he had gained after ascending to the Soul Master level. His current soul power stood at 33 levels. And if he activated the immortal state, he would likely possess strength akin to that of a Soul King, with combat prowess undoubtedly doubled. His physique had received another tremendous boost. Defeating a soul sect with bare hands was no longer an issue. Chen Luo even harbored doubts that his martial soul, the death god, primarily manifested in his body, endowing him with abilities comparable to that of his original martial soul, in addition to his personal growth. The unlocking of the necromantic space within the death god ring allowed him to store two undead beings. He had just acquired two 10,000-year soul beasts, the abyssal demon spider and the nightmarish centipede, both safely housed within the necromantic space, ready to be summoned whenever needed. They constituted Chen Luo's true trump cards. Upon the death of a soul beast, utilizing the awakening method would revive them, fully healing their wounds and enhancing their strength. If their soul rings were still intact, they could absorb them entirely, further augmenting their power, and they seemed to possess a degree of sentience as well. After mentally summarizing and organizing all these developments, Chen Luo opened the task panel. He had successfully obtained his third soul ring, and a new sign-in task had refreshed. Main quest: sign in at the Dugu Royal Academy and join the new Shrek Academy. Side quest: achieve 30 consecutive victories at the Soto Great Soul Arena. To his surprise, a side quest had been generated once more. It appeared he could tackle this task first, after acquiring his second soul ring. The refreshed sign-in task had only included the main quest, but now he was presented with a side quest again. The main quest comprised two conditions: to sign in at the Dugu Royal Academy and to join the new Shrek Academy. The former seemed manageable, given his current strength. Even if he set off for the Dugu Royal Academy now, he would be warmly welcomed. However, the latter condition of joining the new Shrek Academy could only be fulfilled if the entire Shrek team relocated there. From Chen Luo's recollections, the new Shrek Academy was restructured based on Lu Erlong's Soul Master Academy. The name retained Shrek Academy, with the new prefix merely for distinction. Following the conventional storyline, once the Shrek monsters graduated, they would collectively proceed to the Dugu Royal Academy, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances, ultimately reuniting with Lu Erlong to re-establish the Shrek Academy. It seemed that the main quest would not be completed anytime soon. But Chen Luo was not in a rush. His current strength was more than sufficient, perhaps even excessively powerful, necessitating some time to adapt. Furthermore, Chen Luo wished to remain by Xiao's side, while his growth had indeed accelerated. Xiao still required time to mature. Accompanying the girl he cherished as she gradually grew stronger was a dream shared by countless boys. He could temporarily set aside the main quest and focus on completing the side quest, which was merely a matter of time. After traversing a thicket, Chen Luo arrived at an open area where numerous paths lay ahead, leaving him uncertain about which to choose. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching him. Chen Luo halted in place, patiently waiting until a graceful figure emerged from the thicket and approached him. "Brother Chen Luo, what are you doing here?" The newcomer was none other than Xiao. Chen Luo said nothing, but pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace. Finally found you. Beneath the dappled shadows of the trees, the boy and girl locked eyes, and that feeling of reunion after death was beyond the reach of mere words. Chen Luo gently rearranged Xiao Wu's slightly disheveled hair, while she began recounting her perilous encounter. Hearing the mighty roar, the Titan giant ape had dropped her and fled, coincidentally breaking through to level 30 and obtaining her third soul ring. Chen Luo, well aware that Xiao Wu was exaggerating, feigned belief nonetheless. As long as you're safe. At that moment, Xiao Wu noticed the bloodstains on Chen Luo's clothing in the many torn areas, and she immediately expressed her concern. Brother Chen Luo, what happened to you? How did you end up here alone? You're injured. Chen Luo smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. At that time, I wanted to stop the Titan giant ape to buy you some time to escape. But I was thrown away by it. I was overestimating my abilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at him with a pained expression, gently touching his chest with her small hand. Chen Luo grinned and reassured her. It's nothing. It's not a serious injury. In truth, it wasn't grave, just a matter of half a life. Had it not been for the death god technique, he would likely still be lying injured where he fell. Chen Luo continued, after seeing you being captured by the Titan giant ape, I immediately pursued it. Tang seemed to have acted as well. I wonder where he is now. Xiao Wu softly replied. Why are you so foolish? Knowing the Titan giant ape is so powerful, why would you chase after it? What if something happened? As she spoke, her large, watery eyes brimmed with guilt. Chen Luo gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and said earnestly, I told you I would protect you. If anyone wishes to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. If you're gone, my life would hold no meaning. Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Chen Luo. He offered a faint smile before continuing. Later, during the chase, I broke through to level 30 and conveniently obtained my third soul ring. This encounter bears some resemblance to that of Xiao Wu, except that Chen Luo's experience is genuine, while Xiao Wu's is fabricated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, what type of soul beast soul ring is it? The Abyssal demon spider, Chen Luo replied, recounting his fortuitous encounter with the creature and how he ultimately vanquished it, omitting details regarding his awakening and the death god's ring. After listening, the joyful smile on Xiao Wu's face vanished, replaced by a look of concern and reproach. Brother Chen Luo, you were far too reckless. A 10,000-year soul beast is an extremely perilous entity, and you dared to hunt it down. What's even more alarming is that you absorbed its 10,000-year soul ring. If any part of that endeavor had gone awry, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Please, refrain from engaging in such life-threatening activities in the future. Chen Luo simply grinned and replied, but look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Have you forgotten that I was the one who absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring as my first? A mere 10,000-year soul ring is hardly a challenge. The Abyssal demon spider was already severely injured, which allowed me to take advantage of the situation. Despite his words, the inherent danger of the situation was something only Chen Luo truly comprehended. Even though the 10,000-year soul beast, the Abyssal demon spider, was gravely wounded, it had taken every ounce of his strength to defeat it. Moreover, had he not previously awakened and extracted a fragment of the spider's soul, the soul ring absorption would not have gone as smoothly. Xiao Wu remained silent, merely wrapping her arms around Chen Luo. Being a soul beast herself, she was well aware of the inherent dangers posed by soul beasts. She understood that Chen Luo feigned nonchalance to spare her worry. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, gently stroking Xiao Wu's back. After a long moment, they finally parted. Let us go find Tang-san, Chen Luo suggested. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. When they reunited with Tang-san and the others, Tang-san had just completed the absorption of the soul ring from the Faceless demon spider and had also acquired the external soul bone. 8 Spider Spear. Some details of their experiences in the Stardow Forest diverged from Chen Luo's memories, yet the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Tang-san had also achieved a breakthrough while pursuing the Titan giant ape and subsequently encountered the Faceless demon spider and the formidable couple of the dragon snake, all of which aligned closely with Chen Luo's recollections. Upon seeing Chen Luo and Xiao Wu return, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, including Tang-san, for whom Chen Luo and Xiao Wu were incredibly important. Otherwise, he would not have lost his composure and pursued the Titan giant ape with such fervor. Now, with everyone safe and sound, joy filled the AI. It's time to head home, my little monsters. Zhao Wujie exclaimed, a tired yet beaming smile lighting up his face as he waved his arms. The group erupted in cheers, exchanging glances, having faced life and death situations together multiple times. An unspoken camaraderie had already taken root in their hearts. Now that everything was resolved, they could finally return and enjoy some well-deserved rest. Xiao Wujia looked on with satisfaction at the scene before him. He was exceedingly pleased with these students. Monsters are, after all, monsters. Their talents in cultivation and combat far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. They consistently maintained a calm demeanor, made the most accurate judgments, valued their emotions, and faced life and death without fear. He genuinely looked forward to their future selves. Chen Luo, come help me clear the path, Xiao Wujia beckoned. Chen Luo promptly stepped forward. Everyone was already aware of his acquisition of the third soul ring. Xiao Wujia, having activated his martial soul true form, was still in a weakened state, able to exert only 50% of his strength. They were still within the Dugu forest, where danger lingered. And no one could predict what might happen next. With Chen Luo having acquired a third soul ring, a 10,000-year one at that, everyone had witnessed his previous prowess. He had now become a significant force within the team. With Xiao Wujia and Chen Luo leading the way, they encountered no further troubles on their return journey. This was likely also related to the Titan giant ape's presence near the forest's edge. For the foreseeable future, weaker soul beasts would likely avoid venturing out. Upon exiting the Dugu forest, the Shrek crew rested in a small town for 2 days. Daimubai, as always, took on all expenses with great flair. And none of them practiced. They simply relaxed for 2 days. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San specifically called out to Chen Luo and Xiao, I have some hidden weapons for you. Take these for now. Rest well today, and tomorrow when you have time, I will teach you how to use them, he said, producing 2 Zhuge divine crossbows along with several other concealed weapons. These can prove quite useful in critical moments. Tang Sen added, originally, I intended to craft some stronger concealed weapons to give you, but after our experiences in the Dugu forest, having more concealed weapons can only increase our chances. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu instantly beamed with gratitude. Thank you, San Ge. No need for such formality. We are family, he replied. After handing over the weapons to Chen Luo and Xiao Wu, Tang San returned to his dormitory. Chen Luo and Xiao Wu exchanged smiles before heading back to their own dormitory. I didn't expect San Ge to be so generous, Xiao Wu remarked with a laugh. When has he ever been stingy? Chen Luo replied. In the future, if he needs help, we should do our best to assist him. Xiao Wu nodded. Yes, indeed. After lying on the bed for a while, Chen Luo looked at Xiao Wu with a smile and asked, shall we practice, or rest for a bit? Xiao Wu pouted. Let us sleep. I'm so tired. Chen Luo smiled faintly, gazing at the ceiling, silently pondering. A good sleep is indeed in order. Considering the time, the master should be arriving at Shrek Academy soon. After breakfast, the bell rang, and everyone gathered at the academy's playground. Both the dean and vice dean, Flinder and Xiao Wujia, were present, along with the academy's teachers, making the atmosphere particularly lively. Flinder scanned over all the students before proceeding to introduce the faculty members. Teacher Li Yusong. Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, Level 63 Soul Emperor. This teacher was the elderly man previously responsible for Shrek Academy's admissions. Teacher Lu Qibin, Martial Soul, Star Chess, Level 66 Soul Emperor. He was slightly older than Li Yusong. Around 70 years of age. Teacher Xiao Xin, Martial Soul, Jelly Bean, Level 71 Soul Saint. This teacher was much younger and around the same age as Flinder. Despite their advanced years, both Li Yusong and Lu Qibin retained tall statures. Even with the passage of time leaving its marks on their faces, they appeared significantly more youthful than the average elderly person. However, Xiao Xin was somewhat unremarkable in appearance, being shorter than even Xiao Wu. With small eyes and a prominent nose. Individually, his features were acceptable, but together they created a rather peculiar impression. Yet, appearance often does not reflect a person's true worth, as long as one possesses sufficient strength. Even the most unappealing individuals can carry an aura of their own. Xiao Xin was such a case. Had it not been for Flinder's introduction, who would have believed that this man possessed the strength of a soul saint and was also a rare food-type soul master? The adage, don't judge a book by its cover, was particularly fitting for Xiao Xin. After Flinder introduced the 3 teachers, they nodded at the students, lingering on Chen Luo a moment longer than the others. Then, Li Yusong maintained a neutral expression. Lu Qibin wore a faint smile, while Xiao Xin's gaze was solely fixed on Oscar. There was also a middle-aged man standing nearby, whom Flinder introduced last. As soon as this man appeared, Both Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's eyes were drawn to him, while Tang Xin seemed unsurprised, as if he had encountered him before. This individual was none other than the master. He was the one who, through his research, deduced the top 10 martial soul's competitive strengths, earning the title of the most formidable theorist in martial soul studies and the wisest soul master. He was also Tang San's teacher. My old comrade, Mr. Yu Xiaojie. Aside from Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San, the other students were filled with curiosity and anticipation regarding Yu Xiaojie. Having witnessed Tang San's strength, they believed that a teacher capable of nurturing such a student could not be lacking in ability. After the introductions, Flinder offered a few words of encouragement to the little monsters before officially handing over the teaching responsibilities to Yu Xiaojie. Yu Xiaojie briefly outlined the teaching arrangements moving forward and then assigned rankings based on age. Number 1. Dai Mubai. Number 2. Oscar. Number 3. Tang San. Number 4. Ma Hongjun. Number 5. Xiao Wu. Number 6. Ning Rongrong. Number 7. Zhu Zhuqing. What about my name? The ranking of the Shrek 7 monsters remained unchanged, yet Chen Luo did not hear his name mentioned. Sensing Chen Luo's puzzled gaze, Yu Xiaojie calmly stated, Chen Luo's strength far exceeds that of the others and will be arranged separately. In response to this, there were no objections from the crowd. Chen Luo himself felt somewhat surprised, but he did not express any further opinions. Indeed, Chen Luo's strength far surpassed that of others. If he were to train alongside them, it would likely disrupt the training balance of his peers. And ordinary training would not aid in his growth. Gather here tomorrow morning. Do not be absent during breakfast. The consequence of tardiness will be special training. Dismissed. After Yu Xiaojie concluded, he departed with Flander and their entourage. Oscar and the others surrounded Tang San to discuss the arrival of the master, and soon all eyes turned to Chen Luo. Good brother, you have indeed been given special treatment, Oscar said with a laugh. Displaying an expression of knowing it all along, Dai Mubai also chuckled. This is unavoidable. After all, you are simply too strong. Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat disappointed. I was hoping Chen Luo could train with us. He is so strong. We could have slacked off a bit, but now that dream is shattered. If he were with us, could you handle the amount of training he would endure? Dai Mubai shot a glance at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun grinned. That's true. The group did not allow Yu Xiaojie's arrangement to distance them from Chen Luo. They all understood, after all, that Chen Luo was exceptionally powerful. At merely 12 years old, he possessed the strength of a soul respect. With 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, and had even once faced off against the immovable king, Zhao Wujin. Dai Mubai had experienced being thoroughly outmatched by Chen Luo, making him acutely aware of Chen Luo's prowess. Back then, Chen Luo was merely at the Great Soul Master level, and now he had ascended to the Soul Respect tier, having also obtained a 10,000-year soul ring. All that seemed impossible had been realized in Chen Luo. No one knew just how formidable he had become. Perhaps, even the 7 of them combined might not be able to match Chen Luo alone. And indeed, that was the reality. Chen Luo himself held no particular views on this. He was destined to feel out of place if he were to be forcibly integrated into the Shrek 7 monsters. He would likely find it somewhat uncomfortable. Being singled out for special treatment was, in fact, quite favorable. Chen Luo had come to Shrek Academy primarily to grow stronger alongside Xiao Wu. Although Shrek Academy was not the best, it was the most suitable choice, at least for Xiao Wu. If he could also gain something from his time at Shrek Academy, that would be the best outcome. After a brief exchange, Ma Hongjun insisted on dragging Dai Mubai to Soto City in search of fun. Dai Mubai naturally declined. After all, he had only just managed to establish a good image in front of Zhu Zhuqing and could not afford to ruin it now to everyone's surprise. Tang San expressed his intent to go to Soto City as well. However, unlike Fatty, Tang San's purpose was to find a reliable blacksmith to craft hidden weapons. On their return journey from the Star Do Forest, everyone, except Chen Luo, was quite curious about how Tang San had managed to defeat the Spider King. And Tang San naturally shared the matter of the hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong was well aware of the advantages that hidden weapons could bring to their sect, and had already placed a substantial order with Tang San on behalf of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The situation aligned closely with Chen Luo's impressions. Ning Rongrong was not the typical seductive sorceress from the books, but resembled a strong businesswoman. Xiao Wu, shall we go to Soto City for a stroll? Chen Luo proposed. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened, but she ultimately shook her head. Let's just focus on our training instead. Since their return from the Star Do Forest, Xiao Wu had become even more diligent, and her relentless training caused Chen Luo to feel a pang of sympathy. Let us take a half-day break and explore Soto City. Chen Luo smiled. Only then did Xiao Wu nod in agreement. All right. Chen Luo could sense a shift in Xiao Wu's mentality, though he was unsure of the specifics. While striving for improvement was commendable, it was equally important to unwind when necessary. Chen Luo did not want Xiao Wu to gradually lose her innocent and lively nature. If the sky were to collapse, he would be there to support her. If Xiao Wu ceased to smile, all his efforts would lose their significance. The next morning, the Shrek group gathered in the dining hall, where the master personally prepared a nutritious breakfast. After dining, everyone convened on the playground to their astonishment. Zhao Wujin also arrived. I have come to understand each of your martial souls and abilities. Starting today, I will initiate enhanced training for you all. The master spoke with a serious demeanor, his gaze sweeping across everyone before finally landing on Chen Luo. Chen Luo, step forward. Yes, Chen Luo responded as he stepped out. State your martial soul and soul power level. My martial soul is a scythe, and my soul power level is 33. A flicker of surprise crossed the master's eyes, followed by, you may go directly with teacher Zhao Wujin. I have already briefed him on your training regimen. Understood. Chen Luo did not hesitate and walked toward Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin wore a beaming smile, appearing quite thrilled. Come with me. Chen Luo glanced back at Xiao Wu before following Zhao Wujin away. The master then turned his attention back to the Shrek 7 monsters. We will now commence training. Chen Luo followed Zhao Wujin to a clearing within the academy, a place he recognized well. It was where he had battled Zhao Wujin during the entrance examination. Zhao Wujin chuckled. Little monster, the master originally intended for you to train with those youngsters, but I did not expect your soul power level to reach 33 directly. There's no choice but for me to accompany you. However, this was only logical. After absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, it would be unreasonable for your soul power to increase by only one level. You truly are impressive. To absorb a 10,000-year soul ring as your third soul ring is remarkable. I can hardly wait to see the extent of your current strength. Chen Luo smiled slightly. I'm looking forward to it as well. In truth, Chen Luo had already anticipated the nature of his training for today, though he was surprised by how highly the master regarded him, allowing him to battle Zhao Wujin directly. Originally, he suspected he might serve as a sparring partner for the Shrek 7 monsters. Zhao Wujin's earlier remarks seemed to confirm this. However, something unexpected occurred. Upon learning of Chen Luo's soul power level, the master swiftly opted for an alternative arrangement, as for the training of the Shrek 7 monsters. It would likely follow the same pattern as Chen Luo recalled. First combat training, followed by physical training. Zhao Wujin stated, I knew you would not be afraid. Sure enough. Ahem. Your training will consist of battling against me. Zhao Wujin began to outline the training content. I know your strength. I will not hold back. Your objective is to force me to unleash my martial soul's true form. Understood. Let us begin. Chen Luo replied. Zhao Wujin grinned. Are you that eager? Martial soul manifestation. Zhao Wujin activated his martial soul, 7 soul rings pulsating around him, radiating brilliant light as an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted forth. A terrifying pressure bearing down on Chen Luo. Undaunted by Zhao Wujin's imposing aura, Chen Luo calmly activated his martial soul. A massive scythe materialized in his hand, in a translucent shadow, visible only to him. Overlapped with his body. 2 purple and 1 black soul ring gradually rose from beneath Chen Luo's feet, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Indestructible, Chen Luo uttered a low command, as black flames erupted from the scythe of death, rapidly enveloping his entire being. His 3 soul rings shone brightly, and his aura surged once more. No wonder you are recognized as a little monster. You already possess the aura of a soul king. I wonder how long you can maintain this state in battle. Zhao Wujin exclaimed with excitement, then charged at Chen Luo. Without unnecessary words, the training commenced. Once Indestructible was activated, Chen Luo found himself in an exceptionally unique state. A feeling of immense power that was utterly marvelous, as if he could conquer anything. This overwhelming sensation instilled him with absolute confidence, yet due to his inherent temperament, he remained in a state of extreme calm. As he observed the approaching soul sage Zhao Wujin, Chen Luo felt no panic. In fact, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. Not using your martial soul's true form. Oh, teacher Zhao. You might be overestimating yourself. Chen Luo charged toward Zhao Wujin, his speed surpassing that of Zhao Wujin. Clang. In an instant, Chen Luo collided with Zhao Wujin. The scythe of death descended, striking Xiao Wujian's arms. Immovable King Body. The first soul ring of Xiao Wujia shimmered, preemptively predicting Chen Luo's attack, that a brilliant golden light erupted around Xiao Wujia, and an immense force instantaneously hurled Chen Luo away. However, Chen Luo adeptly controlled the flow of time. Only after Xiao Wujia unleashed his immovable Mingwang form did he activate the Scythe of Death, unleashing an incredibly potent black flame. Boom! The black flames immediately engulfed Xiao Wujia, enhanced by the effects of poisonous and fiery flames. And with Chen Luo's escalating power, the damage from these two skills seemed to have significantly intensified. Much of Xiao Wujia's hair was singed away, and his skin bore multiple charred wounds, with some of the gory injuries still writhing with black flames. A sight that was painful to behold. Hiss! Xiao Wujia's face contorted in agony as he could not suppress a pained howl. He swiftly summoned his soul power to dispel the black flames clinging to his body. Yet, rather than feeling anger at his injuries, a flicker of excitement danced upon his visage. Very good. With your power's enhancement, your soul skills have also grown stronger, inflicting greater damage upon me. And that accursed black flame is all the more difficult to expel. Your timing in battle was exceptionally astute. I had calculated that you would employ that special soul skill and intended to counter with my first soul skill. Yet you, clever lad, chose not to unleash it immediately. Instead, waiting for the moment after my first soul skill was executed. Quite impressive, truly deserving of being called a little monster. Xiao Wujia gazed at Chen Luo, who had been sent flying over 10 meters. A self-deprecating smile rising on his excited face. Goodness, it appears my first soul skill failed to inflict substantial harm upon you. Your original plan was to strike, and then swiftly distance yourself from me. And it seems my actions have unwittingly facilitated your intent. Chen Luo steadied himself. Indeed, he had not sustained significant injuries, merely retreating in the wake of the golden light's explosive force, confirming Xiao Wujia's observations. Truly, the immovable Mingwang Xiao Wujia, even after a brief skirmish, could discern so many details. The warm-up is over. Let us commence the real battle, for I am rather eager. Allow me to witness your Millennium soul skill. Upon uttering this, the second and third soul rings upon Xiao Wujia's body simultaneously glimmered. Xiao Wujia's second soul skill was the Great Power Diamond Palm, which transformed his hands into massive bear-like paws, dramatically elevating his strength and offensive capabilities. His third soul skill was Gravity Enhancement, which Chen Luo had already experienced during the entrance examination. At that time, Xiao Wujia's Gravity Enhancement had severely hampered Chen Luo's speed, prompting him to forego the fight. Without an absolute advantage in speed, he would merely be a slow-moving target before Xiao Wujia. Once Xiao Wujia's Gravity Enhancement was activated, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, as though he were burdened with immense weights, significantly impacting his speed. However, the challenge was not insurmountable. He merely needed time to acclimate to this new state. Observing Xiao Wujia charging toward him, Chen Luo remained calm and chose to retreat rather than attack. The simultaneous activation of two soul skills indicated that Xiao Wujia had become serious, necessitating a careful adjustment to face him. Xiao Wujia, a formidable soul saint, possessed combat experience that far surpassed Chen Luo's. Xiao Wujia could afford countless mistakes, but Chen Luo could not afford even a single slip-up. Any oversight on his part would spell the end of the battle. Remarkable, little monster, your power increase has granted you such immunity to my gravity enhancement. No wonder you are a student whom I, Xiao Wujia, cannot help but admire. Xiao Wujia chuckled. Although Chen Luo's speed had diminished significantly, Xiao Wujia's had surged. He unleashed all of his soul power, fully engaging in combat. The distance between them quickly closed, and Xiao Wujia once again increased his speed, leaping forward to strike at Chen Luo with his bear-like paw. Yet, he struck only air. Have you adapted so swiftly? Xiao Wujia's face registered surprise as he swiftly pivoted, swinging his paw behind him. Chen Luo had precisely positioned himself behind Xiao Wujia, bringing down the Scythe of Death in a decisive strike. Clang! The Scythe of Death clashed against Xiao Wujia's bare paw, yet the black flames surged forth without hindrance. Boom! As the black flames surged toward him, Xiao Wujia remained unperturbed, his soul power surging violently to shield himself. Simultaneously, his first black soul ring emanated a profound black light as he activated his fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression. At a tremendous pressure assaulted Chen Luo from all directions, compelling his body uncontrollably toward Xiao Wujia. Chen Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he gripped the Scythe of Death tightly, the black Millennium soul ring upon him also glowing ominously. Shadowbinding. countless shadows surged forth from the scythe of death, swiftly ensnaring Xiao Wujia and binding him tightly. When Chen Luo was a mere half-meter away, the effects of gravity compression finally dissipated, and he forcefully kicked Xiao Wujia's chest, using the momentum to swiftly distance himself. Xiao Wujia was momentarily unable to break free from the shadow binding, yet this peculiar binding did not hold him for long. Almost simultaneously with Chen Luo's departure, all the shadows shattered, vanishing into nothingness. Is this your Millennium soul skill? It can even control me. Xiao Wujia expressed astonishment, but he continued his onslaught against Chen Luo to be cautious. Next time I shall not grant you such a generous opportunity to escape. Xiao Wujia once again closed the distance between them, while Chen Luo remained unruffled, responding with composure. With every inch gained, the scythe of death, being a weapon, inherently possessed certain advantages against Xiao Wujia's fists. Allowing for considerable maneuverability, Chen Luo denied Xiao Wujia the chance to close in, calculating the optimal attack range of the scythe of death. As soon as Xiao Wujia entered that range, he swiftly swung the scythe to launch an attack. Clang! The blade of the scythe clashed once more with the bare paw, and the black flames roared forth again. Xiao Wujia's skin twitched slightly. Does this little monster's soul power know no bounds? And this soul skill's speed is astonishingly swift. Xiao Wujia had endured the black flames twice in succession, his body riddled with burns that continued to throb painfully, irritating his nerves. At the moment of the black flame's eruption, Xiao Wujia decisively chose to retreat. Trying to flee, a subtle smile graced Chen Luo's face, appearing sunny yet terrifying to Xiao Wujia. Shadow binding. As the black flames surged forth, the shadows preemptively emerged, ensnaring Xiao Wujia once more. Caught off guard, the retreating Xiao Wujia stumbled and fell, once again engulfed by the black flames. During this interval, Chen Luo struck again, the massive scythe leaving a gruesome wound upon Xiao Wujia's waist. Maximizing his output, Chen Luo swiftly retreated, having timed his actions impeccably. Just as he distanced himself to a safe range, Xiao Wujia broke free from the shadow binding. My goodness, when will this end? Xiao Wujia's face was filled with frustration as he gazed at Chen Luo, his eyes alight with shock. Does your soul skill have no cooldown period, and it requires no charge up to unleash immediately? Must you be so monstrous? A gentle smile adorned Chen Luo's face. That I have exerted all my strength, barely managing to withstand a few of Zhao Laosher's moves. Xiao Wujia shot Chen Luo an exasperated look. Do not feign modesty with me. You even attempt to divert the conversation. Just because you do not mention it does not mean I am unaware. Your unique flame soul technique also requires a buildup of energy. Otherwise, given your fierce nature, you certainly wouldn't have released it just once. However, your scythe is truly sharp. Xiao Wujia wiped the wound at his waist, blood staining the entirety of his bare paw. Yet under the influence of his soul power, the bleeding ceased almost instantaneously, and the wound began to heal slowly. Clearly, such a mundane attack was not very effective against Xiao Wujia. His body was incredibly robust, possessing formidable defenses and astonishing recovery capabilities. Only a specialized soul technique could inflict genuine harm upon him. Xiao Wujia was not mistaken. After activating the immortal state, Chen Luo's black flames indeed could not be sustained indefinitely. Requiring a certain period of preparation. He could unleash it a maximum of 3 times in succession, followed by a wait of approximately 10 seconds before he could release it again. While 10 seconds may seem fleeting, in the midst of actual combat, that duration could accomplish a great deal. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the undeniable ferocity of the black flames. Xiao Wujia had suffered because of them. He was a formidable soul sage. And if Chen Luo were to face an opponent of equal rank, a single wave of black flames could very well incapacitate them or even lead to their demise on the spot. As for the shadow binding technique, it could be unleashed consecutively only twice, followed by a 30-second preparation period. The control of this 10,000-year soul technique was nothing to scoff at. Even Xiao Wujia found it challenging to break free from it. Against an opponent of the same level, it could effectively control them to their end. On the training ground, the Shrek 7 monsters had completed their combat training, and the master had provided critiques for each of them. The issues each individual faced were pointed out without mercy. It was now time for a reprimand. The master glanced toward Xiao Wujia and Chen Luo, then addressed the Shrek 7 monsters, stating solemnly, "You are not yet worthy of being called monsters. The true monsters reside over there. Your performances today have greatly disappointed me. Each of you has committed unforgivable errors. Now, you shall all face punishment." Boom! In the open area, A golden giant bear slammed its paw onto the ground, leaving behind a colossal paw print while causing the earth to tremble. The figure swiftly retreated to avoid the overwhelming force emanating from the bear's paw. Ultimately halting 20 meters away, the golden light flickered, and the golden giant bear vanished, revealing Xiao Wujie's figure, adorned with various wounds, looking rather dispirited. You've grown increasingly stronger. This time, you managed to compel my martial soul's true form in under 10 minutes. Xiao Wujie exclaimed, a joyful grin adorning his face. Chen Luo smiled slightly. It is all thanks to your exceptional training. Teacher Xiao, spare me the empty flattery. It is your own effort that has borne fruit. Xiao Wujie responded with a chuckle. It is merely a burden for me, he added, casting a glance at his wounds before shaking his head with a smile, but it's of little consequence. As long as you are able to grow stronger, it is all worth it. By the way, why is your soul power enhancement rate so astonishing? You must be at least at the 35th level now, right? Xiao Wujie could not discern Chen Luo's true strength. He could only sense the fluctuations of Chen Luo's aura when he activated the immortal state. After each battle, Xiao Wujie could clearly perceive Chen Luo's growth. And today, Chen Luo's strength had evidently undergone a qualitative leap, indicating a rise in soul power level. Is it fast? Chen Luo instinctively blurted out. Xiao Wujie frowned. Do you think it's still slow? Keep in mind that the higher one climbs in soul master ranks, the more challenging it becomes to enhance soul power. The soul king rank is a watershed. After reaching that level, the speed of soul power enhancement cannot solely be determined by effort. Talent plays a significant role. In just 3 months, you have ascended 2 levels. Not even I, nor the knowledge of Dean Flanders and the Master, have encountered anyone like you. Chen Luo replied. Perhaps it is due to the benefits of the 10,000-year soul ring. After absorbing it, there remains a substantial amount of energy within me that I have yet to fully assimilate. This past 3 months of combat training with you, Teacher Xiao, has enabled me to absorb that energy, resulting in my soul power level rising by 2 levels. Xiao Wujie laughed heartily. That is indeed plausible. You truly are impressive, the most outstanding little monster I've ever seen. Xiao Wujie never hesitated to shower praise upon Chen Luo. Well then, I must take my leave to rest. While activating my martial soul's true form is exhilarating, the aftermath can be taxing, requiring 7 days to recover. Xiao Wujie added. Your training is now thoroughly completed, and I have fulfilled my task perfectly. You should see the master. He may have other plans for you. All right. Thank you very much for your guidance during this time. Teacher Xiao, Chen Luo nodded, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Wujie waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. No need for such formality. Chen Luo watched Xiao Wujie's retreating figure, his gaze filled with appreciation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had swiftly passed. During this time, Xiao Wujie had tirelessly accompanied Chen Luo through rigorous training. Each encounter left Xiao Wujie wounded, yet he never uttered a word of complaint. The heavier the injuries, the more joyful Xiao Wujie seemed. A genuine happiness emanating from within. Even when weakened after utilizing his martial soul's true form, he continued to train alongside Chen Luo without a single word of grievance. Having such a remarkable teacher, Chen Luo felt deeply grateful from the bottom of his heart. In truth, Chen Luo's prowess was indeed monstrous compared to his peers, yet when faced with the formidable Xiao Wujie, he still lacked the capability to bring him down, unless he unleashed the 2 undead soul beasts from the death realm. It was precisely because Xiao Wujie was so powerful that Chen Luo was able to challenge his limits during every training session, repeatedly surpassing himself in the process, beyond the enhancement of his combat abilities. Chen Luo's soul power level had also risen by 2 levels. This was not merely a result of the benefits brought by the 10,000-year soul ring, as he had claimed. It was entirely due to his own cultivation, which was undoubtedly linked to his daily challenges against his limits. In a state of extremity, the Death God's technique would operate fervently, significantly accelerating Chen Luo's cultivation speed. After breaking through each level's bottleneck, his cultivation speed was already astonishing, and in the extreme state, the 2-level enhancement over 3 months seemed rather slow to him. This training had yielded abundant rewards, and he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming sessions. Chen Luo reflected in satisfaction, then mentally noted. Regrettably, the method of rapid enhancement through extreme challenges could not be employed frequently. Otherwise, my soul power level would soar even more swiftly. Such a method, while effective, proved unstable. For the time being, it was essential to solidify the gains made over this period. After all, a path must be traversed step by step, and seeking shortcuts could lead to one's downfall. To journey further, one must be grounded and steady. Chen Luo had always been a rational individual, never allowing immediate achievements to cloud his judgment or lead him down potentially self-destructive paths. But today's soul power consumption was manageable, and there was no need for further intensive training. He decided to check on Xiao Wu and the others, curious about their training progress after 3 months. Chen Luo brushed off the dust from his clothes and made his way to their training location. You have successfully completed the first phase of your training. You have not disappointed me. I grant you 7 days to rest thoroughly in preparation for the upcoming second phase of training. Upon Chen Luo's arrival at the training site of Xiao Wu and the others, the master was just finishing his final instructions. After concluding, the master prepared to depart, but as he passed by Chen Luo, the master cast a surprised glance at him. Finished? Yes, it is finished. Very well, master. Teacher Xiao informed me that my current training is complete. What about my training afterward? We shall discuss it again in 7 days. Understood. After their brief exchange, the master departed. Chen Luo approached Xiao Wu and the others, who immediately noticed his presence. Xiao Wu hurried over, concern etched on her face. Let me see. Did you get hurt today? After 3 months of grueling training, there was no visible change in Xiao Wu's appearance. Her cheeks remained rosy, showing no signs of being sunburned, and she still exuded a lively demeanor. Chen Luo smiled gently. I am fine. Just a few minor injuries, nothing to worry about. As Xiao Wu approached Chen Luo, her delicate face flushed slightly. She cast a glance at the other members of Shrek Academy, noting the subtle transformations they had all undergone over the past 3 months. The most significant change was in Ma Hongjun. He had shed considerable weight, yet still appeared somewhat portly. Compared to his previous bulkiness, the current Ma Hongjun exuded a sense of vigor. The others had also experienced noticeable changes. Dai Mubai had become even more robust, radiating an explosive strength, while a glint of fierceness sparkled in his devilish eyes. Oscar appeared much more fit. Judging by his outward appearance, it was unlikely anyone would mistake him for a support-type soul master. Tang seemed significantly more muscular, having grown taller and more composed, his gaze revealing a steadfast determination. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, too, had transformed remarkably, both having lost considerable weight and developed a firmer physique. The two girls were fiercely competitive, and beneath their stunning exteriors lay an alluring tenacity. Chen Luo occasionally visited this place, yet due to the intensity of his own training, his visits were infrequent. The last being a fortnight ago. Upon seeing Chen Luo's arrival, Dai Mubai and the others enthusiastically approached him. Chen Luo, you seem to have finished earlier than last time. You are truly impressive, Dai Mubai exclaimed with a grin. Fortune favors the humble, Chen Luo replied modestly. Ma Hongjun stepped forward, mimicking Xiao Wu's earlier concern. Let me see if you're injured today. Xiao Wu's face turned beet red as she shot a glare at Ma Hongjun. You glutton, try that again and see what happens. Ma Hongjun merely scoffed. Look at you, acting so familiar. It's not glutton. You should call me fourth brother. Throughout their banter, Ma Hongjun's gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo, genuinely checking for any injuries. Goodness, just a few scrapes. You're almost healed now. Chen Luo, are you even human? Or has teacher Xiao grown weaker? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's deep voice resounded unexpectedly. Fatty, who are you calling weak? Startled, Ma Hongjun replied. When did you arrive? Teacher Xiao, just got here, Zhao Wujia said, striding toward Oscar. Without needing to be prompted, Oscar produced the sausages he had prepared in advance and handed them to Zhao Wujia. Teacher Xiao, you owe me 10 gold soul coins. When will you settle the bill? Oscar chuckled, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Zhao Wujia cast a disapproving glance at Oscar. Look at you, acting so pathetic. It's just 10 gold soul coins. I'll pay you next time. With that, Zhao Wujia departed. Oscar shrugged. Looks like my 10 gold soul coins have vanished. Tang remarked. Teacher Zhao's injuries seemed to worsen day by day. Oscar laughed as he draped an arm around Tang shoulder, pointing at Chen Luo. It's all thanks to Chen Luo. In contrast to the lively demeanor of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Tang appeared far more mature and spoke little, yet he was equally concerned for Chen Luo. He was the first to notice Chen Luo's arrival, immediately using his purple extreme magic eyes to assess Chen Luo's injuries. Upon confirming that Chen Luo was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ning Rongrong approached Chen Luo with a smile, greeting him warmly. Chen Luo, I just heard your conversation with the master. Have you completed your training as well? Chen Luo nodded gently. Yes, I, too, have a 7-day break. Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu, grinning. We can rest together now. Why not take Xiao Wu to Soto City? She has been mentioning you every day. wondering if you would be injured or what you were up to. Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, Xiao playfully poked her side. Stop saying silly things. Ma Hongjun chimed in unexpectedly. Rongrong, why are you worrying? Chen Luo and Xiao sleep together every day. Fatty, are you looking for a fight? Xiao retorted, her cheeks flushed. Forget it, forget it. I can't afford to mess with you, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, making a hasty retreat towards Soto City. As he fled, he cheekily called out to Dai Mubai. Dai, want to join me? Get lost. All right then. After 3 continuous months of intense training, everyone was quite fatigued. Oscar and Tang Sen returned to their dormitories to rest, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also headed back. Dai Mubai followed Zhu Zhuqing, likely planning to return to his dorm once he escorted her home, making it improbable that he would venture to Soto City, with only the 2 of them remaining. Chen Luo turned to Xiao Wu. Shall we explore Soto City? Xiao Wu pouted, don't listen to Rongrong's nonsense. I never said I wanted to go to Soto City. I think we should just go back and rest. I am utterly exhausted. You've worked hard. Yes, Xiao Wu linked her arm with Chen Luo's, but you are the one who has truly endured the most, facing off against teacher Zhao daily. He is a level 76 soul sage. And even without his martial spirit, he is incredibly formidable. Feeling sorry for me. Indeed, watching you return injured every day truly pains my heart. As Chen Luo and Xiao Wu conversed, they made their way toward the dormitory. Although they shared a bed, their schedules had not aligned over the past 3 months. Chen Luo often returned the latest, initially covered in injuries, but gradually recovering. He never held back against Zhao Wujie, always fighting with all his might, which resulted in Zhao Wujie leaving each day with injuries of his own. If Zhao Wujie did not push Chen Luo to his limits, he would not have been able to challenge himself effectively. On the first day of the holiday, Xiao Wu slept until noon. Meanwhile, Chen Luo dedicated his time to training, needing to consolidate his strength. After enduring intense practical training, he transitioned into a rigorous routine, which he did not desire. Yet, the sight of Xiao Wu fueled his determination. He knew that only by becoming powerful could he protect her. When Xiao Wu finally awoke at noon, Chen Luo accompanied her for lunch, and upon returning, they encountered Tang San. Tang San had come specifically to teach Chen Luo and Xiao Wu some techniques and methods regarding hidden weapons, and they took the opportunity to chat together. From Nodding City to Soto City, from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy, Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, and Tang San had grown up together. Sometimes, companionship is an exceedingly beautiful thing, and the bond among the 3 of them was exceptionally strong. Although Tang San was often reserved, he expressed his care for Chen Luo and Xiao Wu through his actions. In their presence, he assumed the role of a strict older brother. As he instructed Chen Luo and Xiao Wu in the use of hidden weapons, he adopted a serious demeanor, akin to a dedicated teacher, holding high expectations for them, insisting they meet his standards. The day passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, the lesson on hidden weapons concluded. The trio shared dinner before returning to their respective dormitories. Tang Sen planned to spend the evening assembling hidden weapons, while Chen Luo and Xiao Wu prepared for their own training. Not long after Chen Luo and Xiao Wu returned to their dormitory, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside their door. Before Chen Luo could open it, Oscar's voice rang out urgently. Chen Luo, Xiao Wu, Fatty's been beaten. Let us go help him. As the door swung open, the members of Shrek's 7 monsters had gathered, with Ma Hongjun, looking like a swollen pig's head, standing out prominently among them. What happened? I just heard Fatty got beaten, Chen Luo inquired as he opened the door, while Xiao Wu peered over his shoulder, tiptoeing to see the situation outside. Who is that pig-headed fellow? It couldn't possibly be Fatty, could it? Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes reflected her confusion. What on earth transpired? Chen Luo asked again. Dai Mubai replied, did Fatty tell you, or should I? Ma Hongjun lowered his head, utterly embarrassed to recount his misfortune. Dai Mubai gave him a withering look. Look at you, acting so pitiful. Hear us the story. Fatty went to Soto City to deal with his fiery issue and encountered a lecherous man. They both fancied the same woman, which led to a brawl. The opponent was a soul master. I believe his name was Douluo, and Fatty was no match for him, resulting in his current state. Dai Mubai succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. The chubby fellow immediately interjected with a few more words. That guy insulted me, claiming that I am lacking in certain areas. Any man would find that intolerable. Wu Mei Fu. You must stand up for me. If I weren't in decent shape from recent training, I might have been beaten to a pulp. Who are you calling Wu Mei Fu? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening and her cheeks flushing slightly. Ma Hongjun added, let us not dwell on the details. The point is, I, your fourth brother, have been bullied and beaten. What do you think we should do about it? Furthermore, I overheard the brothel keeper say that this scoundrel often commits vile acts, and countless innocent young maidens have fallen prey to his wicked hands. Only to meet with his cruel demise. Such filth does not deserve to exist in this world. What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. How dare he lay a hand on my brother? We must ensure he is rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. If he truly is that kind of scum, today we shall rid the world of his evil. Xiao Wu, who had been unusually docile for a long time, suddenly radiated the boldness of a leader in that moment. Chen Luo's lips curled into a faint smile, and Tang San instinctively displayed a subtle grin. The Shrek 7 monsters, Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Qing, were absent, primarily because they were unaware of the situation. Ma Hongjun was also a man of pride, unwilling to let everyone know of his predicament. They sought out Chen Luo and Xiao Wu with a clear intent. Everyone knew of Chen Luo's formidable prowess. They felt confident in dealing with an enemy of Soul Zone level, but if Chen Luo were to join them, their assurance would be further bolstered. Let us go, Chen Luo stated. The group promptly set off, moving with remarkable speed, reaching Soto City in less than half an hour. Under Ma Hongjuan's lead, they traversed several streets until they arrived at a rather secluded corner of Soto City. Before them stood a row of modest houses, appearing somewhat weathered, but a few pink lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, beneath which stood several heavily made-up women, attempting to entice passing pedestrians. That as expected, Ma Hongjun was met with Dai Mu Bai's disdain. Fatty, you come to such a place to resolve your fiery issues. Dai Lauda, I would prefer not to, but this place is affordable. Oscar scoffed. Those women could be your mothers. How could you possibly lower yourself to that? Ma Hongjun sighed. Enough of that. All you do is mock me. Let us get down to business. You all wait here. I will check if that scoundrel has left a tea. That moment, Oscar was already preparing, conjuring up sausages. Better safe than sorry. Ma Hongjun soon returned, excitement etched on his face. That guy is currently settling his bill. He will be out shortly. The group moved to a shadowy corner across from the modest house, silently waiting for the scoundrel's appearance. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the house, with dark skin, slightly over 1.60 meters tall, a lewd grin plastered across his face. His right hand wrapped in bandages, and clad in tattered shorts and flip-flops, it was Douluo. Today, I'm in a good mood, just out for a stroll. Douluo hummed a tune as he walked down the street. The chubby fellow, growing impatient, tightened his fists. When do we strike? Now, came Chen Luo's calm voice. Before anyone could react, Chen Luo had already sprung into action with incredible speed, his martial soul yet to be unleashed. Douluo, lost in his recent revelry, suddenly saw a shadow dart past him and felt a tremendous force strike his chin, flipping him over. Upon witnessing Chen Luo's assault, Dai Mu Bai and the others wasted no time in joining the fray. Chen Luo's punch dislocated Douluo's jaw, and the sheer force left him dazed, not even allowing Douluo a chance to activate his martial soul, as he was swiftly pummeled by the group. After more than 10 minutes of relentless beating, they finally ceased, leaving Douluo in a near-death state. Chen Luo had merely initiated the confrontation, standing aside to observe, knowing that had he truly engaged, Douluo would have already been a lifeless corpse. Having vented their pent-up hatred, Ma Hongjun felt significantly better. His spirits lifted as he beckoned everyone to dine. Upon reaching the restaurant, Chen Luo did not take a seat. Smiling as he addressed the group, "You all go ahead and eat. I have a small matter to attend to." "What matter?" "I'll accompany you." Xiao Wu immediately chimed in. Chen Luo replied, "Just a trivial issue. I will return shortly, so please wait for me here." Ma Hongjun laughed. "Wu Mei, you're being overly distrustful of Chen Luo. I have a keen eye for character. He is certainly not off to do anything nefarious." Xiao Wu shot Ma Hongjun a glare, prompting him to fall silent and quietly order the dishes. "Well, go and return swiftly. Take care," Xiao Wu urged. Dai Mu Bai chuckled. "There is no need for such concern. You know Chen Luo's strength better than anyone." "Xiao Ao, hand me a sausage," Chen Luo called to Oscar. Oscar cast a puzzled glance at Chen Luo but obliged, handing him the previously prepared sausage, asking, "Would you like anything else?" "That will suffice." With the sausage in hand, Chen Luo exited the restaurant and made his way to the modest house where Ma Hongjun sought to quell his fiery troubles. "Oh my goodness, Ingshi, what has happened to you? Someone, come quickly." Ingshi is in dire straits. Inside a small room of the humble abode, a woman in her 20s lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. Her clothing was ragged, her body marred with numerous wounds, and the bed was stained with blood. Daiti appeared, she was beyond saving. Beside her, A slightly older woman cried out in desperation, and soon several other women entered the room. Their faces filled with worry, panic etched across their features as they gazed at the woman on the bed. While they were at a loss, a boy entered, holding a sausage in his hand. Crush this and feed it to her. There might still be hope. The older woman hesitated for a moment before accepting the sausage and administering it to the woman on the bed. At that moment, the boy inquired, "By the way, have there been frequent cases of girls ending up like this, meeting untimely fates?" The older woman paused, then screamed frantically, "It's Douluo. It must be that inhuman scoundrel." When they turned back, the boy had vanished without a trace. 053. The ring of death. Why hasn't Chen Luo returned yet? The food is all served at him. A Hongjun looked quizzically towards the entrance. But Chen Luo was nowhere in sight. Xiao said, "Everyone should eat. There is no need to wait for him." The table was laden with delectable dishes, their aromas wafting through the air, still steaming hot. Dai Mu Bai interjected, "That can't be right. Chen Luo should be back soon. Let us wait a little longer." Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes appeared calm as she ignored the other's remarks and picked up her chopsticks to begin eating. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai exchanged glances, sensing Xiao Wu's discontent, both wearing somewhat awkward smiles, especially Ma Hongjun, who felt a tinge of guilt. Oscar then spoke up, "Xiao Wu, rest assured, Chen Luo is certainly not off doing anything bad. He asked me for a sausage, so he must be off to fight. He might even be at the Soul Arena. A Hongjun immediately concurred. That's very possible. During our training over those 3 months, I saw Chen Luo at the Soto Soul Arena several times." Dai Mu Bai looked at Ma Hongjun in surprise. "You little rascal, how do you have so much energy? That period was so exhausting. Yet you still found time for enjoyment in Soto City." Ma Hongjun shrugged. "Everyone knows my circumstances. I wasn't looking for fun. I was seeking a way to survive." He then turned to Xiao Wu, emphasizing, "I'm serious. I saw Chen Luo at the Soto Soul Arena multiple times." Tang San, who had been quietly sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up, "Chen Luo is back." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look towards the entrance. Emerging from the shadows was Chen Luo. "Apologies, I encountered a minor incident and returned a bit late." Chen Luo entered the restaurant and greeted everyone. "You could have started eating without me. That's unacceptable. Come quickly, the food is still warm. Let us all dig in." Dai Mu Bai laughed. A Hongjun, beaming, added, "Chen Luo, we are truly grateful today. Let us enjoy a few drinks later." "Sounds good." Chen Luo took a seat beside Xiao Wu. "Humph." Xiao Wu let out a cold snort, deliberately shifting her position to maintain a distance from Chen Luo. Surprised, Chen Luo glanced at the others, who were all making exaggerated mouth shapes, indicating that Xiao Wu was angry. In truth, it was rather evident without needing to be stated. Chen Luo smiled softly, and then leaned closer to Xiao Wu's ear, whispering, "Who has upset my Xiao Wu's sister?" "Humph, what's the matter? Why are you back? Do you wish for me not to return?" Xiao Wu pouted, "Where did you go just now?" Chen Luo discerned that her anger stemmed from this very question, and, with an air of mystery, replied, "I will tell you later. That's more like it." The thoughts of girls are always so elusive. Yet Chen Luo understood Xiao Wu quite well, having spent so many years together. Her primary grievance lay in the fact that Chen Luo had not informed her about his whereabouts and whether he had taken her along. "Stop whispering to each other. Whatever you have to say can wait until you're under the covers. Eat first. It will get cold." Dai Mu Bai chided playfully. Nodding, Chen Luo started to eat. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed instantly, and she ceased her sulking, scooting closer to Chen Luo. The group began to eat and drink, reveling in the warmth of camaraderie. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, it was already deep into the night. Once in the dormitory, Xiao Wu fixed her gaze on Chen Luo. With a resigned smile, Chen Luo began to explain, "I primarily went to take care of 3 matters." "What 3 matters?" Xiao Wu feigned seriousness. "Resembling a little wife on a mission. To save a person, to kill a person, and to conveniently complete a soul battle at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As soon as Xiao Wu heard the first half of the statement, her brows furrowed. "Save someone? Kill someone? What on earth happened? Can you not clarify everything at once?" Chen Luo replied, "If I tell you everything at once, how will my Xiao Wu sister maintain her curiosity?" "Less chatter, just hurry up and explain," Xiao Wu insisted, staring intently at Chen Luo. "In a small house, there was a girl on the brink of death. I went to save her. It was all a matter of doing good deeds. I killed the villain." Chen Luo succinctly laid out the facts. Xiao Wu struggled to digest all the information at once. She didn't want to overthink it and simply said, "Be more detailed." Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. I knew your little head wouldn't grasp it all that quickly. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo, urging, get on with it. When we were battling the villain, I caught a whiff of blood, which reminded me of what the fatty had said. This villain was a complete twisted killer who relished in torturing young girls. The scent of blood was wafting from the small house, so I decided to investigate and confirm whether the villain was truly such a person, and indeed, he was. A girl was being tortured to the brink of death. According to others, this villain had not committed such acts for the first time, but as he was a soul master, the common folk had no means to counter him. So you eradicated the threat? Precisely. Well done. Scum like that deserve to die. In truth, I didn't just eliminate the villain. I also took care of his two accomplices. Each of them was equally despicable, so I dealt with them all in one go. How could you do this without bringing me along? That's just inconsiderate. I didn't want you to witness such a bloody scene. My Xiao's sister has seen far worse. Chen Luo lightly tapped Xiao's nose. Leave such matters to me. I wouldn't let Xiao's sister get involved. Is everything resolved? Yes. And then you conveniently completed a soul battle at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Xiao finally mentioned the third matter, which had nearly slipped her mind. Chen Luo nodded. I won again. I've achieved 30 consecutive victories. Your pace is impressively swift. You managed to accomplish so much. That villain was a spirit master of considerable rank. And his two companions likely weren't weak either, though. They were truly no match for me. The battles at the arena were even less of a challenge. If I lost, that would indeed be remarkable. Chen Luo chuckled. Wasn't there someone who thought I returned too late and questioned why I came back? Who? I don't know, but it certainly wasn't me. Xiao Wu feigned ignorance before yawning. I am off to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted lately. Wait a moment. What is it? I have something to give you. Quickly show me. The previously fatigued Xiao Wu instantly perked up, her sparkling eyes seeming to radiate light. Chen Luo brushed his hand across the death god's ring, and a pitch-black ring materialized in his palm. The ring had a rather ordinary design, resembling a common circular band, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous intricate and profound patterns etched upon it. This is for you. This ring is hideous. Your taste is appalling. Despite her words, Xiao Wu swiftly reached out, seizing it and studying it intently. A smile of joy unconsciously spreading across her delicate face. After observing it for a moment, Xiao Wu became increasingly fond of it and slipped the ring onto her right middle finger. The black ring seemed to adapt to the size of her finger, fitting perfectly regardless of how it was worn. The moment she adorned the ring, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Wu's face. Chen Luo seized the opportunity to speak. This ring is no ordinary piece. It possesses numerous functions. So far, I have discovered that it can conceal one's aura. Do you like it? The surprise on Xiao Wu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an exceedingly joyful smile. I love it. 054. Reflection. Xiao Wu had already drifted into slumber, while Chen Luo lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on the events of the night. In truth, at the outset, Chen Luo had not intended to kill the villain. To him, it had seemed like a mere altercation between two men vying for a woman's affection that had escalated into a violent confrontation. As classmates and friends, assisting the fatty and venting his frustration was perfectly acceptable. But there was no need for it to escalate to the point of life and death. It was not until he arrived in Soto City and reached the small house that Chen Luo realized the situation was far more complex. Before embarking, the fatty had mentioned that the villain was a monster who delighted in torturing young girls. That moment, Chen Luo had been skeptical, suspecting that the fatty was embellishing the tale to garner sympathy and support. Yet, the villain truly was a scoundrel. Due to the influence of his martial soul and the death god's techniques, Chen Luo's sensory abilities were significantly heightened compared to the average person. Thus, upon arriving at the small house, he immediately detected the scent of blood, which, when combined with the fatty's warnings, led to the subsequent events. In this world where the strong held dominion, the status of a soul master far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. It was precisely because the villain was a soul master of considerable strength that he dared to treat human lives with such disregard. Fortunately, in this world that revered the strong, Chen Luo found it rather effortless to rid society of its evils. Within the realm of soul masters, there exist certain unwritten rules. Soul masters must not exploit their overwhelming strength to prey upon common folk. However, the villain was exceedingly cunning, always targeting the most vulnerable civilians, leaving them unable to resist and few willing to intervene. Typically, Chen Luo would not involve himself in such matters. Where there is light, shadows inevitably lurk. The brighter the light, the more sordid the darkness beneath it. Yet, since he had encountered this situation, he could not simply turn a blind eye. Moreover, he was not entirely driven by a sense of justice. Personal emotions were undoubtedly intertwined in his motivations. The villain would surely harbor resentment towards Chen Luo for his actions. And with two equally formidable friends by his side, Chen Luo was unwilling to live with such a lingering threat. It was imperative to eradicate the problem at its roots, armed with sufficient justification. He was determined to eliminate all potential hazards. The battle itself was devoid of unnecessary flair. Activating his immortal state, Chen Luo dispatched the three villains in less than a minute, given his formidable strength. How could he be any weaker than those who could contend with formidable soul saints like Xiao Wuji? Even though Duuluo had a soul master of the Soul King level among the three, it did not delay their demise in the slightest, especially since Duuluo was in a state of incapacitation. Chen Luo's 1 against 2 presented no suspense whatsoever. After eliminating Duuluo and his companions, Chen Luo employed the soul hunt to utterly erase their souls. Through fragments of their memories and remnants they left behind, he confirmed that the trio were indeed the epitome of scum. As for their corpses, Chen Luo paid them no heed, even feeling too apathetic to utilize poison flames to dispose of them. No one would care about the lives of lowly commoners, nor would they lament the deaths of a few worthless soul masters. The ability to vanquish them only underscored the superiority of the assailant's power, rendering others even more reluctant to provoke him. Moreover, they were truly deserving of their fate. This was also Chen Luo's first experience using the soul hunt on a soul master, and the sensation was distinctly remarkable. He could selectively access certain memories through the souls, as well as absorb fragments of their power. Completely devouring all their strength was impractical, but the power, including that of the soul, was still considerable. With 3 soul masters, one of whom was a soul king, Chen Luo had yet to fully digest the power they had bestowed, a process that would undoubtedly require time. Absorbing the power was relatively straightforward. The crucial task lay in meticulously purging the negative energy from their filthy souls. A careless mistake could lead to adverse effects, resulting in a loss far greater than any potential gain. Absorbing the souls of beasts or soul beasts was preferable. Although they too harbored some negative energy, it was nowhere near as convoluted as that of humans. While the cleanest souls may not derive from humanity, the dirtiest undoubtedly do. After dealing with Duuluo and his cohorts, Chen Luo proceeded to the Soto Great Soul Arena to complete his soul battle matches. During the previous 3 months of trainings, unless utterly exhausted, he would carve out time each night to engage in soul battles. His motive was not the trivial pursuit of victory, which held no value in his eyes, but rather the simple desire to fulfill the system's side quests. Over those 3 months, Chen Luo participated in more than 20 soul battles, and tonight marked his 30th match, which, without surprise, he won consecutively. Among his peers, none could rival Chen Luo. Only a select few could provoke the awakening of his martial soul. Following his 30th consecutive victory, he received a notification from the system, confirming the completion of the quest and awarding him the Death God's Ring. At first glance, the Death God's Ring appeared to be a smaller version of the Death God's bracelet. Though the intricate patterns adorning each were entirely different, the true value lay in the complex, arcane designs formed by an array of formations. The Death God's bracelet likely possessed its storage and spiritual spaces due to these patterns. Upon acquiring the Death God's Ring, Chen Luo quickly discerned its function, yet its mysteries remained profound. He only knew it could conceal one's aura, and the system offered no further insights. Due to the uniqueness of his martial soul and the Death God's technique, Chen Luo inherently possessed a special quality. Unless he revealed his full strength, others would remain oblivious to his capabilities. Even a titled Douluo standing before him would likely be unable to perceive his true power. Moreover, Chen Luo had no need to utilize the Death God's Ring to hide anything else. It was perfectly suited for Xiao, who greatly required it. Xiao, having transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, was still in her juvenile stage. As long as her strength surpassed that of a soul Douluo, her soul beast aura could be sensed, and a powerful title Douluo could easily discern her true identity. It could be said that Xiao was continuously treading a perilous path. The Death God's Ring would help her mask her soul beast aura. Unless she disclosed her identity, no one would suspect her to be a 100,000-year soul beast, nor would anyone believe that an ordinary individual could possess such a lineage. It would be best to focus on cultivation and absorb the energies acquired from the soul hunt. Once fully assimilated, his soul power level would likely rise once more if he disregarded his future prospects. Relentlessly hunting the souls of other soul masters could undoubtedly expedite his strength enhancement in the short term. However, such a path was tantamount to self-sabotage, and he should not entertain the thought. Occasionally absorbing a soul was acceptable, but if he fixated on this method for strength augmentation, the moment that desire solidified, his own soul would already be tainted, and he would be doomed to a stagnant existence. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xiao, Chen Luo swiftly dismissed his distracting thoughts, rising to sit cross-legged and enter a state of meditation. 7 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. The Shrek Academy's little monsters were once again to embark on their classes, soon commencing their second phase of training. During this week, Chen Luo successfully absorbed all the power acquired through the soul hunt, elevating his soul power level to 36. This astonishing speed of enhancement left even Chen Luo himself astonished. Had he not possessed sufficient composure, he might have resorted to hunting soul masters or soul beasts to rapidly elevate his strength. After breakfast, before the familiar school bell rang, the little monsters of Shrek gathered on the playground with remarkable diligence. And Chen Luo was among them. He understood that his second phase of training would undoubtedly differ from that of the Shrek's 7 monsters, and he was quite curious about how the master would arrange things for him. Not long after, the master arrived at the playground, appearing much more spirited than before, likely influenced by the little monsters, as his mindset had also shifted considerably. After a brief address, the master quickly transitioned to the main topic. The second phase of instruction for the Shrek 7 monsters would, as expected, take place at the Soto Great Soul Arena, with no time constraints on the training. It would conclude once they obtained their Silver Soul Badge. Their accommodation and meals would be arranged at an inn near the Soto Great Soul Arena, with all expenses to be borne by themselves. Once the Shrek 7 monsters were settled, the master's gaze finally fell upon Chen Luo. Chen Luo, you are to participate as well. You may independently engage in soul battles. If you wish to further your practical combat experience, you can also continue training with teacher Xiao. Unlike them, a self-directed approach would suit you better. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately comprehended the implication. He was not to partake in a conventional second phase of training. Everything henceforth would depend on himself. With his current strength, he could easily contend with Xiao Wuji's martial soul's true form. However, fighting Xiao Wuji while he was in his martial soul true form would yield less favorable results, as the disparity in strength was too great. A soul master in their martial soul true form was an entirely different entity from one who was not. Moreover, activating the martial soul true form was not a trivial matter. Once unleashed, there would be a period of vulnerability, making it unnecessary to subject Xiao Wuji to such strain. There were other instructors at the academy, such as Li Yusong and others, but their training effectiveness could not compare to Xiao Wuji's. They were constrained and unable to fully unleash their potential, and it would be inappropriate for Chen Luo to go all out against older instructors. Thus, it seemed best to accompany the Shrek team to Soto City, enjoy some time at the Soto Great Soul Arena, and return to Shrek for training with Xiao Wuji if it proved uninteresting. Chen Luo mused to himself. Primarily, he needed a transitional period. His recent rapid increase in soul power necessitated a thorough consolidation of his abilities. After arranging Chen Luo's plans, the master's attention shifted back to the Shrek's 7 monsters. There are several restrictions when participating in soul battles that you must be mindful of. First, do not reveal your appearance or disclose your names. All must fight under aliases. Second, including Tang himself, no one is permitted to use hidden weapons. Third, each participant must engage in at least 2 matches daily, regardless of the outcomes. Soto City, a modest hotel situated near the Soto Great Soul Arena. The members of Shrek Academy have already checked in, and at this moment, everyone, including Chen Luo, has gathered in Tang San's room to discuss matters pertaining to the soul fighting competition. Firstly, they addressed each individual's code names, which aligned perfectly with Chen Luo's memories: the Evil Eye White Tiger, Daimubai; the Sausage Vendor, Oscar; the Thousand-Handed Azura, Tang San; the Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun; the Soft-Boned Enchantress, Xiao; the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong; and the Nether Cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Chen Luo chose the moniker of the Grim Reaper's Scythe for himself. Subsequently, the discussion shifted to the competition arrangements, a matter in which Chen Luo lost interest. Since he and Xiao Wu had formed a dance duo, they could not be separated, and thus, Chen Luo was obliged to compete alongside her. The master imposed a restriction. Chen Luo was not permitted to activate his martial spirit during the battles. Even without unleashing his martial spirit, he would still dominate opponents of the same rank. However, Chen Luo acknowledged that this was ultimately a training exercise for Xiao Wu, and he would exercise restraint, ensuring he would not become an impediment on her path to improvement. The soul fighting competition commenced swiftly, with Chen Luo's individual match kicking off first. As per usual, he did not even activate his martial spirit, effortlessly dispatching his opponent. He felt no pressure here, merely present to accumulate points and earn money. Following this, he observed the matches of the Shrek team, engaging in analysis with the master and speculating on the outcomes. With prior knowledge of the results, Chen Luo was able to articulate his insights fluently, and his unique understanding of combat garnered nods of approval from the master. Before long, all individual matches concluded, and everyone secured their first victory of the day. Leading into the duo matches, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu's dance duo faced off against the cat and mouse duo. Throughout the battle, Chen Luo consciously restrained his power, allowing Xiao Wu ample opportunity to shine. Yet they still emerged victorious with ease. In terms of practical experience and sheer strength comparison, the cat and mouse duo was thoroughly defeated. Chen Luo had been acutely aware of Xiao Wu's efforts. She had indeed grown significantly during this period. This soul fighting competition is incredibly effortless. I feel you hardly lifted a finger. After the match, Xiao Wu stretched contentedly and turned her head to look at Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded. Primarily because our Xiao Wu is simply too formidable. There was hardly a chance for me to intervene. Humph, I don't know you were intentionally creating opportunities for me. Although Xiao Wu had been entirely immersed in the battle moments ago, she could still recall various details afterward, recognizing that Chen Luo had crafted numerous advantageous situations for her. Otherwise, she could not have performed so effortlessly. Well done, Xiao Wu offered the most sincere praise. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Is there a reward? I'll treat you to something delicious later. All right. Your surprised expression is utterly exaggerated. I'll pay attention next time. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh, wrapping her arms around Chen Luo's, and together they returned to the lounge. The other members of Shrek Academy quickly began their 2v2 matches, each achieving flawless victories. The first day had commenced on a high note. Just as everyone basked in the joy of their triumphs, the master maintained a serious demeanor. It's time for the team battles. The Shrek 7 had also registered for the team soul fighting competition, and since 3 of them were at level 30, their opponents were all soul masters above that rank. Naturally, Chen Luo was excluded from participating in the team match. While he wished to experience it, the master firmly declined, stating that his presence would disrupt the balance, leaving Chen Luo with no choice but to relent. Before long, the team soul fighting was set to begin. Previously, Chen Luo could only witness thrilling soul master duels in novels or anime, but now he had the opportunity to observe one live, which filled him with excitement. 056. Well fought, Shrek. On the open ground, a young man stood in confrontation with a giant bear. The young man, clad in black attire and wielding a massive scythe, was engulfed in black flames that he appeared to have just endured a heavy blow. Slightly hunched over, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, with a hint of pain etched across his handsome face, the ground around him was ravaged, with 2 deep trenches carved before him, and his feet were embedded in the earth. Just ahead, a golden giant bear emitted a low growl, and then a middle-aged man's voice resonated. No more fighting, no more. This is too painful. I can't battle against you. The golden bear waved its enormous paw, swiftly shrinking in size, and after a flash of golden light, a battered middle-aged man stood on the ground, leaning on his knees, looking exceedingly weak. Teacher Xiao, you had a significant advantage. Why are you stopping now? Chen Luo instantly retracted his indestructible state and his martial spirit, stepping out of the mud with a faint smile, and slowly approached Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin waved his hand dismissively. Don't think I don't see through your fishing trick. Do you really take me for a fish? Such a glaring flaw? And I'm not blind. I feel like every time your soul power level increases, your strength leaps tremendously. You can't possibly be a monster. Can you? Sometimes I even think that if you were just a bit stronger, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Xiao, you're getting increasingly exaggerated. Zhao Wujin frowned. I speak nothing but the truth. All right, time's almost up. Let's head to Soto City. The team matches for those little monsters should be starting soon. As he spoke, Zhao Wujin pulled out several sausages and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously, while various injuries on his body began to heal gradually. All right, Chen Luo nodded. Subsequently, the two of them set off towards Soto City, Soto Great Soul Arena, now presenting the Royal Combat Team and the Shrek 7. A melodious and pleasant voice echoed high above the central soul fighting arena, where a graceful young girl, aged around 18 or 19, donned a dignified white gown, presiding over the only team soul fighting match of the evening. The bright golden lights, the professional amplification soul device, and the renowned host Douluo of Soto Great Soul Arena all underscored the significance of tonight's team soul fighting competition. For this event, the Soto Great Soul Arena had made ample preparations, canceling all other team matches to hold a special session during the prime time of the evening done on either side of the soul fighting platform. Two doors silently swung open, and both teams entered simultaneously, striding towards the center of the arena. Before the contestants took the stage, the beautiful host Douluo had been continuously introducing them, and now, as both teams emerged, the crowd erupted into cheers. From the left side came the Royal Combat Team, led by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, Yu Tianheng. From the right side emerged the Shrek 7, with Dai Mubai at the forefront. As the little monsters of Shrek filed out one by one. As soon as they took the stage, the captains of both teams, Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai, exchanged intense gazes, and even before the soul fighting officially commenced, an invisible tension began to escalate between them. Attention, participants in the team soul fighting match. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial spirits. You may only attack once I declare the match to begin. The match continues until one side surrenders, is completely defeated, or falls off the soul fighting platform. Floating in midair, Douluo flapped her snowy white wings while addressing both teams with her melodious voice. Thankfully, I made it in time. Otherwise, I would have missed tonight's incredibly thrilling match. Chen Luo stood at the entrance of the soul fighting arena, where the team leaders were positioned. Next to him stood Flender, the Master, and Xiao Wujin. Of course, the Master, Flender, and Xiao Wujin were the true leaders. Chen Luo merely came to enjoy the spectacle, simply to watch the match. At this moment on the soul fighting platform, all the soul masters from both teams activated their martial spirits, filling the arena with powerful soul energy, causing the host Douluo to involuntarily ascend a short distance into the air. If everyone is here to watch the match, why drag me into practical training? Xiao Wujin patted Chen Luo's shoulder, speaking irritably. The master then chimed in. How's the training going? This kid is getting stronger. I reckon it won't be long before I can't match him. Xiao Wujin shrugged. Teacher Xiao, you enjoy making jokes. It's not that exaggerated. Chen Luo spoke, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the soul duel platform, where two teams had already commenced their battle. Both Master and Flander exchanged surprised glances with Chen Luo before redirecting their attention to the ongoing match. They had witnessed Chen Luo's remarkable growth. If the group of young fighters on stage were the proud little monsters of Shrek, then Chen Luo was undoubtedly the monster among monsters, even when facing a formidable opponent like the Royal Combat Team. The moment Chen Luo stepped onto the field, the outcome became a foregone conclusion. The disparity was simply that vast. Xiao Wujia's comments were certainly tinged with hyperbole, yet there was no doubt regarding Chen Luo's capabilities. While Dai Mubai and Tang San were still fretting over their evenly matched adversaries, Chen Luo was already able to engage Xiao Wujia, a soul sage of the 76th rank, in a fierce back and forth, which spoke volumes. The battle on the soul duel platform quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Following an exchange between the captains, Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng, the Shrek 7 utilized their premeditated strategy to encircle Yu Tianheng. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Yu Tianheng attempted to break free, but alas, he was outnumbered and outmatched. After enduring a relentless barrage of attacks from the Shrek members, he sustained grievous injuries, blood gushing from numerous wounds, and he found himself gasping for air. Ultimately, after a powerful strike from Dai Mubai sent him flying, he crashed against the tortoise shell of the Xuanwu Soul Master, coming to a halt, barely clinging to life. This was the consequence of a lone warrior charging blindly into the fray. His teammates, equally foolish, failed to coordinate their efforts until it was far too late. As Chen Luo observed the unfolding duel, he couldn't help but voice his critique. Dai Mubai too, gifting away a sure kill. Has he forgotten their SA healer on the opposing team? Had he played it safe, he could have easily taken down Yu Tianheng. Chen Luo, what are you rambling about over there? Xiao Wujia queried, casting a puzzled glance in Chen Luo's direction. That I'm merely commenting on how well Tang San and Big Brother Dai are performing. Chen Luo replied. Despite his criticisms, the recent maneuver executed by the Shrek 7 was indeed commendable, as they swiftly capitalized on Yu Tianheng's aggressive positioning, rendering him defenseless. The strategist among them surely deserved a hearty reward. However, it must be said, those who play with tactics often have ulterior motives. I will annihilate you all. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's injuries, Dugu Yan lost her composure and unleashed a furious roar. Her third spirit ring radiated ominously, transforming her originally emerald eyes into a deep purple. while even the green scales of her serpent tail were cloaked in a faint lavender glow. A noxious purple mist, laden with horrific toxins, erupted from Dugu Yan's mouth, rapidly spreading through the air towards the Shrek 7 in her frenzied state. Driven mad by Yu Tianheng's plight, Dugu Yan completely disregarded Qin Ming's instructions, fixated solely on exterminating the Shrek members. Anticipating her move, Tang San swiftly produced 2 large water sacks from the 24-bridge moonlit night and hurled them forward. Big Brother Die, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line. Upon hearing these commands, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun wasted no time and sprang into action. As Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, the water sacks detonated, sending clouds of mist swirling. Following closely, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line ignited, engulfing the area in flames and enveloping the purple mist in an aromatic blaze. Soon, the purple fog ignited, consumed by the flames, and tranquility returned. The shattered water sacks thudded to the ground, a testament to the intense clash that had just transpired. To challenge Tang San in the realm of toxins is indeed a foolhardy endeavor, Chen Luo mused, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he caught a whiff of the faint aroma of wine in the air. The scenes unfolding before him were ones he had previously envisioned, even witnessed through more vivid animations, yet experiencing it live was an entirely different sensation, exhilarating. Alas, he lamented, he had no opportunity to participate. The skirmish on the Seoul Duel platform showed no signs of abating. As Dugu Yan launched her assault on the Shrek members, Yi Langlang, stationed at the rear of the Royal Combat Team, was already administering healing to Yu Tianheng. The healing prowess of the 9-heart sea Tang was formidable. Floral fragrances wafted through the air as white light emanated from its petals, enveloping Yu Tianheng and swiftly integrating into his body. The once near-death Yu Tianheng regained his vitality, his wounds beginning to mend, and even his broken dragon arm gradually restored. In a matter of moments, all his injuries were healed, rejuvenated. Yu Tianheng charged once more towards the Shrek 7. This time exercising caution, having learned from his previous missteps, and with the Black Panther Soul Master Osro providing cover. Swiftly now, Big Brother Die, you and Zhu Shuqing should utilize your martial soul fusion technique. Just eliminate Yu Tianheng and Osro. Fatty, focus your firepower, and create an opportunity for Xiao Wu to flank them and take out their support soul masters. Tang San understood all too well that prolonging the battle would spell disaster for their side. It was better to fight with everything they had, leaving no room for retreat. The rest of the Shrek members grasped the gravity of the situation as well. Once Tang San assigned their roles, they executed them without hesitation. Dai Mubai and Zhu Shuqing activated their martial soul fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger, charging towards the oncoming Yu Tianheng and Osro. Meanwhile, Fatty Ma Hongjun unleashed a relentless barrage, striving to carve a path for Xiao Wu. Tang San no longer held back, activating the 8 spider lances as he surged towards the Royal Combat Team. Positioned at the rear, support duo Oscar and Ning Rongrong were equally proactive. Oscar continuously supplying his comrades while Ning Rongrong deftly timed her soul skills to bolster their frontline fighters. The discipline exhibited by the entire team was exemplary. Each member displayed remarkable synergy and accurately identified their roles, striving to maximize their contributions. This was the essence of teamwork. When victory was within reach, there was no room for hesitation. They charged forth with determination. Chen Luo had initially harbored concerns that his little dance would encounter mishaps in the impending battle. According to the narrative within the tome, Xiao was destined to be besieged, ultimately gravely injured by the tortoise-shell spinning technique of the Shi family brothers. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Chen Luo's worries dissipated. As long as the Shrek 7 monsters dared to engage, they would surely eliminate the members of the Imperial fighting team in one fell swoop. The Tang San standing before him was far more decisive than the one depicted in the book. If he could fight, he would not hesitate. Combat did not necessitate waiting until all allies were incapacitated before launching a counterattack. If there existed a means to alter the situation, risking teammates was unwarranted. With the powerful fusion of their martial souls, Dai Mubai and Zhu Shuqing effortlessly subdued Yu Tianheng and Oscar, although they too succumbed to exhaustion, losing their combat effectiveness. This exchange of 2 for 2 was undeniably a substantial gain, as it was a rare opportunity to eliminate both Yu Tianheng and Oscar simultaneously, who were 2 of the Imperial fighting team's main forces. In dire circumstances, any exchange was a profit. Meanwhile, the rotund Ma Hongjun utilized the Phoenix Fire Line to distract the Shi brothers for Xiao Wu. While Tang San cleared a path alongside him. As Tang San activated the 8 spider lances, he simultaneously prepared the webbing to ensnare the airborne wind chime bird spirit master, seizing the moment when all attention was diverted to his lances. The 8 spider lances proved formidable. Despite the Shi brothers' formidable Xuanwu, turtle martial soul defense, it could not withstand the toxicity of Tang San's technique. Under the cover of Ma Hongjuan's firepower, Tang San fought with divine ferocity, carving a bloody path for Xiao Wu. Successfully breaking through to the rear of the Imperial fighting team, Xiao Wu faced the auxiliary spirit master without any pressure, effortlessly claiming victory in mere moments. Only Dugu Yan remained from the Imperial fighting team. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu consumed the small sausages prepared by Oscar, then advanced methodically towards Dugu Yan. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Dugu Yan was no match for the three, and was swiftly subdued. Once the Shrek 7 monsters resolved to launch a decisive offensive, the subsequent combat unfolded with remarkable efficiency, devoid of any hesitation. Presenting the audience with a series of breathtaking battle scenes that, as the fighting concluded, Tang San immediately sought to neutralize the poison of the 8 spider lances afflicting the members of the Imperial fighting team. While Oscar generously offered his sausages, sensing the goodwill of the Shrek 7 monsters, the auxiliary Yi Lung Lung from the Imperial fighting team also employed the 9-heart begonia to heal everyone. After all, it was a competition. There was no need for animosity. During the contest, they were opponents, but afterward, they could be friends. The Shrek 7 monsters held a deep respect for the strength of the Imperial fighting team. And likewise, they had earned the admiration of the Imperial fighting team. While mutual appreciation had yet to blossom, it was certainly no trouble to lend a hand in resolving each other's predicaments. Chen Luo observed all of this, the battle having concluded, yet he still felt a lingering thrill. He had not anticipated that the tactical game would ultimately be resolved in such a brazen manner. But perhaps that was quite agreeable. Having secured victory in the soul fighting competition, the Shrek 7 monsters were elated, each face glowing with exuberance. Following their triumph, Xiao Wu immediately turned her gaze towards the passageway. Upon spotting Chen Luo, her radiant smile blossomed even brighter. Tang San, having retracted the 8 spider lances, sighed in relief. At last, we have won, although I must part with a piece of clothing and a silver soul coin. Ma Hongjuan's excitement made his chubby cheeks tremble as he rushed to embrace Tang San. We won. We won. On the other side, Oscar, continuously preparing sausages, could not contain his trembling hands, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Brothers, let us celebrate with some sausages. Daimu Bai chuckled. Quickly, bring me 2. I feel as if I've been drained dry. Zhu Zhiqing, who had just regained consciousness, received one of the sausages that Daimu Bai procured from Oscar. Still a bit dazed upon waking, she soon comprehended their victory, her usually frosty countenance melting into a breathtaking smile. Daimu Bai gazed at her quietly, momentarily entranced, noticing his attention. Zhu Zhiqing's smile vanished in an instant as she took the sausage and approached Ning Rongrong. We won, she declared, beaming at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong reciprocated her excitement. Indeed, we won. We did it. After savoring the sweet taste of victory atop the soul fighting platform for a brief moment, the Shrek 7 monsters departed. With Xiao being the first to dash towards Chen Luo, who had been waiting in the passageway for the Shrek 7 monsters, wore a broad smile, genuinely pleased for these little monsters. Xiao Wu initially intended to give Chen Luo a hug, but seeing the multitude of onlookers, she settled for linking her arm with his. Chen Luo, we won. Well done. Is there a reward? I'll take you to eat something delicious later. Sure. Sounds great. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly. Ahem, 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 ahem. Just as Chen Luo was about to tidy Xiao Wu's disheveled hair from the battle, a chorus of coughs erupted, each louder than the last. Daimu Bai was the first to emerge, followed by Ma Hongjun, with Oscar joining in at the end. Chen Luo's gaze swiftly turned to them, smiling as he remarked, "You were all incredible. This was the most thrilling match I've ever witnessed." Congratulations on your victory. Ma Hongjun approached Chen Luo, mimicking Xiao Wu's earlier gesture by draping his arm around Chen Luo's other arm, speaking in an exaggeratedly effeminate tone. What a pity you couldn't compete. Chen Luo. If you had been there, we would have won in no time. Chen Luo was left momentarily speechless. The others from Shrek nearly retched at Ma Hongjuan's antics, while Xiao Wu kicked him. You fatso. Get lost. Ma Hongjun had evidently anticipated her reaction, releasing Chen Luo's arm and hopping aside with a grin, returning to normalcy. Sister Wu, that's where you're mistaken. Chen Luo belongs to all of us. Why should you be the only one to hug him while I can't? That's simply unfair. Laughter erupted among the group, and Xiao immediately let go of Chen Luo's arm, preparing to retaliate against the rotund fellow. You glutton, are you tired of living? Sister Xiao, I was wrong, Ma Hongjun quickly conceded, demonstrating an immediate willingness to back down. Haha, the fatso makes a valid point. Had Chen Luo been on the field, we wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. Daimubai chuckled. The outcome hinged on that final assault. Truthfully, we had our doubts, but since Tang San took the lead, we pressed on with determination. Daimubai then draped his arm around Tang San's shoulders. Indeed, it was perilous. Tang San played exceptionally boldly. Without his guidance, we likely wouldn't have been so resolute, Ma Hongjun added with a grin. I owe my gratitude to third brother in that last offensive. Had it not been for his intervention against those two Xuanwu turtle spirit masters, I would have been struck by their soul techniques. Even if I survived, I would have been severely injured. Tang San replied. I was primarily concerned about Xiao Wu's safety. A Hongjun interjected. Yet we must still thank you, third brother. Without you, I might not have made it. Brothers don't need to be so formal. Tang San exchanged smiles with his companions, then turned to Chen Luo. I did it. Chen Luo nodded, giving Tang San a thumbs up. Well done. As the Shrek little monsters celebrated their recent victory. Dean Flinder, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, and Master silently observed from the sidelines, a hint of satisfaction gracing their faces. At that moment, a tall and handsome figure approached, and before he arrived, his voice preceded him. Dean Flinder. Vice Dean Zhao Wujia, how have you been? Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects. The sudden appearance of Qin Ming instantly captivated the attention of the Shrek little monsters, upon learning that Qin Ming was their senior. Expressions of astonishment graced their faces, with only Chen Luo maintaining a calm demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries with Flinder and the others, another striking revelation slipped from Flinder's lips during the introduction to the master, the captain of the Imperial fighting team. Yu Tianheng, the possessor of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, was, in fact, the master's own nephew. Chen Luo, already privy to this information, displayed a serene composure as he quietly savored the astonished expressions of those around him. I have long severed any ties with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. With this declaration, the master took his leave, presumably to have a heart-to-heart with his nephew, Yu Qianheng. Subsequently, Flinder formally introduced Qin Ming to the Shrek little monsters. When mentioning Chen Luo, Flinder's proud smile broadened even further. Qin Ming, you might find this hard to believe, but this fellow is our academy's most outstanding student. Chen Luo. Qin Ming responded, somewhat surprised. What a pity it is that I did not get to see this junior in action. Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, chuckled. Of course he cannot take the stage. It would disrupt the balance if he were to compete. Your students would have no chance at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was even more astonished. This junior is so formidable? Zhao Wujia nodded vigorously, and the other members of the Shrek 7 echoed this sentiment. Finally, Flinder also nodded in agreement. Yet Chen Luo felt somewhat bewildered, pondering why their conversation had turned towards him. Senior, don't listen to Teacher Zhao's nonsense, Chen Luo humbly interjected. Zhao Wujia chuckled and refrained from mentioning Chen Luo's battle against him, but calmly revealed Chen Luo's age and level. He is only 12 years old and already a soul master at level 36. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Chen Luo shifting from astonishment to sheer disbelief. 12 years old and at level 36. Truly a prodigy. 059. Let's set off for the Tendo Royal Academy. Qin Ming swiftly adjusted his emotions. Despite being shocked by Chen Luo's age and soul power level, he soon acclimated. He particularly noted Zhao Wujia's earlier remark about Chen Luo's participation altering the dynamics of the competition. Even if Chen Luo was exceptionally talented, possessing such a high level of soul power at such a young age, it should not dramatically shift the circumstances. Qin Ming could discern that Zhao Wujia spoke the truth. Yet he found it hard to believe that Chen Luo's prowess could change the tide of the battle. After all, it was implausible for one person to take on 7 opponents, wasn't it? Zhao Wujia intended to elaborate further, but was promptly silenced by a look from Chen Luo. Even if Qin Ming is an alumnus of your academy, he shouldn't have to reveal everything. Especially not about me. Any further discussions can wait until we return to the hotel. Little monsters, please finalize your points and come back quickly, Flinder instructed before departing with Zhao Wujia and Qin Ming. The Shrek little monsters promptly headed to the battle arena's work area to tally their points. In no time, all points were accounted for, with the exception of Tang San, everyone received silver badges, including Chen Luo. Tang San, however, earned a gold badge, maintaining an undefeated record in both individual and team competitions, which provided him with enough points to achieve this accolade. The others had either lost a few matches in individual contests or in pairs, earning their silver badges primarily through victories in team battles. Of course, Chen Luo was an exception, having won all his matches, but since he did not participate in team battles, he lacked the points for a gold badge. Chen Luo was not particularly interested in these accolades. Had it not been for the monetary reward and accompanying Xiao Wu in the duo battles, he would have had no desire to partake in these so-called competitions. If he wished, he could easily attain a diamond badge, the highest rank, but such things held little significance for him. He preferred the thrill of challenging formidable opponents over merely overpowering weaker ones. The Shrek 7 not only reaped the rewards from their team battle victories but also received an additional generous reward of 10,000 gold soul coins from the arena. Once they had settled all matters, they returned to the hotel. Flinder and the others were engaged in conversation over drinks, though the dishes ordered remained untouched. As soon as Ma Hongjun sat down, he eagerly picked up the menu and began ordering, cheerfully exclaiming, "Teacher, we won the match today. You must treat us to a feast." Flinder fixed a piercing gaze on Ma Hongjun, who, upon noticing that Ma Hongjun had ordered only a few inexpensive dishes, finally revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. However, Ma Hongjun's next statement nearly drove Flinder to the brink of exasperation. "Forget about those dishes I checked. Bring out the others quickly, and 2 bottles of fine wine." Flinder continued to glare at Ma Hongjun, whose expression remained unfazed. The other little monsters could not help but chuckle at the scene. Zhao Wujia burst into laughter. "It's rare for our esteemed dean to treat us. Well done, Fatty. We must make the most of it." Qin Ming smiled slightly, clearly aware of the dean's notorious frugality. After this brief interlude, the conversation resumed, and after reminiscing with Flinder and the others, Qin Ming shifted the topic to the Shrek little monsters. He expressed great admiration for their talents, stating that had they not joined Shrek, he would have gone to great lengths to recruit them to the Tendo Royal Academy. At that moment, the master returned. "Even though they are from Shrek Academy, you can still bring them to the Royal Academy. Brother Chen Luo, I am already full and cannot eat anymore," Xiao said softly from Chen Luo's back as they strolled through the streets. Despite her curiosity about the various street foods, she could not muster any appetite. "How about we buy some lovely clothes or see if there are any interesting trinkets?" Chen Luo suggested. However, Xiao shook her head. "Let's save it for another time. I want to go back. The battles tonight were quite exhausting, and I want to sleep." "All right." Chen Luo nodded in agreement. After dinner, Chen Luo fulfilled his promise to Xiao Wu. But after walking just a short distance, her interest waned, and she wanted to return. The others from Shrek were already on their way back. Although they had only participated in one battle, the mental and soul power exertion felt as though they had fought all day. Everyone was tired and longed for a good rest. "Brother Chen Luo, are we really going to that Tendo Royal Academy?" Xiao inquired softly, her voice revealing her exhaustion. Chen Luo, moving briskly, smiled in response. "It seems so." During dinner, the master discussed it with Senior Qin Ming, and Flinder had no objections. "But I suddenly feel reluctant to leave Shrek Academy. I recall someone complaining about Shrek Academy being shabby once. That was definitely not me. Don't overthink it. Let everything unfold naturally. Our academy's conditions are limited, and it is indeed a good thing to have the opportunity to develop in a better environment. Besides, our teachers will also be going, and we are merely changing our surroundings to continue our studies. We will always be part of Shrek Academy." Chen Luo's voice trailed off as he suggested another possibility. "Perhaps after we reach Tendo City, we could establish our own Shrek Academy." However, his voice grew fainter as Xiao fell asleep. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Luo gently placed Xiao on the bed before lying down himself. After yet another intense battle with Zhao Wujia, the exhilarating feeling of combat was satisfying, yet undeniably tiring. Staring at the ceiling, Chen Luo contemplated future developments. If all went according to plan, in 2 months, the group from Shrek would set off for the Tendo Royal Academy, where unexpected events would lead them to Lu Erlong's academy, establishing their own Shrek Academy anew. Everything would unfold naturally, and the task would soon be completed. 2 months later, today marks the day when all members of Shrek Academy set forth towards the Royal Academy of Tendo. Dean Flander lingered at the entrance of the academy for a considerable time before waving his hand, leading the Shrek group away. 060. The Poison Douluo. Ahead lies the Royal Academy of Tendo. Ning Rongrong smiled as she introduced the surroundings to everyone. Upon nearing the city of Tendo, she had been the tour guide for the group. It seems the environment is quite pleasant, nestled between mountains and waters. Perhaps we might retire here in the future. Dean Flander nodded in satisfaction, and the other teachers from Shrek exchanged knowing smiles. At the back, Chen Luo couldn't help but smirk at the thought. Soon, we will face some trials, yet talk of retirement. One cannot deny that the environment of the Royal Academy of Tendo is indeed remarkable, majestic mountains and flowing waters, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Even before entering, the refreshing air greeted them, invigorating the spirit, making it a most suitable place for retirement. According to Ning Rongrong, it is merely 20 miles from the city of Tendo. So if one grows weary of the academy, a visit to the bustling capital is always an option. After all, Tendo City is the imperial capital of the Tendo Empire, undoubtedly thriving with prosperity. It is a pity, however, that such a fine academy is under the management of a rather inept administrator, though it had been a long time since Chen Luo visited the Royal Academy of Tendo. The path up the mountain still lingered in his memory. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, the Shrek group began their ascent. Not long after, they encountered a group of unruly students blocking their way. Including the future king of the Tendo Empire, Xuepeng.1 could not ascertain whether Xuepeng's performance was genuinely impressive or if he was merely playing his part, fully embodying arrogance and foolishness. Chen Luo nearly lost his composure, tempted to step forward and slap him. Of course, he had no opportunity to act, as Dai Mubai single-handedly dealt with those unruly students, leaving them in disarray. Soon after, teacher Sun Buyu from the Royal Academy of Tendo appeared, and upon learning of Shrek's identities, he exchanged pleasantries and led the group up the mountain. The academy was situated halfway up the mountain, and Sun Buyu guided the Shrek group directly to a reception room, offering simple hospitality before promptly seeking out Qin Ming. Qin Ming soon arrived, extending a warm welcome to the Shrek group. After enjoying a lavish dinner together, he escorted them to their pre-arranged accommodations. During this time, Qin Ming divulged all pertinent information regarding the Royal Academy of Tendo, including the treatment of Shrek's teachers. Chen Luo had little interest in such matters, as they were set to depart the following day. The next morning, after a sumptuous breakfast, Qin Ming took the Shrek group to the teaching committee of the Royal Academy of Tendo, where all matters had already been finalized. This was merely a formality. The more Chen Luo observed the environment of the Royal Academy of Tendo, the more he felt that Shrek Academy resembled a rural school in a remote village. The disparity was indeed striking. His gaze swept over the grand and imposing structures within the Royal Academy, ultimately arriving at the tallest building. Though it was a single-story edifice, its apex reached at least 10 meters high. Upon his first glance, Chen Luo momentarily believed he had arrived at the Hall of Spirits. Upon entering the building, the Shrek group was soon introduced to Dream God Machine by Bashan and Jilin, 3 elders of the teaching committee, with whom Flander engaged in amiable conversation. Encountering Seoul Douluo-level powerhouses once again stirred a modicum of excitement within Chen Luo, although it was not overwhelming. The 3 elders exuded a warm demeanor, leaving a positive impression. Due to Tang San's remarkable performance in the previous Seoul Arena competition, Dream God Machine and the others specifically summoned him for a brief assessment. The subsequent events aligned closely with Chen Luo's memories. Tang San withstood the pressure admirably and likely achieved considerable gains, especially when Dream God Machine and the others beheld Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, which left them in awe. I never expected such a genius to emerge within our spirit master realm. I am truly fortunate to witness you all today. Dream God Machine's sentiments echoed Chen Luo's recollections. Seeing others praise his academy's student brought a measure of joy and excitement to Flander, who occasionally glanced at Chen Luo, seemingly wishing to share further surprises with Dream God Machine and the others. Fortunately, Flander ultimately restrained himself. Chen Luo, acutely aware of Flander's gaze, chose to ignore it. He was inherently a low-key individual. Preferring not to draw excessive attention, Flander continued conversing with Dream God Machine and the others for a while, and both parties appeared to enjoy the dialogue, successfully finalizing their arrangements, just as the Shrek Academy group prepared to take their leave. The anticipated spectacle of the clown unfolded. Xueping made his entrance alongside his uncle, Prince Xuexing, yet the crowd's attention was drawn to the elder beside them. The elder was tall and slender, with hair and beard of deep green, and his eyes sparkled like emeralds. He exuded an ethereal aura, resembling a phantom. His expression was completely stiff, with sunken cheeks and disheveled green hair, clad in a simple gray robe. Was this truly Dugu Bo? The old man's appearance aligned perfectly with Chen Luo's recollections of Dugu Bo upon encountering Dugu Bo. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Luo, for he was one of the classic characters in Douluo. Alongside the excitement, there was also a tinge of trepidation. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Dugu Bo, a sensation he had never experienced before, even in the presence of soul-level figures like Dream God Machine. Was this the oppressive presence of a titled Douluo? It felt as though if Dugu Bo so desired, not a single person present could escape unharmed. Noticing Xiao Wu's evident anxiety, Chen Luo instinctively moved closer to her. Grasping her hand, upon feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Xiao Wu gradually regained her composure. Following the clown's entrance, an impromptu performance ensued. Prince Xuexing, emboldened by Dugu Bo's support, brazenly forced the Shrek group to leave. Chen Luo, having anticipated such an outcome, felt no surprise or strong emotions, but the others from Shrek exhibited visible frustration. Initially, Dream God Machine and the others contemplated advocating for the Shrek group, yet ultimately, Master declined their goodwill, leading Flander and the Shrek group away. Phew, we finally departed. The oppressive aura of the title Douluo was simply too overwhelming. Chen Luo sighed in relief. Despite having mentally prepared for various possibilities prior to arriving at the Royal Academy of Tendo. Upon encountering Dugu Bo, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Please, let there be no unforeseen incidents. It could truly be fatal. 061. Nearly caught, Chen Luo's sister remarked. I find the Blue Ba Academy quite appealing. Its environment is not inferior to that of the Royal Academy of Tendo. The tranquil and shadowy woods surrounded them as Chen Luo and Xiao Wu walked side by side. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed their surroundings with a smile. I share your sentiments, he replied. Chen Luo nodded. The environment was not particularly significant to him. Even if a simulated training environment were to be constructed, it was unlikely that any academy would possess a venue suitable for his needs. After all, Chen Luo's martial soul was not a mere scythe, but that of the Grim Reaper if he were to seek an appropriate simulated training environment. Perhaps a graveyard or a mass burial site would be most fitting. Although Lambar Academy was not as grand as the Tendo Royal Academy, and its environment fell several tiers short, it was still quite satisfactory for Chen Luo's for Xiao Wu's assertion that Lambar Academy had a superior environment. It was merely a means of self-comfort. After departing from the Tendo Royal Academy, Shrek's group arrived in Tendo City, with Qin Ming accompanying them. One must admit, Qin Ming was a commendable senior, deeply valuing relationships. He willingly forsook the abundant benefits of the Tendo Royal Academy to wander alongside Shrek's members, burdened with a sense of guilt. At the entrance of Tendo City, Flinder and the others spotted recruitment flyers for Lamba Academy, prompting them to lead the Shrek crew there immediately. Given Flinder and his companions' prowess, they would undoubtedly be warmly welcomed at any academy. During the entrance examinations, when Qin Ming activated his martial soul, he frightened the testing instructor into a cold sweat, while Flinder and his companions elicited a similar reaction, leaving the instructors trembling. As expected, they passed the assessment with flying colors, even exceeding expectations. Lamba Academy had initially intended to recruit only instructors of Soul Master level. Never anticipating the arrival of such formidable individuals, the teacher, named Inshu, promptly escorted the Shrek group to meet the dean of Lambar Academy, culminating in a scene of sibling and lover reunions. At this juncture, the master was likely strolling with Lu Erlong. Reflecting on the events of the morning, a smile unconsciously graced Chen Luo's lips. The Tendo Royal Academy was now in the past. And before long, Lamba Academy would be renamed Shrek Academy, with the task of signing in nearing completion. Chen Luo mused internally. Xiao Wu, seemingly recalling the morning's occurrences, exhibited a contrasting demeanor to Chen Luo's smile. Her expression one of indignation. That so-called prince was utterly despicable. Unable to contain her anger, Xiao Wu exclaimed vehemently, I just want to give him a good thrashing. Perhaps others have their reasons. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Xiao Wu retorted immediately. What reason could he possibly have? Why should he treat us like that? There indeed existed a rationale. Meng Xinji and his companions were affiliated with Xuexing, and should Shrek's members join the Tendo Royal Academy, Xuexing's power would significantly increase. The Prince of Xuexing intentionally played the villain to benefit Xuebing. Chen Luo was aware of the entire situation, yet upon recalling the loathsome visage of the Prince of Xuexing, he could not help but frown. Seeing Xiao Wu's furious expression, he quickly agreed, I too wish to give him a good thrashing. After a while, Xiao Wu gradually calmed down and shifted to another topic. Is it truly impossible for siblings to be together? She inquired. Chen Luo nodded firmly, asserting, of course it is, as it contravenes ethical standards. Did you hear about the master and Dean Lu Erlong situation? Xiao Wu replied, her expression somewhat complex. Observing Xiao Wu's troubled countenance, Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. We are not biological siblings. Why ponder so much? Besides, I never claimed I wanted to be your brother. That's true. Xiao Wu's large, watery eyes brightened instantly as she glanced at Chen Luo before lowering her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chen Luo had initially intended to seize the moment and take Xiao Wu's hand. But suddenly sensing something, he said to her, I just remembered I need to find Tang-san about something. You go ahead and meet with the dean and the others. I'll be there shortly. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat bewildered but nodded in agreement and complied. Once Xiao Wu departed, Chen Luo exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his nerves quickly tensed again. That presence had been fixated on him, evidently approaching with intent. Come out, Chen Luo called, maintaining an outward calm while internal turmoil churned within him. You are indeed quite remarkable. A gravelly voice suddenly resounded, followed by the stealthy appearance of a green figure. It was Dugu Bo. Chen Luo eyed Dugu Bo warily, asking, What do you want? To capture you, came the utterly straightforward reply, devoid of any superfluous words. Chen Luo was taken aback, wanting to exclaim, Why the hell would you want to capture me? Tang-san is over there? It's Tang-san who beat your granddaughter. It has nothing to do with me. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for emotional outbursts, so he could only strive to maintain composure. Even though calmness was of little use now, Chen Luo began to channel his soul power, preparing to activate his martial soul, even though he understood that escape was impossible before a title de law. He felt compelled to try. I thought you were special, but it seems you are just average. It must be your martial soul's peculiarity that conceals your true strength, Dugu Bo observed calmly as his figure began to dissipate. Seemingly abandoning Chen Luo as a target, Chen Luo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his back soaked with cold sweat. That old man was intrigued by my inability to reveal my strength? What the hell, at his age, he behaves like a curious child and nearly whisked me away. Dugu Bo's quiet muttering as he departed was faint, yet Chen Luo's hearing surpassed that of ordinary folk, allowing him to catch every word, swiftly grasping the reason for Dugu Bo's appearance. Thankfully, he hadn't activated his martial soul. Had he done so, and revealed his soul ring configuration, he would likely have been taken away immediately. Chen Luo felt a chill run down his spine at the thought, instinctively swallowing hard. Whatever that old man is thinking, who can decipher the mind of a title de law? As long as I remain safe. That is what matters. Chen Luo endeavored to calm his emotions, resolving within himself. I must strive diligently. This sense of helplessness is simply unbearable. Before he could fully regain his composure, a faint rustling sound emerged from the other side of the woods. It seemed Tang-san was in trouble. Chen Luo did not rush over immediately but waited patiently until he heard the hurried footsteps of the master and the others before making his move. As anticipated, Tang-san had been captured by Dugu Bo, yet he would not come to harm and would likely gain much from the ordeal. However, if he were to hurry too recklessly, there was a chance Dugu Bo might change his mind and take him along as well, which would spell disaster. Sprinting towards the direction of the master and the others, Chen Luo preemptively stated, I just saw Dugu Bo. The master's figure halted momentarily before he declared, It must be him. He has taken Tang-san. That cold, sinister aura is unmistakable. 1 month later, Chen Luo stood at the entrance of the academy, silently observing as the academy sign was changed to Shrek Academy at long last. This day had arrived. The system task was finally completed. Chen Luo strode into the academy, anticipating the notification from the system. Upon successfully signing in at the Tendo Royal Academy and joining the newly established Shrek Academy, the current main quest had been fulfilled, and he received the reward, the armor of the Grim Reaper. Chen Luo could distinctly sense that an item had been added to the storage space of the Grim Reaper's ring. He immediately made his way to his dormitory. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen Luo promptly opened the storage space of the Grim Reaper's ring. There, he beheld a remarkably exquisite black armor floating within the storage space. He quickly retrieved it. The armor of the Grim Reaper fell into his hands. He had yet to properly admire it when the armor transformed into a swirl of black light, racing towards his chest. In the next instant, the armor of the Grim Reaper reappeared, now adorning Chen Luo's form. It fit perfectly and was remarkably lightweight, almost devoid of weight. Even through his clothing, Chen Luo could feel a chilling aura emanating from the armor of the Grim Reaper. while he also sensed a subtle response from the Grim Reaper's ring on his wrist. The armor of the Grim Reaper almost entirely covered Chen Luo's upper body, its jet black surface exuding a unique metallic texture. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate runes etched upon the armor, also in black, nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Before he could delve into a thorough examination, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Armor of the Grim Reaper, artifact one of the Grim Reaper set pieces. Providing absolute defense, ignoring all mental and soul attacks. The strength of its defense correlates with the host's power. Grim Reaper's ring, artifact one of the Grim Reaper set pieces, offering storage space and access to the Nether Realm. Grim Reaper's ring, artifact one of the Grim Reaper set pieces, concealing one's aura. Other functions remain unlocked. Grim Reaper set effect, artifact collect all 3 pieces to double all effects. The system prompt echoed. Chen Luo beheld the Death God armor and the Death God ring emanating a faint black glow, seemingly establishing a unique connection. There was also the Death God ring, although it resided on Xiao. The absolute ownership of the ring still belonged to Chen Luo, allowing him to sense its presence and the special resonance it emitted due to the set effect. He wondered if Xiao could perceive the ring's peculiar transformation. Casting a glance at the Death God armor, he concentrated, causing it to vanish from sight. Such artifacts were indeed formidable. Beyond their powerful effects, their convenience in summoning and dismissing was remarkable. Chen Luo was well aware that these artifacts had not yet been fully activated. Nevertheless, their current capabilities were already impressive and could be unlocked further as his strength increased. With the Death God armor, his survival abilities had significantly improved, and he considered the opportunity to spar with Xiao Wujie to test the armor's defensive prowess. The Death God set also provided additional bonuses, doubling all effects. While the armor's defense was not immediately apparent, the capabilities of the Death God ring were worth investigating. Did the doubling of effects imply that the storage capacity of the Death God ring was also multiplied, thereby increasing the number of spirits it could contain within the necromantic space? Without delay, Chen Luo activated the Death God ring, and true to his expectations, both the storage and necromantic spaces had indeed experienced substantial enhancement. The storage space, which could originally accommodate items equivalent to a room's worth, had now doubled. Although Chen Luo rarely required such vast space, the distinction between not needing it and lacking it was significant. In contrast to the storage space, the necromantic space held greater importance for Chen Luo. Bolstered by the set effect, it could now house 4 spirits, the ancient cave spider and the nightmare centipede, which had awakened in the Stardow forest, remained quietly in their respective positions. The cave spider had fully healed, its aura having strengthened slightly, now approximating a power level of around 11,500 years. The nightmare centipede, having undergone no healing process, exhibited a more pronounced increase in aura, now boasting at least 13,500 years of power. It appeared that both the cave spider and the nightmare centipede had each improved by 500 years. Yet their contexts were entirely different. As a soul master, advancing in soul power became increasingly challenging, and the same applied to soul beasts, with the latter being even more arduous. At this pace, as long as I remain alive. Could it be possible for them both to reach the 100,000-year level? Chen Luo suddenly felt a surge of anticipation, since acquiring his 3rd spirit ring and awakening the cave spider and nightmare centipede. It had barely been a year. The rapid advancement of both spirits in such a short span was nothing short of terrifying. With 2 additional slots for spirits now available, he aimed to fill them at the earliest opportunity, as having absolutely loyal death servants was undoubtedly advantageous. However, quality must also be pursued. At the very least, they should not be inferior to these 2, and he would strive to find the strongest configurations currently within his reach. Contemplating future replacements as he grew stronger, Chen Luo resolved within himself as for the Death God ring. Being a part of the Death God set, it undoubtedly possessed extraordinary effects, far surpassing mere concealment of aura. The system had also indicated that other functions remained locked. It was likely related to his own strength. When he became sufficiently powerful, the ring's other functions would naturally unlock. This characteristic was consistent across all Death God equipment, with the potency of their effects influenced by his own capabilities. Even though the Death God ring was not physically on Chen Luo, a special bond had already been established. Otherwise, he would not have received those system notifications or benefited from the effects of the Death God set. Notably, the Death God ring was quite unique, as it could be entrusted to others. In contrast, other Death God equipment, such as the Death God ring and the newly acquired Death God armor, could not be passed to anyone else. Upon appearing, they automatically donned themselves as if merging seamlessly with Chen Luo's being. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door, followed by the master's voice from outside. "Are you in your dorm?" "Yes," Chen Luo replied, opening the door to find the master standing solemnly at the threshold. "That I've found the simulated training area you requested. Follow me," the master instructed. Chen Luo nodded promptly. All right. The simulated training area at the academy had been completed, but none were suitable for Chen Luo's needs. Naturally, unless Chen Luo spoke up, no one would know what environment he truly required for training. Under the master's guidance, Chen Luo made his way to the back mountain of the academy. Upon arrival, he discovered that the Blue Tyrant Academy, or rather, now known as Shrek Academy, was quite expansive. The back mountain was not particularly high, just over 50 meters, resembling a small mound, sparsely dotted with trees, and appearing somewhat barren, giving the impression of a massive grave from a distance. Despite the academy's somewhat secluded location, it was still situated within the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Tendo City, where land was precious. It was surprising that such an area remained undeveloped. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the master spoke slowly. "This place absolutely meets your requirements for a simulated training environment." According to Erlong, it was originally a mass grave. Chen Luo surveyed the area and nodded. He could sense some unique presence that a mass grave, indeed, suited his preferences perfectly. "That I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You may train here. If this location does not suit you, we can seek another. If you prefer not to attend classes, that's perfectly fine. I've already informed them. You can focus solely on your training. And as for the theoretical knowledge related to Soul Masters, I will provide a few books to Xiao for her to take back to the dormitory," the master briefly instructed before departing. During this period, the master appeared to have aged considerably, clearly troubled by Tang San's predicament. Ever since Tang San was captured by Dugu Bo a month ago, the master had noticeably lost weight. During this time, the Golden Iron Triangle had ventured to the forest where Dugu Bo resided, seemingly having engaged in combat with him. It was likely that an agreement had been reached. Otherwise, the master and the others would not have returned. Nevertheless, as Tang San's mentor, the master remained deeply concerned for his safety, though he always spoke with a calm demeanor, reassuring Flender and Lu Erlong. Internally, he was the one suffering the most. The situation regarding Tang San's abduction was known only to the Golden Iron Triangle and Chen Luo. The master had kept the matter confidential, telling the other students at Shrek that Tang San was undergoing secret training. Subsequently, over the past month, the master had assisted Flender and Lu Erlong in completing the transition of the academy, officially renaming Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek Academy. Chen Luo glanced at the mound ahead before taking confident strides up the slope. In truth, he had sensed something extraordinary upon his arrival, even without the master's prompt. He had already discerned that this place was far from ordinary. Indeed, it was a mass grave. The master's efficiency was commendable, swiftly securing a suitable simulated training area for him. As for discussing the matter, Chen Luo certainly would not reveal the true nature of his martial soul, the Death God. He merely mentioned that the Death God's scythe was somewhat special and that training in graveyards or mass graves would yield faster results. The master appeared intrigued but chose not to delve deeper. He merely recorded some details about Chen Luo's martial soul in a thick notebook, yet he had never inquired further about it, suggesting that he was simply making a note. This was preferable. Chen Luo had no desire to engage in idle chatter with the master. Upon reaching the summit, he could survey the entire academy from a distance. On the opposite side of the mound lay a vast pit, roughly half the size of the academy, at least 2 meters deep, clearly filled in at some point, making its true depth indeterminate. Such a large area of land lay neglected, seemingly in this state for many years. Within the pit, no weeds grew. Only a few 10-meter-tall trees stood, appearing as if they had long since withered. The surrounding area mirrored this desolation, with only sporadic patches of greenery visible at a distance of about 10 meters. No wonder this area remained undeveloped. The aura of death was far too heavy. After surveying the surroundings, a faint smile emerged on Chen Luo's face. Yet for me, this place is a treasure trove for cultivation. The more corpses that abound, the more Chen Luo finds himself enamored with the place. In mere moments, he arrived in the vast pit, deliberately positioning himself towards the center. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the pit exuded an eerie chill, sending a shiver down his spine, while others might feel unease in such a setting. Chen Luo felt as if he had returned home, his spirit invigorated. He was eager to cultivate, to strive for greater strength. Without delay, he settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of meditation. It soon became evident that cultivating within an environment that resonated with his martial spirit facilitated a swifter enhancement of soul power, allowing him to more readily slip into a meditative state. As he began to channel the Death God's technique, energies from the surroundings began to surge towards him, especially the unique energies emanating from the depths below. Who knows how many bodies lay buried beneath, their lingering soul energies still palpable despite the passage of many years. Chen Luo lost track of time as he cultivated, only realizing the diminishing efficiency of his practice when it began to slow. He had drawn closer to the threshold of the 37th level. Should he maintain this pace, a breakthrough would be imminent. Rising, he wore a satisfied smile and, after stretching his limbs, departed the pit and returned to the academy. Merely training in isolation would never hasten one's power. Supplementary methods were essential, such as engaging in a good fight. Long before commencing his focused training, Chen Luo had mapped out his cultivation schedule for the foreseeable future. Training in a simulated environment was indispensable, as was regular combat training. Such training not only honed practical combat skills but also challenged personal limits, further awakening latent potential. Immersing oneself solely in rigorous practice or relentless combat was insufficient. Only by harmonizing both and discovering a suitable balance could one truly enhance their prowess. Moreover, Chen Luo possessed another, swifter method of strengthening himself, utilizing soul hunting to harvest soul energies. Yet, this approach was dangerously addictive. Few could resist the allure of rapid power gains, even at the cost of jeopardizing their future. Chen Luo's composure was commendable, managing to restrain himself. Were it another, who would discuss future ramifications when immediate gratification beckoned. That said, soul hunting was not entirely off-limits. It simply required judicious use. When opportunities arose, one must seize them, followed by diligent practice to consolidate gains, all while mastering inner desires. After returning to his dormitory, showering, and changing clothes, Chen Luo made his way to the academy's administrative building. Typically, Xiao Wuji would be found there. Since arriving in Tendo City, he had yet to spar with Xiao Wuji and wondered whether the esteemed teacher missed their training days at Shrek. Upon approaching the administrative building, he encountered Master Dada. Chen Luo, you finished your training? The master inquired, somewhat surprised. Yes, Chen Luo nodded, thinking to himself, could I have come here if I had not concluded my training? The master remarked, I had anticipated you would remain in seclusion for at least a month. I didn't expect you to emerge so swiftly. How was your training? Very well, Chen Luo replied with a smile. Good, keep it up, the master encouraged, gently patting Chen Luo's shoulder before passing by and advising, Xiao Wuji is in his office. If you wish to train with him, head to the academy's playground. Understood, Chen Luo chuckled wryly, realizing how transparent his intentions were. Upon entering the administrative building, he was suddenly halted by a female teacher before he could ascend the stairs. Hey, which class are you from? If you need something, go find your homeroom teacher directly. The teacher, appearing to be in her 30s and dressed in a flowing green gown, had a pleasant appearance, albeit an ordinary figure. Hello, teacher, I'm looking for teacher Xiao Wuji. Chen Luo responded politely. The teacher frowned, poised to speak, when an elderly voice interjected, let him go up. The speaker was a tall, elderly man, sprightly despite his age. It was Li Yusong. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Li Yusong rarely smiled. Little monster, it's been a while since I last saw you. Did I heard from the master that you've been in seclusion? Yes, teacher Li. Xiao Wuji is upstairs. You're here to seek him for practical training. Correct. Indeed. Li Yusong replied, go ahead. I'd like to challenge you as well when the opportunity arises. You're always welcome. Chen Luo smiled politely before proceeding upstairs. Who is that student? I've never seen him before. One teacher remarked, he seldom appears in the academy. It's not surprising you haven't seen him. He is part of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Tang-san? No, he is Chen Luo. Chen Luo. Indeed, it's understandable you wouldn't recognize him. He has always maintained a low profile. The Shrek 7 monsters are a group of prodigies, and he is the most extraordinary among them. More formidable than Tang-san? Certainly. During our time in Soto City, he was already able to contend with Xiao Wuji. Now, he must be even stronger. Really? Knock, knock. Chen Luo rapped on the door. Come in. A female voice responded from within. It was Lu Erlong. The office was sparsely furnished, with a few desks and chairs that bore a rather inexpensive appearance, likely a result of Flander's frugality. Chen Luo, are you here to see the master? He just stepped out to check on Dai Mubai and the others' training. Lu Erlong greeted with a smile. Lu Erlong was undeniably beautiful, her exquisite face untouched by the ravages of time, exuding a unique charm of maturity. Her figure was strikingly alluring, nearly perfect, though her judgment left much to be desired. "No, I'm looking for teacher Xiao," Chen Luo stated at last. "Someone who couldn't discern my intentions." Lu Erlong then called out loudly, "Xiao Wuji." Xiao Wuji jolted awake, dazed and confused, instinctively turning to Lu Erlong. "What is going on?" "Chen Luo is looking for you." Gradually regaining his composure, Xiao Wuji wiped the drool from his mouth and grinned. "Little monster, what brings you to seek your teacher so suddenly?" "I heard from the master that you were in seclusion. I've completed my training and came to request practical combat training. Is it possible to skip this?" I've been busy with academy affairs lately." "It's exhausting," Lu Erlong interjected. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Chen Luo. He spends his days sleeping here and only occasionally helps Flander with a task." Chen Luo regarded Xiao Wuji calmly. Xiao Wuji sheepishly smiled. "All right then, let us go." He then turned to Lu Erlong. "Are you interested in joining us? This kid is quite formidable." Lu Erlong replied, "You two go ahead. I'll join shortly after finishing these tasks." Very well. The Academy's playground was still under construction, much of it left as barren land. While it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it was perfectly suited for combat. Flander personally handled the procurement. As frugal as ever, fearing someone might squeeze a penny from him, he mentioned redoing the playground half a month ago, yet nothing has progressed, Xiao Wuji remarked with a smirk. Chen Luo responded with a slight smile. Director Flander is merely being prudent for the Academy's sake. He is stingy, a true miser. Xiao Wuji slightly stretched his limbs and said, "All right, enough about him. Let us commence our practical training. It has been a while since we had a proper match. Oh, by the way, has your strength improved? What is your soul power level now? Share it with teacher Xiao so that he can be prepared." Xiao Wuji appeared somewhat cautious, a trait he developed after experiencing a setback. Chen Luo replied, "Still at level 36, no change at all." "Understood," Xiao Wuji nodded. "It seems you are not far from level 37. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out so suddenly." Chen Luo smiled and nodded. "Exactly," Xiao Wuji declared. "Then let us begin." Great Strength Diamond Bear, Manifest, Martial Soul, True Form. Upon activating his martial soul, he immediately unveiled his true form, and after a flash of golden light, a colossal golden bear materialized. Chen Luo's face twitched slightly. "Teacher Xiao, is it really necessary to go straight to your martial soul true form? After all, he would need to activate it eventually. Better to do so early and endure less suffering." Having said that, Xiao Wuji surveyed his surroundings and roared with a booming voice, "Students on the playground and nearby, heed my words. Quickly move away to avoid any accidental injuries. If you wish to observe, maintain a safe distance." In fact, the playground was deserted, but Xiao Wuji's shout attracted a crowd, drawing many students and teachers to the area. Chen Luo furrowed his brow. "This is intentional, isn't it?" Xiao Wuji, noticing Chen Luo's helpless expression, laughed heartily. "Little monster, if you wish to train with me, you must pay a price. As new arrivals at Shrek, we ought to showcase our strength to the teachers and students here. In matters of administration, Xiao Wuji might indeed be lacking, often dozing off in the office, yet at pivotal moments, this teacher Xiao would step forward, seizing every opportunity to contribute his strength." Chen Luo glanced at the growing crowd around the playground, sighed softly, and then activated his martial soul. Death God. Possess. The ethereal figure of the Death God materialized before Chen Luo, merging with him, as the scythe of the Death God appeared in his grasp. Two purple soul rings rose sequentially from beneath Chen Luo's feet, followed by a profound black soul ring, causing his aura to surge to its peak. Outside the playground, the previously noisy teachers and students fell silent, their eyes widening in disbelief, while Xiao Wuji's activation of his martial soul and true form had already elicited gasps of astonishment. Familiarity with his prowess bred admiration and respect rather than surprise. Chen Luo, however, was different. His appearance clearly marked him as a student of the academy, albeit a rarely seen one. In contrast to the formidable teachers, the student identity felt more relatable. It was only when Chen Luo activated his martial soul and they witnessed the terrifying combination of two purple and one black soul rings that they truly felt his immense power. Good heavens, 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring. Is he even human? A soul master of such youth? Forget his level. Just look at those soul rings. That black one, it's a 10,000-year soul ring. My word, a 10,000-year soul ring. After the stunned silence, a cacophony of exclamations erupted, with many rubbing their eyes in disbelief, while others pinched themselves to ensure they weren't dreaming or hallucinating. Other Shrek monsters soon arrived, drawn by the significant commotion created by Xiao Wuji's martial soul true form. What in the world? Great strength Diamond Bear. Did teacher Xiao lose his mind? Why activate his true form for no reason? Ma Hongjuan's chubby face was filled with confusion. Oscar pointed out, Fatty, take a look at who stands opposite teacher Xiao. Chen Luo. Isn't he supposed to be training? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, finally noticing Chen Luo's presence. Primarily because the great strength Diamond Bear was so eye-catching that he must have finished his training. I didn't sense his aura strengthening. Dai Mubai chuckled. What's surprising about this? Have you never seen such a scenario before? When I sensed this commotion, I had already guessed most of it. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu beside her. Puzzled. You only just found out? Xiao Wu nodded gently. Yes. When we return, he ought to be taught a lesson for not coming to find you immediately after finishing his training. Ning Rongrong laughed. Xiao Wu remarked, he must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Another breakthrough. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows and then teased, could your esteemed companion slow down a bit? I feel like the gap between us is widening. Zhu Zhuqing stood coldly beside them, typically the quietest among the Shrek 7, yet a flicker of surprise graced her usually impassive visage, aligning her with the sentiments of the other monsters on the playground. Chen Luo and Xiao Wuji had already begun their first bout. Chen Luo's speed surged to its zenith, while Xiao Wuji was well prepared, immediately activating his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, which significantly reduced Chen Luo's velocity. Indestructible. Chen Luo swiftly activated Indestructible, the black flames engulfing his body, enhancing his aura once more as the black death god armor subtly manifested upon him. This marked Chen Luo's inaugural activation of the death god armor in the indestructible state, and it was only his second time activating the armor overall. The black flames seemed to coexist perfectly with the death god armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities while also bestowing the unique properties of the black flames. Beyond its defensive benefits, the death god armor voraciously consumed the surrounding energy, replenishing Chen Luo's soul power at an accelerated rate, should a few more pieces of death god equipment, all with restorative properties, be acquired. Activating Indestructible would no longer pose a time constraint. With the advantage of speed, Chen Luo initiated the first offensive, swiftly closing the distance to Xiao Wuji as the black-flamed scythe of the death god descended. Striking Xiao Wuji's head, the black flames erupted, scorching the bear's head. Almost simultaneously with the extinguishing of the flames, Chen Luo unleashed his third soul skill, Shadowbinding. The black 10,000-year soul ring blazed brilliantly, and countless shadows erupted from the scythe, swiftly ensnaring the massive great strength Diamond Bear. Chen Luo immediately launched a second assault. The enormous scythe of the death god descended once more, once again delivering a searing strike to the bear's head. After being engulfed in black flames twice, Xiao Wuji, despite being in his martial soul true form and possessing formidable defenses, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. The enormous bear head was charred black, many golden hairs singed. And disturbingly, the corrosive capacity of the black flames had left numerous grotesque wounds on the bear's head. Little monster, you are too ruthless. Going straight for the kill right from the start, Xiao Wuji channeled his soul power to dispel the lingering black flames from his head and launched a counterattack against Chen Luo. Shadow Binding possesses absolute binding capabilities against opponents of equal rank, yet facing someone of vastly superior strength, merely gaining a single offensive opportunity was already commendable. Chen Luo appeared to have anticipated Xiao Wuji's strike, having already distanced himself after the second attack. However, Xiao Wuji would not allow Chen Luo to escape so easily. He activated his fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression, sending Chen Luo hurtling uncontrollably towards him. Having engaged in numerous battles, Xiao Wuji swiftly followed up Gravity Compression with his fourth soul skill, Tracking, denying Chen Luo even the slightest chance to evade. Xiao Wuji's fourth soul ring shot forth, ensnaring Chen Luo. Yet, an astonishing event unfolded. The black armor upon Chen Luo gleamed brightly, shattering Xiao Wuji's fourth soul ring. Puffed. The backlash from the soul skill caused Xiao Wuji to spit out a mouthful of blood. His fourth soul ring reformed, but it was evident that the previous incident had inflicted significant damage upon him. How is this possible? Xiao Wuji was taken aback, yet his hands did not falter as he swung his massive bear paw towards Chen Luo. This initiated the assault of his second soul skill, the Mighty Diamond Palm, an attack of extraordinary power. Chen Luo had faced such situations before, although he was being crushed by the overwhelming force surrounding him, rendering him unable to control his trajectory. He could still wield the scythe of death. The blade of the scythe collided with Xiao Wujie's enormous paw, unleashing a torrent of black flames and shadows, all aimed at diminishing Xiao Wujie's strength as much as possible. Nevertheless, even though Xiao Wujie's paw was instantly singed by the black flames and numerous shadows bound him, the power transmitted from his palm was hardly diminished. Chen Luo was flung away, crashing heavily to the ground. A thunderous boom resounded as the earth was gouged out, creating a vast pit. Once the dust settled, Chen Luo emerged from it. Upon witnessing Chen Luo being hurled away, nearly everyone felt a wave of anxiety for him. Xiao Wujie was a formidable soul sage of level 76. Despite Chen Luo possessing an exceedingly terrifying combination of soul rings, being struck by Xiao Wujie would surely leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Particularly, Xiao was so agitated that she nearly rushed forward, but thankfully, Ning Rongrong restrained her. You have known Chen Luo for long. While others may not understand his strength, do you not? Ning Rongrong calmly reassured Xiao Wu, though her own gaze betrayed a hint of concern, mirrored by the other Shrek students. My goodness, Xiao Laosher's strikes are too ruthless, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, seemingly immersing himself in the battle. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead as he nervously swallowed. Daimu Bai lamented, if I were to face Xiao Laosher's palm, I'd likely be done for. Oscar added, I'll prepare some sausages for Chen Luo. He fine, he already out. Zhu Zhiqing spoke with a calm demeanor, though a flicker of shock and worry had crossed her eyes just moments ago. As the dust cleared, a figure suddenly burst forth from the depths of the pit. It was Chen Luo. To all appearances, he bore no injuries, though his face was slightly flushed, and the black flames enveloping him blazed even more fiercely. Chen Luo should be all right. Otherwise, he would still be lying in the pit. Dai Mubai remarked. Oscar sighed in relief, glancing at the sausages in his hand. I'll save these for Xiao Laosher. At the moment Chen Luo emerged, gasps of astonishment erupted around him, while the Shrek students felt a sense of relief. The other students and teachers marveled at Chen Luo's prowess that a soul master had withstood a soul sage's onslaught and emerged unscathed. Of course, he was not entirely unharmed, although he appeared uninjured. Internally, he felt as though his organs were on the verge of displacement, had it not been for the crucial intervention of the Death God's armor at that critical moment, dissipating much of the impact. He would likely be incapable of continuing the fight. Pain surged intermittently within him, a sensation he had long since grown accustomed to. He had been injured before during battles with Xiao Wujie. If Xiao Wujie merely served as a stationary target for Chen Luo's attacks, their training would have lost all significance. Yet today, Xiao Wujie had indeed struck with greater force than usual, thankfully, with the protection of the Death God's armor. He would have been bedridden for at least 3 days otherwise. Even if I'm to be used as a teaching example, there is no need for such brutal treatment, Chen Luo mused internally. As the Death God's technique worked furiously to mend his wounds, upon observing Xiao Wujie's disheveled appearance, he suddenly found everything more palatable. Xiao Wujie's bare head was now a deep, ominous black, marred by numerous burn wounds, presenting a most pitiful sight. His massive paw bore similar injuries, though it was slightly better off than his head. How on earth are you still standing? Xiao Wujie exclaimed incredulously, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the tremendous power he had just wielded, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly. Originally, the intent behind battling Chen Luo was merely to demonstrate the faculty's prowess and the capabilities of their talented students. Yet Chen Luo's assault had proven far more ferocious than anticipated. If the fight continued, victory would undoubtedly belong to him, but he would be left in an excessively disheveled state. Xiao Wujie, after all, was a man who valued his reputation. He had intentionally increased his power to expedite the conclusion of the duel, believing that the earlier exchanges had already left the students and faculty sufficiently astounded. Who would have thought that Chen Luo would rise once more, seemingly unscathed? At that moment, Xiao Wujie also noticed the black armor adorning Chen Luo, his eyes gleaming with realization. So, he has acquired something remarkable. No wonder. As Chen Luo swiftly recovered, Xiao Wujie paused momentarily before resuming his assault. In genuine combat, foes do not grant you a moment's respite unless they intend to obliterate you utterly. Xiao Wujie had always approached Chen Luo's practical training with utmost seriousness and intensity, striving to align their battles with genuine combat scenarios to better unleash one's potential and continually push the limits. Naturally, Xiao Wujie was aware of the need to hold back. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable for a soul sage to struggle against a mere soul master, even if Chen Luo was no ordinary soul master. Should Xiao Wujie truly wish to eliminate him, it would be a matter of mere moments. Nonetheless, training retained its essence. The term training implies that it could never genuinely escalate to a life-or-death confrontation. Chen Luo's strength was undeniably formidable, capable of compelling a soul sage to reveal his martial spirit, a testament to his prowess. Even if Xiao Wujie had held back, the intensity of their clash was such that even an average soul king would find it insurmountable, likely retreating long before reaching this point. Following the activation of his immortal state, Chen Luo's power had surged to a level nearly indistinguishable from that of a soul king, and his combat prowess only grew stronger, providing him with the true capital to contest with Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie launched his offensive without reservation, and Chen Luo, unable to withstand it head-on, relied on his speed to evade, striving to buy himself time for recovery. The battle remained intensely charged. Xiao Wujie could afford to make countless mistakes, yet Chen Luo had but a single opportunity. Should he endure another heavy strike from Xiao Wujie, even with the assistance of the Death Goddess armor to mitigate the damage? It was unlikely that he could continue the fight. As his injuries began to heal rapidly, Chen Luo regained his combat readiness in no time, and the roles of attacker and defender reversed. He unleashed a tempestuous barrage of strikes. Although Xiao Wujie managed to counter each blow, his appearance grew increasingly ragged. Xiao Wujie had to contend not only with the razor-sharp edge of the Scythe of Death, but also with the terrifying black flames that accompanied it, an endeavor that proved nearly impossible to block. Upon contact, the black flames would engulf everything in an instant, while activating the immovable king body somewhat enabled him to cope. Maneuvering against Chen Luo, this cunning little monster, to seize the opportune moment was exceedingly challenging. Logically speaking, given Chen Luo's age and strength, he should not have amassed extensive combat experience, a fact corroborated by Tang's San. Chen Luo had only begun his practical training upon arriving at Shrek Academy, with Xiao Wujie serving as his training partner. Yet, this seemingly inexperienced youth displayed an uncanny ability to seize the right moments in battle, as if he had undergone countless real combat drills. At times, even Xiao Wujie found himself impressed. Truly a little monster, Xiao Wujie could not help but exclaim. The battle endured for just over 5 minutes. Xiao Wujie finally found an opening and managed to conclude the fight. 5 minutes may seem brief, yet it was remarkable considering Chen Luo faced a soul sage who had activated his martial spirit. It was already extraordinary that he could last 5 minutes, let alone withstand a single round. The students and teachers observing from the sidelines were left in stunned silence, and Lu Erlong, who had arrived late, was taken aback by Xiao Wujie's disheveled expression. Among the crowd stood a tall youth, sweat streaming down his face. He glanced at the petite Xiao Wu, then turned to Chen Luo on the field, his eyes filled with trepidation. He's just too strong. The youth, with great reluctance, finally opened his mouth, only to concede to the undeniable truth. After the battle, Xiao Wujie reverted from his martial spirit form, appearing exceedingly disheveled, his body marred by numerous burns. At this moment, the crowd gradually dispersed. Although they were eager to linger, Lu Erlong issued a command for them to return, urging those who needed to cultivate to do so, and those who needed to attend class to make their way. Aside from Xiao Wujie and Chen Luo, a few of the little monsters from Shrek remained, with Lu Erlong silently observing from the sidelines. Oscar, ever considerate, promptly presented the sausages he had prepared, while reminding, "Teacher Xiao, you owe me at least 1,000 gold soul coins. I'll just round it up to 1,000 gold soul coins. When will you settle the debt?" Xiao Wujie shot Oscar a glance, prompting him to fall silent. However, after distancing himself from Xiao Wujie, Oscar remained insistent. "I've kept a little notebook. Teacher Xiao, don't think you can evade your debts." Xiao Wujie merely scoffed, choosing to ignore Oscar, and instead turned his attention to Chen Luo. "Little monster, I believe we must establish clear rules for our combat training moving forward." "Rules? What rules?" Chen Luo, still feeling a sharp pain in his chest, was aware that the Death Goddess technique was operating swiftly, and soon all his injuries would heal. Xiao Wujie stated, "For instance, refrain from using your special flames. We shall focus solely on training strength and speed." Chen Luo countered, "If I don't unleash the unquenchable flames or utilize the black flames, even your defenses would be quite formidable to breach. How then shall we fight?" Xiao Wujie appeared to acknowledge this, chuckling heartily. "I was merely jesting. We shall fight as we see fit. However," he continued, "by the way, you've grown stronger, haven't you?" As he spoke, Xiao Wujie cast a knowing glance at Chen Luo's chest area. Chen Luo smiled faintly. There's no change. I'm still the same as before. Xiao Wujia chuckled, but said no more. Well, I must return to sleep. Every time I spar with you, I feel as though I could sleep for several days. Xiao Wujia waved his hand and departed. The after effects of the martial spirit form left one in a state of weakness for several days, regardless of the battle's outcome. Chen Luo watched as Xiao Wujia left, then engaged in conversation with the Shrek little monsters. Lu Erlong had been observing quietly until Chen Luo had finished chatting with the little monsters, at which point he spoke up. I didn't expect you to be the strongest. Shall we practice together next time? You flatter me, Dean. Chen Luo replied modestly, smiling. Lu Erlong continued. No need for such humility. I have just witnessed your strength. Xiao Wujia did well this time, intentionally placing you in a leading role that I believe for a considerable time to come. You will serve as a model within the academy. Indeed, Teacher Xiao has done remarkably well. I am truly grateful to him. After a brief exchange, Lu Erlong turned his attention to the Shrek little monsters, inquiring about their training progress. Chen Luo listened quietly, mainly awaiting Xiao Wu. Lu Erlong was not one to linger on trivialities. After a quick check-in, he departed, seemingly to arrange for repairs on the training ground. The other little monsters from Shrek greeted Chen Luo before returning to their training, not wanting to intrude on the time between Xiao Wu and Chen Luo. Why didn't you come find me after your training? Xiao Wu asked, though she knew the reason, still feeling a twinge of concern. I was worried it might affect your training. Chen Luo replied candidly. Are you going to break through again? Yes, not so fast. I must. For only by becoming strong enough can I protect you. As Chen Luo and Xiao Wu walked side by side along the academy's path. After a short distance, Chen Luo took the initiative to grasp Xiao Wu's delicate hand. Her hand was soft and somewhat cool, a comforting sensation. Due to their close proximity, he could also catch the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her, causing him to feel somewhat entranced during the days you were absent. An audacious fellow came to bother me daily, Xiao Wu remarked. Chen Luo's expression instantly turned cold. Xiao Wu couldn't help but smile. I believe he won't dare approach me again. It seems I need to attend a few classes. Chen Luo said earnestly. Xiao Wu chuckled lightly. It's not that serious. Focus on your training. You needn't worry about me. I can handle myself. Chen Luo nodded gently. Yes, I trust in your strength, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu playfully nudged him. After today's battle, you will become a celebrity in our academy. How do you feel about that? Xiao Wu gazed at Chen Luo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I'm certain many junior and senior students will take a liking to you. I suppose I should indeed attend a few classes, Chen Luo replied seriously. Xiao Wu then revealed a satisfied smile before mentioning another matter. This black ring suddenly glowed a few days ago, she said, touching the death goddess ring on her finger. Chen Luo nodded lightly, unperturbed. That's normal. As he spoke, Chen Luo showcased his death goddess armor before Xiao Wu. Isn't it handsome? So ugly, Xiao Wu laughed. Actually, it's not too bad. She pointed at Chen Luo's armor, then glanced at the death god's bracelet on his wrist, finally resting her gaze on the death god's ring on her own hand. Before Xiao Wu could inquire, Chen Luo preemptively explained, they form a set and are interconnected. The method of acquiring them is rather unique. It's not something I can explain easily. With that, Chen Luo stored away his death goddess armor. Grinning, it's a pity I can't give these to you. Otherwise, I'd gladly bestow them all upon you. I wouldn't want them. They're hideous. Rest assured, I will take good care of the ring. The exchange between Chen Luo and Xiao Wu had always been simple. They did not require excessive words. Whatever needed to be said was conveyed clearly and concisely. There had never been a situation where they probed too deeply into one another's secrets. They understood that some mysteries would be revealed in due time. After accompanying Xiao Wu for a leisurely stroll around the academy, Chen Luo escorted her to her training grounds before making his way to the back mountain of the academy. Following his battle with Xiao Wujia, he felt he was on the verge of reaching level 37. If all went well, he would achieve his breakthrough today. The intensity of Xiao Wujia's attacks had been relentless. Several times he had struggled to recover, and the greater his injuries, the more frantically the death god's technique operated, pushing him closer to his breakthrough. Upon arriving at the back mountain, he descended into a deep pit. Returning to his usual spot to continue his training, the process of cultivation was inherently long and monotonous, and Chen Luo lost track of time until he felt his soul power successfully reach level 37. Marking the completion of his training task, breakthroughs at lower levels had always been smooth for him, with no significant challenges. Everything came naturally. It was only during breakthroughs across tiers that he needed to linger for an extended period. After successfully reaching level 37, Chen Luo did not immediately conclude his training. Rather, he aimed to build upon his momentum and continue for a while longer. Unfortunately, this state of cultivation did not last long. As he was interrupted by a peculiar sensation emanating from below, he opened his eyes and instinctively looked down at the ground. "There's something down there," Chen Luo blurted out. Immediately after uttering this, he chided himself for being foolish. There was certainly something down there. If there weren't, would he be able to train here? In the day, he was alone, but at night, it was likely crowded with people. Yet, he had not sensed anything unusual before. Could it be that his sensing ability had heightened now that he had reached level 37? That was the only plausible explanation, regardless of the circumstances. It was imperative to ascertain what lay beneath. Chen Luo activated his martial spirit and, wielding the death god's scythe, began to dig downward. As the earth was turned over, he gradually uncovered bones. The majority belonging to humans, with a few from unusual creatures. This was indeed a mass grave. Who could fathom how many bodies lay buried here? The sensation persisted from below. He needed to exert more effort. Before long, Chen Luo found himself standing in a pit approximately 7 or 8 meters deep, intentionally enlarging the hole to prevent any collapses, allowing him to respond quickly should any extraordinary circumstances arise. Just a little more. Chen Luo once again raised the scythe of death, then brought it down with great force, cleaving a vast expanse of land, which subsequently transformed into loose soil, with remarkable ease. He tossed the earth aside. Although the scythe proved somewhat inadequate for excavation, it sufficed, bolstered by a powerful soul force. Even digging with his bare hands would present no challenge. After nearly half a meter of soil was unearthed, Chen Luo finally glimpsed a mere fragment of what he had sensed. It was a human hand, largely buried beneath the earth, still adorned with considerable dust, yet unmistakably identifiable. It was a hand, not merely a bone. During his excavation, Chen Luo encountered a myriad of bones, and upon seeing the hand, he could easily discern its nature, prompting a sudden furrow of his brow. He continued to dig, and soon the outline of a corpse materialized. With a forceful tug, he revealed the body of a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The man's visage was marred, akin to a face violently torn away, leaving behind only a blurred semblance of features. Undoubtedly a corpse, the man exhibited no signs of life. Uncovering a body in a mass grave seemed hardly surprising. Yet, the critical point was that this grave had evidently been abandoned for a considerable duration. As evidenced by the diverse bones scattered throughout, the pit itself was not in its original state. It appeared to have been refilled, as indicated by the traces in the soil. Nevertheless, even after being refilled, a significant amount of time had elapsed. As Chen Luo unearthed the corpse, the earth beneath imparted a sense of ancientness. There was no doubt that this grave held a story, and the tale of the body before him was likely even more intricate. This corpse, presumably interred long ago, had remarkably remained uncorrupted, its black robe appearing distinctly peculiar. It was precisely this body that elicited a unique resonance within Chen Luo. Before it was excavated, the sensation was faint, merely hinting at the corpse's presence. However, once unearthed, Chen Luo's awareness of this entity sharpened considerably. It could be subjected to soul hunting, even potentially awakened. This was the peculiar resonance Chen Luo experienced regarding the corpse. Not all corpses could partake in soul hunting, nor could all be awakened. When such possibilities arose, Chen Luo would receive corresponding special sensations. The necessity for soul hunting diminished, as the remaining spirit within the corpse was but a wisp. Even if fully absorbed, it would likely pale in comparison to the great python vanquished in Xiao village. Chen Luo pressed his hand against the corpse's head, seeking a more direct understanding of its condition. The body was unique, revealing little, yet the remnants of its spirit were distinctly perceptible to him. Thus, there was no need for soul hunting. He would attempt awakening instead, perhaps uncovering the events that transpired here. Chen Luo resolved within, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to meticulously examine the corpse once more. To his astonishment, if he were to employ awakening on this body, the expenditure would be considerable. This was merely a special intuition. The precise outcome would only be revealed through the act of awakening. Curiosity, they say, killed the cat. Perhaps he should reconsider. Chen Luo hesitated momentarily, however. His resolve quickly returned. He was confident that nothing would go awry. At worst, it would be a substantial drain on his energy, With a unique entity before him and the means to study it at his disposal, how could he possibly resist? Most crucially, Chen Luo had received a task prompt, Awakening. Not one to dither, he weighed his options for a brief moment before proceeding. The scythe of death plunged into the corpse, activating its special abilities, causing Chen Luo's soul force to be violently siphoned away. This phenomenon persisted for a mere minute, yet it consumed nearly all of his soul power, far exceeding his expectations. Stop feigning death and rise, Chen Luo stated calmly, gazing intently at the man before him. The man remained motionless, akin to a lifeless shell. Chen Luo repeated, Get up. This time, his tone bore the weight of command. Reluctantly, the man complied, emitting a hoarse and grating voice. Esteemed master, Gong Zhongyang is willing to serve you. Do not feign ignorance before me. I can discern your thoughts. Before me, you are a blank slate. Even the slightest ink upon it would be evident to me. Gong Zhongyang erupted in a fit of hysteria. Unleashing a primal growl, Who are you, and what have you done to me? You know full well, perhaps even better than I do, Chen Luo replied. Gong Zhongyang soon regained his composure. Your manner of speaking is rather tedious. Speak. I wish to know. You claim to know everything about me. Why must I divulge anything? I have no desire to sift through your chaotic memories. Speak for yourself. Very well. You are impressive, Gong Zhongyang conceded. I am an evil soul master, capable of enhancing my power through the consumption of other spirits, and I can resurrect the dead, turning them into my puppets that in that moment of my resurrection, I believed it was my successor awakening me. Only to find it was you. You are not of our kind. You are stronger than us. Many years ago, a titled Douluo killed me, binding me here, intermingled with countless corpses, yet granting me the chance for rebirth. Those bones are my kin. 069. Past. Gong Zhongyang's resurrection successful. Special task completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the general reward, the Scythe of Death emblem. As Gong Zhongyang spoke, Chen Luo received a notification indicating the completion of his task. While he hesitated over whether to take the risk of reviving Gong Zhongyang, he was prompted with the task details that it was a special mission, the objective of which was to resurrect Gong Zhongyang. Given the rarity of such special tasks, Chen Luo could not afford to pass up this opportunity, and thus he resolutely chose to take action. Fortunately, everything proceeded exceedingly smoothly. Gong Zhongyang was successfully revived, and Chen Luo accomplished the special task. However, this time, the reward for the special task was not an exceptional one, but rather a standard reward. Special tasks have a certain probability of yielding extraordinary rewards, and it seemed that luck was not on his side this time, which was, of course, proportional to the difficulty of the task. The more perilous the special task, the more substantial the rewards tend to be, thus increasing the likelihood of obtaining exceptional rewards. For tasks of lesser difficulty, receiving a standard reward is already quite commendable. In truth, before completing a special task, the peril involved is impossible to gauge. One can only approach it with a gamble in mind. Chen Luo could not be certain of his ability to awaken Gong Zhongyang. Should he fail in the revival, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, for Chen Luo, a special task served as a unique indication, signifying that he could take a chance, similar to slaying a giant python in the blackwoods of Xiao village or forcibly absorbing soul rings in the soul-hunting forest. One only discovers the true nature of such endeavors through experience. Gong Zhongyang continued to share everything that Chen Luo yearned to know, including his origins and the past submerged in the tides of time. Long ago, a group of evil soul masters emerged within the borders of the Tendo Empire, capable of devouring souls to swiftly enhance their power, and utilizing nefarious means to resurrect the dead as their puppets. This appeared similar to Chen Luo's abilities of soul hunting and awakening, yet in reality, they were vastly different, which is why Gong Zhongyang asserted that Chen Luo was superior to them. The evil soul masters employed those special methods at an exorbitant cost. Devouring souls could easily lead them to lose their sense of self, rendering them frenzied and bloodthirsty, ultimately transforming them into malevolent entities. Reviving the dead could potentially cost them their own lives as well. Even if they achieved their goals of soul devouring or resurrecting the deceased, they would still face significant backlash. Perhaps one day, the souls they devoured might suddenly retaliate, leading to their demise, or the resurrected beings might turn against them when they least expected it. In contrast, Chen Luo need never worry about such issues. As long as he could utilize soul hunting, his only concern would be whether he could consume enough, and the same applied to awakening. He would merely need to ensure he could feed adequately. As long as there were uncertain factors, he could sense them in advance and avoid them, and as long as he felt confident, no accidents would arise. Upon completing the soul hunt, he could directly enhance his power. With the soul worry being the potential influence of the original memories of the soul's master, but this concern was minimal, as he at least need not worry about soul backlash upon completing the awakenings. The revived entity would be entirely under his control, with no possibility of betrayal. Should the undead harbor any deviant thoughts, Chen Luo could sense them immediately, and he would not need to take any corresponding measures. If the undead exhibited dangerous intentions, their special connection would erase all consciousness from the undead, rendering them truly dead. Once more, that Tio put it bluntly, it meant allowing them to die again, more thoroughly this time. Creating conscious undead is quite simple. Chen Luo has already discovered the method by reserving some souls for awakening. He can enable the awakened undead to maintain consciousness. Even the previously revived 10,000-year nightmare centipede is a testament to this. As is the current evil soul master, Gong Zhongyang. These are all inherent advantages for Chen Luo. Although on the surface, his abilities resemble those of the evil soul masters, in essence, they differ fundamentally. Chen Luo's soul hunting and awakening abilities are akin to flawless divine skills. While the special powers possessed by evil soul masters resemble a mere counterfeit of a counterfeit, although formidable, they come with significant side effects. That I am one of the evil soul masters, that I am fortunate. My abilities seldom result in backlash, perhaps due to the steadfastness of my convictions that I have never targeted the weak and pitiful. Those I have slain were all deserving of their fates, each one a personification of wickedness. And thus I have never lost my way. However, this is not a justification for altering my identity. They label us as evil soul masters, and we are fated to bear this title for eternity. Akin to a rat crossing the street, reviled by all at the mere sight of us, I can no longer recall the year it happened. I executed a depraved noble who had slaughtered countless innocent children in pursuit of his dream of immortality. He was the true devil, yet because of his noble status, I soon faced retribution. That I, along with my companions, was captured. That man was immensely powerful. A single sword could shatter anything. We fought him, yet despite combining our strengths, we were no match for him, ultimately being annihilated and buried here. Still, I reiterate, I am fortunate, perhaps due to my unique physique, or perhaps because my companions wished to preserve the last glimmer of hope that was me. I was able to absorb their life force to maintain my corporeal form, even though I had already perished at that time. That I do not know how many years I slumbered until you awakened me just now. I initially thought you were our descendant, for such abilities are exclusive to us evil soul masters, yet you are not. I can assure you of that. I have conveyed all that I needed to express in simple terms. Gong Zhongyang's faceless visage appeared exceedingly eerie and terrifying, and his voice was equally unpleasant, harshly hoarse, unsettling to the ears. Chen Luo need not worry about Gong Zhongyang lying, as he could detect any falsehood immediately, given their direct connection and his absolute control over it. What about your face? Chen Luo finally mustered the courage to ask. Gong Zhongyang chuckled. I tore it off myself. Once, when I was nearly consumed by the backlash of a devoured soul. I lost myself, so I removed my face. That I do not need that face to affirm my identity. Do you wish to have that face back? Chen Luo inquired. Gong Zhongyang paused. Even if I wanted to. It is no longer possible. It is possible, Chen Luo replied calmly. Subsequently, with a wave of his left hand, black light flickered, and Gong Zhongyang was drawn into the realm of the undead. His body was indeed quite exceptional. The gray aura present during his awakening had been absorbed by him. Although his face did not revert immediately, it could gradually restore within the realm of the undead, should I frequently encounter that faceless visage. I fear I might develop a psychological scar. Gong Zhongyang's strength was neither weak nor strong. He should be on the cusp of becoming a soul sage, merely a step away from breaking through. Perhaps a period spent in the realm of the undead would allow him to complete that breakthrough. Chen Luo never anticipated that while cultivating in this place, he would also acquire a soul from an evil soul master. Truly fortuitous. By the way, there was also the task reward. Chen Luo extended his hand, and a pitch-black badge materialized in his grasp, intricately etched with fine patterns and a rough depiction that it bore a resemblance, albeit vaguely, to a three-headed dog. 070. Evolution Hellhound Badge. An evolution badge that can be used on a target undead to facilitate its evolution. The direction of evolution relates to the undead's inherent traits and may bestow certain characteristics of the hellhound. With a chance of failure in the evolution process. Usage period. Within 1 hour. Hellhound. Chen Luo grimaced. This was rather crude, barely recognizable as a three-headed dog. After his moment of sarcasm, a faint smile reappeared on Chen Luo's face. An item that could aid in the evolution of the undead was indeed a treasure. If only it did not have an expiration, he could have preserved it for future use when he acquired a more formidable undead. However, it seemed he must make a decision swiftly. Chen Luo promptly communicated with the three undead within the realm, demonstrating his humane approach. He would not force his undead to evolve, as the risk of failure in the process was significant. Ultimately, whether to evolve was their decision alone. Soon, he received responses from the three undead. The first to reply was Gong Zhongyang, his resolve unwavering that I do not wish to rely on external powers to enhance myself. Since I have been granted a chance at rebirth, even as your undead, I wish to improve through my own strength. Chen Luo retorted, where was this high awareness when you hunted souls before? Gong Zhongyang replied, those were all deserving of death. You could have simply killed them. Why go to the trouble of hunting their souls? Since Gong Zhongyang did not agree, Chen Luo did not press the matter. Gong Zhongyang was the first human soul master Chen Luo had acquired as a necromancer, endowed with a semblance of human thought, thus providing the swiftest response. Following him was the nightmarish centipede, a nearly 14,000-year-old soul beast that shared similar aspirations with the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang. It too wished to enhance its abilities through its own endeavors. Aside from Gong Zhongyang, the nightmarish centipede possessed some degree of consciousness, albeit faint, and even though soul beasts with a modicum of intelligence could never rival that of humans, this did not hinder the nightmarish centipede from reaching a decisive conclusion. Chen Luo could distinctly sense its thoughts. Having died once, it was loath to face death again. This reluctance was largely rooted in the explicit warning within the description of the death god's emblem, which indicated a certain probability of failure during evolution. The consequences of such a failure were all too clear: utter annihilation. The last to respond was the Abyssal demon spider, a soul beast nearing 12,000 years in age, devoid of any semblance of thought. As its soul had been completely obliterated by Chen Luo in comparison to the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang and the nightmarish centipede, the Abyssal demon spider represented the purest form of necromancy. Its sole purpose was to obey Chen Luo's commands. Its delay in responding was due to its inability to comprehend Chen Luo's inquiries. Had Chen Luo issued a direct command, the Abyssal demon spider would have been the first to step forward. Its response was unequivocal. It was willing to evolve. Even the mere processing of the simplest information took an extensive amount of time for the Abyssal demon spider, yet this did not diminish its unwavering loyalty to Chen Luo. The Abyssal demon spider sought evolution not for its own sake, but to better serve its master, Chen Luo. Upon sensing this information, Chen Luo felt a peculiar stirring of emotion within. It seemed that in the future, when acquiring necromantic entities, he would need to consider whether to completely erase their souls. Sometimes, bestowing consciousness upon the undead may not be a boon, even if they would never betray him. Should Chen Luo have forcibly commanded the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang or the nightmarish centipede to evolve, they would have had no choice but to comply. Yet, he chose to respect their wishes. This was the first and final time. Henceforth, he would be the one in control, with such a remarkable gift at their disposal. Their failure to cherish it rendered them destined to remain useless for eternity. Grasping the death god's emblem, Chen Luo cast it directly into the realm of the undead, under his guidance. The emblem approached the Abyssal demon spider and seamlessly merged with its form. Thus, the evolution commenced the moment the death god's emblem penetrated the Abyssal demon spider. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably, followed by a rapid expansion. The Abyssal demon spider's form darkened significantly, and gradually, crimson veins emerged against the obsidian backdrop, spreading across its body. Particularly around the location of its spider spears, a substantial portion became stained blood red. Exuding an aura of otherworldly allure, the process of evolution transpired far more swiftly than anticipated, and the Abyssal demon spider exhibited no signs of suffering. It had long lost the capacity to perceive pain. Its body continued to swell, deepening in darkness, before the blood-red patterns fully manifested, signaling the completion of its transformation. Chen Luo received a notification from the system. The Abyssal demon spider had successfully evolved using the death god's emblem, Hellhound. Attaining the identity of Hell Demon Spider, the newly evolved Hell Demon Spider had more than doubled in size, and its ebony form was now adorned with numerous blood-red patterns, with the majority of its 8 spider spears bearing the same crimson hue. The once gray aura that surrounded it had transformed into an intense blood red, making it appear as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Everything proceeded seamlessly, without a hint of mishap. Chen Luo gazed at the hell demon spider with great satisfaction for over 10 seconds before shifting his attention to Gong Zhongyang and the nightmarish centipede. At that moment, both undead entities were engulfed in envy. Within the realm of the undead, although they occupied their own spaces and typically remained indifferent to one another, they could still sense each other's presence and changes, witnessing the successful evolution of the abyssal demon spider into the hell demon spider. It was only natural for Gong Zhongyang and the nightmarish centipede, who had forfeited their opportunity for evolution, to feel envious. This was your own choice. It is futile to covet now. Opportunities are scarce and will not be extended to those who fear death. Chen Luo remarked coolly. The nightmarish centipede immediately became subdued, shedding excess emotion and entering a state of enhancement. Gong Zhongyang, being human, expressed his thoughts differently. Master, those who have faced death once are often more fearful. The large spider lacks intellect and thus knows no fear. Yet its loyalty to me remains steadfast that we too are compelled. Regardless of whether they were coerced, it no longer mattered. The awakened nightmarish centipede and Gong Zhongyang were bound to serve Chen Luo for the rest of their lives. If even the slightest hint of treachery arose in their minds, before Chen Luo could act, their unique connection would extinguish the last vestiges of their souls, rendering them devoid of intelligence and fully transformed into the undead. The current strength of the hell demon spider had reached at least the level of a 30,000-year soul beast, representing a significant qualitative leap, and its form had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was likely to achieve even greater heights in the future. Should he consider replacing his undead companions, he might first contemplate the nightmarish centipede and Gong Zhongyang. After properly managing the death god's emblem and witnessing the successful evolution of the abyssal demon spider into the hell demon spider, Chen Luo ceased to focus excessively on the realm of the undead. In that space, the hell demon spider, nightmarish centipede, and Gong Zhongyang could all gain strength and develop independently. Taking one last glance at his death goddess ring, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the chaotic remnants surrounding him. It was time to tidy up, lest he find himself unable to cultivate in the future. Chen Luo extracted his death goddess scythe and began to refill the various bones and soil he had unearthed. After less than 10 seconds of action, he abruptly halted. Must I handle such trivial matters myself? What use is there in having so many subordinates? Immediately, Chen Luo summoned Gong Zhongyang. Fill this pit. Gong Zhongyang promptly complied. Appearing diligent in his task, Chen Luo stood to the side, silently observing Gong Zhongyang at work. This is how it should be. I painstakingly unearthed you, and naturally, you must manage the subsequent tasks yourself. You are now a mature undead. You must learn to handle your own affairs. Gong Zhongyang did not utilize his martial soul, opting instead to fill the pit with his bare hands. He worked swiftly. And before long, the pit was filled, albeit slightly depressed where he once stood. Master, the task is complete, Gong Zhongyang announced cheerfully, standing before Chen Luo. His face had returned to that of an ordinary middle-aged man, appearing somewhat simple-minded. Yet, the more unassuming one's exterior, the more cunning and ruthless they may be within. Chen Luo was further assured of this by glimpsing some of Gong Zhongyang's memories. It is a face more pleasing to behold. The absence of features was truly uncomfortable to look at. May I return to the realm of the undead? Gong Zhongyang inquired. Chen Luo replied. Do you not find it boring to remain there? The two undead soul beasts had one completely devoid of intelligence, incapable of emotion, while the other possessed only a modicum of intellect. They could remain in the realm of the undead for eternity without issue. However, Gong Zhongyang was different. Despite his transformation, he was still human, endowed with his own thoughts. Could he truly adapt to life in the realm of the undead? Gong Zhongyang smiled. Master, you need not worry. Once we enter the realm of the undead, unless you actively contact us, we will enter a state of dormancy, during which we can continuously enhance our strength. Master, may I return now? Gong Zhongyang asked once more. Chen Luo discerned that Gong Zhongyang genuinely wished to return to the realm of the undead. It seemed he was eager to surpass the limits of his previous life. This was favorable. Soon, he would have another soul saint at his disposal. Chen Luo recalled Gong Zhongyang, surveying the environment of the deep pit and donning a satisfied smile. Arriving here had successfully propelled his soul power level upward. Subsequently, he had acquired the malevolent soul master Gong Zhongyang. Following that, he had obtained the death god's emblem, Hellhound. facilitating the successful evolution of the Abyssal Demon Spider into the Hell Demon Spider. What a bountiful harvest! Yet, the seamlessness and beauty of it all left Chen Luo with a sense of unreality. Gong Zhongyang's soul power level stood at 69, merely a step away from the coveted Soul Saint rank. It was likely that before long, he would ascend to the realm of Soul Saints. Chen Luo was curious whether he would still need to acquire soul rings now that he had become undead. It should be best to refrain from it. His other soul rings have turned gray, indicating that upon reaching the pinnacle of level 70, he will likely acquire a gray soul ring automatically. Oh, by the way, Gong Zhongyang's martial spirit is a longsword, and he was slain in his lifetime by a titled Duel, whose martial spirit was also a sword. A titled Duel with a sword as their martial spirit. Could it be the sword Douluo? It seems unlikely, as they do not belong to the same era. Chen Luo rummaged through his mind for information regarding Gong Zhongyang, but merely glanced at it. Too apathetic to delve deeper into the memories of Gong Zhongyang, deeming it unnecessary. Subsequently, Chen Luo sensed the changes in the hellish demon spider. Beyond its increased size and strength, it had also developed a unique ability, cloning. This cloning, however, does not occur from thin air. Rather, it requires a part of the hellish demon spider's body as a medium to effectuate the split. Calling it cloning would be a misnomer. The term splitting would be more appropriate. For instance, if one of the hellish demon spider's spider spears were to break, that very spear could instantly split to produce a new hellish demon spider. That is essentially the situation. The specifics can only be discerned through direct observation. Furthermore, the hellish demon spider's attacks carry a terrifying corrosive taint, akin to a curse. These attributes are likely related to the characteristics of the hellish Cerberus. For the hellish demon spider has successfully inherited certain traits from it, making this evolution nothing short of perfect. Clearing his thoughts, Chen Luo prepared to continue his training for a while longer. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching the vicinity of the deep pit. Is it Master Yu Xiaojing? What brings him here? Ah, right. This training ground was introduced to me by Yu Xiaojing. Perhaps he possesses some prior knowledge of this place. Could it be that he had ulterior motives in guiding me here to train? Chen Luo maintained his training state, curious to see what tricks Yu Xiaojing was up to. Before long, Yu Xiaojing arrived above the deep pit. He extended his soul power, seemingly to perceive something. The training state is commendable. Ascertaining that Chen Luo possesses a special martial spirit, perhaps his future soul ring acquisitions can lean towards the development of mental attributes. Yu Xiaojing's voice was soft, yet Chen Luo's keen senses allowed him to hear it clearly. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Yu Xiaojing merely glanced at the deep pit, seemingly only to assess his training situation, before departing directly. Perhaps I have indeed been overthinking. Chen Luo pondered within. Regardless of whether it pertains to soul hunting or awakening, caution must be exercised in the future, for there are precedents to heed. The cautionary tale being that of the evil soul master Gong Zhongyang and his associates that in truth, what constitutes true evil or righteousness is merely a human construct. Possessing unique abilities does not inherently lead one down a path of malevolence, while those who appear just can be more corrupt than the filth in a sewer. Chen Luo gleaned this from Gong Zhongyang's memories. Indeed, many evil soul masters have strayed from the right path, yet there are also those akin to Gong Zhongyang, who did not exploit their unique abilities to commit heinous acts. They harvested souls, yet only from those who were thoroughly wicked. It is a proven fact that regardless of one's past misdeeds, once branded with the label of evil, one is doomed to bear that stigma for life. Chen Luo was acutely aware of these truths, which is why his steadfast heart had never wavered. Had he chosen to utilize soul hunting to enhance his strength, he would have likely reached the rank of soul sage or even stronger by now. Yet he refrained from such actions. He would not sacrifice his future prospects for immediate gains, nor could he bring himself to extinguish the souls of others without cause. To rely on killing and soul hunting for strength is not something he would consider, even if circumstances forced his hand in the future. For now, the certainty of his choices is what matters. 072. Tang-san has returned. Tang-san has returned. Just as Chen Luo concluded his training, he sensed two familiar presences approaching the entrance of Shrek Academy. It was Tang-san and Dugu Bo. Chen Luo's sensing abilities had grown increasingly potent. Even from a considerable distance, he could perceive certain sensations, particularly those of familiar individuals. Unbeknownst to him, half a year had passed. He wondered how Tang-san was faring. That if all went well, he should have gathered quite a bounty and returned with valuable items, though he felt uncertain about himself and Xiao Wu. From Chen Luo's recollection, Xiao Wu had obtained the Heartbroken Red, and now that Xiao Wu belonged to him, It seemed unlikely that Tang San would gift her heartbroken red unless he had a particularly magnanimous spirit. As for Chen Luo himself, being the extra one, the chances of receiving anything seemed slim, yet it was conceivable that with the abundant treasures at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang San might have prepared some heavenly materials for him. Regardless, it mattered little. He felt he already possessed sufficient treasures, and anything additional would be a bonus. He merely hoped that Tang San could bring back some fine herbs to aid in Xiao's enhancement. Chen Luo rose from the deep pit and hastened towards the academy gates. Upon his arrival, he found the area bustling with activity. As sensed, Tang San and Dugu Bo had indeed arrived at Shrek Academy. Greeted by what could be described as the academy's most formidable lineup, Flinder, the Master, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujia, Lu Qibin, Xiao Exin, and Li Yusong were all present, their expressions gravely serious. Some might wonder why Master Yu Xiaojing was included among the strongest of Shrek Academy. Was it merely for show? Yet, one must not forget that Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, and Lu Erlong formed a golden triangle, capable of executing exceptionally powerful martial spirit fusion techniques. Although Yu Xiaojing was the least formidable among the three, he remained an indispensable part. The last time they ventured into the Sunset Forest to find Tang San, it was indeed their reliance on the Golden Triangle's martial spirit fusion technique that saved them. Otherwise, they would have long since been reduced to ashes, and Dugu Bo would not have entertained their words for long. Observing the scene before him, Chen Luo understood that Flinder and the others were primarily there to welcome Dugu Bo. Failing to do so with the highest regard might leave the poisoned Daw feeling displeased, leading to dire consequences for Shrek Academy. Dugu Bo appeared to be in good spirits, indicating that Tang San had performed admirably at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. And all was well. Chen Luo mused silently. He did not approach, but rather stood back, watching quietly. Flinder, as the academy head, engaged in brief discussions with Dugu Bo, and upon confirming Tang San's safety, everyone seemed elated, especially upon learning that Dugu Bo would become an advisor to the academy. An academy with the title Douluo in its ranks would undoubtedly elevate its status significantly. It was evident that Dugu Bo regarded Flinder and the others' display with disdain. Should he choose to act, it was likely that even all of them combined would not stand a chance against him. Everything unfolded as Chen Luo had anticipated, after a few words of pleasantries. They made their way towards the academy. Seeing this, Chen Luo chose to depart ahead of time. He merely wished to ascertain that everything was as he remembered, while also witnessing the glorious moment for Shrek Academy, as it would now be an institution with a title de law among its ranks. Before long, Chen Luo found himself in the forest behind the academy, ultimately halting before a thicket that stood nearly as tall as a person. Appearing quite dense, before he could utter a word, a graceful figure burst forth from the thicket, leaping directly into Chen Luo's embrace. Chen Luo Gij, you've come to find me on your own. Today marks the end of your training, right? Come, take me to eat something delicious. Not today, let us postpone it for another time. Chen Luo gently patted Xiao Wu's back, smiling. Xiao Wu looked up, her lips pouting. Chen Luo, you've changed. Changed? How so? You never used to say postpone it for another time. Today is indeed a bit special. What's so special about it? Tang San has returned. Really? Tang San has returned. Xiao Wu expressed surprise. Wasn't he captured by that poisoned Douluo? Yes, he has returned. Chen Luo affirmed with a nod. That's good. As long as he is fine. Let us go see him. Xiao Wu did not exhibit excessive excitement. She merely displayed a slight fluctuation of emotions. The matter of Tang San being captured by Dugu Bo was known only to Yu Xiaojing and a few others, with Chen Luo confiding in Xiao Wu alone. Leaving the rest of the Shrek little monsters oblivious to the situation, Chen Luo had initially anticipated that Xiao Wu would be quite agitated upon learning this news, yet she remained remarkably composed, displaying only a hint of surprise and a touch of concern, more akin to the worry one has for an ordinary friend. Chen Luo was confident that Tang San would be fine. Hence he felt little apprehension, but Xiao Wu's demeanor was quite different. After all, their bond spanned many years, and her calmness was striking. If I were to be captured, Xiao Wu would likely be inconsolable. Hand in hand, Chen Luo and Xiao Wu made their way to reunite with the other Shrek little monsters at Lu Erlong's former residence. Upon their arrival, all the other Shrek little monsters had gathered. Oscar chuckled. I was just about to call for both of you. The master remarked. Chen Luo must have sensed Tang San's return. His perceptive abilities have always been exceptional. Indeed. Oscar nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. During this period, everyone had been engrossed in closed-door cultivation, and significant improvements were evident. Chen Luo scanned the group. exchanging knowing smiles as he clearly sensed their enhanced auras. It's fortuitous that we arrived just in time. Sangu was about to present us with some valuable gifts. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together eagerly. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon Tang San, whose appearance had not changed much, yet his strength had surged tremendously. Now at least at rank 37. The two shared a knowing smile. Tang San said, I've prepared a herb for you as well. It should prove beneficial. Sounds good. Chen Luo replied, somewhat surprised, although he didn't necessarily need it. Having it was certainly better than lacking it. After all, treasures of heaven and earth are always welcome. After a round of pleasantries, Tang San began distributing the treasures, ensuring everyone received their share. Dai Mubai received the 7-treasured immortal orchid, while Oscar was bestowed with the 8-petal celestial orchid. The herbs distributed were consistent with Chen Luo's recollections, and they soon arrived at Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San presented the heartbreak red flower and recounted its tale. To pluck the petals, one must focus on their beloved during the act, pouring forth a drop of blood upon the flower. If the intent is sincere, the petals may be harvested. However, any stray thoughts would render the attempt futile, even at the cost of one's life. At Tang San's behest, Zhu Zhuqing released a spray of fresh blood, yet the heartbreak red flower did not acknowledge her sincerity. Next came the master, Yu Xiaojiang. With a similar outcome, failure, whether it was Zhu Zhuqing or Yu Xiaojiang, their feelings were tainted with distractions. Chen Luo gazed intently at the heartbreak red flower, eager to test the depth of his feelings for Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu unexpectedly seized the opportunity first. With a soft sound, Xiao Wu's blood fell upon the heartbreak red flower, and before anyone could react, the flower gracefully detached from the Wujua stone, floating effortlessly into her delicate hands. Hee, this is mine now. Xiao Wu casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, flashing a smile at the group before turning to Chen Luo, gently swaying the heartbreak red flower before him as if to boast. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. You actually beat me to it. I didn't realize you wanted this. I would have let you have it sooner. He approached Xiao Wu, wiping away the blood she hadn't cleaned properly. Chuckling, silly girl. You're the silly one. Xiao Wu shot him a playful glare. Ahem, ahem. A chorus of coughs erupted, followed by Dai Mubai's voice. You two have had your fun, but could you spare us? We were about to be sick from your sweetness. Oscar chimed in. Could you perhaps consider our feelings? Ma Hongjun quipped. Don't you have Ning Rongrong? Oscar's face flushed crimson, nearly ready to retaliate against Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong appeared unfazed, seemingly unaffected by their banter. Tang San continued distributing treasures, and since Zhu Zhuqing had failed to acquire the heartbreak red flower, he presented the water nymph jade bone, which he had intended for Xiao Wu. Soon, all the treasures were distributed, including the Master S9 grade purple ginseng and Tang San's own autumn water dew, leaving only Chen Luo's gift. Tang San called out, Chen Luo, it's your turn. He retrieved a jade box containing a herb resembling ginseng. This is the primordial ginseng monarch. Consuming it will significantly enhance your physique. That I understand your constitution is quite unique, but this ginseng will surely aid you in your further development. Chen Luo accepted it without hesitation, saying, Thanks, brother. Tang San nodded lightly. I just consumed the autumn water dew and must now enter my cultivation. Once you've taken the primordial ginseng monarch, you should also enter a meditative state. That way, you can fully maximize its benefits. Understood, Chen Luo replied, though he did not consume the ginseng immediately. You all go ahead and cultivate. I'll keep watch for you. Chen Luo stated, watching Tang San retreat to meditate before his gaze settled on Xiao Wu beside him. Why aren't you consuming the heartbreak red flower? Chen Luo inquired. Xiao Wu shook her head immediately. I wouldn't dare. I treasure it too much. This is for you. Chen Luo offered the primordial ginseng monarch to Xiao Wu. I have great confidence in my own constitution. You take this. Everyone should have something beneficial. You shouldn't be left out. Xiao Wu persisted. I don't want it. I already have the heartbreak red flower. What will you do if I take yours? Take it. Chen Luo insisted, pressing the ginseng into her hands. Since it's meant to enhance your physique, it could still be beneficial for you. You might gain more from it than I would. Humph, so you think my physique is poor? That's the implication, so hurry and take it. Then join them in cultivating. I'll keep watch for you. After much persuasion, Xiao Wu finally agreed. She consumed the primordial ginseng emperor and entered a state of cultivation. Only then did Chen Luo reveal a satisfied smile. He was reluctant to see his beloved Xiao Wu lag behind others. Had he been aware of those rare treasures, he would have certainly procured some to aid her. Although he was determined to strive relentlessly to become powerful enough to protect Xiao, it was equally essential for her to grow strong. He believed she felt the same way. After all, this lively and playful girl was enduring the tedium of cultivation, tirelessly dedicating herself to her training. The Shrek 7 monsters, having ingested the rare treasures, gradually began to undergo transformations during their cultivation. The changes in the others were consistent with Chen Luo's recollections. Physical enhancements, evolution of martial souls. Dai Mubai's physique was further strengthened, and Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower, all aligning with Chen Luo's memories. However, his primary focus remained on Tang San and Xiao. Xiao's skin had become marred with impurities, remnants of toxins within her body. Once these were expelled, her constitution would significantly improve. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyes glimmered with a golden light, indicating that his purple extreme magic eyes were on the verge of evolution. Chen Luo's gaze remained fixed on Tang San until he finally opened his eyes. Observing Tang San's unchanging expression, Chen Luo shifted his gaze away, in his understanding. Tang San had only comprehended Xiao Wu's true identity after consuming the autumn water elixir, but it appeared he had not discerned anything this time. Likely due to the influence of the Death God's ring. This was a good thing. Given Xiao Wu's unique identity, fewer people knowing meant greater safety. Before long, the Shrek 7 monsters gradually concluded their cultivation, each reaping the benefits from the rare treasures. Chen Luo, being an extra member of the group, despite having received the primordial ginseng emperor from Tang San, willingly passed it on to Xiao Wu. Feeling no regret, his joy stemmed from Xiao Wu's acceptance of the ginseng. He feared that this foolish girl might refuse it. Thanks to the nourishment of the celestial herbs, the soul power levels of the Shrek 7 monsters had significantly increased. Dai Mubai, the evil eye white tiger, reached level 40. Oscar, the sausage specialist, attained level 38. Tang San, the thousand-handed Shura, reached level 30-7. Ma Hongjun, the evil fire phoenix, achieved level 36. Xiao Wu, the soft-boned charm rabbit, reached level 38. Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasures glazed tower, attained level 37. Zhu Xuqing, the ghostly cat, reached level 38. Of course, Chen Luo, the external member, was not to be overlooked, even without consuming the celestial herbs. His level remained firmly above the rest. Chen Luo, the Death God's Scythe, stood at level 40. The title of Death God's Scythe was chosen to align with the titles of the Shrek 7 monsters, and only Chen Luo was aware of his martial soul's true nature. During the past 6 months, Chen Luo had remained in a deep pit, cultivating amidst its extraordinary energies, nearly exhausting them. During this time, he had also trained with Zhao Wujin a few times, with Lu Erlong joining the practical training. Lu Erlong's strength far surpassed Zhao Wujin's, and under her pressure, Chen Luo's progress accelerated remarkably. The primary reason for this rapid advancement was that after breaking through level 30, he seemed to have shed the stagnation that had previously plagued him. In the past, whenever he was on the verge of a breakthrough to the next level, he would linger at that level for an extended period. For instance, he had spent an inordinate amount of time transitioning from level 19 to 20, and from 29 to 30, so much so that he often questioned his own existence. However, after surpassing level 30, that stagnation appeared to have vanished, allowing him to smoothly ascend to level 40. This was the perfect opportunity to acquire a new soul ring. Chen Luo gazed at the Shrek 7 monsters, a smile gracing his lips as he thought, 074, I have become numb. With Tang San's celestial herbs aiding them, everyone's soul power levels had risen. Even the master, Yu Xiaojiang, who had remained stuck at level 29, finally achieved a breakthrough to level 30. At the master's suggestion, everyone would venture to the Soul Beast Forest in 7 days to assist those in need of soul rings. During these 7 days, they could rest well and further solidify their cultivation. Chen Luo was in no hurry, opting to wait for the main group to finish their preparations before setting out together. Chen Luo, I've grown stronger, Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing to Chen Luo after concluding her training, her delicate face brimming with excitement and joy. Yes, any improvement is welcome, Chen Luo nodded, gently wiping the grime from her face. Xiao Wu's complexion, already fair, appeared even more radiant after expelling the impurities, exquisite as jade with a hint of rosy hue, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. The primordial ginseng emperor was originally meant for you. Tang San, she remarked. What's mine is yours, Chen Luo replied tenderly. Xiao Wu beamed. You're so wonderful. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing echoed once more as Ma Hongjun and Oscar could no longer bear to witness the scene. Strangely, this time Dai Mubai did not join in. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Dai Mubai was embracing Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly too occupied to pay attention. Can you not be so lovey-dovey? Oscar grumbled. Yeah, you stimulated us before cultivation, and now you've done it again afterward. Who have we offended? Ma Hongjun added. Dai Mubai too, abandoning us so ruthlessly. Oscar sighed. Ma Hongjun approached Oscar, placing a hand on his shoulder. How about we become a couple? He winked playfully at Oscar. Oscar responded by kicking him away. Get lost. After the playful banter, everyone's attention fell on Chen Luo, with Ma Hongjun asking, by the way, Chen Luo, what level are you at now? You didn't even consume any rare treasures this time. We should be catching up to you, right? Oscar shot Ma Hongjun a glance. Even if Chen Luo let you train for half a year and then fed you 2 rare treasures, you still wouldn't catch up to him. He could easily pin you to the ground with one hand. Ma Hongjun laughed. When did I ever claim I could catch up to Chen Luo in strength? I doubt I could ever surpass him. I was referring to soul power levels. The Shrek 7 monsters remained oblivious to Chen Luo's soul power level, even Xiao Wu, as they had not been cultivating in the same place. Chen Luo's training sessions were consistently lengthy, and not just the Shrek kids, but even the teachers at Shrek Academy, including Master Yu Xiaojiang, were unaware of his current level. They only knew that during his last battle training session with Lu Erlong, his soul power level was 38. After Ma Hongjun's inquiry, nearly everyone's gaze fixated on Chen Luo that moment. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had separated. Zhu Zhuqing reverted to her icy, untouchable demeanor, while Dai Mubai, having enjoyed his moment, chose not to press further, displaying considerable tact. Level 40, Chen Luo stated calmly. Just moments ago, he had conducted a brief summary of the Shrek 7 monsters' soul power levels, including his own, and he anticipated that they would inquire about his level. Sure enough, the chubby Ma Hongjun was the first to break the silence. Upon hearing Chen Luo's level, the group displayed little surprise. Had his level been lower, they would have been astonished instead. I knew Chen Luo's level would still be higher than ours. He is a true monster. I feel like I'll never catch up to him in this lifetime. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Oscar added, I suspect Chen Luo might have devoured some rare treasures. Otherwise, how could his soul power level have increased so rapidly? It's only been half a year. Indeed, half a year. Dai Mubai noted. I remember he was only level 36 6 months ago. To think he has reached level 40 now. I can only express my admiration. It's merely luck, Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. Ma Hongjun immediately leaned closer, almost wanting to embrace Chen Luo, but a glare from Xiao Wu made him behave. Luck? Chen Luo, please tell me if there's any chance of luck left. I'd like to experience it just once. Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Honestly, whenever I think of myself as a genius, I just think of you and feel like a complete failure. Same here, same here. Oscar also expressed his sentiments. Chen Luo had nearly grown accustomed to the reactions of these little monsters. Nearly every encounter, they would share their innermost thoughts, while only a few girls remained notably quiet. Unsure of how to respond to these fellows, Chen Luo ultimately managed a faint smile. Once everyone had shared their reflections, Tang San approached Chen Luo, offering a slight smile. You have grown stronger. You too, Chen Luo replied with a smile. The two of them never required excessive conversation. A mere exchange of smiles could convey a multitude of sentiments. Having spent so many years together, even in the absence of romantic feelings, a brotherly bond had undeniably formed. In Chen Luo's heart, there was only Xiao Wu, and his inclinations had always been quite normal. As long as everything is well, Chen Luo remarked. Indeed, Tang San nodded. Not only is everything fine, but there have also been significant gains. This was evidently the best outcome. Yes, Chen Luo and Tang San exchanged a few simple words. But before they could delve deeper into conversation, Flinder approached. Upon sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Flinder's expression subtly changed. What has happened? Each of you seems to have rapidly increased your soul power. Flinder inquired with a hint of surprise. But before Tang San and the others could respond, Flinder swiftly proceeded to the purpose of his visit. Tang San, Elder Dugong, is looking for you. He has brought Dugu Yan along. There must be something important. You should exercise caution. After all, the title of Poison Douluo is exceedingly perilous. The most toxic element is always the human heart, so do not place too much trust in him. Tang San nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Dean, nothing will happen. The old poison isn't as malevolent as you think. Subsequently, Tang San followed Flinder to find Dugu Bo. The little monsters of Shrek dispersed. opting not to return directly to their dormitories for rest. Even though they possessed terrifying talents, they worked harder than any other Shrek Academy student, each returning to their respective training grounds to continue their cultivation. Chen Luo accompanied Xiao back, as she was quite dirty and needed to take a bath. 075. Departure, Sunset Forest. After helping Xiao wash up in the dormitory, Chen Luo accompanied her to her training ground. With her soul power having received a substantial boost, Xiao no longer yearned for outings filled with indulgence. Her sole focus was on hastening her training to solidify her strength. The Xiao of today was no longer the same Xiao from Notting City. Although she still loved to play, she could readily suppress her desires, prioritizing cultivation above all else. The allure of feasting and revelry still held great temptation for her, but in the face of training, it paled in comparison. After her bath, Xiao donned a lovely pink long dress. After consuming the Hunyuan Ginseng Empress, her physique underwent remarkable improvement, evident even in her figure. Xiao Wu's original form was already quite enchanting. But now it could only be described as perfect, complemented by her exquisitely delicate features. Calling her a fairy was not an exaggeration at all. What are you staring at? Xiao noticed Chen Luo's gaze lingering on her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she could not help but ask. Chen Luo smiled gently. I simply wanted to look. You seem to have become much more beautiful. Was I not pretty before? Xiao blinked her large, watery eyes. Chen Luo chuckled. Of course you were beautiful, but now you are even more so, making it hard to resist stealing glances. That does not mean you need to stare incessantly. Xiao's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Chen Luo replied, You are about to train again, and I will also return to my own training shortly. Who knows when we will meet again? So of course, I want to take in the sight a little longer, but it's not like we won't see each other again. Is it? Xiao pouted. Chen Luo gently pulled Xiao into his embrace and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. If I could, I would like to gaze at you like this forever. Xiao's face instantly turned crimson, reaching her ears, yet her words remained teasing. Honestly, have you been picking up bad habits from Dai Lao and the others lately? Not at all. Then why has your speech become so greasy? Where is it greasy? These are words from the heart. Humph, I don't believe you. Have you said such things to other girls? How could that be? We have always been together. Are you implying that when I'm not around, you seek out other girls? No, that's not what I meant. Humph, that's exactly what you meant. As Chen Luo and Xiao exchanged playful banter, they strolled side by side, hand in hand, while the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed unable to bear witness any longer, curling its leaves in response. After escorting Xiao back to her training, Chen Luo did not return to the deep pit for cultivation, but instead went back to the dormitory. The unique energy of the deep pit had been nearly fully absorbed by Chen Luo. Continuing to cultivate there would yield less favorable results than training in the dormitory, as it had now become a desolate wasteland. Tang returned, and everything was as he remembered. He brought back numerous celestial herbs, resulting in a significant enhancement for the little monsters. The only difference was that Xiao had also acquired a celestial herb, elevating her soul power level. This celestial herb was initially intended for Chen Luo. Reflecting on these events, a smile gradually spread across Chen Luo's face that a vivid image flashed through his mind. Xiao had taken the initiative, using blood to pluck the heartbroken red, and she even smiled at him. That smile would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. His current soul power level had reached 40, and in 7 days, he could join the Shrek little monsters in the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul beasts and obtain new soul rings. With the expectation that this time, the soul rings would be at least 20,000 years old. After contemplating the events following Tang's return, Chen Luo immediately considered the upcoming plans to acquire new soul rings, initiate new sign-in tasks, and continuously grow stronger. He would strive diligently, ensuring that by the time that day arrived, he possessed sufficient strength to shield her, preventing anyone from causing her harm. 7 days later, on a tranquil morning, at the gates of Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 gathered here, and Chen Luo arrived punctually. In front of them stood Flinder, Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujie, and the Master, among others. The strongest forces within Shrek Academy were these few. And today marked the day for the little monsters to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings, necessitating thorough preparation. The Master was also to obtain his 3rd soul ring, representing a significant advancement for the Golden Iron Triangle. Oh, Tang-san, where's your little sidekick? Xiao teased softly. Tang-san displayed a helpless expression. Don't mention it. I barely convinced Tailong not to tag along. During these 7 days, Tang-san had experienced his fair share. Albeit with slightly different circumstances, he had encountered Tailong on the road, and it was unclear what had provoked Tailong. but he had taken the initiative to strike at Tang San, seemingly just wanting to vent his emotions. The outcome was predictable. How could Tai Long, the thousand-handed Shura, match Tang San's prowess? He was thoroughly beaten. Following that was the classic scene of a father punishing a son, which unfolded without exception. Tang San's background was partially revealed, and he gained a loyal little sidekick in Tai Long. Throughout these days, although Chen Luo spent most of his time in cultivation, he was well aware of the events Tang San had encountered. Even without witnessing them, he could visualize them vividly upon hearing Xiao recount the stories. Xiao, being a person who loved to join in the excitement, naturally sought out lively places after her training, making it unsurprising that she was privy to such news. After Xiao spoke, Dai Mubai and the others followed suit, teasing Tang San for a while until Flinder interjected. Our destination this time is the Sunset Forest. There are several matters for you to note. First, the hunting of soul beasts must be accomplished by you. We will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. This marks the first phase of your graduation examination, followed by the upcoming Advanced Soul Master Competition. Second, in the Sunset Forest, you must rely on yourselves. We will not provide any protection, and you are expected to safeguard us as well. This serves as a test for you. Third, Chen Luo, you are the most unique presence among us. If possible, I hope you can hunt soul beasts by your own strength, forming a team on your own. With you around, they will undoubtedly lean on you to some extent. All the little monsters nodded in unison, and Chen Luo followed suit. The prospect of being able to act independently was precisely what Chen Luo yearned for the most. Flinder added, Chen Luo, you need not worry about your safety. Simply remain within a radius of 500 meters. Should you encounter any situations beyond your capacity, we will be there to assist you at a moment's notice. Chen Luo nodded in agreement, yet inwardly mused, in truth, you need not concern yourselves with me. I am capable of managing on my own. If one person is insufficient, then two will suffice. Should two prove inadequate, I can always summon a pair of ancient soul beasts. Even if I cannot roam freely in the Sunset Forest, I can at least ensure my own safety. As for Flinder's arrangement, the little monsters of Shrek had no objections, nor did Chen Luo. The conditions were agreeable to all, yet Flinder had not clearly articulated everyone's goals. A Hongjun directly inquired, Teacher, what is the objective of our graduation examination? Flinder replied, in the first phase, you may rely on your collective strength to hunt suitable soul beasts. As long as we four do not intervene, you will have passed AS for the second phase. Simply securing a championship in the Soul Master competition will suffice for your graduation. Upon finishing, Flinder's gaze fell upon Chen Luo, his expression reflecting a hint of contemplation, clearly indicating that he had not prepared a specific plan for him. Chen Luo had always been a unique presence among the Shrek monsters, and any arrangement would invariably come with special considerations. Chen Luo is an exception. Well, let us aim for you to break through to the Soul King before your graduation, Flinder suggested, this being an evidently spur-of-the-moment decision. Yes, Dean, Chen Luo responded, not harboring much dissent. While it was somewhat challenging to achieve a breakthrough to the Soul King before the Shrek monsters graduated, it was certainly not impossible with dedicated effort. However, the little monsters were less composed. Unable to suppress their grievances, Dean, we can ensure a flawless completion of the first phase, but the second phase seems exceedingly arduous, Daimubai remarked. Indeed, even though our talents are reasonably adequate, we are still quite young. In the Soul Master competition, we will be facing elite Soul Masters under the age of 25. Simply making it to the finals is already commendable. Winning the championship seems far-fetched unless you allow Chen Luo to join our team. Ma Hongjun added. Flinder shot Ma Hongjun a glare, prompting him to immediately fall silent. If we were to include Chen Luo, what would be the point of your participation in the Soul Master competition? It is not that I underestimate Chen Luo's prowess. He could easily secure victory even as a solo participant. Yet, what value would that hold? The strong disdain to battle the weak, for it serves no purpose. Flinder stated solemnly. Although he spoke thus, his inner calculations diverged. Should the moment arise, he would still permit Chen Luo to take the stage, even if only to showcase his overwhelming strength. The rewards of the Soul Master competition were simply too enticing, compelling one to pursue them at any cost. If given the chance, Flinder would also wish to revert to student status to compete in the Soul Master competition. Naturally, Chen Luo was Shrek Academy's ultimate trump card, one that would not be utilized unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the previously agitated little monsters fell silent, fully aware that Flinder spoke the truth. Chen Luo was indeed that formidable, far surpassing them. At that moment, Xiao Wu unexpectedly interjected, "Dean, while I have no objections to your arrangements for us, your expectations for Chen Luo seem rather harsh. We will only have a year or two before participating in the Soul Master competition. And he has just recently broken through to the Soul Master level. How could he possibly advance to the Soul King so swiftly?" While everyone else grappled with their tasks, Xiao Wu remained preoccupied with concerns for Chen Luo. Flinder hesitated for a moment, seemingly questioning his earlier spontaneous thought. Indeed, achieving a breakthrough within a year or two was an exceedingly daunting task, even if Chen Luo were not an ordinary monster. It would likely be a challenge. After all, the advancement of a Soul Master's strength becomes progressively more difficult, with challenges multiplying and an increasingly high demand for innate talent. Those lacking sufficient talent may find themselves stagnating at a particular level for a lifetime. As for Chen Luo's talent, there was no doubt. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly become a renowned title Douluo. However, even geniuses require time to mature. Well, Flinder began to speak, but the master suddenly chimed in. "I believe he can reach that goal." At these words, Flinder nodded in agreement, smiling at Xiao Wu. "Have a bit more faith in your Chen Luo. We all believe he can achieve it." The moment Flinder began to tease her about your Chen Luo, Xiao Wu's face flushed a brilliant crimson, rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, the other little monsters joined in, cheerfully proclaiming, "We also believe in Chen Luo's strength." After all, Chen Luo had accomplished many seemingly impossible feats. As they discussed their objectives, they did not cease their progress. The Sunset Forest is in close proximity to Heavendo City, serving as a hunting ground for soul masters from most cities surrounding it, which is precisely why Shrek Academy chose this location. In no time, the group from Shrek arrived at their destination. Upon entering the forest, Flinder issued the command to split up. "Chen Luo, you are free to act independently. As long as you do not stray too far. You should encounter no issues. That we have faith in your abilities. It is likely we won't even need to intervene, and you will procure your soul ring through your own efforts. After securing your soul ring, reunite with us." Flinder had always held a deep trust in Chen Luo's capabilities, even neglecting to mention that they would seek out soul rings and find Chen Luo afterward, as he believed Chen Luo would accomplish the task before them. "Understood, Dean," Chen Luo replied, before parting ways with the others. They all smiled as they watched him depart, though Xiao Wu's eyes betrayed a hint of concern. "Chen Luo, do take care," she called out. Chen Luo nodded and waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will rejoin you shortly." In comparison to the Stardew Forest, the Sunset Forest is significantly smaller and possesses a lower temperature, adorned with numerous temperate plants. The density of vegetation is not overly thick, making movement easier. However, the soul beast resources here pale in comparison to those found in the Stardew Forest. As Chen Luo strolled along the forest path, he attuned himself to his surroundings. Still at the forest's edge, he knew there would be no suitable soul beasts for him just yet. Yet it was prudent to remain vigilant. As he advanced, he mentally organized his thoughts. With half a month remaining until the official commencement of the Elite Soul Master competition, the little monsters of Shrek would strive to enhance their strength, each obtaining their soul rings where possible. Tang San would also break through to level 40 during this period and acquire his first 10,000-year soul ring. What a pity! Just as the more thrilling parts of Daw are about to unfold, I find myself unable to participate, relegated to the role of an observer. Yet, Dean Flinder is right. Merely vanquishing foes lacks any real excitement. It is far more worthwhile to watch the competition. In truth, during the time the Shrek little monsters were competing, he could venture out to hone his skills independently, as following them was of little significance beyond staying by Xiao Wu's side. Remaining close to Xiao Wu would not expedite his path to becoming stronger. Time was of the essence, and he needed to enhance himself as much as possible. Never mind. I shall set aside those thoughts for now and focus on the present, securing my 4th soul ring. Once I obtain the 4th soul ring, I can refresh my new tasks and plan according to the sign-in requirements. I still have system points unutilized. Perhaps after acquiring the 4th soul ring, I can draw a reward. 077. Finding the target, Chen Luo had never forgotten about the system lottery. He had merely restrained himself from participating, wishing to accumulate more points for a series of draws, hoping that perhaps luck would favor him then. His current plan was to assess the new sign-in tasks after acquiring the 4th spirit ring. If they were easily achievable, he would complete them before engaging in the lottery. If they proved challenging, he would opt for a draw first. Time was truly of the essence for him. On the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, the absence of formidable spirit beast was palpable. Although weak spirit beasts were plentiful, they were far from Chen Luo's targets. He adhered steadfastly to the principles of sustainable development, refraining from attacking those weaker creatures. Even when some more aggressive spirit beasts sought trouble, he would merely unleash a menacing aura to intimidate them into submission, rather than eliminating them. The rate of spirit beast evolution was exceedingly slow. If indiscriminate slaughter continued, it would not take long before spirit beasts became mere legends in the Douluo world. This reality was well understood by all. Thus, any sensible spirit master would refrain from reckless attacks on spirit beasts. Regrettably, he was unaware of the location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Otherwise, he would venture that way, provided that the eccentric Dugu Bo was not present. That individual was quite peculiar, and if he took an interest in Chen Luo again, it could lead to complications. Perched atop a grand tree, Chen Luo gazed into the distance, contemplating the ice and fire yin-yang eye, only to be swiftly reminded of Dugu Bo present. Chen Luo no longer harbored the same trepidation towards Dugu Bo. Although he would undoubtedly be outmatched in a confrontation, he had at least gained a chance for survival. The last time Dugu Bo attempted to capture him, Chen Luo had already prepared to unleash the man-faced demon spider and the nightmare centipede. While those ancient spirit beasts might not delay Dugu Bo significantly, they could at least buy time until Flinder and the others arrived. A title Douluo facing ancient spirit beasts would typically resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Yet such actions still required time. Now, with the addition of the formidable Soul Master Gong Zhongyang, who was on the brink of breaking through to Soul Sage, Chen Luo had further opportunities. Although Gong Zhongyang would merely serve as cannon fodder in front of Dugu Bo, he still provided Chen Luo with an extra chance. Why do I always envision the worst outcomes? I hold no animosity towards Dugu Bo. A major confrontation is highly unlikely. After he expressed disappointment in me last time, he is unlikely to take much interest in me again, especially with Tang-san around. Those two are truly best friends, Chen Luo mused. Leaping down from the tree, Chen Luo continued his journey through the forest, ever vigilant of Flinder and the others' positions. After all, Flinder had instructed him to maintain a certain distance. Chen Luo was not seeking the protection of the Golden Iron Triangle. He simply wished to avoid causing them undue concern. It was likely that Tang-sen would soon employ the fragrant and elegant immortal product to attract spirit beasts. If a suitable target was not found before then, he might as well wait at their location for higher efficiency. Chen Luo had already formulated this plan in his mind. As he swiftly traversed the forest, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Luo sensed a battle occurring among the Shrek monsters, likely due to an encounter with an appropriate spirit beast. While he had yet to find any suitable contenders, their current position remained on the periphery of the Sunset Forest, making encounters with powerful spirit beasts exceedingly rare. Although 10,000-year spirit beasts became as common as cannon fodder in the later stages of Douluo, the actual number of spirit beasts exceeding that threshold remained quite limited. Should he fail to find a target soon, he would reunite with Flinder and the others, either informing Flinder of his intent to venture deeper into the forest or waiting for Tang-san to attract spirit beasts, remaining on standby. Prolonging this situation was not a viable option. Though Flinder's arrangements offered better safety, they also restricted his freedom of movement. He should have heeded Flinder's words from the start. Had he delved deeper into the Sunset Forest, he might have already found a suitable spirit beast. Another half-day passed, yet Chen Luo still did not discover an appropriate target. The strongest spirit beast he encountered was merely the slightly over 10,000-year-old cave spider, which would likely soon become Tang-san's target, contributing to his fourth spirit ring. Without further hesitation, Chen Luo made his way to reunite with the Shrek group. Before long, he found them and directly conveyed his situation to Flinder. To Chen Luo's surprise, Flinder readily agreed to his request. As always, he affirmed, "We believe in your strength." This was advantageous, as it spared him from unnecessary complications and explanations. However, Xiao expressed concern and insisted on accompanying Chen Luo. Chen Luo was more than willing to bring Xiao along, but Flinder and the others disagreed. Their reasoning was sound. Acting alone versus bringing someone along constituted two entirely different scenarios. It was not that Xiao lacked strength, but rather that, relative to Chen Luo's abilities, she would likely serve as more of a burden than an asset. If Chen Luo encountered danger, he could escape on his own, but bringing Xiao would complicate any attempt to flee exponentially. In the end, Chen Luo found himself in a bind, as Xiao